Hello everyone, today we bring you part 6. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. At the beginning of the story, in a distant galaxy, we meet Zhao Chun, the leader of the Xiaolong Legion. Not only is he a top-tier starship engineer, but he also possesses unique attributes like fleet luck enhancement and the Eye of Insight. On the interstellar stage, he continuously exchanges system points and mission credits for advanced starship blueprints, building a formidable fleet. Zhao Chun's fleet has achieved numerous victories in interstellar battles. From the T3 Silver Eden-class starship to the T4 series Stargate technology, and the powerful T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, each technological breakthrough has brought new hope and strength to his empire. In his struggles against the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Union, Zhao Chun always manages to outmaneuver his opponents, showcasing his exceptional military acumen and strategic vision. However, Zhao Chun's journey has not been smooth. Faced with both internal and external challenges, he must constantly be wary of the Crown Prince's faction while dealing with interstellar mining issues. In this grand interstellar chess game, Zhao Chun not only needs to manage the mining operations in unclaimed star systems, but also cultivate top talent to ensure his empire runs efficiently. His decisions are marked by wisdom, such as dividing the responsibilities between Li Yaqi and Red Rose, two experts in interstellar trade, to spur greater potential through competition. Under Zhao Chun's leadership, the Xiaolong Legion rapidly expanded, becoming a crucial pillar of the Xingyao Empire. His loyal subordinates, like the faithful Nana, the steadfast Annie, and the dynamic Charlotte, all play vital roles in their respective positions. Zhao Chun himself steps up during critical moments, deftly resolving crises whether they arise from family disputes or interstellar battles with calm and decisive actions. As the story progresses, Zhao Chun's influence continues to grow. He solidifies his position within the Xingyao Empire and successfully forms alliances with figures like Chu Changhe to confront external threats. In the Holy War against the Holy Radiance Empire, Zhao Chun demonstrates his strategic brilliance, not only winning the battle but also earning the respect of his adversaries. His fleet, equipped with T4-level starships, becomes a standout force within the Galactic Alliance. With the completion of annual missions, Zhao Chun receives substantial rewards, including the T5 Creator-class starship, an auxiliary vessel capable of terraforming planetary environments. This undoubtedly brings new opportunities for the Xiaolong Legion. Throughout this interstellar journey, Zhao Chun's strength and charisma have earned him the admiration and loyalty of countless individuals. That wraps up our recap of Part 5. I hope you enjoy today's Part 6. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you are interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into the storyline of Part 6. The Qian family fired the first shots. From their meticulously set up battle positions, their massive battle satellites and fortified bunkers, unrestricted by size, were equipped with weapons of far greater range and power than those on interstellar warships of the same technological level. They launched a ferocious initial assault. Hot on their heels, the Chu family fleet launched a powerful counterattack. However, the advanced interception systems of the 10T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates precisely intercepted all high-threat attacks. The few that slipped through hit the comprehensive star shields of the interstellar warships, causing minimal damage. After all, the enemy's weapons were at most T3 level, while their fleet was entirely composed of T4 series interstellar warships. On the bridge of a T4 Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, a strikingly tall and slender captain stood in front of the captain's chair. Report, all gun positions are ready. Upon hearing the report from her subordinate, Captain Xingman decisively ordered, fire. In an instant, the 400 Gorgon-type particle energy heavy cannons on the T4 Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ship fired simultaneously. The 400 glowing meteors shot towards their targets at incredible speed. Although they followed a fixed trajectory and were easy to intercept, their speed often meant they reached their targets the moment they were intercepted. Moreover, the enemy's interception technology was far behind, managing to intercept only a few by sheer luck. Explosions roared continuously, and within moments, dozens of battle satellites and bunkers were reduced to dust, and nearly 100 T2 interstellar warships were destroyed. If not for the protective line of battle satellites and defenses, this single volley could have wiped out half of the Qian family's fleet. Watching the spectacular explosions in the distance, Captain Qingman couldn't help but flick her tongue out, then quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment, silently scolding herself for losing control. As a member of the Serpent Folk, she was once a fleet commander under Queen Medusa. She had previously collaborated with Commander Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong fleet. After Medusa chose to join the Xiaolong Legion, several high-ranking Serpent Folk officers, including Qingman, also joined. With her excellent combat experience and command skills, Qingman was rapidly promoted within the talent-scarce Xiaolong Legion, becoming the captain of a T4 Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ship in just a few months. All main cannons are charging, complete, the deputy reported. Maintain current speed and heading. Set all 200 fully automatic high-density quad-energy Closian defense cannons to full power defense. The enemy's next main target is likely to be our ship. Captain Qingman swiftly issued combat orders, though her concerns seemed unnecessary. The enemy was too weak to mount an effective counterattack. Qian Dafu instinctively shielded his eyes from the earlier explosions. Fortunately, his flagship was positioned at the rear of the battlefield, so the explosions only affected the frontline warships and spared his flagship. Nonetheless, witnessing the devastating attack left him in shock. Report, we've lost nearly 100 interstellar warships. Over 80% of our defensive facilities are destroyed. The deputy shouted in panic. What kind of ship is that? How could it have such terrifying firepower? Qian Dafu slumped into his captain's chair, staring blankly at the screen showing the unidentified interstellar warship bristling with cannons. But that was just the beginning. The T4 class unidentified interstellar battleship, leading two T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers, charged at high speed, aiming to flank the Qian family's formation. Their firepower was even more terrifying, destroying a Qian family warship with each shot. Once within range, the enemy warships faced inevitable destruction. The Qian family warships attempted to retaliate but couldn't even breach the enemy's comprehensive star shields, let alone destroy them. Meanwhile, a massive swarm of interstellar drones had reached the positions of the dozen or so Qian family warships. If the crew looked out the windows, they would see the dense swarm of drones storming ahead like a black tempest. Young master, the situation is dire. We must retreat to the Sacred Spear Corps fleet and have them join the fight. Losing these warships is one thing, but your safety is paramount, the deputy urgently reminded. Yes, you're right. Issue my order immediately. All T3 warships are to retreat at full speed towards the Sacred Spear Corps fleet of 900 warships. Qian Dafu swiftly commanded the retreat. After witnessing the drone swarm and the terrifying artillery ship, his desire to fight had vanished, and he now only wanted to save his own skin. Let the Sacred Spear Corps handle the battle. Unaware that their boss had abandoned them, the Qian family fleet still on the front lines was gripped by fear as the drone swarm approached. They activated all defensive weapons, desperately trying to intercept the drones. At that moment, the final blow to their morale appeared. The drones were equipped with comprehensive star shields. T4. All of these are T4 interstellar drones. The captain of a Qian family T2 warship screamed hysterically, eyes filled with terror. 300,000 T4 interstellar drones. Although their star shield energy was low and could be destroyed by sustained T2 warship attacks, it took significant time to destroy even one. Meanwhile, the drone's weapons could blow a large hole in a T2 warship with a single shot. A small squadron of 300 drones could easily destroy a T2 warship with 0 casualties. The swarm of drones, like a plague of locusts, obliterated all Qian family defenses and warships in their path. Within minutes, their meticulously prepared defensive positions were completely destroyed. Next in line to face the 300,000 drones were the 900 warships of the Sacred Spear Corps. The commander of the 5th Fleet stared blankly at the oncoming drone swarm, his limbs cold. How could there be so many interstellar drones? Among the many types of starships, the two undisputed titans at the same tech level are the interstellar battleship and the carrier starship. They have distinct roles on the battlefield. The interstellar battleship, equipped with formidable starship weapon modules, exerts unparalleled deterrence on the front lines, capable of destroying enemy flagships and main fleets in a single strike. On the other hand, the carrier starship takes a different approach, relying on its vast array of fighters and drones to launch attacks. The debate over which is superior has been ongoing for a long time. During the T1 and T2 tech eras, interstellar battleships maintained the upper hand. Even in the T3 tech era, despite the emergence of starshield technology giving carrier starships a glimmer of hope, they still couldn't match the overall power of interstellar battleships. The carrier starship's own lack of defense often necessitates a fleet for support, making its operational cost high. In contrast, an interstellar battleship can operate solo, effectively being a fleet unto itself, offering a much higher cost-effectiveness. It wasn't until the advent of the T4 tech era that carrier starship proponents saw a chance to turn the tide. The introduction of comprehensive starshield technology not only provided carrier starships with self-defense capabilities, but also enhanced their performance, enabling them to carry more interstellar fighters and drones. Crucially, T4-level interstellar drones experience a qualitative change when they reach a certain quantity, a phenomenon currently unfolding before the eyes of the Sacred Spear Legion's 900 interstellar battleships. Facing a swarm of nearly 300,000 interstellar drones, the dark mass of the approaching fleet obscured their vision, prompting the Sacred Spear Legion's 3 fleets to consider retreating. Even the typically aloof commander of the 5th Fleet wasn't an exception. Fortunately, the commander of the 10th Fleet reminded them to stay calm. Considering that T4 interstellar drones and fighters are smaller and more maneuverable, capable of catching up to their 900 interstellar battleships, they decided it was better to form up and fight rather than flee in panic. Thus, the commanders of the three fleets immediately ordered defensive formations and prepared for battle. The commander of the Fifth Fleet also sent an urgent request for reinforcements to the Sacred Spear Legion's command. As the drone swarm approached attack range, the Fifth Fleet commander, trembling, swallowed hard and turned to the 10th Fleet commander for reassurance. If we withstand the first wave of attacks from these interstellar drones and they run out of ammo in return, we can quickly retreat, right? The 10th Fleet commander replied with forced confidence, yes. This might have been the biggest lie he ever told, but to save the three fleets, he needed to instill unwavering belief in the highest-ranking officer. A full retreat now would lead to a massacre. Their only hope was that the reinforcements would arrive in time. Meanwhile, a T-4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser and two T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers slowed down dramatically above the Qian family's slave planet, having navigated through the debris of the Qian fleet. Given the current combat situation, these three starships chose to maintain a relatively safe position rather than entering the planet's low orbit. Chu Xian looked earnestly at the captain and said, "Captain, I'll leave the upcoming battle to you." The captain saluted her solemnly, responding, "Secretary Chu, rest assured, and take care of your own safety. Contact us if you need anything." Chu Xian nodded and quickly left the bridge, appearing in a hangar half a minute later. Rows of T-3 Templar-class medium interstellar combat mechs were stationed inside. Dressed in her mech-type combat suit, Chu Xian ran to her mech, which was elevated to the cockpit by a floating platform. As the hatch closed, the surrounding instruments lit up one by one. Chu Xian issued a command. "All mech squads, report your status. Templar N01 squad ready for deployment. Templar N02 squad ready for deployment." Chu Xian sternly announced, "All mech squads in this hangar are temporarily designated as the Rescuer Mech Squadron. I, Chu Xian, will serve as the squadron commander. Leopard Woman will be the deputy commander. Is that clear?" "Clear." All mech squad leaders responded in unison. "Open the deployment bay doors of Mech Hangar 07. Begin mech deployment." Following Chu Xian's order, tunnels appeared beneath each mech, and they began to drop rapidly. After a brief moment of darkness, the starry sky and target planet came into view. Hundreds of T-3 Templar-class medium interstellar combat mechs descended like meteors. Simultaneously, the captains of the three T-4 starships issued attack orders, targeting the planet's surface military facilities with orbital strikes to provide cover for the incoming mech units. As they neared the ground, the mech pilots listened to the prompts in their ears, maintaining high alert. When the distance to the ground was only 10 kilometers, the mechanical prompt sounded. "Activate deceleration devices, prepare for landing." Chu Xian immediately commanded, "Activate deceleration, prepare for landing, and get ready for combat." One by one, the T-3 Templar-class medium interstellar combat mechs activated their deceleration devices, slowing their rapid descent and landing steadily. Despite this, the landings kicked up clouds of dust, and the ground shook with a thunderous roar. Chu Xian glanced at the radar system scanning for enemy units and coldly ordered, "Rescuer Mech Squadron, begin operations. Destroy all visible Qian family combat facilities. Any hostile units encountered are to be eliminated immediately without reporting." On the bridge of the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class Heavy Star battleship, Zhao Chen lounged lazily in the captain's chair, his eyes fixed on the bustling starport in the distance. A sly smile played on his lips as he thought to himself that the Holy Spear Legion must have received the news by now. Sure enough, the previously stationary fleet of over 2,000 Holy Spear Legion starships began to mobilize, accelerating in Zhao Chen's direction. This wasn't because Zhao Chen and his team had been exposed, but rather their hidden position happened to be on the quickest route to the battlefield. Beside him, Shuez Ioxioth, actual captain of this starship, acted more like an assistant, cautiously asking, "Commander, you agreed to let Secretary Chu personally lead the mech landing operation. Could this be dangerous?" Considering Secretary Chu's identity, Zhao Chen waved dismissively. "Don't worry. We've already scouted the armed forces on that planet. Chu Xian is piloting a T-3 Templar-class medium star combat mech. Unless she encounters higher-level mechs or T-3 starships, she won't be in danger. Besides, our three T-4 starships are providing cover. I specifically arranged for Leopardess and others to be part of Chu Xian's mech squad to assist her. Don't underestimate Chu Xian. She was among the top 3 in the mech piloting program at the Northern Starfleet Military Academy. The Chu family doesn't raise kittens." Zhao Chen's plan was foolproof. Unless a cosmic catastrophe occurred, Chu Xian would be hard-pressed to find herself in mortal danger. He stretched, his gaze shifting to the approaching Holy Spear Legion, then glanced at the visibly nervous St. Kana. "All right, it's showtime," Zhao Chen said with a smile. "Let's give the commander of the Holy Angel Legion a good show on how we handle their so-called Holy Light Legions with just a few dozen starships." He emphasized the term Holy Light Legions with a mocking tone. Shui Xiaoxiao responded excitedly. Got it? I've been eager ever since I heard about Senior Su Lan's battle. She instinctively tried to stomp on something, nearly stumbling, only to remember that her favorite captain's chair was occupied. She nonchalantly rubbed her nose and then issued the battle orders. St. Kana crossed her arms and watched coldly. She didn't believe that a mere few dozen starships could stand against over 2,000. This man must have more tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the commander of the Holy Spear Legion frowned at the battle reports and distress signals, muttering in disbelief, "Damn it! T4 carrier starships? 300,000 T4 star drones? How is that possible?" He had just received urgent reports from 3 fleets. They had encountered a massive enemy T4 star drone swarm, possibly supported by T4 carrier starships. The battle was dire, and they were requesting reinforcements. When did the Chu family get T4 carrier starships and bring them to the Star Alliance? The commander was puzzled. The deputy speculated. The data might be exaggerated. The Star Shining Empire's former royal family did develop the T4 Star Emperor-class medium carrier starship, but it was only equipped with T3 star fighters. Despite the civil war, it's possible the Chu family acquired the technology from the royal family and developed their own carriers. Now that the gloves are off, they're showing all their cards. The commander found this reasoning plausible, but the threat of 300,000 T4 star drones was undeniable. T4 carrier starships had to be equipped with T4 starfighters and drones to be effective, unlike the Star Shining Empire's royal family, which had only nominal power. According to their manufacturing plans, a T4 carrier starship could hold at most 50,000 star drones. Could it be that the Chu family had sent multiple T4 carriers? Had their technology matured to this extent? The deputy reminded, "Sir, don't forget the ace up our sleeve." He pointed to a secure case containing newly acquired insectoid technology. "Once we master this, no T4 carrier starship or drone swarm can compare." The commander of the Holy Spear Legion chuckled. "Indeed. Competing with insects in numbers is futile. Let's assess the situation and clean up the mess for the Qian family. Despite their incompetence, we need them for our deployment in the Star Alliance. Besides, St. Kana might be with the enemy. Once this is over, we'll head back to the Empire. After completing our mission, we'll request more high-level starships from the Senate. Then let's see who dares call us the weakest of the Holy Light Legions." As he envisioned his future career, alarms suddenly blared on the starship. "Report. Dozens of starships detected ahead," a crew member shouted. The commander immediately checked the radar and saw the approaching starships nearing engagement range. "What's going on? Where were our scouts? How did these starships get so close before we noticed?" he barked. "Commander, they were hidden behind celestial bodies, and our radar didn't detect them," a subordinate replied timidly. The commander looked at the images from the Deep Space Telescope. The unidentified starships indeed emerged from behind celestial bodies. "Order battle stations," he commanded, focusing on the imminent threat. As he reviewed the images, cold sweat formed on his forehead. 10 T3 Judge-class heavy missile starships were lined up, their missile launchers activated. Another unidentified starship bristled with energy cannons, glowing ominously. In his mind, he could almost hear a man's calm voice saying, "Fire." The T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship struck first, targeting the Holy Lancer's fleet. The barrage rained down, instantly tearing through the shields of the Vanguard frigates. Initially, the Holy Lancer's commander didn't grasp the severity of the situation until he saw ship after ship disintegrate into cosmic dust under the relentless fire. "Damn it, that's a T4-class interstellar artillery ship," the Holy Lancer's commander shouted in terror, cold sweat soaking through his uniform. 400 Medusa-class particle cannons fired simultaneously, like a colossal cosmic scythe, obliterating nearly 100 of the Holy Lancer's warships in an instant. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Report, first wave of attacks completed. Main cannons are recharging. Next wave will be ready in 100 seconds. The captain of the T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship reported through the video feed. "Only 100 seconds between volleys?" St. Kana's face froze upon hearing the number. Witnessing the terrifying power of the T4 Medusa-class, her mind raced. If nothing else was considered, this ship could destroy all enemy vessels in just 33 minutes. St. Kana felt her throat tighten and found it hard to breathe. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to her Holy Angel Corps if this interstellar battleship had appeared in their previous holy duel. Zhao Qin glanced at St. Kana's horrified expression and chuckled inwardly. She still didn't know that the T4 Medusa had an overload combat mode that could significantly reduce recharge time. Although risky and shortening the equipment's lifespan, this trump card could decide the outcome of crucial battles. Following closely, 10 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships launched their attack. 250,000 interstellar missiles roared out, breaking through the enemy's interception net under the Medusa's cover, maximizing the damage. St. Kana watched in shock as the Holy Lancer's ships exploded and disintegrated like horrifyingly beautiful fireworks. This missile barrage destroyed 500 interstellar warships and damaged over 300 more. In just a minute, the Holy Lancer's combat strength was halved, and this was only the beginning. Zhao Qin's main fleet hadn't even engaged yet. Shui Xiaoxiao, Zhao Qin called nonchalantly. Understood. Shui Xiaoxiao excitedly activated the fleet command network. All combat interstellar ships except missile ships, artillery ships, and the 5 T4 Paladin-class escort ships follow me in a charge. A mini-fleet of about 30 interstellar ships quickly assembled. The T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship led the charge like a sharp spear into the enemy formation. 15 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates followed closely, along with a T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser, 4 T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers, and 5 T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers, forming a small but formidable attack formation. Quick! Quick! Launch a counterattack during the enemy's attack interval. The Holy Lancer's commander, in a panic, shouted orders at the top of his lungs. He hadn't anticipated the enemy's long-range attacks to be so devastating, destroying nearly half his forces in just a minute. His only hope now was to eliminate the few dozen enemy ships, close the combat distance, and annihilate those damned missile and artillery ships. However, the small fleet pierced through the Holy Lancer's defenses like a knight's lance. The commander watched in horror, powerless to stop it. The remaining 1,000-plus Holy Lancer's ships attacked frantically, but it was like ants shaking a tree. Zhao Qin's fleet activated full shields and, under the cover of the T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates, easily neutralized the enemy's attacks. The enemy's efforts were mere ripples on their shields, causing no substantial damage. In contrast, every attack from Zhao Qin's fleet destroyed a Holy Lancer's ship, especially the Blue Eyes White Dragon-class battleship at the forefront, whose main cannon fired like a cosmic reaper's scythe. The T4 Sacred Radiance-class light interstellar cruiser locked in its sights had its shield shredded like paper, the hull pierced instantly, turning into a blinding fireball. This scene etched despair into the hearts of the Holy Lancer's high command. The Holy Lancer's commander stumbled backward, grateful his flagship was in the fleet's center. He couldn't imagine surviving such an attack. It's terrifying. Their interstellar ships are monsters, the surrounding officers whispered in fear. 10 minutes passed, and St. Kana stood like a statue, her face still frozen in shock and disbelief. She had witnessed the Holy Lancer's ships being destroyed one by one, and saw how this fleet of less than 30 ships slaughtered their way through as if no one was there. During these 10 minutes, the Dragon Fleet strategy was simple yet effective. After the initial missile barrage, the interstellar missile ships immediately began resupplying from interstellar supply ships. The T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship executed precise bombardments every 100 seconds. The squadron with St. Kana functioned like a sharp scalpel, slicing through the Holy Lancer's fleet. In just 10 minutes, the Holy Lancer's fleet of over 2,000 ships was reduced to less than 600. Zhao Qin's fleet had not suffered a single loss. St. Kana slowly turned to look at the man sitting in the captain's chair. At this moment, Zhao Qin seemed like a deity who ruled the battlefield, overseeing this one-sided massacre. Her heart filled with awe and shock, realizing she was witnessing a battle that would change the interstellar landscape. Report: the T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate, ship number 021, has depleted its starshield energy and exhausted its short-range interception defense missiles. Some sections of the hull have been hit, with an average damage level of 5. The communication officer's voice echoed on the bridge, catching Zhao Qin's attention. Zhao Qin quickly made a decision. Order the T4 Paladin 021 to retreat to the inner line of the fleet. T4 Paladin 021. The commander orders you to change your current mission and retreat to the inner line of the fleet. Another report came through. The T4 King Skull-class heavy interstellar armor destroyer, ship number 09. Throughout the battle, Zhao Qin's fleet had sustained some losses, but he managed to pull damaged ships back to the second line of defense, replacing them with others. In contrast, the number of interstellar ships in the Holy Spear Legion was dwindling, reducing the threat to Zhao Qin's fleet. The battle had turned into a manageable game for Zhao Qin's side. Report: the T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ship has completed missile resupply and is ready for the second round of fire. Another subordinate reported. As Zhao Qin was about to issue new orders, St. Kana suddenly spoke up. Commander, please wait. I have a request. Zhao Qin turned to St. Kana. Go ahead. Please arrange for me to speak with the Holy Spear Legion to persuade them to surrender, St. Kana earnestly requested. Zhao Qin looked at her in surprise. Don't forget, their commander wants you dead. St. Kana remained composed. I know their commander wants to kill me, but that has nothing to do with the other soldiers. Those interstellar soldiers are just following orders and may not even know what they're doing. Even if they are responsible, It should be the light that judges them. Commander, please give me a chance. Moreover, if we can capture them alive, we can gain more intelligence. Zhao Chen considered for a moment. I'll give you 1 minute. If they surrender, I can guarantee their safety. This statement effectively granted Shang Kana's request. On one hand, he wanted to test Shang Kana, and on the other, he hoped to capture more prisoners. After all, 1 minute wouldn't change much. Thank you, Commander. Shang Kana bowed in gratitude and began to connect to the Holy Spear Legion's communication network. She chose a public channel to ensure that all enemy ship bridges could receive her message. Shang Kana's voice echoed through the communication channel. This is Shang Kana, commander of the Holy Angel Legion. I demand all interstellar ships of the Holy Spear Legion to shut down their engines and surrender. I can guarantee your safety. Please do not resist in vain. We are not your enemies. Your lives shouldn't be wasted here. The Holy Spear Legion's commander, Heller, heard Shang Kana's voice and saw her image on the screen. He roared in anger. That traitor! She really did join them. His composure was completely shattered. Shang Kana continued, Commander Heller, I know you are watching and listening to me. I don't know who is behind this, why you are here, or why you attacked me. But I do know that your actions betray the light and your honor. Stop this now and accept judgment from the light. You still have a chance to make amends. Don't let your foolishness cause unnecessary sacrifices among the light's people. The Holy Light Legion should not suffer losses from such a meaningless battle. Heller sneered as he connected to the communication channel. His image appeared before Shang Kana. Seeing his image, Shang Kana felt a glimmer of hope, thinking there was a chance for negotiation. However, Heller's voice was harsh. Shang Kana, you are the one who betrayed the light. What I'm doing is for the Empire, for the light. I won't surrender, and you won't get any information from me. Shang Kana was furious. The opportunity she had fought for from Zhao Chun was about to be wasted by this stubborn man. Heller continued, there will be no further communication between us. Shang Kana, prepare to face the Empire's judgment. Ha ha ha. With that, he cut off the communication, laughing maniacally. After the communication ended, Heller immediately ordered, all ships, retreat at full speed towards the Empire. Send a distress signal to the Empire. Yes, sir. His subordinates swiftly executed the order. Heller had realized the overwhelming strength of the enemy, making further combat impossible. Escape was the only option. The remaining hundreds of interstellar ships from the Holy Spear Legion began their retreat. Xue Xiaoxiao, watching the enemy fleet retreat with her hands on her hips, grumbled, cowards. If you have guts, don't run. I haven't had enough fun yet. Zhao Chen looked at Shang Kana. It seems your attempt to persuade them to surrender failed. Shang Kana's eyes dimmed, and she said nothing more. But just then, a subordinate reported, Sir, a few enemy ships have shut down their engines and are stationary. Hearing this, Shang Kana's eyes lit up with hope again. Zhao Chen hadn't expected Shang Kana's persuasion to have any effect. Zhao Chen immediately issued a series of orders. Have those surrendering ships remain where they are. Command the T3 Judicator to launch a second round of missile strikes on the fleeing enemy fleet. The fleet will continue pursuit for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all ships except for battleships, battlecruisers, cruisers, and frigates with starshield energy above 30 will cease pursuit and move to secure Qianjia starport. The specified ships will continue pursuing the enemy fleet. Make sure to annihilate the Holy Spear Legion. Shang Kana looked at Zhao Chen in shock. She hadn't expected him to follow through on his earlier declaration to annihilate the Holy Spear Legion. Before, she would have thought it was a joke. But now, Shang Kana was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun received battle reports from Chu Xian and Su Lan. The battle was nearly over, with the 3 Holy Spear Legion fleets almost entirely wiped out, and they were in the final cleanup phase. Only some unmanned drones and fighters were lost, with no losses among the interstellar ships. Stretching, Zhao Chen mused, T4 interstellar ships against T3 interstellar ships. This is what I call a dimensional reduction attack. This battle had been immensely satisfying. Simultaneously, Zhao Chen looked forward to the future. One day, when he commands a fleet of 3,000 T4 interstellar ships, what a magnificent sight that would be. In the vast expanse of space, an intense interstellar chase unfolded over the span of several hours. Zhao Chen led a pursuit fleet against the fragmented remnants of the Saint Lance Corps in a fierce game of cat and mouse. Zhao Chen's fleet was limited in number, with fewer than 30 combat starships and less than 10 involved in the chase. In contrast, the Saint Lance Corps still boasted over 300 starships. Despite Zhao Chen's fleet's formidable firepower, annihilating the enemy would take time. Some might wonder why fewer than 10 starships dared to chase over 300. Couldn't the Saint Lance Corps fight back? In fact, after nearly 10 hours of pursuit, the Saint Lance Corps did attempt to counterattack. However, they were utterly crushed by the Xiaolong fleet, led by the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy starship, losing 50 starships in the process. This devastating defeat made the remaining forces of the Saint Lance Corps abandon any thoughts of resistance, focusing solely on escape. Report: the remaining fleet of the Saint Lance Corps has less than 50 starships. Among them, there's one T4 Archangel-class heavy starship and 5 T4 Deity-class medium destroyers, the adjutant reported. Xue Xiaoxiao grumbled. Those cowards just keep running. Especially that T4 Archangel-class heavy starship. It's the worst. Not only does it flee the fastest, but it also orders its allies to shield it every time we have a shot. Shameless. Zhao Chen confidently replied. Don't worry, not a single starship from the Saint Lance Corps will escape. Saint Kana then reminded, don't say I didn't warn you. If we continue on this course for another hour, we'll enter the Sacred Radiance Empire's territory. The Saint Lance Corps will definitely call for help, and their reinforcements are probably already on the way. Zhao Chen responded nonchalantly. I said before, not a single starship from the Saint Lance Corps will leave here. Not a single one. He emphasized the words, not a single one. This battle wasn't just about the obvious reasons. Zhao Chen was also sending a message to the Sacred Radiance Empire. Don't think I don't know about your meddling in the Starshine Empire's affairs. Today, I can wipe out one Saint Lance Corps. Tomorrow, I can eliminate 2, 4, even all of your Holy Light Corps. You'd better consider the cost. Saint Kana's deep gaze swept over Zhao Chen, understanding his intentions. If she were in Zhao Chen's position, she would make the same choice. They were simply serving different masters. Transmit my order. Increase speed. We must annihilate the remaining forces of the Saint Lance Corps within an hour. Zhao Chen commanded decisively. Yes, sir. The order was quickly relayed. The chase continued, with several starships from the Saint Lance Corps falling behind and being destroyed at intervals. Saint Kana watched coldly as the radar showed the Saint Lance Corps' starships disappearing one by one. From 50 to 40, then 30, until there were only 20 left. An hour passed quickly, and the Saint Lance Corps was down to a mere 10 starships. Damn it! That flagship keeps using its allies as shields. If it weren't for that, my shot would have blasted it to pieces. Xue Xiaoxiao complained angrily. Earlier, Xue Xiaoxiao had finally locked onto the T4 Archangel-class heavy starship. Just as the bow cannon was about to break through its star shield, a T3 Light Shield-class heavy frigate intervened, taking the hit and allowing the T4 Archangel to survive. Zhao Chen calmly said, it's fine. Its star shield energy is depleted. One more shot and it's done. To him, the remaining starships of the Saint Lance Corps were like lambs to the slaughter. Report: our radar has detected a large number of starships ahead. A crew member reported urgently. Zhao Chen watched calmly as the radar showed an increasing number of markers at the edge. From thousands, it quickly grew to tens of thousands. Simultaneously, Zhao Chen's side received a public broadcast. Commander, this is a warning message from the fleet ahead. A crew member reported. Zhao Chen opened the message. A voice repeated. This is the Sacred Radiance Empire's Southern Holy Fleet. Cease your attack on our Saint Lance Corps, or face the consequences. Xue Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhao Chen, silently asking if they should continue the attack. Ignore them. Keep firing, Zhao Chen ordered nonchalantly, closing the warning message. A gleam of excitement flashed in Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes as she resumed the pursuit, especially targeting the T4 Archangel-class heavy starship. She couldn't let her prey escape. I remind you, you are provoking the Southern Holy Fleet. Saint Kana warned icily. Zhao Chen leaned back in his captain's chair, hands behind his head, looking carefree. I know. Your Sacred Radiance Empire has not only the 10 Holy Light Corps, but also the 5 major Holy Fleet groups. Each region is governed by an Imperial Regent, overseeing a Holy Fleet group. Each group comprises 100 Standard Fleet Corps, totaling 300,000 starships. Zhao Chen had done his homework on the forces behind the Saint Lance Corps. So what? Even if the Emperor himself comes, I will annihilate the Saint Lance Corps, Zhao Chen said mockingly. Madman, Saint Kana muttered under her breath. At this moment, the Sacred Radiance Empire's starships appeared in overwhelming numbers, reaching tens of thousands and still growing. The remaining starships of the Saint Lance Corps saw the reinforcements as their saviors. Initially, they thought they were safe and that the pursuers would stop. But to their surprise, the pursuers became even more relentless, destroying several Saint Lance Corps starships right in front of the Southern Holy Fleet. The remaining starships of the Saint Lance Corps desperately tried to reach the safety of the Holy Fleet's firepower range. However, what seemed like a short distance might become an insurmountable barrier. Because, suddenly, light rings resembling reflections on a lake appeared ahead, and starships emerged, positioning themselves between the Saint Lance Corps and the Southern Holy Fleet. Saint Kana's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the dragon emblems on the starships. She turned to Zhao Chen, who was smiling faintly. Had he planned this all along? Commander, the entire fleet of the Xiaolong First Legion has completed the jump and is now in combat readiness. Awaiting your orders. Deputy Commander Lilith's voice came through clearly. Soon after, another voice followed. Commander, the entire fleet of the Xiaolong 2nd Legion has completed the jump and is now in combat readiness, awaiting your orders. This was the report from the commander of the Xiaolong 2nd Legion, Qitong. The holographic images of both commanders appeared vividly before Zhao Chun. He smirked. This was the confidence that allowed him to chase the enemy to the border of the Divine Radiance Empire. 6,000 interstellar warships stood like an insurmountable barrier in front of the Sacred Spear Core. Beside him, Shang Kana's eyes flashed with surprise. Though she had heard rumors about the Xiaolong Legion's technology for transporting entire fleets through interstellar jumps, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. Zhao Qin's voice was firm as he gave the order. Prepare for battle. Do not let a single warship from the Sacred Spear Core pass. Yes, sir. The two commanders responded in unison. At this moment, the three remaining warships of the Sacred Spear Core seemed like ants trying to shake a tree against the overwhelming Xiaolong fleet. Commander Heller was on the verge of collapse, having narrowly escaped danger only to fall back into the abyss. He looked despairingly at the communication window and pleaded, "Governor, save me! Save me! Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety," came a calm male voice before the video window closed. Moments later, Zhao Chun received a communication request from someone signed as the Supreme Commander of the Southern Divine Fleet. Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow. This was undoubtedly the governor of the Southern Star region. He turned to Shang Kana. "Do you want to step out for a moment?" Shang Kana replied calmly, "There's no need." Zhao Chun shook his head inwardly. This stubborn girl, her presence on his bridge, combined with his near annihilation of the entire Sacred Spear Core, could only spell trouble. However, the fact that Shang Kana had been in contact with Zhao Chun was probably already an open secret. Since she was so straightforward, Zhao Chun decided to stop arguing and accepted the communication request. A man dressed in luxurious attire, seated on a captain's chair made of pure white jade, appeared in the hologram. Both sides stared at each other in silence, neither willing to speak first. The governor seemed to notice Shang Kana but chose to ignore her. In the tense atmosphere, an untimely cheer broke out. "Oh yeah, Commander, I just blasted another one. Hit it right in the rear and it came out the front. Quite a sight." The governor's expression turned visibly displeased. He spoke in a low voice, "Lord Zhao, could you cease your fleet's attacks?" Zhao Chun chuckled. "You want me to stop just because you said so? That would make me look pretty weak." The governor stared at Zhao Chun, his tone softening slightly. "I understand the holy war duel between the Xiaolong Legion and the Sacred Angel Legion. I have great respect for your Xiaolong Legion. For the sake of friendly relations between our two empires, I ask that you halt the battle. We can discuss any misunderstandings." Zhao Qin's tone was laced with provocation. "How about I finish off these last two warships first, then we can talk. Or, you could try negotiating with my fleet." The governor took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy. "Lord Zhao, I have 20 Legion fleets of the Southern Divine Fleet Group here, totaling 60,000 warships. I don't wish for anything unfortunate to happen here." Zhao Qin remained unfazed, counting on his fingers. "I just wiped out the entire Sacred Spear Core with fewer than 100 warships. So, tell me, with 6,000 warships, can I wipe out your 60,000? Want to give it a try?" Shang Kana gasped quietly, "Madman? Madman." She hadn't expected Zhao Chun to negotiate with such a hardline stance, practically adding fuel to the fire. Yet, she had to admit, his threat was potent. After all, the Sacred Spear Core had indeed been annihilated by fewer than 100 Xiaolong warships. That was an undeniable fact. At that moment, Xue Xiaoxiao's voice echoed again. "Huh? Just took down another one. Let's see who's gonna protect you now." The governor's voice grew somber. "Lord Zhao, are you declaring war on the Divine Radiance Empire? This is going too far." Zhao Qin immediately retorted. "Too far? It was the Sacred Spear Core that went too far. They committed 4 major crimes." He then listed the crimes. Sending assassins to attack him in Star City, colluding with the Qin family to plunder and enslave his people, obstructing his rescue mission, and engaging in military trade and smuggling with the Xingyao Empire's rebels. Zhao Chun concluded through gritted teeth. "So, the Sacred Spear Core brought this upon themselves. I must destroy them. No one can change that." Shang Kana looked at Zhao Chun with a peculiar expression. She realized that while Zhao Qin's words seemed reasonable, they were actually filled with sophistry. The first crime was actually an attack targeting her, with Zhao Chun merely caught in the crossfire. The second crime had some merit. The third and fourth were preemptive accusations against Qin Xiaoyan's group as rebels. Cleverly, Zhao Qin only held the Sacred Spear Core accountable, never directly accusing the Divine Radiance Empire. This undoubtedly gave the governor a way out. At this moment, the governor faced 2 choices. Either go to war with Zhao Chun, risking heavy losses even if victorious, or swallow his pride and take the way out Zhao Chun offered. Shang Kana saw that Zhao Chun was gambling, but she couldn't understand what gave Zhao Chun the confidence that the Southern Divine Fleet Group wouldn't dare attack him. Zhao Chun looked at the governor with a mocking smile. Governor, I have solid evidence for everything I've said. Would you like to see it? A fleet of 20 legions, comprising 60,000 interstellar warships, was arrayed in space, resembling a vast metallic ocean. Yet, ahead of this colossal formation, 6,000 interstellar warships stood like an insurmountable barrier. Governor, we will enter maximum firing range in 60 seconds, the adjutant whispered. The Southern governor stared at the man with a faint smile on the communication screen, filled with doubt. What gave this man the confidence to confront the Southern Holy Fleet? Did he really intend to wage war against the Holy Radiance Empire? The governor's eyes shifted to the star map, where the red firing line was clearly visible. Crossing that line would mean the battle could break out at any moment, spiraling out of control. He looked again at the calm and composed man across from him, silently remembering the name. Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Legion. Very well, I will remember you, the Southern governor said, cutting off the communication. Saint Kana, looking puzzled, asked uncertainly, are we going to war? At that moment, Secretary Lilith reported, Sir, the enemy fleet is decelerating, and it seems they are turning away. Zhao Chun calmly ordered, keep a close watch on their movements. Do not let your guard down. If they fire, destroy their main fleet immediately. Yes, sir. Zhao Chun stretched leisurely, saying, well, it's over. Saint Kana was incredulous. It's over just like that? Zhao Chun explained, of course, the Southern governor doesn't want to go to war, so it ends here. Saint Kana stared at the star map, watching the Southern Holy Fleet's clear turn, filled with doubt. Could they really let the culprits who destroyed the Sacred Spear Legion go? More confusing was the presence of AT-4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship from the Sacred Spear Legion nearby. Just then, Xue Xiaoxiao's excited voice broke in. Target locked. Fire! She commanded the T-4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship, aiming at the fleeing enemy ship. A massive silver beam pierced through the T-4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship from the side, obliterating it completely. With the flagship's fall, the Sacred Spear Legion's demise was sealed. Saint Kana watched it all, still unable to fully accept the reality, especially the retreat of the Southern Holy Fleet. It's over? Saint Kana asked in disbelief. Zhao Chun quipped, of course, do you think they would fight to the death for a legion already destroyed? Saint Kana struggled to find the words. Annihilating the Sacred Spear Legion is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Holy Radiance Empire. Even if the crimes you listed are justified, the Southern Holy Fleet's governor should. Zhao Chun cut in, should fight my Xiaolong Legion for your Holy Radiance Empire's honor, avenging the Sacred Spear Legion, right? Saint Kana nodded, as that was indeed her expected outcome. Zhao Chun continued to analyze, and then, this Southern governor returns with a heavily damaged fleet, gaining so-called honor but likely facing backlash from other governors. You must know, I am fully confident I can take down these 60,000 interstellar warships. Even in a war of attrition, if he mobilizes the remaining Southern Holy Fleet to gather 300,000 ships, I am confident my 6,000 can take out at least half of his forces, if not more. He would pay such a high price for what you call honor. Saint Kana found Zhao Chun's analysis unbelievable. Other governors would undermine him? How is that possible? Zhao Chun laughed. You're good at warfare, but your holy light faith has made you too naive in these matters. Do you really think the internal conflicts of your Holy Radiance Empire are as simple as they seem? The Saint family holds absolute power. Seeing Saint Kana's confusion, Zhao Chun explained further. You are truly blinded by your situation. You mentioned that in your empire, the Saint family is the strongest. But your family system is different from our Starshine Empire. It's more like a corporation or conglomerate. The Saint family is not a single bloodline but a coalition of several factions through marriage and cooperation. Even if they appear united now, they could quickly fall apart given the right opportunity. Zhao Chun elaborated, you mentioned that among your empire's 5 governors, 2 are from the Saint family, and 1 apprenticed under them. This corresponds to the 3 factions within the Saint family. The Southern governor we just encountered is one of them, correct? Saint Kana was astonished that someone from the Starshine Empire knew so much about their internal affairs. Zhao Chun continued his analysis. The 3 factions within the Saint family have always maintained a balance. But if one faction's military power suddenly diminishes, what do you think the other 2 factions would do? Saint Kana was at a loss for words. Zhao Chun bluntly stated, the remaining 2 factions would use every means to swallow it up. More importantly, I suspect there's another reason the Southern governor retreated so decisively. This reason makes rescuing the Sacred Spear Legion meaningless. However, we need further investigation to confirm it. The Southern Sacred Fleet quietly retreated. The Xiaolong Legion deployed T-3 Silver Mouse-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to follow for a while. Once they confirmed there was no threat, they withdrew. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun led the Xiaolong fleet back to the slave planet owned by the Qian family. The battle was over, and the slave planet and starport were under Zhao Chen's control. Most of the Qian family fleet had been destroyed, with only a small faction escaping to their main star system. On the communication screen, Chu Xian asked Zhao Chun if they should pursue. Her eyes burned with the desire for revenge, clearly unsatisfied with merely destroying the fleet. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chun replied, "We will settle accounts with the Qian family. They can run, but they can't hide. First, have all interstellar warships rest and resupply for 3 hours." Yes. Chu Xian's eyes lit up as she promptly began arranging the orders. Zhao Chun reviewed the battle report. Over 2,800 interstellar warships from the Sacred Spear Legion were destroyed, with more than 200 captured. The Qian family lost over 290 ships, with 30 captured. The number of prisoners was enormous and still being tallied. The Xiaolong Legion suffered minimal losses, with fewer than 100 casualties among personnel. The holographic image of Secretary Lilith appeared, reporting, "Commander, we have scanned and checked the internal systems and all data storage devices from the wreckage of the Sacred Spear Legion's flagship, the T4 Judgment Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship." Saint Kana, standing beside Zhao Chun, glanced at him with concern. "Copy any useful intelligence data," Zhao Chun instructed. Lilith quickly transmitted a data file. Zhao Chun barely glanced at it before handing the palm-sized data device to Saint Kana. "You might find this useful," he said. Saint Kana took it with surprise, and Zhao Chun added, "Most of the content is just clues about some cooperation between the Sacred Radiance Empire and Qin Xiaotian." Turning to Lilith, Zhao Chun asked the question that truly concerned him. "Did we find that thing?" Lilith shook her head. According to intelligence, Qin Xiaotian's representative handed a data box to the Sacred Spear Legion's commander at the starport. "We didn't find the data box in the flagship wreckage, but 10 minutes before it was destroyed, an encrypted file was sent out, directed towards the Southern Sacred Fleet. Can we recover the sent content?" Zhao Chun asked. "The data was thoroughly deleted, making recovery impossible," Lilith replied. Unsurprised, Zhao Chun turned to Saint Kana and explained, "Now you see why the Sacred Spear Legion was completely abandoned? The Southern governor got what they wanted. Unfortunately, Commander Heller's eagerness to transmit the data cost him his life." Saint Kana realized. So the data was the true value of the Sacred Spear Legion. Without it, there's no reason to fight for the Legion. "What could that data be?" she asked, frowning. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes. "Zerg technology, perhaps the technology to control Zerg hive ships. Or the technology to open cosmic wormholes." "Open cosmic wormholes? Does Prince Yin have that capability?" Saint Kana was shocked. The Zerg posed a threat to both major empires, and cosmic wormholes had always been uncontrollable, random phenomena. Zhao Chun speculated, "I'm not sure, but the few abnormal wormhole incidents in the Star Empire make me suspect Qin Xiaotian has that technology. Otherwise, his control over so many Zerg hive ships doesn't make sense." Saint Kana fell into contemplation. The information on the data disk in her hand was mostly unimportant, merely confirming some undisclosed dealings between the Saint family and Qin Xiaotian. Zhao Chun reminded her, "It's best to advise your Senate against researching Zerg technology when you return. It's unreliable, especially if it comes from Qin Xiaotian." "Do you really think he'd give you something good for nothing?" Saint Kana looked at Zhao Chun in surprise, not expecting him to warn her. Zhao Chun explained, "The Sacred Radiance Empire is a potential enemy, but the interstellar Zerg are a greater threat. At least our wars won't lead to the extinction of our race." He recalled the battles with the Zerg. "Those fights were too oppressive. I don't want to go through that again." "Wait, did you say when I return?" Saint Kana suddenly realized. "Are you saying you're going to let me go?" Zhao Chun shrugged. "Unless you want to stay and freeload? Unless you want to join the Xiaolong Legion, I might consider it." He eyed Saint Kana and smiled. "I happen to need a few more secretaries. How about it? Working for me is quite rewarding, you know." A system notification sounded. "Mission, protect Saint Kana's safety completed. You have received the reward. T4 Shadow Demon Class Light, Interstellar Stealth Bomber Technology Blueprint." Zhao Chun was determined to let Saint Kana go this time, primarily because of the system's mission. He calmly thought it through. This pawn had completed its task and was no longer useful. However, Shinkana's reaction was unexpected when Zhao Chun suggested she become his secretary. She glared at him, both embarrassed and angry. Despite Zhao Chun saving her life and demonstrating incredible strength, which had significantly changed her impression of him, their positions remained fundamentally opposed. Shinkana snorted coldly, her sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Chun. "Are you planning to attack the transport fleet between the Holy Radiance Empire and Qin Xiaotian next? The intel we just received includes information about this fleet." The starport that was previously attacked was just one of many. Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow and teased, "That's right. What are you planning to stop me?" Shinkana's expression turned serious. "I didn't care much about our empire's cooperation with Qin Xiaotian before. But after learning that he controls those terrifying interstellar insects and is researching that technology, my beliefs won't allow our empire to work with someone like him." So, go ahead and disrupt it. I won't mind. She paused, squinting at Zhao Chun. But we are still enemies. Next time we meet on the battlefield, my holy angel core will. She trailed off, seemingly unsure of her own words. Shenkana then provocatively looked at Zhao Chun. Anyway, if you ever fall into my hands, considering you saved me once, I might just let you be my secretary. Her words hinted she would torment him thoroughly. Zhao Chun shrugged off the unlikely threat. I'll first take you back to Star City. You can contact your family to pick you up. The Holy Spear Corps has been annihilated, and the Qian family. They're next. You won't be in any danger in Star City. He reminded her seriously, however. You should be careful. The situation in your empire is complicated. That insect technology in your empire's hands will only cause internal conflict. Be careful not to get burned. Shinkana chuckled and retorted, given our opposing positions, shouldn't you be hoping for that to happen? Zhao Chan turned to look at the vast universe outside the porthole, his tone softening. Honestly, I don't want to fight any interstellar wars. I just want to live a free, happy, and prosperous life with the people I care about. But clearly, your Holy Radiance Empire won't allow that, which is why we are on opposing sides. He added sincerely, if your Holy Radiance Empire gave up its ambitions towards the Xingyao Empire, there's a chance we could be friends. Shenkana pondered Zhao Qin's words for a long time. Finally, she gave him a silent glance, then turned to leave the bridge to notify her subordinates of the departure arrangements and contact her family for temporary lodging in Star City. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Corps was fully prepared. Zhao Qin decisively ordered them to split into two groups. The Xiaolong Second Corps was to attack the Holy Radiance Empire's interstellar transport fleet, while the Xiaolong First Corps would follow him to assault all of the Qian family's territory planets. This was not only to fulfill his promise to Chu Xian, but also to sever the connection between the Holy Radiance Empire and Qin Xiaotian. Several hours later, Chu Xian reported to Zhao Qian, Commander, Qian family head Qian Feng is leading his clan and remaining warships to flee the Qian family's main star system. Zhao Qian sneered. Fleeing? Do they think they can escape? Chu Xian said gravely, the Qian remnants are heading to Star City. The Xiaolong First Corps is trying to intercept them, but it's difficult to catch them completely before they reach Star City. Currently, only a few interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers are in pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, Commander, we could destroy all industrial facilities in the Qian family's territory, take everything we can, and free all the slaves. This would cripple their foundation, and it would take them a long time to recover. We would have achieved our goal. Zhao Chun, sitting in the captain's chair, smiled mischievously. Hiding in Star City? We should thank Qian Feng for this. I was just looking for an opportunity. Chu Xian looked at the commander in confusion, not understanding his intention. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes and decisively ordered, relay my orders. The Xiaolong First Corps will head directly to Star City. Chu Xian was shocked. Commander, are we really going to provoke the Star Alliance? The cost would be too great. If we break ties with the Star Alliance, then... Don't worry, we won't pay any price, Zhao Chun said calmly. Chu Xian swallowed, adjusted her emotions, and executed the commander's order. The Xiaolong First Corps, with 3,000 interstellar warships, set off grandly towards Star City. At that moment, in the Qian family's fleeing fleet, Qian Feng stared at the star map, watching the distance to Star City decrease and the relentless pursuit of the Xiaolong Corps. Clenching his fist, he reassured his panicked clan members, don't be afraid. Once we reach Star City, the Xiaolong Corps won't dare touch us. As long as we survive, we'll find a way to rebuild. As the fleet of clan leader Qian Feng approached Star City, they suddenly received an emergency alert. On the radar screen, dozens of red markers were rapidly closing in from behind the blue markers, representing the Qian family fleet. These were enemy interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers in hot pursuit. Report. Our fleet is under attack from the rear. Some of our ships have already been hit. The communications officer's voice was filled with tension. Qian Feng quickly pulled up the star map, frowning deeply. He decisively issued an order, relay my command. The 30 ships at the rear are to cover the main fleet's retreat. This was undoubtedly a death sentence, but Qian Feng had no worries about compliance. The families of the commanders of those 30 ships were all on transports under his control. Their lives hung on his decision. As expected, the 30 ships immediately slowed down and turned to face the enemy upon receiving the order. Outside the portholes, fierce firefights erupted, painting the silent cosmos with brilliant yet deadly lights. However, these ships were no match for the powerful enemy forces and were quickly reduced to floating wreckage after just a few exchanges. The enemy ships crossed the debris and continued their pursuit. Gritting his teeth, Qian Feng ordered another 30 ships to sacrifice themselves. His eyes were locked on the Star City marker on the star map, getting closer and closer. One thought dominated his mind. As long as we reach Star City, we'll be safe. Finally, after sacrificing nearly 100 ships, the Qian family fleet entered Star City's no-combat zone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis was over. However, a loud explosion shattered this brief tranquility. Outside the portholes, a Qian family warship disintegrated in flames. Fear instantly filled the command room. What's going on? Haven't we already entered the no-combat zone? Qian Dafu shouted in panic. The deputy, trembling, pointed at the star map. We are indeed in the no-combat zone. But the enemy is still firing. Clan leader Qian Feng burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! That lunatic dares to fire in the no-combat zone. This is a declaration of war against the Star Alliance. Ignore them, keep moving forward. They won't dare to bombard Star City. Meanwhile, the Star City Port Authority received an emergency docking request from the Qian family. The staff immediately opened the exclusive lane for the Qian family, prioritizing their docking. However, the radar suddenly picked up a large number of unidentified ships chasing the Qian family fleet and even firing within the no-combat zone. The person in charge, shocked, immediately ordered, send a warning to those ships, informing them that this is a no-combat zone. Also, put Star City's defense systems on high alert and notify the management. Soon, an unexpected reply came. The Falcon Corps is on a mission, pursuing enemies. Stop the Qian family ships from docking immediately, or face the consequences. This arrogant response threw the entire Port Authority into chaos. Meanwhile, the high officials of the Star Alliance received urgent meeting notifications. In an emergency video conference, clan leader Qian Feng made a frantic appeal. Ladies and gentlemen, the Falcon Corps is too arrogant. Not only did they attack our territory, but they also dared to fire in the no-combat zone. This is a provocation to the Star Alliance. I demand immediate trade sanctions against the Falcon territory. The words of Master Qian Feng were like a bombshell, igniting the emotions of the representatives in the conference room. The Star Alliance had always presented a united front to the outside world, making it impossible for them to ignore the attack on the Qian family. President Guiji spoke calmly. We need to deliberate on this matter carefully. I suggest we first establish contact with the leader of the Xiaolong Legion to understand the full situation. Her tone revealed a hint of caution, especially since the Star Shark Guild had recently gained control over some new interstellar trade routes, elevating her status within the alliance. Several representatives nodded in agreement. That's right, we need to figure out what's going on. If we can make the Xiaolong leader back down, all the better. After all, peace brings prosperity. However, Master Qian Feng was not ready to let this opportunity slip. His voice carried a trace of agitation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Xiaolong Legion's interstellar warships have already reached the outskirts of Star City, and they are engaging in combat within a no-fight zone. This is clearly a provocation against our entire alliance. He looked around the room and continued. I know there is some competition between our families, but our positions are aligned. If the Qian family is persecuted and the alliance does nothing, your families could be next. The Star Alliance has thrived because we work together against external threats. At that moment, a notification for a new participant appeared. It was the security chief of Star City, whom they all supported. The group exchanged looks and agreed to let him join. The security chief's voice was tense. Reporting to all, the interstellar warships that attacked the Qian family fleet are approaching Star City and are now within the range of our defense cannons. Our 900 security ships are on high alert, facing off against them. He paused before continuing. The enemy has sent a message demanding we expel all Qian family members within 10 minutes, or they will take action themselves. They warn that anyone who obstructs them will face severe consequences. The security chief took a deep breath and added, based on our identification, although the models of those interstellar warships are unclear, several are T4 class, and the rest are T3 class, totaling nearly 100 ships. Please advise on how to proceed. This left everyone in the room in silence. Master Qian Feng suddenly shouted hysterically, attack, fire, destroy all those interstellar warships. But his words were now ignored. No one had expected the enemy to be so aggressive, directly demanding the handover of the Qian family members. This was outrageous. One of the representatives spoke in a deep voice. Establish contact with them immediately. Inform them this is Star City, and regardless of their origins, they must follow our rules here. Warn them not to go too far. The security chief took his orders and left. President Guiji coldly taunted, Master Qian Feng, what kind of trouble have you stirred up to have them chase you here with T4 and T3 class warships? The others were not surprised by President Guiji's aggressive stance. They all knew her daughter had been abducted during a Qian family wedding, and anyone in her position would harbor ill feelings towards the Qian family. Master Qian Feng snorted and replied vaguely, just some business matters. Everyone dealing in interstellar trade is bound to make some enemies, right? Soon, the security chief returned with a response from the Xiaolong Legion. He was sweating, and his voice trembled. Ladies and gentlemen, the enemy has stated their commander is not present, and they will not engage in any negotiations. They are strictly following military orders. They insist the Qian family must pay for their actions. and anyone who shelters or obstructs them will be declaring war on the Xiaolong Legion. He took a deep breath and continued, they have reiterated their warning. Expel the Qian family fleet within 10 minutes, or they will bombard Star City. This is their final ultimatum. Master Qianfeng was furious. Ridiculous. Do they think this is the Xingyao Empire, or the Xiaolong system? Do they think a few T4 warships can intimidate us here? What do they take the Star Alliance for? President Guiji sensed trouble. The Xiaolong fleet's stance was clearly to escalate the conflict. She looked around and saw that most of the representatives had grim expressions. A few hot-headed representatives angrily said, bombard Star City? This Xiaolong leader's troops have some nerve. Our Star Alliance may not be strong militarily, but our trade network and connections span the entire Galactic Union. If we wanted, we could make the prices of essential goods in any star system triple. Within a month, that place would be in ruins, unable to export a single item. I want to see if these Xiaolong warships dare to really attack Star City. Master Qianfeng was secretly pleased. This was exactly the outcome he desired. If the Star Alliance stood against the Xiaolong Legion, the Xiaolong Legion would suffer greatly. An elderly representative spoke in a deep voice. Let's see how the Xiaolong Legion's warships respond next. As the oldest person present, his words carried weight and respect. The representatives then began using their connections to contact the Xingyao Empire, hoping to pressure the Xiaolong leader through their collaborators, while continuing to monitor the situation. Outside Star City, the nearly 100-strong Xiaolong fleet remained in a standoff with the city's defense fleet. They did not advance, but all their cannons were aimed at the route taken by the Qian family. As the final ultimatum approached, a female captain in the Xiaolong fleet coldly checked the time and then issued the order to fire. If anyone had been present, they would have been shocked by her decisiveness. Did she not understand the special status of Star City? How could she dare to attack with just 100 warships? But to this Xiaolong captain, nothing was more important than following her commander's orders. Moreover, the commander had made his intentions clear. First, if Star City wants to negotiate, firmly refuse and maintain a tough stance. Second, threaten Star City to hand over the Qian family, or face bombardment. Third, any unit that dares to attack the Xiaolong warships can be destroyed without hesitation. Clearly, Zhao Qian intended to teach Star City a harsh lesson. President Guiji was intently watching the 10 video screens in front of her when suddenly, all the images began to flicker simultaneously, as if some interference had occurred. At the same time, she felt a slight tremor under her feet. What's going on? She thought, frowning. This feels like an earthquake, but we're in Star City. How could that be possible? Looking around, she noticed that the other delegates had also sensed the anomaly, their faces filled with bewilderment. Just then, the head of security burst into the conference room, his voice laced with barely concealed panic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an emergency. The Xiaolong fleet just bombarded the Qian family space route. While there were no casualties, a dozen Closian defense guns have been destroyed. He quickly pulled up a video feed for everyone to see. The footage showed a massive crater in one area of Star City, its exposed parts charred and broken, with black smoke rising continuously. This scene instantly heightened the tension among the attendees. None of them had anticipated that the Xiaolong fleet would dare to fire upon Star City. Patriarch Qianfeng stood up, his voice trembling with anger. Retaliate. Attack. The Xiaolong fleet has fired upon Star City, and we cannot just stand by. If we don't fight back, the Star Alliance will become a laughingstock in future business dealings. The other delegates echoed his sentiments, with more than half agreeing that a response was necessary. They believed this was no longer just a Qian family issue but a matter concerning the honor of the entire Star Alliance. President Guiji furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, how did things escalate to this point? Why wasn't I informed before that person took action? How should I coordinate with him now? Just as Patriarch Qianfeng saw that everyone was leaning toward military retaliation, the head of security shouted again, his voice filled with terror. This is bad. Our radars have detected a massive fleet of interstellar warships on the outskirts, numbering at least 1,000, and they're all T3 class. The news hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the composure of everyone present. An elder delegate hurriedly asked, are they all from the Xiaolong fleet? The head of security quickly responded, based on the fleet's insignia, they are indeed all from the Xiaolong fleet. The exact number is still unclear, but it's estimated to be around 3,000 ships, with a few T4 class warships among them. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Several delegates glared angrily at Patriarch Qianfeng, as if blaming him for provoking such a formidable adversary and then hiding in Star City like a coward. The elder delegate took a deep breath and solemnly proposed, I suggest we immediately order all Star City warships to refrain from attacking without our command. Also, evacuate all combat personnel from around the Qian family space route. We cannot act rashly without understanding the full situation. This proposal quickly gained the approval of the majority. Even those who had previously clamored for retaliation changed their stance. Facing nearly 3,000 T3 class warships, they knew that any misstep could plunge Star City into grave danger. The elder delegate continued, "Have you contacted our networks in the Xingyao Empire? Can they put pressure on the Xiaolong Lord?" The delegates who had reached out looked uneasy as they revealed their findings. Some partners in the Xingyao Empire said they couldn't help. A marquis in the North Wind starfield threatened to cut ties, and the Chu family warned that opposing the Xiaolong Lord was tantamount to opposing them. These revelations left everyone stunned. Unfamiliar with the Xingyao Empire, they hadn't realized the extent of Zhao Qin's influence, especially in the Chu River and North Wind starfields. At that moment, the 3,000 warships had already entered Star City's firing range, looming over the city like a massive storm cloud. Inside Star City, those who received the news were in a panic, with some even beginning to flee from the opposite side of the city. "So, what do we do now?" a nervous delegate asked. The room was filled with anxious glances. No one had expected the situation to escalate this far. Just then, the head of security urgently reported, "The Xiaolong fleet commander has sent a video message." The elder delegate immediately ordered, "Play it for us, and contact the Xiaolong Lord. Tell him we're willing to negotiate." The head of security smiled wryly, "I've already replied, but they said whether we can negotiate depends on our sincerity. For now, let's watch the video message." The video showed a young man sitting in the captain's chair. He began, "Members of the Star Alliance, I am Zhao Chun, Lord of the Xiaolong Star System. I've come to Star City not to wage war against you, but to settle a score with someone." At the mention of settling a score, all eyes turned to Patriarch Qian Feng. He tried to defend himself, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are a unified alliance, we can't." But he was immediately cut off by the elder delegate's stern command, "Silence." Zhao Chun continued, "During my previous visit to Star City, I was attacked. After investigation, it was found that the Qian family was behind it. Furthermore, the Qian family has been sending fleets to the Chu River starfield to hunt our people, selling and torturing them as slaves. When we conducted rescue missions, the Qian family colluded with the Sacred Spear Legion to ambush my Xiaolong fleet. We had no choice but to annihilate them. The Qian family and I are now mortal enemies. Therefore, I urge you all to think carefully." The video ended, accompanied by documents proving Zhao Qin's claims. However, the evidence was secondary to the shocking revelation that Zhao Qin had wiped out the Sacred Spear Legion, one of the Holy Radiance Empire's top 10 legions. The elder delegate immediately ordered, "Use all available channels to investigate the recent events between the Qian family and the Xiaolong fleet." The head of security swallowed hard and reported, "Everyone, we just received another message from the Xiaolong Legion. The Lord has given us 3 minutes. If he doesn't get the result he wants, it won't just be a few cannon shots next." He brought up several video feeds showing the Xiaolong Legion in full readiness. The sight of densely packed interstellar missile ships and other warships' cannons made everyone's spine tingle. This firepower was enough to level the entire Star City. An elder at the meeting stared directly at the Qin family head and demanded sternly, "Qian Feng, is what the Xiaolong Lord said true?" Sweat beaded on Qian Feng's forehead as he hesitated. The elder shouted angrily, "If you don't come clean, don't blame us for not handling your mess." Reluctantly, Qian Feng admitted, "Some of it is true. Due to the high demand for slave trade, we had no choice but to source from the Chu Hexing region. But they were just ordinary poor people. Then the Xiaolong Legion attacked our Sky City, disrupted my son's wedding, and kidnapped his fiancée." He turned to the Ghost Empress, "Your daughter is now in the hands of the Xiaolong Legion." The Ghost Empress snorted, "I'll handle my daughter's situation myself." "Has the Sacred Spear Legion really been annihilated?" Qian Feng stammered, "I'm not sure, but they were indeed defeated. Some of their ships fled towards the Holy Radiance Empire." Suddenly, he excitedly suggested, "The Xiaolong Legion attacking the Sacred Spear Legion is an act of war against the Holy Radiance Empire. We can contact the Holy Radiance Empire. If they intervene, they can surely destroy the Xiaolong Legion." The room was abuzz with shock at the Xiaolong Legion's victory, while also weighing Qian Feng's suggestion. At that moment, the tavern owner received startling information. Taking a deep breath, he said gravely, "The Xiaolong Legion destroyed the Qian family fleet and the Sacred Spear Legion with fewer than 100 warships. During the pursuit at the Holy Radiance Empire's border, they even destroyed the Sacred Spear Legion's flagship in front of the Southern Holy Fleet. More shockingly, the Southern Holy Fleet chose to retreat." The tavern owner added, "One of the 5 governors of the Holy Radiance Empire, the governor of the Southern Star region, was present at the time." The conference room fell silent. Qian Feng's face was pale with fear. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Desperately, Qian Feng proposed, "My family is willing to give up our control over 50 of our commercial resources and share our cooperation with the Holy Radiance Empire with you all. Only by uniting can the Star Alliance truly become powerful." However, several representatives had just received messages from new business partners. Faced with shrinking market share, they urgently needed to explore new resources. The elder coldly announced, "We will now vote on this matter. Those in favor of expelling the Qian family, please raise your hands." He raised his hand first. Qian Feng watched in shock as the other 8 members also raised their hands. He cried out in despair, "Genie Zhang, Bulwo, Ghost Empress, how can you do this?" But the 9 remained impassive. The elder declared coldly, "Since everyone has decided, I announce that the Qian family is no longer a member of the Star Alliance. All Qian family members are to be expelled from Star City immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Feng's video connection was ruthlessly cut off. The Qian family fleet slowly sailed into the internal channels of Star City, and the crew immediately felt a sense of security. After all, this was Star City. No matter how brazen the Xiaolong interstellar warships were, they wouldn't dare act recklessly here. Standing on the bridge, Qian Dafa's eyes burned with anger. The Xiaolong Legion, the Chu family, he spat through gritted teeth. "These are the ones who attacked us from behind and kidnapped my fiancée. They'll remember this. Once our relationship with the Holy Radiance Empire deepens, the Qian family will settle this score." Suddenly, the fleet came to an abrupt halt. Qian Dafu immediately sensed something was wrong. "What's going on?" he demanded sharply. The captain, clearly nervous, replied, "Young master, the channel ahead is blocked, and a large number of shuttles have appeared around us." Qian Dafu frowned and looked out the porthole. The gates ahead were closed, and thousands of shuttles swarmed around the Qian family fleet like bees. In the vastness of space, these small shuttles were insignificant, but in the narrow channel, they posed a significant threat. Just as Qian Dafu was pondering the situation, a video window popped up. The face of Pan Yang, the head of security, appeared on the screen, his tone cold and resolute. "Qian family fleet, leave the current channel immediately. You are no longer welcome in Star City. Please withdraw at once." Qian Dafu was furious. "Pan Yang, what do you mean by this? How dare you expel the Qian family? Don't forget, a fifth of Star City's security budget comes from us." Pan Yang merely sneered, as if looking at a stray dog. "You have 10 minutes to leave Star City, or we will forcibly remove you." At that moment, Qian Feng, the family patriarch, staggered onto the bridge, his face weary and full of despair. Qian Dafu hurried over to him. "Father, Pan Yang is trying to expel us." Qian Feng pushed his son aside and slumped into the captain's chair. He looked up at Pan Yang, his voice hoarse. "Pan Yang, I want to speak to the old man one more time." Pan Yang replied coldly, "The old man said he won't speak to you again. Please leave Star City immediately." Qian Feng gave a bitter smile. "Are you truly so heartless? In the past, all the families and organizations vied to cooperate with me. Now, you cast us aside without mercy?" Pan Yang responded calmly, "Patriarch Qian, I warned you long ago that injustice leads to self-destruction. Engaging in interstellar trade doesn't require much conscience, but your attacks on planets and slave raids were too much. This is your retribution." Qian Feng clenched his fists and glared at Pan Yang. "In interstellar trade, one must be ruthless and unscrupulous. Where did I go wrong? No, my only mistake was being too weak. If I were strong enough, who would dare touch the Qian family?" Pan Yang said no more, knowing that a few words wouldn't change Qian Feng's deeply ingrained beliefs. Suddenly, Qian Feng screamed hysterically, "If we're going to die, we'll take some of you down with us." Qian family warships attack. "Fire!" Pan Yang smirked, having anticipated this move. At his command, countless turrets emerged from the walls of the channel, targeting the Qian family's interstellar warships. These weapons, originally meant to repel external foes, were now aimed at former allies. Qian Dafu watched in horror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. 3 hours later, the battered remnants of the Qian family warships were dragged out of the old main channel. Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair of his fleet, a slight smile playing on his lips as he observed the wreckage. Chu Xian reported to Zhao Chun, "Star City authorities claim the Qian family warships launched an attack during their expulsion, forcing the security forces to destroy them all. Qian Feng, Qian Dafu, and other members of the Qian family were killed." Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction, having finally avenged their grievances. "Additionally, Star City wishes to negotiate with you." Zhao Chun waved his hand dismissively. "No need for negotiations, that's not my forte. Let someone else handle it. We have more important matters. Relay my orders. All fleets, set course for the new coordinates to rendezvous with the Xiaolong 2nd Legion." "Yes, sir." 3,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships slowly began to move, preparing to leave Star City. Zhao Chun turned to Shankana behind him. "All right, my business is done. Commander, it's time for you to go. I want to see you off." Shankana looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. "How did you convince the Star City leaders to abandon the Qian family? This goes against the principles of the Star Alliance." Zhao Chun smiled. "Merchants are the best at weighing pros and cons, knowing how to choose the greatest benefit. Compared to others, merchants are simpler and easier to control. As long as you offer them enough benefits, principles become empty words. Shankana gave Zhao Chun one last look, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent as she left the bridge. The Holy Radiance Empire had a lot of matters awaiting her attention. She didn't know when they would meet again, but she vowed that next time, she would defeat him and make him her secretary. The thought brought a slight smile to her lips. Qin Shaotian suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot with anger as he stared intently at the subordinate kneeling before him. What did you say? The raw materials and semi-finished products from the Holy Radiance Empire were all hijacked by the Xiaolong Legion. The subordinate, head bowed and voice trembling, replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Qian family, the middlemen between us and the Holy Radiance Empire, have been eliminated by the Xiaolong Legion. Even if the Holy Radiance Empire is willing to continue supplying us, it will take at least several months to reorganize interstellar transport ships, escort routes, and transit stations." Qin Shaotian gritted his teeth. The Xiaolong Legion, those mad dogs. He glanced at the mountain of distress signals on his desk, all from the Tsangyue Star region. Their third legion has occupied most of the Tsangyue Star region. Standing nearby, Qin Longqing's expression was grave. "Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. The Xiaolong Legion is growing stronger, and our external support has been cut off. Delaying further will only worsen our situation." Qin Shaotian took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the map of the Xingyao Empire. He had planned to wait until he had enough leverage to crush the Xiaolong Legion in one decisive strike. But now, it seemed the enemy was giving him no such opportunity. With the Holy Radiance Empire's support severed and the Tsangyue Star region in peril, the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. "Everyone, leave," Qin Shaotian commanded in a somber tone. The room emptied as the subordinates filed out, leaving Qin Shaotian alone. He sat down, covering his face with his hands, his expression twisted in frustration. He had thought he could control the situation, but the unexpected interference from the Xiaolong Legion had thrown him into disarray. After regaining his composure, Qin Shaotian contacted an important figure. The communication window opened, revealing Dr. Black Cloak on the screen. "Your Majesty," the doctor greeted with a slight nod. Qin Shaotian got straight to the point. "The situation is dire. Our supply line from the Holy Radiance Empire has been cut off. I suspect the Xiaolong Legion and the Chu family are planning a large-scale offensive against us." Dr. Black Cloak's mechanical voice responded, "Your Majesty, your army is ready. Additionally, there's good news. Both plans have succeeded." Qin Shaotian's eyes lit up. "You're saying both plans are successful?" "Yes. The W plan has completed 10 units, all within controllable parameters. The X plan is underway, providing us with a large number of troops for your upcoming war." Qin Shaotian burst into maniacal laughter. "Excellent. Even if it comes to a decisive battle with the Xiaolong Legion, I have nothing to fear." He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire universe. "Not only the Xingyao Empire but even those forces outside the Galactic Alliance will bow to me. Doctor, let them tremble beneath our feet." "The entire universe shall bow to your Majesty," Dr. Black Cloak echoed. By the end of May in the galactic calendar year 3034, Zhao Chun had finally completed all his tasks and returned to the Xiaolong star system. However, his return was far from relaxing. Lilith pointed to several stacks of folders. "These are the recent development reports for the Xiaolong star system, the situation in the Chuha and Beifeng star regions, the battle reports from the Xiaolong Third Legion in the Tsangyue star region, the reports from the Royal Fleet in the Bailan star region, and the intelligence brought back by General Charlotte from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation." She pointed to the thickest folder last. "This is the information reported by Annie." Zhao Chun looked in surprise at the hefty folder. "Annie reported this much?" Lilith couldn't help but chuckle. "Annie said these were all tasks you assigned her, and she must report them all to you." Zhao Chun rolled his eyes and immediately closed the largest folder. "I trust Annie's capabilities. I won't need to look at this one. Just give me the highlights from the others." Lilith was well prepared and began her report. "The Chuha and Beifeng star regions are stable, with both governors increasing military investments. Her Highness's fleet has fully controlled the Bailan star region, with no intervention from Qin Shaotian. The Xiaolong Third Legion is progressing smoothly in the Tsangyue star region, controlling 80 of the area, destroying over 50,000 enemy warships while losing less than 300 of our own, most of which can be repaired or repurposed." After listening, Zhao Chun found that most of the developments were within his expectations, except for Qin Shaotian's lack of response to the loss of the Bailan and Tsangyue star regions. By the way, what was Qin Shaotian's reaction to us disrupting his trade route with the Holy Radiance Empire? Zhao Chun asked. "Publicly, nothing. But we have intelligence that Qin Shaotian held a half-day secret meeting with Marshal Qin Longcheng yesterday," Lilith replied. Zhao Chun stroked his chin. "It seems Qin Shaotian is readying his next move. We've cornered him. If he doesn't strike back, we'll devour him." He immediately issued orders. All external fleets should maintain secondary combat readiness and check in with the base every 10 minutes. The non-combat units of the Xiaolong Legion should also be prepared for immediate engagement. Opening a data page, Zhao Chun continued, "These are the materials and semi-finished starships we seized, originally destined for Qin Xiaoyan Shuyan star region, valued at 100 billion star coins. Hand everything over to Annie. Use what can be used, dismantle and rebuild what can't. Also, give Annie these starship blueprints and have her quickly construct a small fleet of 30 ships for me." After giving a series of instructions, Zhao Chun watched as Lilith left. He opened the system interface and scanned through the data. 3.9 million system points, 1.9 million monthly fleet earnings, 650 mission points, and 30,131 starships. The progress on the T5 store access mission was stalled at 20, which made him a bit anxious. After closing the interface, Zhao Chun stretched and decided to implement a long-planned action. He contacted Lilith to arrange a high-level officers meeting for the Xiaolong Legion. Half an hour later, Zhao Chun stood in the center of a spacious conference room, with Lilith and Chu Xian on either side. Holographic projections of the other attendees began to appear in the surrounding chairs. Qitong, Zhao Wanner, Bessie, Shin Bing, Bai Shui, Su Lan, Shui Xiaoxiao, and Medusa. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started," Zhao Chun said, scanning the room. "Given the current situation, I'll get straight to the orders. Feel free to raise any objections at any time." He announced two major decisions: the formation of the Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet and the Xiaolong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Fleet. The former would be commanded by Bai Shui, consisting of 300 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. This number left everyone in the room stunned. Bai Shui was especially excited, standing up with her ears perked and tail wagging vigorously. "Commander, does this fleet really have 300 interstellar missile ships?" she confirmed excitedly. Zhao Chun smiled and nodded, watching Bai Shui's tail wag so hard it seemed like it might snap off. The firepower of this special fleet was enough to create a cataclysmic storm on the battlefield. Zhao Chun gave a detailed introduction of the Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet's composition: 300 interstellar missile ships, 200 interstellar escort ships, and necessary interstellar supply ships. He emphasized that the allocation of ship types would be flexible based on actual circumstances. Currently, the main force consists of T3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ships, with plans to gradually introduce the T4-class interstellar missile ships under development. The escort ships are primarily T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault escort ships, supplemented by T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships. Bai Shui listened with great interest, her tail wagging like a windmill, as if she couldn't wait to command this fleet on the battlefield. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, already envisioning the spectacular scene of 300 interstellar missile ships firing in unison. Zhao Chun then introduced the Xiaolong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Fleet, which is entirely composed of interstellar stealth bombers and commanded by Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner resigned from her position as deputy commander of the Xiaolong 2nd Legion for this role. The attendees were not surprised by this appointment, as Zhao Wanner was known to be the most skilled commander in using interstellar stealth bombers among them. Impatiently, Zhao Wanner asked, "What about me? How many interstellar stealth bombers do I get?" Previously, she had commanded only 50 or 60 interstellar stealth bombers. While she had achieved impressive results on the battlefield with these ships' unique capabilities, her fleet was often relegated to support roles as the scale of battles grew. Zhao Chun replied, 500 interstellar stealth bombers. For now, we will assign you 500 T3 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth bombers. However, we are already producing a T4-class stealth bomber, which will be gradually equipped in the future. T4 class. Zhao Wanner was ecstatic. This was a double blessing for her. She knew very well how effective 500 interstellar stealth bombers could be. While they might not shine on the front lines, if used correctly, they could decisively turn the tide of battle. Zhao Chun continued, "Additionally, our production efficiency for interstellar warships is now very impressive. According to Chief Engineer Annie's report, excluding the low-end T2 Hammer-class ships from the Bayin Group, our own T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships can produce 15,000 T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers, or 500 T3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ships per month. Meanwhile, the T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships can produce 250 T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers, or 15 T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleships per month." Hearing these astonishing figures, the commanders present beamed with pride. Such robust industrial capabilities were the foundation of their confidence. Zhao Chun went on, "Given our vast starship production capacity, the number of our interstellar warships will continue to grow. The two specialized fleets I just mentioned alone won't fully utilize our future production capacity. Therefore, I've decided to establish 7 more Xiaolong Legions, from the 4th to the 10th Xiaolong Legions, each with a standard composition of 3,000 interstellar warships." This arrangement did not surprise anyone. The Xiaolong star system's powerful industrial capabilities had led them to anticipate this day, though perhaps not so soon. Zhao Chun continued, based on the Secretariat's forecasts and current battle losses, we expect to complete the construction of these 7 Xiaolong legions by the end of the third quarter. We can deliver approximately 2 Xiaolong legions per month. For this, we need a large number of crew members to fill the vacancies. I've already made arrangements for crew training. The Goddess Academy-class starships have been cultivating ample personnel for this purpose. The main issue now is appointing commanders for these 7 legions. Some appointments have been decided, while others are still under consideration. I will now announce the confirmed appointments to prepare you mentally. Zhao Chen looked around the room and continued. Su Lan will be the future commander of the 4th Xiaolong Legion. Xue Xiaoxiao will command the 5th Xiaolong Legion, and Medusa will lead the 6th Xiaolong Legion. The commanders for the remaining 4 legions will be decided based on the performance of our senior commanders in upcoming battles. The 3 of you mentioned should continue with your current duties while preparing for the future establishment of your respective Xiaolong legions. I will have the principal of the Goddess Academy-class starships provide you with the crew lists, so you can start building your teams. As Zhao Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room became complex. Some were excited, others thrilled, and some found it hard to believe. Xue Xiaoxiao pumped her fist and cheered loudly. Oh yeah, I get to command a legion fleet. Su Lan appeared more composed, though her eyes were filled with joy. She solemnly assured Zhao Chun, Commander, rest assured, I will not let you down. I will build a Xiaolong legion that is sure to win every battle. Medusa seemed somewhat stunned, unable to believe she had been entrusted with such a significant role. From joining the Xiaolong Legion to now, it had been just over a year, and this man had already handed her the command of a Xiaolong Legion. The trust he placed in her left her deeply moved. Seeing their thoughts, Zhao Chen reassured them, don't worry about your original identities or have any concerns. The fact that I've given you these positions means that you are fully capable of handling them. In fact, Zhao Chun had been testing them in previous battles. Su Lan and Xue Xiaoxiao were top students from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, though they lacked combat experience. Their time with the Xiaolong Legion had enriched their experience through frequent battles, allowing their command talents to fully emerge. As for Medusa, as the former queen of the Serpent People, she inherently possessed considerable abilities. Due to her unique status, she had joined the Xiaolong Legion later and had undergone a period of adaptation. Given the current need for capable officers and Medusa's recent outstanding performance, Zhao Chun was confident in entrusting her with a Legion fleet. As for her personal ambitions, once the Xiaolong Legion grew stronger, fulfilling her wishes would be a simple task. Once the formation of 2 special fleets and 7 regular Legion fleets was established, the brief meeting that lasted just over 10 minutes came to an end. Despite its brevity, the meeting exponentially expanded the blueprint of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen realized that if this expansion were truly accomplished, the Xiaolong Legion would possess at least 30,000 T3 class or higher combat starships. At that point, the Xiaolong Legion would undoubtedly rise to become the most powerful military force in the Xingyao Empire. Chu Xian blinked at Zhao Chun, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. There are still 4 Legion fleet commanders to be appointed. Who do you plan to assign? Zhao Chen stretched and brought up a virtual list. This was a compilation of 3rd-generation senior commander candidates for the Xiaolong Legion, put together based on his ideas by Lilith. The top names included Qing Man, Pei Xingnan, Yi Xiaodong, Huang Xiaoding, Fan Suxiu, Zhong Xiaoxia, and Wu Chun'er, all elites in various positions within the Xiaolong Legion. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen remarked, our 3rd generation does seem a bit disconnected. The main issue is that this expansion involves too many Legion fleets, effectively doubling our size. He mentioned a few original candidates like his elder sister Zhao Ruyu, Wei Shishir of the Royal Fleet, and Charlotte's sister, Madare. However, for various reasons, these individuals couldn't be groomed for the roles at present. Chu Xian pouted, pointing to herself. Hey, isn't there a suitable candidate right in front of you? Zhao Chen looked Chu Xian up and down and shook his head. You're too valuable to use. Chu Xian was taken aback and leaned in closer. What do you mean by too valuable to use? Zhao Chen explained. You are the future heir of the Chu family. Although you're currently serving as my secretary, you could leave at any moment. It's one thing to replace a secretary, but if I appoint you as a Legion commander and you leave, that would be a major issue. Frustrated, Chu Xian pouted even more. Zhao Chun continued to sift through the 3rd and future 4th-generation senior commander candidates, determined not to let such a gap occur again. Ultimately, Zhao Chen couldn't make a decision and had to set the issue aside temporarily. He turned to Lilith. What's next on my schedule? Lilith replied. You need to inspect several newly constructed ships today. In the afternoon, you have a meeting with Chief Engineer Annie, followed by discussions with Li Yaqi and Hong Meigui about interstellar trade. Zhao Chen's face softened with nostalgia. Annie, it's been a while since we've seen our lucky charm. Let's go. It'll be a nice change of pace. Meanwhile, on AT-3's Silver Eden-class starship, Gu Xiaoxiao marveled at the pastoral scenery before her, finding it hard to believe that all this existed within a starship. Xue Xiaoxiao enthusiastically explained the ship's functions and the development of the Jiaolong Legion. Xue Xiaoxiao produced 2 contracts. One was a recruitment contract for the Jiaolong Legion, and the other was a 30-year long-term agreement she had just signed. She encouraged Gu Xiaoxiao to join the Jiaolong Legion, emphasizing the vast opportunities for growth. Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the recruitment contract and pressed her fingerprint without hesitation. Her decision was driven not by the benefits, but by the man who had entered her life. At the same time, in another location, Chief Engineer Annie stared in bewilderment at the holographic image of a brand new T5 class starship that Zhao Chun had presented. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "You want me to build this? This T5?" Annie suspected Zhao Chun was joking, as the ship's design was far beyond her imagination. "This is T5," Annie exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed. Before she could finish her sentence, a large drumstick was shoved into her mouth. "Believe in yourself, you can do it. Remember how easily we mass-produced the T4 starships?" Zhao Chen encouraged. Annie struggled to swallow the drumstick and was about to protest when a large sausage was stuffed into her mouth. "Don't we already have the foundation from the T4 starships? We may not have T5-level industrial ships yet, but with the T4 Gemini, we can at least give it a try," Zhao Chun continued. Annie chewed on the sausage and managed to say, "If it were an ordinary T5, it would be fine. But Commander, look at the specs of this T5. You can't tell me this is just a regular T5 starship?" Before she could finish, an ice cream cone was pushed into her mouth. "I admit, this T5 isn't ordinary. I'm not asking you to build it immediately. Let's just try," Zhao Chen explained patiently. Annie licked the remaining ice cream from her lips and was about to speak when a large pork knuckle was shoved into her mouth, making her eyes roll back. She quickly pulled it out and swallowed, staring in horror at the beef bone and crab stick in Zhao Chen's hands and the mountain of food on the table. "Please, no more. I can't eat anymore," Annie pleaded, clutching her now visibly larger stomach. Seeing this, Zhao Chen put down the food and wiped his hands with a wet tissue. He said seriously, "I hope you can try to build this T5 Pluto-class star dreadnought. I'm not setting any deadlines. Do what you can. I'll work on developing the T5-level industrial ships." Annie, still holding the drumstick and pork knuckle, hesitated despite being full. "But look at the cost of this T5 Pluto-class star dreadnought. The estimated cost alone is 3 trillion star coins." Zhao Chen explained, "That's the total cost. I didn't say it has to be built immediately. If we spread it out over a year or half a year, the monthly cost is just 300 billion star coins. Your initial investment won't be that large. 200 billion star coins a month should be enough. I'll take care of the raw materials needed for research and manufacturing." Annie remained hesitant. "I'll think about it." Zhao Chun smiled slightly and continued, "Not just the T5 Pluto-class star dreadnought, but also the T5 Creator-class starship. I'm planning to start building that too. And we've already completed the T4 Golden Eden-class starship, right? I checked it out earlier, and it's impressive. As a reward, if you can complete the T5 Pluto-class star dreadnought, I'll give you a T4 Golden Eden-class starship and 10 habitable planets modified by the T5 Creator-class starship, making you a lord." Annie's eyes lit up, and she began to daydream. Thousands of subjects bowing before her, working for her, offering her delicious food. She closed her eyes, imagining herself in such a scenario. "Annie, you're the best dwarf in our family. Annie, Mom is so proud of you. Sis, you're amazing, you're Nana's idol. She'll never catch up to you. Lord Annie, Lord Annie, Lord Annie. Hey, wake up, wake up." Zhao Chen's voice brought Annie back from her dream. Annie suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling a sharp sting on her cheeks. She had been lost in a silly smile, completely ignoring Zhao Chen's calls, forcing him to lightly tap her face to get her attention. Now, her cheeks were flushed red from the pats. Annie looked at Zhao Chun with eager anticipation in her voice. "Commander, can I really become a lord? And, in the Golden Eden?" Zhao Chun didn't hesitate to offer praise. "Of course, no problem at all. With your capabilities, Annie, not only can you govern a few planets, but leading an entire galaxy, or even a star system, would be well within your reach." He thought to himself, it was just a few words, no big deal. If Annie actually managed to achieve those things, his promise would naturally come true. As for whether Annie could handle being a lord, Zhao Chun had already devised a plan. Annie's father was the chieftain of the dwarf tribe, and it was unlikely that the dwarves could continue living in temporary settlements. By settling the dwarves on Annie's planet and having her father govern them, using Annie's resources from the bronze, silver, and golden Edens to sustain them, Zhao Chun could gain a group of excellent interstellar craftsmen without spending a dime or bothering with management. This thought made the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth twitch, but he controlled his expression to avoid revealing his intentions. "Then I'll give it a try," Annie said earnestly. "Great, go for it." Zhao Chen encouraged her sincerely. Glancing at the remaining food on the table, he said, "You've had enough to eat. I'll have someone clear this away." Annie quickly stopped him. "No, don't clear it. I just need a 10-minute break." Zhao Chen looked at her swollen belly and kindly reminded her to take it easy. He didn't want tomorrow's headline to be "Chief Engineer Overeats to Death." After leaving the dining hall, Zhao Chen walked to a transparent corridor. Through the porthole, he admired the new interstellar warships outside once again. Even though he had already toured them with Annie, seeing them again still filled him with excitement. This time, 3 main types of interstellar warships were being commissioned. The smallest was a uniquely designed T-4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship, resembling an unfolded jellyfish. It would replace the T-3 Silver Squirrel class, taking on more crucial battlefield reconnaissance tasks. Each ship cost 5 billion star coins, with the T-4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship capable of producing about 12 of them per month. It was the only T-4 class interstellar reconnaissance ship in the Galactic Alliance and the best stealth reconnaissance ship. Besides its excellent reconnaissance capabilities, it was equipped with a few weapon modules, capable of defeating most T-3 class interstellar destroyers. When facing T-4 interstellar warships, its short-distance acceleration and stealth abilities allowed it to escape at will. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to the second warship, a floating island, the T-4 Golden Eden-class starship. Each ship cost 100 billion star coins, with the T-4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship completing one every 2 months. This starship could produce high-quality natural crops, livestock, fruits, and more worth 50 billion star coins per month, meeting the daily dietary needs of 50 billion people. Its seemingly transparent dome could open and close. When open, it displayed the magnificent scenery of a star island, and when closed, it looked like an ordinary asteroid, capable of hiding itself. Lastly, Zhao Chen's eyes fell on the most thrilling T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship. This 500 billion star coin behemoth carried 376,100 various interstellar missiles. For auspicious reasons, Zhao Chen publicly claimed it carried 360,000 missiles. This warship would become Bai Shui's flagship, and he was sure she would be very pleased. Zhao Chen was planning the construction of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, with the completion time depending on how many T-4 Gemini ships could be allocated. With the Empire of Xingyao currently in civil war, the construction of conventional interstellar warships couldn't be halted either. It was time to deal with that coward Qin Shaotian once and for all. With these thoughts, Zhao Chen walked leisurely down the transparent corridor, hands in his pockets, gazing at the vast expanse of space outside the porthole. Li Yaqi reported the progress of the collaboration with the interstellar merchants of the Star Alliance to Zhao Chen. In the conference room, she stood in front of a holographic projection, her fingers gliding over various data charts, detailing the processes of goods transportation and sales. Red Rose frowned and pointed out a potential issue. This method might expose us as the hidden controllers of the Xiaolong galaxy within 6 months to a year. After all, the pressure our supported interstellar merchants put on the Star Alliance to abandon the Qian family is enough to arouse suspicion. Zhao Chen leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Exposure of our identity is not a concern. It was within my expectations. The civil war in the Xingyao Empire will be settled within a year at most. By then, whether we are exposed or not will be irrelevant. As for external threats like the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, they will come eventually. The merchants of the Star Alliance, once they taste the benefits, won't easily sever our cooperation as long as we continue to provide them with profit. Hearing the commander's words, Li Yaqi and Red Rose visibly relaxed. Their ability to make significant moves externally relied partly on the competitiveness of high-value goods and partly on the strong backing of the Xiaolong Legion. Li Yaqi continued her report. Based on our current development trajectory, leveraging the sales network of the Star Alliance, our 2 trade groups can achieve a 50 increase in external sales within the first 3 months, with a sustained monthly growth rate of at least 10 thereafter. Red Rose nodded in agreement. Chu Xian, the secretary officer with a military background, was still unfamiliar with interstellar trade. She asked in confusion, if we can earn so much, why not do it ourselves? Giving a share to the Star Alliance means losing out on billions of star coins each month. Zhao Chen smiled and gestured for Li Yaqi to explain. Li Yaqi turned to Chu Xian. It's about efficiency. While we do have the capability to develop the market ourselves, it takes time. Right now, time is what we lack the most. Outsourcing to the Star Alliance allows us to quickly open up sales channels, saving time and resources. Once the situation in the Galactic Alliance stabilizes, we can gradually eat into the Star Alliance's market share. As long as we control those goods, we will remain invincible. Chu Xian suddenly understood. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, well aware that sometimes maximizing efficiency requires sharing a piece of the pie. Besides, he had already planted the Star Shark Guild as a strategic asset within the Star Alliance. You've done well. Keep up the good work. Also, closely monitor the interstellar trade of the Xingyao Empire. Once the Civil War ends, I need you to capture at least 80 of Xingyao Empire's interstellar trade market in the shortest time possible, Zhao Chen said, narrowing his eyes. Li Yaqi and Red Rose exchanged a glance, a spark of competition in their eyes. The lucrative market of the Xingyao Empire would become the new battlefield for their two trade groups. After the meeting, the holographic images of Li Yaqi and Red Rose faded from the sides of the conference table. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples and addressed Chu Xian and Lilith. Chu Xian, contact your grandfather. Lilith, get in touch with my elder sister and the little princess. It's time to discuss how to deal with Qin Xiaotian, that coward. Lilith responded, yes. Chu Xian clenched her fist in excitement. Finally, we can put an end to the civil war in the Xingyao Empire. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Xingyao Empire, Qin Xiaotian sat at the head of the conference table, surveying his marshals and generals. After days of discussion, we need a conclusion. Qin Longqing, I need a detailed battle plan today. We must launch a cleanup operation against the rebels in June and take complete control of the Xingyao Empire within the year. Qin Longqing responded solemnly, based on our discussions, the latest revision of the third strategic plan is the most suitable. Oh, let me see it. Qin Xiaotian's eyes lit up. The secretary officer immediately brought up the electronic document, projecting it onto the screen in front of Qin Xiaotian. After a quick scan, Qin Xiaotian showed a satisfied expression. We're set to launch the military operation on June 10th at 2000 hours, correct? Qin Longqing brought up a three-dimensional star map of the Xingyao Empire, pointing to several key points. Yes, we will launch a surprise attack, targeting several critical areas of the rebels. The first target is the royal fleet led by Princess Qin Xiaolei, the spiritual pillar of the rebels. Eliminating her will demoralize the enemy. The second target is the Chu Wen star system in the Chu He star region, the main industrial base of the Chu family, responsible for nearly two-thirds of the region's interstellar warship production. Destroying it will sever the Chu family's lifeline. The third target is the Morton star system in the Beifeng star region, home to the rebels' largest starship manufacturer, the Beiyin Group. The mention of the Beiyin Group brought a shadow of gloom and a flash of killing intent to the eyes of everyone present, including Qin Xiaotian. They had all procured T2 Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers from the Beiyin Group, only to later discover that the company was backed by the Xiaolong Lord, directly leading to a previous disaster. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, the production capacity of the Beiyin Group is staggering. Every month, they can produce 150,000 T2 Kanga-class medium interstellar destroyers or 30,000 T2 Zhuya-class heavy interstellar battleships. Even more shocking is their ability to manufacture some T3 interstellar warships with a minimum monthly output of 2,000 T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers and 3,000 T3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyers. All these are being supplied to various rebel fleet corps. Qin Longqing, with a grave expression, scanned the faces of the generals present. The force behind this starship manufacturer is the Xiaolong Corps. Destroying this target is equivalent to winning half of this civil war. This is the primary strategic objective of our military plan. The crowd nodded in agreement. An elderly Marshal Xia, one of the remaining 5-star marshals, frowned and asked, what about the Xiaolong system? Are we just going to leave it be? Qin Longqing turned and pointed to the specially marked Xiaolong system on the Xingyao Empire map, explaining, based on our previous attack experience, the Xiaolong system is heavily fortified and equipped with advanced military starports. As the headquarters of the Xiaolong Corps, its defenses must be at the highest level. To launch a direct assault, we would need to deploy at least 100 times the enemy's forces. Unfortunately, we currently lack the capacity to mobilize such a large-scale force or organize a surprise attack of this magnitude. He continued to outline the plan. Therefore, the first step of our operation is to weaken the rebel forces partially, and then gather all our military strength for a final assault on the Xiaolong system. However, we will dispatch a small fleet to feign an attack on the Xiaolong system to cover our true military objective. Everyone exchanged glances, showing their approval of the plan. Seeing this, Qin Longqing announced, since everyone agrees, I hereby declare that on June 10th at 2000 hours, we will launch this top-secret military operation. Except for the necessary logistical adjustments, all military movements will only be authorized within 72 hours before the action. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The code name for this operation is Operation Dragon Slayer. Meanwhile, in another secret meeting room, Zhao Chun was briefing his allies on their counterattack plan. At 2000 hours on June 10th, we will launch a military action against Qin Xiaotian, Zhao Chun declared, slapping the table and looking around at those present. Governor Chu Changhe of Chuhe, Governor Zhu Kai of Beifeng, Princess Qin Xiaolei of the royal family, and other key figures like Zhao Ruoyue. Chu Changhe was carefully studying the Xiaolong Corps' drafted military plan. Beifeng Governor Zhu Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said hesitantly, Zhao Chun, isn't your plan too aggressive? You're aiming to directly attack the Shuiyan system. Zhao Chun explained. Although Qin Xiaotian now occupies the central system of Xingyao, the Shuiyan system is his true stronghold, built over decades. It's more vital to him. He pointed out the previously overlooked reason for ignoring the Shuiyan system, mainly due to its geographic location. The Shuiyan system is separated from Beifeng and Chuha systems by the central system of Xingyao and the Zhongyue system. While we have T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships, a large-scale invasion requires considering logistical support and the arrival of follow-up fleets. Previously, our number of T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships was insufficient for such a large-scale military operation. Once we jump to the Shuiyan system, if we fail to achieve our goal, we'll be in a very difficult position. Moreover, Qin Xiaotian may have some unknown trump cards, which is why I was reluctant to take the risk before. But now, the Xiaolong Corps' strength is enough to support such a surprise plan. Chu Changhe agreed. I think this plan is entirely feasible. A direct surprise attack on the Shuiyan system is indeed risky, but your plan includes feigned attacks on the central system of Xingyao and a frontal feint on the Shuiyan system, creating the illusion of a two-pronged assault on Qin Xiaotian. The real ace is you leading the Xiaolong Corps using T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships to strike Qin Zhaoshan's stronghold in the Shuiyan system. This greatly increases the chances of success. Qin Xiaolei looked firmly at Zhao Chun. Brother Chen, just assign us our combat tasks. My royal fleet will follow your orders completely. Zhao Ruoyue also expressed her trust in her brother. Seeing everyone's agreement, Beifeng Governor Zhu Kai nodded. Then I'm also willing to cooperate with Zhao Chen's plan. Zhao Chun opened the star map of the Xingyao Empire and detailed the action plan. Our plan is actually straightforward. First, the Chu family fleet and the Beifeng fleet will depart from the Chuha and Beifeng systems to attack the central system of Xingyao. The Princess Royal fleet will depart from the already occupied Bailan system and also attack the central system of Xingyao. My Xiaolong Corps, positioned in the then fully controlled Zhongyue system, will simultaneously launch attacks on both the central system of Xingyao and the Shuiyan system. We will put pressure on Qin Xiaotian from 5 directions at once. If Qin Xiaotian, as we expect, dispatches fleets to confront us directly, my Xiaolong Corps will then make a direct assault on his stronghold in the Shuiyan system. Zhao Ruoyue asked worriedly, wait, your Xiaolong Corps has to attack in 2 directions from the Zhongyue system and then launch a surprise attack on the Shuiyan system. Isn't that too much? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, who said the forces in the frontal attack are the real Xiaolong Corps? This immediately made everyone present realize the strategy. Zhao Chen continued to emphasize, but please remember, anything can happen on the battlefield. Qin Xiaotian might have some unknown cards up his sleeve. If changes occur, our battle plan needs to be flexible. Plans are dead, but people are alive. Chu Changhe nodded in agreement. His years of battlefield experience had taught him this truth, which was why he always insisted on being at the front lines, where he could grasp the situation's changes in real time. Qin Xiaolei blinked and asked, should we give this operation a name? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, Starry Inferno. At that moment, Qin Xiaolei and the others might not fully grasp the significance of the name, but soon, they would personally experience the terrifying reality behind it. The wheels of fate for the Stellar Empire began turning silently. Meanwhile, under the surface of the Holy Radiance Empire, unrest was brewing. In the hall of the military tribunal, Saint Kana stood at the defendant's stand, facing a furious assembly of the Imperial Senate members. She had just returned from Star City and was apprehended before she even left the starport. Fortunately, the Holy Angel family intervened in time, limiting her to house arrest and requiring her to undergo a trial. Saint Kana has been in contact with the Xiaolong Legion, which destroyed the Holy Spear Legion. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, she can no longer serve as the commander of the Holy Angel Legion, one senator bellowed. That's not enough. Another senator slammed his fist on the table. Saint Kana has betrayed the Holy Light. She must be imprisoned immediately, even without a trial. I demand the Holy Angel family be punished. The losses of the Holy Spear Legion must be borne by them, a third senator roared. Saint Kana impatiently scanned the agitated elders. Normally, her actions would have drawn fierce criticism from other families, possibly costing her the commander's position. But this time was different, as there was someone else drawing more attention: the governor of the Southern Star region, Stanford. Bang, bang, bang. The chief judge struck the metal gavel. Order, order. The hearing for Saint Kana is adjourned for now. The results will be announced tomorrow. The court will take a recess and reconvene in half an hour for the next session. At these words, the crowd that had been clamoring fell silent but wore peculiar expressions. They all knew that next up on the stand would be the governor of the Southern Star region. Saint Kana turned and left the defendant's stand, heading towards the courthouse's exit. At the door, she encountered Governor Stanford. General Saint Kana. Stanford smiled as if the impending trial was of no consequence. Greetings, Your Excellency, Saint Kana saluted. In this empire without a true emperor, the web of power was incredibly complex. The 5 governors held high positions but were constrained by the Imperial Senate, along with the influence of various families and the Holy Light Legions, creating a delicate balance. What do you think of the Xiaolong Lord, General Saint Kana? Stanford asked directly. After a brief pause, St. Kana replied, cautious yet bold, arrogant but shrewd. His Xiaolong Legion is formidable. It's hard to find a legion in our empire that can match them under equal conditions. What about the Saint Legion? Stanford pressed. The Saint Legion has less than a 30% chance of victory. St. Kana shook her head. Thank you. I must take my leave now. Stanford smiled as he headed into the courtroom. You know how those old geezers hate tardiness. Governor Stanford, St. Kana warned in a low voice as he passed her. Some things are best left untouched. Nothing escapes the holy light. Under its radiance, no stain is allowed. Thank you for the reminder, General St. Kana. Stanford smiled faintly. St. Kana stood there until the doors closed behind him and the new hearing began. She knew she wouldn't be too affected this time because the Holy Angel family had already struck a secret deal with the Saint family backing Stanford. They planned to pin the blame on the deceased commander of the Holy Spear Legion, fabricating a story of jealousy, assassination, and accident. As St. Kana pondered, a sleek shuttle hovered above her, and a squad of female soldiers descended to surround her. Miss, I'm sorry. These are orders from the family head, the squad leader said apologetically. You'll need to return to the family estate for some time. Please cooperate. St. Kana shrugged, having anticipated such a punishment. She only hoped to persuade her family to investigate the Saint family, especially Governor Stanford. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Hours later, Stanford emerged from the military tribunal and boarded a waiting shuttle. Sir, how did it go? A female secretary handed him a glass of water. What else? Those old farts just kept yammering on, Stanford sneered. How's the progress on that project? We've already started the research, and everything is proceeding smoothly, the secretary replied. A cold glint flashed in Stanford's eyes. Once I master that technology, the Empire won't need 5 governors, or the damned Imperial Senate anymore. In the galactic year 3034, early June, a large-scale military exercise was in full swing within the simulated battlefield of the Xiaolong star system. The command channel was filled with the stern reprimands of a woman, striking fear into everyone present. First Squad, have you forgotten your mission? Focus on your duties and stop getting distracted. Second Squad, what's going on with your starships? Your combat efficiency is below standard. Third Squad, how many times do I have to tell you? Form up immediately after receiving orders. These thunderous scoldings sent shivers down the spines of the Xiaolong officers observing the exercise. Bai Shui, the wolf woman, leaned in close to Shui Xiaoxiao and whispered, I heard you were classmates before. Was Commander Su Lan always like this at the academy? Her standards seem really strict. Shui Xiaoxiao paused, recalling the image of the gentle and elegant Su Lan from their academy days. But now, the roaring voice in her ears, as if capable of tearing apart a starship, made her nervous. She swallowed and replied, she wasn't like this at the academy. I don't know what changed after she became the commander of the Xiaolong 4th Corps. When she was in charge of the T4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier, she was quite calm. As she spoke, Shui Xiaoxiao reached for a snack bag nearby, only to touch something long and slippery. She screamed and pulled her hand back sharply. Medusa, your hair is stealing my snacks again. Sitting on Shui Xiaoxiao's other side, Medusa's snake hair was leisurely munching on her snacks. Medusa calmly said, sorry, didn't notice. I'll get you a new bag later. Then she brought the conversation back on track. Don't underestimate the difficulty of commanding a fleet. That's 3,000 starships. Commander Su Lan strives for perfection and won't tolerate any mistakes. You could see it from her strategies with the T4 Fallen Angel class carrier. But it's also because she's new to commanding such a large fleet and is putting a lot of pressure on herself. She'll get used to it. Medusa, having experience commanding large interstellar fleets, spoke with authority. Shui Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Bai Shui pouted and complained, I'm so envious of Su Lan, leading her fleet in simulated combat and firing shots. I wish I could lead my fleet in a round of simulated firing, just one round. But the commander won't agree. Shui Xiaoxiao and Medusa both rolled their eyes in unison. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Do you have any idea how much it costs for your fleet to fire a single round? Before the words were fully spoken, a heavy punch landed on Bai Shui's head. Bai Shui clutched her head in pain, while Shui Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh. Bai Shui's fleet consisted of 300 interstellar missile ships, recently upgraded with AT-4 Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile ship as the flagship. A single volley from such a fleet would cost a fortune. Shui Xiaoxiao recalled her shock when she calculated that 300 T3 Judge class heavy interstellar missile ships alone would cost 500 billion star coins for a full salvo. The monthly output of 5 resource star regions combined barely reached 500 billion star coins. This meant that a month's worth of mining from those regions would only cover 10 volleys from Bai Shui's fleet, not counting the T4 ship's expenses. No wonder Zhao Chun had delayed the final assault on Qin Shoutian, one major reason being the need to stockpile resources. Otherwise, they'd have ships but no ammo, a futile situation. Bai Shui muttered softly, Can't I just test one ship? Just the Hell Angel. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out. You'll have plenty of enemies to test it on in the upcoming battles. Bai Shue's heart skipped a beat at the sound, and she turned excitedly. There stood Charlotte, in her military uniform, looking sharp and confident, smiling at everyone. Zhao Chun stood behind Bai Shue. Charlotte's arrival made all the officers present stand up immediately. They hadn't stood when the commander spoke earlier because he had requested informality and camaraderie. But Charlotte's presence was a different matter, as they hadn't seen her in a long time. She had been dispatched to the Warhammer Interstellar Federation due to ongoing conflicts there. Despite her absence, everyone knew how crucial Charlotte was to the Xiaolong Corps. She and Lilith were Zhao Qin's right and left hands. Bai Shue, particularly excited, wagged her tail and rushed to Charlotte. General Charlotte, when did you return? As Charlotte's former subordinate, their relationship was quite close. Just got back, Charlotte replied with a smile. Zhao Qin explained, given the importance of this military operation, I reviewed the situation in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. With the situation there stabilizing, I recalled Charlotte to resume her command of the Xiaolong First Corps and assist me in directing this operation. Everyone was delighted with this arrangement and began joyfully discussing Charlotte's experiences in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Bai Shue, being a half-beast from there, was particularly curious and hopeful about their strategic plans. However, Medusa, with her keen instincts, noticed something odd. She observed that despite arriving together, the commander and General Charlotte never made eye contact. Even when their eyes met by chance, they quickly looked away. Medusa's sharp intuition told her that something undisclosed was going on between them. All right, our backbone is back, Zhao Qin said, looking around at his female officers. The deadline is approaching. I expect everyone to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming war. The Xingyao Empire has been in turmoil for too long. It's time to bring peace. Galactic Calendar Year 3034, June 10th, around 1500 hours. The Stellar Empire appeared calm on the surface, but beneath the tranquility, tensions were rising. An intense battle was set to erupt in just a few hours, a clash that neither side had anticipated. A coincidental timing had thrown the meticulously planned military operations into chaos. At this moment, half of the Xiaolong Legion starships were gathered in the Tsangyue sector. Captain Zhao Chun, seated in his command chair, gazed intently at several video screens and asked in a deep voice, "How much time until the operation begins?" 5 hours left, Lilith responded immediately. Zhao Chun pondered for a moment before asking, "Are all the fleets in position?" Chu Xian quickly reported, "The Chu Family Legion, the Beifeng sector, and the Princess Royal Fleet have completed 90 of their assembly. The Xiaolong 1st to 3rd Legions are fully ready, and the 4th Legion is on standby. The special fleets of the interstellar missile ships and stealth bombers are also in place." Turning to Charlotte beside him, Zhao Qin remarked, "It seems everything is on track." Charlotte nodded, her eyes fixed on the map of the Stellar Empire. The positions and numbers of the fleets were clearly marked on it. Our fleet size is indeed unprecedented. In just 6 months, not only have these legions regained their strength, but they have also grown even stronger. Zhao Chun surveyed the massive scale of the legions. The Chu Family Legion had 20 fleets with a total of 60,000 ships, the Beifeng sector had 10 fleets with 30,000 ships, and the Princess Royal Fleet had 50 fleets with 150,000 ships. These three forces alone amounted to an astonishing 240,000 ships, surpassing the numbers from the First Civil War. This was all thanks to Zhao Qin's control over a powerful industrial manufacturing capability, with the Beiyin Group constantly producing warships for clients every month. Privately, Zhao Riyue had told Zhao Chun that Princess Qin Xiaolei's debts had reached the equivalent of 3 years' total revenue of the Stellar Empire. Even if she regained power, it would take the entire empire 3 years without food or drink to pay it off. Most of these debts were secured with rights to important mineral resources. As long as Qin Xiaolei was supported to ascend, Zhao Chun would become the most powerful force in the empire. Charlotte sighed softly. If only I had such a scale in the Warhammer United Galactic States, those old guys wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Zhao Chun explained, the Warhammer side has entered a temporary balance. Your revolutionary army has occupied some areas, standing off against the major tribes. Although your strength is lacking, you have successfully created chaos. This year, it is expected that the value of various assets in Warhammer will drop by at least 30. Noticing Charlotte's downcast expression, Zhao Chun gently stroked her hair. The pain is temporary. The old system of Warhammer needs a complete overhaul. Although the revolutionary army lacks strength, you still have me. Once the civil war in the Stellar Empire is over, I will lend you the Xiaolong Legion, so you can showcase the might of the White Tiger Goddess of War in Warhammer. White Tiger Goddess of War, that's just nonsense. Charlotte's cheeks reddened. The title stemmed from her leading the Longhu Legion to numerous victories, making her the true leader of the revolutionary army. I will make Warhammer as prosperous as the Xiaolong system, Charlotte declared firmly. It will be, Zhao Chun assured. As time ticked by, nearing 2000 hours, everyone remained fixated on the clock, waiting for the command to initiate the attack. Unbeknownst to them, their adversaries were also watching the same time. June 10th, 2000 hours would mark a turning point for the Stellar Empire. A coincidental timing would steer a series of battle plans in an unexpected direction. On the flagship of the Xiaolong First Legion, Charlotte stood tall, ready for action. Zhao Chun, on the other hand, appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. Lilith and Chu Xian were both tense yet excited. On the flagship of the Second Legion, Commander Qidong scanned the interstellar map one last time, closing his eyes to mentally simulate potential battle scenarios. On the flagship of the Third Legion, Shun Bing took a deep breath to steady her nerves, pulling out an old pocket watch from her pocket. Inside was a photo of her grandmother and the man who had changed her destiny. She silently vowed, for him, victory is a must. On the flagship of the Fourth Legion, Su Lan stood on the command platform of the T4 Fallen Angel ship, habitually raising her hands as if conducting an orchestra formed by 3,000 Xiaolong warships. On the flagship of the Chu family legion, Chu Changhe lounged in his captain's chair, puffing on a pipe and muttering to himself, being carried by someone else feels great. I hope that kid finishes the job soon. I'm looking forward to holding my great-grandchildren. Oh right, their wedding needs to be pushed forward too. On the flagship of the Princess Royal Fleet, Princess Qin Xiaolei clasped her hands together in prayer. Zhao Ruyue gently patted her trembling shoulder, whispering in her ear, "You only need to think about how to govern the empire. The rest, we will handle. Any obstacles, we will clear for you." At precisely 2000 hours, Zhao Chun, who had seemed to be dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes with the intensity of a dragon taking flight. Commence the Starry Hell operation. Execute the dragon-slaying plan. Historical records state that on June 10, 3034, at 2000 hours Galactic Star Calendar, the royal forces led by Princess Qin Xiaolei sounded the trumpet for the Second Civil War. The Royal Fleet Group, the Chu Family Fleet Group, the Beifeng Star Region Fleet Group, and the mastermind behind the scenes, the Xiaolong Legion, launched a fierce attack from all directions. The Bailan Star Region, Chuha Star Region, Beifeng Star Region, and Songyue Star Region simultaneously ignited with the flames of war. The stars in the sky were no longer twinkling peacefully, but were instead illuminated by dense cannon fire. This unprecedented battle saw the deployment of 250,000 combat starships, including nearly 500 T4-class starships, setting a record for the largest-scale use of T4 starships in the history of the Xingyao Empire. At the onset of the war, the Allied forces, leveraging their overwhelming firepower, swept across the battlefield like a torrential flood, crushing multiple fronts at an alarming speed. As the fires of war spread, the flashing red lights on the interstellar map in Qin Xiaoyan's command room stung his eyes. Each red dot represented a fierce battle, and these dots were increasing at a disturbing rate. Your Majesty, our surprise attack fleet is ready. Should we proceed with the original plan? Marshal Xie's holographic image suddenly appeared, breaking the silence in the room. Qin Xiaotian frowned in thought, his gaze unconsciously turning towards Qin Longqing for advice. Qin Longqing spoke in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I believe we should stick to the original plan." "Why?" Qin Xiaotian countered. "Our numbers on the front line are insufficient to withstand the enemy's attack. While other fronts are holding, the Shuiyan Star region is our top priority." Qin Longqing pointed to the star map and analyzed, "Given the current situation, the enemy has indeed launched a full-scale attack, but we cannot be certain if they have other moves in store. For instance, they might emulate us and prepare for a blitzkrieg. The Xiaolong Legion also possesses mass warp technology. If I were them, I would choose to strike either the Imperial capital or the Shuiyan Star region. Then we should reinforce the defenses of the Shuiyan Star region," Qin Xiaotian said urgently. "No, Your Majesty," Qin Longqing shook his head. "The Xiaolong Legion's missile ships are best suited for offense, even against your Zerg fleet. Adopting a defensive stance now would be a mistake. At this moment, offense is the best defense. I suggest we proceed with the original plan and launch blitz attacks on the 3 strategic targets. Meanwhile, deploy other fleet groups to the front lines to stall the enemy's main advance. We don't need to defeat them, we just need to buy time." Qin Xiaotian's face darkened. "And what about my Shuiyan Star region?" Qin Longqing knelt on one knee without hesitation. "I am willing to lead a fleet to defend the Bailan Star region base to the death. I guarantee to hold for half a month. As long as we capture the 3 strategic targets within this half month, we can turn the tide. These 3 targets are equally important to the enemy. If they hesitate and retreat because of this, it will be our victory." "Hold for half a month? How will you manage that?" Qin Xiaotian pressed. Qin Longqing looked up, a determined gleam in his eyes. "Please grant me the highest battlefield authority. If I fail to hold for half a month, I will atone with my life." Qin Xiaotian was silent for a moment before finally making up his mind. "All right, do it. Qin Longqing, you must hold the base no matter what." If you can hold for half a month, you will be the greatest hero of this battle. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Longqing stood up. Please give the order. Qin Xiaotian turned to the marshals waiting for orders in the communication channel. Execute the original battle plan and prepare for wormhole jumps. Yes, they responded in unison. Due to the plan, Qin Longqing could no longer stay with Qin Xiaotian. Before leaving, he approached Qin Xiaotian solemnly. Your Majesty, before I depart, there is something I wish to tell you. Speak. Qin Xiaotian sensed a strange air about Qin Longqing. Qin Longqing leaned close to Qin Xiaotian's ear and whispered, "Beware of the doctor." With that, he clenched his fists in salute and turned to leave the hall. Watching Qin Longqing's departing figure, Qin Xiaotian frowned deeply. For some reason, Qin Longqing's demeanor felt like a farewell. As for the warning, Qin Xiaotian recalled how Qin Longqing had always been wary of the doctor. Yet, the doctor had always been focused on Zerg technology research, showing no interest in other matters. Even when Qin Xiaotian had tested the waters by offering the doctor positions of power, he had remained indifferent, as if the laboratory was his entire world. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaotian knew the importance of caution. Following Qin Xiaotian's orders, the Imperial Army and the prepared Zerg fleet split into 5 groups. 3 were led by 5-star Marshals Zhong Yin, Lu Dafeng, and Xie Xianghua, using wormhole jump technology to blitz 3 predetermined strategic targets. The 4th group was the Imperial fleet supporting the front lines against the Princess's allied forces. The 5th group, led by Qin Longqing, was to defend the Shuyan Star region base to the death. The dragon-slaying plan continued. Qin Longqing boarded the shuttle to his flagship, preparing to return to the Shuyan Star region via the Stargate. Before that, he had one more order to give, one that could lead to his death. Entering the bridge, Qin Longqing took the captain's chair. The adjutant reported, "Marshal, we've contacted them." Qin Longqing activated the shielding field and then opened several communication windows. The figures in the windows wore Imperial uniforms, with the doctor in a black cloak in the center. "Doctor, are you sure you can do what we discussed earlier?" Qin Longqing asked solemnly. "No problem. Success rate, 87, but it will take time. Ideally 7 days, if not, 30 hours, will work," the doctor replied. Qin Longqing took a deep breath and turned to his trusted officers. "You have followed me for a long time. I stationed you in the Shuyan Star region to prepare for this moment. Now, I need you to plant the seeds in the 19 star systems surrounding our base." Hearing this order, the officers' expressions grew complex. They knew what the seeds implied, having witnessed it firsthand. "Marshal, must we do this? If you take this step, even if His Majesty wins the battle in the end, you won't survive?" One officer said painfully. Qin Longqing coldly responded, "Execute the order." On the command flagship, Zhao Qin intently observed the real-time updates on the interstellar sand table before him. Battle data from various regions kept refreshing. Despite the favorable situation, a critical issue emerged. The enemy's frontline fleet consisted of only 100,000 starships, far from sufficient to withstand a full-scale assault. Standing nearby, Secretary Chu Xian reported, "According to the latest intel from the Princess's royal fleet, they will breach the border systems of the Central Starfield, designation A49, in 10 hours. Zhao Qin narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. "So, Qin Xiaotian's trump card, the Zerg fleet, hasn't been played yet?" "Exactly," Chu Xian nodded, her brow furrowed. "We suspect Qin Xiaotian might be planning something else." Zhao Qian turned to inquire, "What about our 50T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships?" Chu Xian raised her hand to operate the controls, and the sand table immediately displayed 50 blue dots scattered across various locations, most accompanying the Xiaolong Legion, with a few following the Princess's allied fleet. They are all on standby, ready to execute deployment missions at any moment. These 50T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships were one of Zhao Qin's aces, capable of countering any of Qin Xiaotian's schemes. Suddenly, Secretary Lilith urgently reported, "Sir, we've detected Qin Xiaotian's Zerg fleet." Zhao Qin immediately asked, "Where are they? Have we spotted the Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership?" Lilith pointed to 4 new red clouds on the sand table, detailing the Zerg fleet's positions, numbers, and potential targets. Zhao Qin quickly assessed. So, Qin Xiaotian now commands nearly 200,000 Zerg ships. Chu Xian input data and summarized, "Currently, the battlefield consists of 200,000 Zerg ships and 100,000 Imperial starships. The key is how to handle these 4 engagements." Zhao Qin stared at the 4 red clouds, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, Qin Xiaotian is trying to pull a base trade." Although confident of victory, this was not the outcome Zhao Qin desired. Charlotte calmly analyzed and prioritized the 4 battlefronts. She listed the Northern Goose Group's industrial base as top priority, followed by the Chuan star system. As for the Princess's royal fleet, Charlotte believed they could hold their ground temporarily. Zhao Qin agreed with Charlotte's analysis and asked, "So, your plan is to continue the blitz on the Shuyan Starfield?" Charlotte nodded. pointing to the Shuiyin starfield. This is Qin Xiaotian's stronghold and research base. Our previous reconnaissance was thwarted. Now that Qin Xiaotian wants to trade bases, let's see who can capture the other's lifeline first. Charlotte then detailed the revised strategic deployment, making adjustments based on the new situation. Zhao Chen listened intently, fully aware that the battlefield was ever-changing and only adaptability could lead to victory. On the flagship of the Royal Princess Fleet, Zhao Riyue handed Zhao Chen's latest orders to Princess Qin Xiaolei, who was seated in the captain's chair with a serious expression. Qin Xiaolei quickly scanned the document, her brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. Follow Lord Zhao Chen's instructions? Qin Xiaolei commanded decisively. Zhao Riyue hesitated, looking at her. Your Highness, the battle plan is sound. We will switch from offense to defense immediately, establish a defensive line here, and hold off the 30,000 Imperial warships ahead and the 50,000 Zerg fleet behind us. Even if the enemy doubles in number, we can still hold our ground. But Zhao Chen warned us to be wary of Qin Xiaotian's Zerg fleet, possibly having hidden tactics. For your safety, while the enemy hasn't fully encircled us, I can arrange for a starship to take you to a secure location. Zhao Riyue. Qin Xiaolei suddenly shouted, calling Zhao Riyue by her name for the first time. Zhao Riyue was taken aback, seeing the stern expression on Qin Xiaolei's face. Sister Riyue, do you still see me as that frail little princess? Qin Xiaolei's tone softened slightly, but her gaze remained firm. I admit, I might have been naive and impulsive in the past, but I am no longer the person I used to be. My brother died young, my father was murdered, and my mother is grieving. All these events tell me that I must grow up. I have to stand up to protect my mother, avenge my father, and uncover the truth behind my brother's death. Zhao Riyue looked at Qin Xiaolei in astonishment as she stood up. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolei threw herself into Zhao Riyue's arms, her body trembling slightly. I know, you might see me as just a figurehead, a symbol against Qin Xiaotian, but I hope, at least while you fight, you allow me to stand by your side. I don't want to hear about the death of someone I care about from afar again. That feeling of helplessness. It's too painful. Zhao Riyue took a deep breath, gently stroked Qin Xiaolei's head, and then pushed her away. She stepped back, stood straight, and placed her hand over her heart. Your Highness, please issue the latest battle orders. Qin Xiaolei adjusted her breathing and said seriously, relay to the entire fleet. Establish defensive positions and prepare for engagement. Emphasize that no fleet should underestimate the enemy, even if they are outnumbered. I grant Zhao Riyue the highest command authority on the battlefield. She will represent me fully. I, Qin Xiaolei, Princess of the Star Empire, will fight alongside everyone. Also, inform Lord Xiaolong that we will follow his orders. The Royal Princess fleet will fight to the end and will not be a burden. Yes, Your Highness. 15,000 starships quickly formed defensive blocks, facing the direction of the 50,000 Zerg fleet. The defenses were further reinforced and ready for battle. In the Chu family fleet, Chu Chenghe received Zhao Chen's latest orders. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively ordered, relay to the Chuan galaxy to establish a defensive line against the incoming Zerg fleet immediately. We cannot let the Zerg destroy our industrial base. Tell Chu Wenxiong that any damaged industrial facility will come out of his salary. Marshal, the Chuan galaxy only has 3,000 starships, defending against 50,000 Zerg ships. It's too difficult. The adjutant expressed his concern. Relay my orders. Chu Chenghe barked. Yes, sir. Chu Chenghe continued. All other star systems in the Chu River sector, whether Lord fleets or private fleets, are to be urgently mobilized to support the Chuan galaxy. Tell them, I've supported them before. Now it's their turn to contribute. Destroying a Zerg mothership will be rewarded at 3 times the standard Imperial rate. Anyone who doesn't pull their weight will answer to me. Yes, sir. The 1st to 5th fleets of the Chu family fleet. Assemble immediately and prepare to head to the Chuan galaxy. All other fleets continue with the original plan and advance. Tell every commander, anyone who chickens out, I'll personally blast them with the ship's cannon. Yes, sir. In the Morton galaxy of the Northwind sector, Li Wei stood on the command platform of the bridge, dressed in his uniform, and spoke resolutely to his sister Li Yaqi on the communication screen. Sister, don't worry. Also, let brother Zhao Chen know. As long as I'm here, not a single starship from the Beiyin Group's industrial fleet will be lost. All production will continue without any issues. Li Yaqi looked at her brother's determined expression, biting her lip. Li Wei, Sis, some things are better left unsaid. Li Wei interrupted. Your brother is no coward or deserter. I may not be as capable as brother Zhao Chun, but in the Beiyin Group's territory, I can't hold my ground. This time, I want to be a hero too. Li Wei showed a sincere smile. Li Yaqi, holding back her emotions, nodded firmly. I warn you, stay alive. I haven't found you a wife yet. Since Li Yaqi became the highest official of the Beilong Group, she started grooming successors for the Beiyin Group. Unexpectedly, her brother Li Wei became the chosen candidate. After graduating from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy and gaining some experience, Li Wei voluntarily returned to take over the Beiyin Group. Li Yaqi gladly agreed, seeing it as a way to keep the family business in their hands and to build up her once rebellious brother's reputation for his future inheritance of the Li family. At this moment, Li Wei, sitting in the captain's chair, stretched and pulled up a holographic photo. In the picture, his arm was around Zhao Qin's shoulders, who wore a look of disdain, while Li Wei beamed with a bright smile. When I was out there, I always bragged that Lord Xiaolong was my close friend, that we watched movies and practiced shooting together. But no one believed me. They said I wasn't worthy. Li Wei muttered to himself, his eyes shining with determination. Today, I'll prove that I, Li Wei, am worthy of being Zhao Qin's brother. Li Wei ended the communication with his sister and turned his gaze to the star map in front of him. The map clearly marked the location of the Beiyin Group's starship base, where 20,000 T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships were docked, the largest industrial starship base in the Xingyao Empire. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei decisively ordered, "Relay my command. All T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starships, except for those on the missile production line, are to halt operations immediately. Convert them all to produce T2 Mastiff-class medium destroyers using assembly line modular production. Build the starships as fast as possible. Once completed, assign crew members immediately and deploy them to the battlefield." The adjutant looked at Li Wei in shock, his voice trembling slightly. "Boss, this means we can produce 3,000 T2 Mastiff-class medium destroyers daily. But we don't have enough crew. Each of those ships needs at least 100,000 crew members." Li Wei's eyes sharpened as he stared at the adjutant. "Then recruit more. Retired veterans, space adventurers, mercenaries, miners, civilians, even prisoners. As long as they have experience piloting starships, get them on board." He quickly listed a series of incentives. "Tell them, anyone who fights for the Beiyin Group will secure a job with us after the war. Those who don't want a job will receive generous rewards. Anyone who destroys a Hive mothership will be rewarded 5 times the original Empire bounty. For prisoners, their bravery in battle will be rewarded, and their crimes pardoned accordingly." Li Wei continued, "For those who fall in battle, compensation will be given to their designated family members according to the Empire's standards. In short, for every T2 Mastiff-class medium destroyer that rolls off the production line, I want the crew ready within half an hour and able to engage in battle within an hour." "Understood?" The adjutant swallowed hard and quickly responded, "Understood." Li Wei turned back to the star map and asked, "Have the current fleets taken up defensive positions?" The adjutant immediately replied, "All 5,000 starships are in combat position." Li Wei's gaze swept over the defensive nodes on the map, knowing that these defenses were crucial to holding the Beiyin Group's position. He then asked, "Have the reconnaissance starships sent out any reports on the enemy fleet?" The adjutant shook his head. "Not yet." At that moment, Li Wei's handheld terminal emitted a notification sound, and a message box popped up. It was from the Xiaolong Legion's comprehensive command channel, used for sharing intelligence and issuing new orders across different fleets. Li Wei quickly skimmed through the real-time battlefield updates, including some data and video clips. He opened one of the videos, which showed a rift opening in the distant cosmos, from which the insectoid fleet emerged in overwhelming numbers. The sight of the massive Hive motherships was chilling. Among the usual insectoid ships, Li Wei noticed some peculiar entities, giant, worm-like creatures, larger than any Hive mothership, yet seemingly non-threatening. Suddenly, the surface of these giant worms began to develop bumps, like goosebumps. These bumps then burst open, releasing gooey starships. Li Wei's eyes widened as he observed that these newly emerged ships bore the insignia of the Empire's fleet. Meanwhile, the giant worms that had released the ships began to shrink visibly. Li Wei reviewed other similar video clips and then read the attached analysis report. Based on reconnaissance, it is inferred that the insectoid fleet possesses a type of Hive mothership akin to an interstellar transport ship. These motherships can encapsulate starships within themselves and are not combat capable. This is likely due to the limitations of the insectoid's wormhole jump technology on non-insectoid units. Before making a wormhole jump, these Hive motherships encapsulate the starships within them and then jump together. The report concluded with a warning. There may be a significant presence of Empire starships within the insectoid fleets across various battle zones. Stay alert. Li Wei took a deep breath. This information wouldn't drastically alter his strategy. The sheer size of the insectoid fleet was already a formidable challenge. The addition of some Empire starships didn't change the overall picture. Just then, Li Wei received a video call request from the head of the Morton family, who managed the Morton star system and had close ties with the Beiyin Group. The video connected, revealing a young man on the screen. He stood tall and confident, saying, "Brother Li Wei, I'm Su Yifan, and I've brought 3,000 starships to support you." Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle, half joking and half serious. "You rascal. While others are running away, you come rushing in? Do you even know who we're up against?" Su Yifan responded nonchalantly, just the insectoid fleet, right? I fought alongside Lord Xiaolong against them in this very system. Besides, this is the Morton star system. No damned insect is going to run amok here. Not on my watch. The battle at the Morton Stargate against the Tyrant Dragon Lord remains one of Su Yifun's proudest achievements. At this moment, seeing the determination in the other's eyes, Li Wei smiled slightly and said, "All right, when this battle is over, drinks are on me. You're the rich one here, so don't expect me to hold back." Su Yifun grinned, about to respond, when Li Wei suddenly received an urgent report. "Report, we've detected a massive Zerg fleet, estimated at over 50,000. There's also a terrifying energy signal, likely from a Leviathan-class Zerg mothership. Additionally, we've spotted 3,000 Imperial warships." Hearing this, Li Wei looked at Su Yifun with a teasing expression. "Lord Su, there's still time to retreat. You heard the enemy report, right?" "Cut the crap," Su Yifun retorted without hesitation. "My fleet is moving into combat positions now. I heard you were classmates with the Tyrant Dragon Lord. Let's see if that's true today." Though they hadn't interacted much, the two felt a mutual respect due to their similar ages. Warning: Zerg and Imperial fleets will reach the defensive line in 15 minutes, the adjutant urgently reported. Li Wei immediately turned serious. "Order all fleets to go to combat readiness level 1. We must not let these damn bugs breach our defenses." Su Yifun clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with tension and excitement. It felt like he was back at the Morton Stargate battle. Although he couldn't fight alongside that great man anymore, he could at least hold the rear for him. Time ticked by. Through the Deep Space Telescope, the Zerg fleet gradually came into view. From the colossal T4 Zerg motherships to the relatively tiny T11s, the swarm was overwhelming. Behind this massive fleet was an incongruous Imperial fleet. On the bridge of one of the T4 Star Emperor-class medium carriers, Imperial 5-star Marshal Zhong Yen sat sternly, coldly eyeing the distant defensive line he deemed insignificant. "Report the enemy numbers," Marshal Zhong ordered with a sneer. The adjutant quickly responded, "Sir, the enemy has deployed various defensive satellites and facilities, along with 8,000 starships, mostly T2 class with a few T3 class." 8,000? Marshal Zhong scoffed. To him, such defenses were as fragile as paper against the Imperial and Zerg fleets. "Order the Zerg fleet to attack and destroy all enemy starships," Zhong commanded. Despite his disdain for the Zerg, he had to admit they made excellent cannon fodder. In his mind, Zhong had already visualized the upcoming scene. The enemy's mere 8,000 starships crumbling under a single Zerg attack. The Emperor had given him 10 days to destroy the Bayan group. It wouldn't take that long. 10 hours would be enough to crush them. As the order was given, the Zerg fleet surged toward the Bayan defensive line like a tidal wave. However, the Bayan fleet remained unflustered. As the Zerg fleet entered the preset zone, interstellar missiles roared out from the defenses, raining down on the Zerg ships. Explosions lit up the void, engulfing one Zerg mothership after another. "Report, Bayan's first missile squad has completed its attack," the adjutant reported. Li Wei immediately commanded, "Resupply at once," and the other 4 missile squads attack in rotation. "Remember, keep the Zerg fleet beyond the red line." He pointed to 3 lines on the star map. The green line where the Zerg fleet had just touched, followed by the yellow line, and the red line, dangerously close to the nearest defensive positions. If the Zerg fleet breached the red line, it could unleash a devastating strike on the Bayan fleet. Li Wei's confidence in holding off the enemy came from the trump card given by Zhao Chun the production rights for the T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships. Upon receiving these rights, Li Wei had immediately ramped up production. The Tyrant Dragon Corps had risen and performed miracles on the battlefield thanks to these missile ships, from the T2 Lion King class to the T3 Judicator class. Initially, even though Zhao Chun had granted the Bayan group the technology for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers, he hadn't opened up the T2 Lion King-class missile ships due to their special nature. Later, when Li Wei got the technical clearance, he spent nights studying the full data package of the T2 Lion King class, so excited that he couldn't sleep for days. These ships were incredibly practical, capable of producing their own interstellar missiles, making them a battlefield powerhouse. Subsequently, the Bayan group began mass-producing T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships, even selling some externally. They served in various fleets, such as the Chu Corps, the Northwind Sector Fleet, and the Princess's Royal Fleet. However, the largest concentration was still within the Bayan group, with an active force of 1,000 ships. In Li Wei's 5,000-strong Bayan defensive fleet, 1/5 were T2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ships, with ample missile reserves. Even if supplies ran out, the 2,000 T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships ensured a steady missile supply. Li Wei divided these 1,000 T2 Lion King-class ships into 5 squads for staggered bombardment. He ordered them to fire as many missiles as they could, with promises of rich rewards for the ships that fired the most. Outside the Bayan defensive line, the explosions of interstellar missiles created a dazzling sea of fire. Countless Zerg motherships were torn apart by the relentless barrage. The war had truly begun. On the battlefield of the Bei Yin group, fierce fighting had been raging for hours. Although the Zerg fleet left behind a trail of wreckage, it failed to pose a substantial threat to the Bei Yin defense fleet. Only a few T3 and T4 Zerg motherships proved to be somewhat troublesome, but whenever they appeared, the Bei Yin defense fleet immediately dispatched a special operations fleet to encircle and eliminate them. This special operations fleet employed tactics inspired by Su Yifan, who had borrowed them from Zhao Qin's methods during the Morton Stargate battle. First, T2 Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships would conduct intensive bombardments, followed by a squad of T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers executing a decapitation strike. Report, an adjutant said gravely to Marshal Zhong Yin. We've only advanced less than a tenth into the enemy's defensive depth. Marshal Zhong's face darkened at the news. He had previously boasted that he would clear the Bei Yin group within 10 hours, but now, more than 3 hours had passed, and they had only destroyed a few hundred of the Bei Yin defense fleet's interstellar warships. In stark contrast, they had lost over 1,000 Zerg motherships, and the attack efficiency was shockingly low. We can't go on like this, Marshal Zhong decisively ordered. Form a breakthrough fleet led by quasi-T5 Zerg motherships, with T4 and T3 motherships in support. Tear through the enemy's defense line as quickly as possible. The primary target is to destroy those damn interstellar missile ships. Despite the potential loss of elite Zerg motherships, Marshal Zhong deemed this sacrifice necessary to end the battle swiftly. Immediately, a contingent of elite Zerg motherships formed a wedge-shaped assault formation and charged at the enemy lines. In the center was the massive quasi-T5 Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership. Despite its formidable power, its sluggish movement, combined with the forward motherships being hindered by enemy fire, prevented it from entering the combat zone for hours. Report, the adjutant's voice rang out again. The enemy has formed an assault team, including 1 Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership, 30 T4 Zerg motherships, and 500 T3 Zerg motherships. At their current speed, the Leviathan King-class mothership will be within attack range in 10 minutes, covering our defensive satellite base. Li Wei furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He knew all too well the terror of the Leviathan King-class mothership. Its bioarmor was so thick that even 1,000 T2 Lion-class heavy interstellar missile ships firing simultaneously might not penetrate it. Relay my order, Li Wei commanded decisively. All personnel and interstellar warships at Defense Base 1 prepare to evacuate. This was part of Li Wei's prearranged strategy. He had set up 30 defensive bases in the front, forming a defensive depth. These bases relied on the firepower of interstellar missile ships to delay the enemy's advance. When the Leviathan King-class mothership posed a real threat to any base, they would decisively abandon it and retreat to the rear. These defensive bases acted like bastions outside the Bei Yin group's industrial base. Given the industrial base's unique location, surrounded by a stable permanent cosmic disaster zone, even T5 Zerg motherships would struggle to escape once inside. Thus, the enemy had no choice but to attack Eden. 10 minutes later, the Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership fired its bioplasma cannon. A blinding green beam pierced through the asteroid-turned combat satellite, shattering it and destroying all weaponry on it. Witnessing this, Li Wei and Su Yifan felt a chill run down their spines. Despite the information provided by the Xiaolong Legion, seeing the Leviathan King-class mothership's terrifying power firsthand was still a harrowing experience. Report, the adjutant reported again. Combat Satellite 1 has been destroyed. 27 personnel who couldn't evacuate in time have perished, and 3 T2 interstellar warships that failed to evacuate were also destroyed. Although the evacuation order had been given early, complete evacuation was challenging. Under such circumstances, losing only a few dozen people was relatively fortunate. Keep a close eye on the Leviathan King-class mothership's position, Li Wei ordered sternly, and instruct Defense Base 2 to be ready to evacuate at any moment. At this moment, Su Yifan's video window popped up. He asked, brotherly, given the current situation, it's impossible to completely defend against the enemy's assault. When can we expect reinforcements from the Xiaolong Legion? Seeing Li Wei's questioning look, Su Yifan added, don't worry, brotherly, I'm not afraid. Even without reinforcements, I'll fight to the last here. I just want to understand the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei disclosed a piece of information known only to the top echelons of the Bei Yin defense fleet. The Xiaolong Lord's last order before communication was cut off was to hold out for 72 hours, no matter what. Reinforcements will arrive within 72 hours. 72 hours, 3 days. It might not seem long at first glance, but against the still vast Zerg fleet, it was a monumental challenge. Nonetheless, whether it was 72 hours or 720 hours, as long as they stood, they would hold the line to the last moment. Meanwhile, in the Tsangyu star system, Secretary Lilith reported to Commander Zhao Chun, Commander, all Legion fleets are ready. Zhao Chun decisively issued the order, Relay my command. Xiaolong 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and 3rd Legion, prepare for interstellar warp. The coordinates have been sent. Upon arrival, commence the attack immediately. Xiaolong 4th Legion, remain on standby. Begin the operation. Yes, sir. At that moment, nearly 10,000 interstellar warships from the 3 Xiaolong legions prepared to launch a blitzkrieg on the Shui Yin star system. Several T-3 Silver Rat-class light stealth reconnaissance ships were hidden within a star system in the Shui Yin starfield. Inside the bridge, the communication channel buzzed with routine reports from each reconnaissance ship. Silver Rat 077, all clear. Silver Rat 091, secure. Silver Rat. Every 3 minutes, these stealth reconnaissance ships would report their status to ensure the area remained secure. Suddenly, all ships simultaneously detected an abnormal space fluctuation. They're here. The captain's faces lit up with excitement. Immediately, 5 pure white orbs appeared out of thin air, accompanied by blinding incandescent light. One after another, interstellar warships seemed to tear through space and emerged. Reporting, all 3,492 warships of the Xiaolong 1st Legion have successfully completed the interstellar jump. Secretary Chu Xian reported. The wartime interstellar jump protocol number 1 has been automatically executed, Secretary Lilith added. Having just completed the jump, the Xiaolong 1st Legion immediately began forming a battle formation and entered a level 1 combat readiness state. This was precisely the wartime interstellar jump protocol number 1 that Zhao Chun had long established. Even though the area had been confirmed safe by friendly reconnaissance ships, the battlefield is ever-changing, and caution is paramount. Suddenly, a video window appeared in front of Zhao Chun, displaying a female captain. She placed her hand over her chest in salute and urgently reported. Commander, Silver Rat 107 reconnaissance team leader reporting an emergency. Zhao Chun furrowed his brow. Speak? The female captain brought up a star map and pointed to the core region of the Shuiyan starfield. This area contains nearly 20 star systems and is the stronghold of the Shuiyan starfield. The security here is extremely tight. We've made multiple attempts to patrol, but were detected by enemy anti-stealth equipment. During one operation, one of our T-3 Silver Rat-class reconnaissance ships was attacked but managed to retreat in time. She continued, considering that interstellar warships can't enter, we dispatched disguised shuttles, some of which successfully infiltrated. However, communications with the infiltrators have been intermittent. Just moments ago, we received an important message. The garrison at Qin Shaoyin stronghold in the Shuiyan starfield has deployed unknown objects on various planets, and these planets are undergoing some changes. The female captain played a blurry video. The footage seemed to show a city on a planet, with chaos filling the streets. Mutant creatures, half human and half insect, were slaughtering other beings and devouring their corpses. After consuming the bodies, these creatures quickly grew larger and more monstrous. The video ended with a giant creature, as tall as a spire, firing a beam at a T-1 interstellar warship in the sky, instantly destroying it. After watching the video, Zhao Chen's face darkened, and both Lilith and Chu Xian were visibly shocked. Could this be some experiment that Qin Shaotian conducted on these planets? Lilith exclaimed. Chu Xian clenched her fists in anger. I thought Qin Ming's patricide and seizure of power were insane enough. But if what we suspect is true, then Qin Shaotian is even more mad. He dared to do such things. There are tens of billions of lives on just one planet, and in this star system. She couldn't bring herself to continue. Charlotte noticed the seething rage hidden behind Zhao Chen's calm eyes and softly said, Commander, we should go see the situation for ourselves. Zhao Chun took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and nodded in agreement. However, what he saw next made him wish he could tear Qin Shaotian apart. In the Piaoxue star system of the Shuiyan starfield, there was a system with 15 planets, 8 of which were habitable. Additionally, there were several habitable dwarf planets and asteroid cities. This was one of the top 10 most populous star systems in the Shuiyan starfield, with a recent census reporting nearly 1.5 trillion people. At this moment, the images transmitted by dozens of interstellar reconnaissance drones were horrifying. Different planets, different cities, all lay in ruins. The ground was crawling with numerous mutant insectoids, some as large as tanks, others as tall as skyscrapers. These once thriving cities had now become hellscapes overrun by monsters. Zhao Chun stood up, looking out the porthole at the nearest planet. He pulled up an old image of the Planeta Beautiful, pale blue planet with a ring around it. But now, the entire planet was engulfed in black, overrun by insectoid creatures. Warning! Warning! Detecting a large number of insectoid units launching an attack from the planet towards our fleet. A crew member shouted. Zhao Chen saw swarms of insectoids pouring out from the blackened planet like a hive. Most were T1 level units, with a few T2 and T3 level insectoids among them. We scanned the planet, Chu Xian reported, her eyes red with tears, out of the original 8.8 billion population. Only less than 50,000 life signals remain. This planet has been completely taken over by the insectoids. Zhao Chun sank heavily back into his captain's chair, his fists clenched white. Qin Shoutian, you deserve to die. Shuian Base, located in the second galaxy of the Shuian starfield, serves as a major hub and was once the stronghold constructed by Prince Yin, Qin Shoutian. This base is the center for Zerg technology research, embodying the dedication of countless scientists. At this moment, Marshal Qin Longcheng stepped into the first research facility of Shuian Base. He walked along the dimly lit corridor and finally stopped in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, he saw an interior chamber resembling a shipyard. Although this was not Qin Longcheng's first time witnessing such a scene, it never failed to unsettle him. In the center of the chamber, a T4 class Zerg mothership floated in a semi-comatose state. Massive mechanical arms extended from the walls, conducting some form of modification surgery on the colossal entity. Despite not understanding the intricacies, Qin Longcheng knew that motherships trained here would become as obedient as hunting dogs. Suddenly, the previously lifeless Zerg mothership convulsed violently, with green fluid oozing from several parts. Qin Longcheng couldn't help but frown. At that moment, Dr. Blackloak hurried in, his voice tinged with apology. My apologies, Marshal Qin, for letting you witness this scene. Why didn't you arrange for the Marshal to wait for me in the reception room? He scolded his attendants as he spoke. Qin Longcheng waved his hand. No need to blame them. I wanted to check on your research progress, Doctor. Dr. Blackloak turned his gaze to the Zerg mothership inside the chamber. This is a T4 Zerg mothership, with 60 completion. It's quite challenging to handle. Fortunately, our technology has improved, and the success rate can reach 70. That must be painful, Qin Longcheng remarked suddenly. Painful? Dr. Blackloak's tone was calm, with a hint of barely detectable sarcasm. It's quite unique to hear that from you, Marshal. After all, at this very moment, billions of people are suffering in hell because of your orders. Qin Longcheng remained silent, but if one looked closely, they would notice his eyes were bloodshot. Dr. Blackloak continued, how about my Zerg spore virus, Marshal? Are you satisfied? Did you bring the data I asked you to record? I need to review the specific data from its deployment on a planet to further enhance it. Qin Longcheng silently handed over a data drive to Dr. Blackloak without directly answering his question. Unfazed, Dr. Blackloak immediately began examining the data. Impressive. Dr. Blackloak's speech quickened with excitement. After being released into the water and food supply of a planet, it can infect 80 of the population within 24 hours and 95 within 48 hours. The mutated Zerg can evolve rapidly, hundreds of times faster than normal interstellar Zerg. He analyzed further. Unfortunately, their lifespan is short. According to our previous experiments, the shortest lifespan is 300 hours, and the longest is no more than 500 hours. Due to this, the most advanced mutated Zerg only reach quasi-T4 levels. However, their advantage lies in their enhanced lethality and ability to operate in space. Even T1 level mutated Zerg can survive in outer space. Dr. Blackloak pointed out another flaw. These mutated Zerg are uncontrollable. This needs to be addressed. Otherwise, distinguishing friend from foe will be a major issue. With a hint of longing, he added, if the transmission method could be changed to airborne, the effectiveness would improve. Enhancing their mutation speed might even break the limits, possibly creating true T4 or even T5 mutated Zerg. Solving the lifespan and control issues would mean creating an entirely new species. Qin Longcheng gritted his teeth. This thing won't get a second chance to be used. With that, he turned and left. Dr. Blackloak watched Qin Longcheng's departing figure, muttering to himself, once Pandora's box is opened, it can't be closed. This is your choice. Billions of lives. I never thought you'd actually do it. Back on his flagship, Qin Longcheng sat in the captain's chair with a grim expression. His adjutant, trembling, observed the marshal. Since the order was given, he noticed a change in the marshal's demeanor. The once unapproachable aura had turned into something akin to staring into an abyss. Why are you just standing there? Qin Longcheng's cold gaze fell on the adjutant. The adjutant shivered and quickly reported. Regarding the 19 star systems where we deployed the virus, the operation has been very smooth. 10 systems have already achieved 95 completion. The remaining 9 will be fully completed within the next 5 hours. According to our data analysts, each system will produce at least 1 billion mutated Zerg units. The majority will be T1 level, with an estimated 1 million T2 and fewer than 5,000 T3. Quasi-T4 mutants are expected to number around 10. What about the Xiaolong Legion? Qin Longcheng inquired. The adjutant opened a star map and marked 3 locations. We have identified 3 Xiaolong Legions in the Piaoxue, Luoxue, and Shuangwei Yin star systems. These systems have completed the deployment. The latest reports indicate that the Xiaolong Legions are engaged in combat with the mutated Zerg in these systems. Due to the Zerg's indiscriminate attack patterns, our reconnaissance ships have struggled to gather detailed battle intel. Some have even been destroyed by the mutated Zerg. Qin Longqing closed his eyes. Keep a close watch on the Xiaolong legions. If necessary, deploy decoys to further delay their advance. Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me. Yes, sir. After the adjutant left, Qin Longqing tried to rest. However, as soon as he drifted off, he dreamed of countless cities turning into hellscapes under his orders. The cries of the tormented citizens, not quite human nor beast, lunged at him, jolting him awake, his forehead drenched in sweat. 19 star systems. Over 1 trillion lives. He was in a daze. Commander, these bugs are driving me crazy, Secretary Officer Chu Xian said, standing on the bridge with a furrowed brow, staring at the holographic projection of the swarming insect horde. While they don't pose a significant threat to our fleet, there are just too many of them. Using interstellar missiles seems wasteful, but conventional ship cannons would consume a lot of resources. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Qin's face was grim. Ever since he suspected Qin Xiaoyan's actions, his mood had been sour. He suddenly asked, "Can we confirm that most of the planets in this star system are overrun by these insects?" Charlotte's face changed, her eyes complex as she looked at Zhao Chun. Secretary Officer Lilith immediately reported, "We can basically confirm that. The number of survivors on each habitable planet does not exceed 0.001 of the original population." Zhao Chun took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We don't have time to waste here. Issue my order, direct attacks on planets along our route, especially those insect-infested ones that haven't been alerted to our presence. Use interstellar missiles from a distance." The bridge fell silent. Everyone understood the gravity of this command. Charlotte solemnly said, "Execute the commander's order." Lilith and Chu Xian immediately began issuing the new directives. Zhao Chun sat there, exhaling heavily. Charlotte stood behind him, gently massaging his temples. With a bitter smile, Zhao Chun asked, "Am I not a competent commander?" Charlotte replied softly, "No. You are an excellent commander right now. You made this decision without hesitation. The pain and struggle you feel inside show that you are a leader worth following. I don't want my commander to become cold and heartless. For me, for our Jiaolong Legion, please keep that compassion." Zhao Chun didn't respond, merely raising his head to look at the holographic projection outside the ship. The T-4 Qingyan White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship had already targeted the nearest planet, with all weapon systems ready. The main and secondary cannons fired first, some attacks hitting large insect units, turning them into fireballs. Others pierced through the swarm, directly striking the planet behind, causing cyclones of smoke and fire on its surface. The ship's bow cannon finished charging, and without seeking further instructions, Charlotte ordered it to fire. A silver-white beam tore through the insect swarm, eventually striking the planet's surface like a descending pillar of light. A massive fireball spread outward, akin to a spark igniting a dry field, swiftly engulfing the entire planet. Zhao Chun said in a low voice, "Relay the same orders to Jiaolong 2nd Legion and Jiaolong 3rd Legion." Lilith acknowledged and began contacting the other legions. Zhao Chun then asked, "How long will it take to fight our way to Qin Xiaoyan's stronghold from our current position?" Charlotte replied, "If each star system is like this, it might take at least a week." Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes. "It seems we need to use our trump card. Issue my order. After clearing this star system, immediately contact the Jiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet for a jump. Also, notify the other 2 Jiaolong legions to revise their battle plans and rendezvous with us first." He continued, 5 days. I give you 5 days. Within that time, we must reach Qin Xiaoyan's stronghold." Charlotte confidently replied, "With this arrangement, I guarantee you'll see Qin Xiaoyan's stronghold within 100 hours. Zhao Chun added, "Also, convey the new battle orders to Jiaolong 4th Legion and the Jiaolong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Fleet." Meanwhile, in the capital of the Xingyao Empire, Qin Xiaoyan learned about the events in the Shuyan Star region. The news nearly caused him to faint. Initially, he was furious, wanting to tear Qin Longqing apart. Although his actions had been driven by the pursuit of the throne, he hadn't sunk to such despicable depths. Qin Xiaoyan tried to contact Qin Longqing, but found he couldn't reach him. Eventually, he received a brief message. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the events in the Shuyan Star region were solely Qin Longqing's doing. Upon victory, you may use Qin Longqing's head to appease the anger of the Empire's citizens." Reading this message, Qin Xiaoyan was left speechless. In the Zisu Star domain, atop a mountain range, stood the Su family mansion. Externally, it was said that the Su family's elder governor was in seclusion for recuperation, but in reality, he was fishing in an artificial lake within the mansion, nearly 10,000 meters above sea level. The lake's surface was calm, reflecting the sky and clouds like a mirror. The eldest son of the Su family stood at the lake's edge, reporting gravely to his father, "Father, the second internal conflict between Prince Yin and the little princess has been ongoing for nearly 40 hours. Prince Yan has issued 3 decrees in a row, demanding our family's military support. The elder governor, eyes closed and holding his fishing rod, seemed not to hear. After a moment, he slowly asked, "How are the battles progressing?" The eldest son promptly detailed, "At the princess battlefield, her royal fleet of 150,000 starships is in a war of attrition against 30,000 imperial ships and 50,000 insectoid ships. Currently, the princess fleet loses 5,000 starships every 10 hours, while Prince Yan's imperial forces lose 1,000 starships and 5,000 insectoid motherships in the same period. By this trend, the princess fleet appears to have the upper hand." The elder governor opened his cloudy eyes and countered, "No, you're too short-sighted. The princess fleet is using tactics from the Xiaolong Legion, relying on T2 Lion-class heavy missile ships. This method is fierce at first, but consumes a massive amount of missiles. I estimate that the princess losses will increase over time, while Qin Xiaoyan's insectoid fleet will become more formidable. Without external interference, it could turn into a brutal battle." The eldest son respectfully nodded and continued, "The Chuan system is currently under attack by 50,000 insectoid ships, with only 3,000 starships from the Chu family defending and reinforcements arriving gradually. Chu Changhe is leading 5 Chu family fleets, totaling 15,000 starships, to support. However, the disparity in strength is vast, and the latest intelligence suggests the Chuan system may fall within the next 10 hours. The elder governor remained silent, half opening his eyes to gaze at the lake. "We have no information from the Beiyin Group battlefield due to communication disruptions," the eldest son added. "What about the Shuiyin star domain? Any results from the investigation?" The elder governor pressed. The eldest son's eyes flashed with anger and fear. "Our investigation revealed that Qin Longqing released some insectoid virus in the Shuiyin star domain, transforming all life on 19 habitable planets into mutated insectoids. Survivors describe it as a living hell. It's estimated that over 1 trillion lives have perished." He continued, "The Xiaolong Lord's 3 Xiaolong legions have gathered and are heading straight for the second system of the Shuiyin star domain Qin Xiaoyan stronghold. Their assault is fierce, obliterating the surface of contaminated planets as they advance. They are expected to reach their target within 30 hours, with a loss rate of less than 5, but the resource consumption is staggering. I believe this is precisely Qin Longqing's intent, to delay and deplete resources." The elder governor finally opened his eyes fully and sighed. 19 systems, over 1 trillion lives. Qin Longqing is truly ruthless. "Eldest, could you do such a thing?" The eldest son remained silent. "Forget it." The elder governor shook his head. "This is why he's the Star Empire's 5-star marshal, and you are just the eldest son of the Su family. You young ones are good at maintaining what you have, but beyond that, you fall short. I only hope that after I'm gone, you can keep the Su family thriving for a few more centuries." The eldest son quickly responded, "Ancestor, don't say that. You will live a long life. I've heard that the Holy Radiance Empire has made breakthroughs in life extension research. A single dose costs only 10 million star coins and needs to be administered monthly. I've already arranged for procurement." Regarding life extension, the elder governor did not object. He feared death and wanted to continue living. "Let's get back to the main topic." The elder governor shifted the conversation. "What about the Xiaolong star system? Is Qin Xiaotian just feigning an attack?" The eldest son nodded in confirmation. "Father, you are correct. The Xiaolong star system is indeed a feint, with no intense battles occurring." "And what about Chu Chang's Chu family fleet?" the elder governor inquired again. Although Marshal Chu is personally supporting the Chuan system, the Chu family fleet on the front lines continues to intensify their offensive, the eldest son replied. "They have advanced from the Chu River star domain into the Central Star Empire, occupying 4 systems and destroying over 10,000 imperial starships. The Chu family fleet is pressing forward, heading straight for the imperial capital star." The elder governor pondered for a moment. Just then, the float on his fishing rod bobbed. "Got a bite." He reeled in the line, and a colorful fish emerged. The eldest son immediately stepped forward to assist. "Given the uncertain situation, our Su family should not take a clear stance yet," the elder governor said while releasing the fish back into the lake. "But we can make some surface-level moves. Issue my orders. The Su family fleet is to begin assembling immediately and complete preparations within a week. Remember, 1 week." The eldest son understood the deeper meaning, repeating, "Understood. Complete preparations within a week." "Have the third son maintain contact with several of Qin Xiaoyan's trusted aides," the elder governor continued, "and have the second son spend more time with Su Lan's parents, keeping in touch with Su Lan, sending messages, reporting safety, and making small talk." "Understood. I will make the arrangements," the eldest son replied. The elder governor turned and walked towards the house, grumbling as he went, "Oh, I just don't like all this fighting. Why can't they just live peacefully and have children instead of waging so many wars?" The eldest son respectfully followed his father, listening to the old man's continuous complaints about the current situation. "A report from the Chuan star system has arrived. The Zerg fleet's assault is unstoppable, and Defense Zone 7 has fallen. Upon hearing the news, Chu Changhe flew into a rage and demanded, "What's going on? I explicitly ordered Defense Zone 7 to hold out for another 10 hours. Who's responsible?" The adjutant replied softly, "The fleet in charge of Defense Zone 7 has been completely annihilated. Until the very end, not a single starship retreated." Chu Changhe was stunned, clenching his fist and cursing, "Those bastards, I didn't send them to die, yet they fell so quickly. When I get down there, I'll teach them a lesson." After his outburst, Chu Changhe stared at the interstellar sand table before him. The battlefield showed the Zerg fleet swarming like a tide, relentlessly pouring into the defense zone, seemingly intent on swallowing the Chu family fleet whole. The entire defensive line was teetering under the Zerg's ferocious assault. "How many starships do we have left?" Chu Changhe asked gravely. The adjutant reported, "Less than 5,000, Marshal. Only 5,000 left?" A complex look flashed in Chu Changhe's eyes. "We brought 15,000, and they're all gone?" The adjutant explained in detail, "Major General Chu Wenxiong originally had 5,000 ships, now less than 500 remain. From the Chu He Star region reinforcements, excluding T1 level ships, there are another 500. Of our Chu family fleet's 5 fleets, the 4th and 5th fleets are entirely wiped out, and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets have only 4,000 ships left. Nearly 80 of our defensive installations have been destroyed. Meanwhile, the Zerg fleet still has nearly 30,000 units." Chu Changhe fell silent, staring at the interstellar sand table. The situation was dire. He murmured, "It's almost time." At that moment, a video window popped up, showing Major General Chu Wenxiong, who was originally in charge of defending the Chu and Star system. "Marshal Chu, the situation here is getting out of control. I am willing to lead the remaining fleet to continue holding the line, but I urge you to evacuate immediately." "You want me to retreat?" Chu Changhe responded as if hearing a joke. Chu Wenxiong firmly stated, "The Chu He Star region can afford to lose the Chu and Star system. It can afford to lose me, Chu Wenxiong, and it can afford to lose the Chu family fleet. But it cannot afford to lose you, Marshal. For the greater good, please evacuate." Chu Changhe looked at Chu Wenxiong, his tone softening suddenly. "Wenxiong, tell me, if those kids knew I used them as bait, would they hate me?" Chu Wenxiong was taken aback. Chu Changhe continued, "Whether they hate me or not, I don't regret my decision. I only regret my lack of strength, leaving me with no other choice. If they truly hate me, I'll apologize to them when I join them." After those cryptic words, Chu Changhe opened a text communication box and typed a few words in front of Chu Wenxiong. "Commence the operation?" Chu Wenxiong was puzzled. "Marshal?" "See for yourself," Chu Changhe said, closing his eyes as if waiting for something. A few minutes later, the radar system on Chu Wenxiong's flagship suddenly blared an alarm. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Multiple interstellar missiles detected." Chu Wenxiong turned to the radar interface, where an overwhelming number of fast-moving red dots appeared on the radar's edge, representing interstellar missiles. His T4-class Northwind God heavy interstellar battleship's radar system, capable of accurately scanning the number of missiles, showed chaotic numbers, skyrocketing from single digits to hundreds of thousands, even millions. Over 1,000,000 interstellar missiles? Chu Wenxiong was in disbelief, initially thinking it was a system error. But when the frontline starships sent back images from deep space telescopes, he had no choice but to believe his eyes. A dense swarm of missiles rained down like a meteor shower from all directions onto the Zerg fleet, sparing only the front they were defending. The Zerg fleet's motherships detected the anomaly and began intercepting the missiles. However, most of their units were engaged on the front lines, making it difficult to redeploy in time. The majority of the Zerg motherships could only watch as the missiles hit them. If it had been a few sporadic missiles, the Zerg motherships could have withstood the impact with their bioarmor. But this was over 1,000,000 missiles. Chu Wenxiong stared dumbfounded at the images from the deep space telescopes, where explosions lit up the void, turning the distant starfield into a sea of fire. One by one, the Zerg motherships were torn apart under the relentless missile barrage. The unprecedented missile bombardment lasted for a full 10 minutes. After the bombardment ceased, the once noisy battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Chu Wenxiong finally had a chance to survey the scene. Had he not witnessed it himself, he could hardly believe the devastation before him. The once vast Zerg fleet was now shattered, with only a few motherships left standing amidst the wreckage. Upon closer inspection, Chu Wenxiong noticed that the missile attack seemed meticulously planned, concentrating on the periphery of the Zerg fleet. The central area, housing about 10,000 Zerg motherships, remained untouched. This was no accident. Chu Wenxiong turned to the video window, where Marshal Chu Changhe had opened his eyes. He finally understood the seemingly nonsensical words from earlier. The previous defensive operations were merely a ruse to lure the Zerg fleet into concentrating their forces, compressing them into a specific area, making the missile strike as effective as possible. "It's not over yet." Marshal Chu Changhe said calmly. Zhao Chun said he had a surprise for me. Something called Hell's Angel. Hell's Angel? Chu Wenxiong thought. What a bold name. At that moment, a subordinate reported, Sir, our deep space telescope has detected an unidentified interstellar missile ship. Chu Wenxiong immediately checked the slightly blurry image. In the distant starfield, several interstellar escort ships were accompanying a massive interstellar missile ship. Even from afar, it was clear that all the missile launchers on the ship were primed and ready. So this is Hell's Angel? Chu Wenxiong muttered to himself, a mix of astonishment and anticipation in his heart, wondering what kind of turnaround this mysterious interstellar missile ship would bring to the battle. Commander, we estimate that 10,000 swarm motherships are entering the designated firepower attack zone. The communicator's voice echoed through the bridge, followed by another report. All interstellar missiles of various models from all attack modules are ready. Sitting in the captain's chair, the wolf woman by Shui heard this and smiled dangerously, her sharp fangs glinting in the light. She felt a surge of excitement. The moment had finally come for the T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship to show its true power. Let's see how this big baby performs on its debut, Bai Shui thought. After all, it received such high praise from the commander, it must be extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, her eyes firm, she gave the command to fire. Initiate A1 attack mode with saturation fire coverage. The atmosphere on the bridge immediately became tense. The heads of various weapon departments sprang into action, skillfully operating the complex control panels. The entire warship seemed to come alive, with countless interstellar missile launchers activating simultaneously, sending off missiles that had long been prepped for launch. Though the missile launches appeared chaotic, each missile's trajectory was meticulously calculated by the system. Even the sequence and locations of explosions were precisely arranged. Standing in the command center, Chu Wenxiong was stunned by the spectacle before him. This single interstellar missile ship had launched hundreds of thousands of missiles. Though not as grand as the previous million-missile barrage, the fact that these were all from one ship made him gasp in awe. At the same time, the 10,000 swarm motherships began intercepting the incoming missiles. They were better prepared this time, intercepting many missiles mid-flight. However, against the barrage of hundreds of thousands of missiles, their efforts were insignificant. Eventually, a large number of interstellar missiles broke through the defenses and struck the swarm fleet. The resulting fireballs were even more terrifying than the first wave. T3 class and lower swarm motherships were almost entirely wiped out, and even those not directly hit were severely affected. From a distance, the entire starfield seemed engulfed in a fiery cloud. A closer look revealed that the interstellar missiles varied in type. Some had immense power, others had long range, targeting the farthest reaches of the swarm fleet. Two types of special missiles stood out. One would split into thousands of submunitions upon reaching the target area, scattering like a celestial flower. The other had such destructive power that it created dark vortices, from which even T4 swarm motherships couldn't escape. More astonishingly, when some swarm motherships tried to break through, another type of missile exploded nearby, generating multiple small black holes. The fleeing motherships were instantly immobilized, then slowly pulled back and swallowed by the black holes. These black holes formed an invisible blockade, trapping the remaining motherships in the bombardment zone, subjecting them to continuous strikes. That's a black hole, Chu Wenxiong exclaimed. Though he'd heard of artificial black hole technology, it was purely theoretical. He never expected to witness such a breathtaking sight in person. At that moment, a video request came through from Marshal Chu, who had been maintaining communication. Chu Wenxiong looked over and saw Marshal Chu open a new video window. The screen showed a white-furred, wolf-like female officer in the uniform of the Xiaolong Legion. Marshal Chu, our fleet has completed its mission, the officer reported concisely. We'll leave the cleanup to you. We need to resupply immediately and be ready to support the commander. Marshal Chu gratefully responded, thank you for your assistance. We'll handle the rest. After this round of bombardment, fewer than 100 swarm motherships remained, mostly T3 class and below. For Marshal Chu, mopping up would be no problem. The female officer hesitated, then asked, Marshal Chu, I have a question. Our fleet came to support on the commander's orders to follow your directives. Our interstellar missile fleet could have directly provided fire support. Why did you arrange it this way? Marshal Chu smiled and explained, yes, if we took our time. I believe your missile fleet could wipe out 50,000 swarm motherships with minimal casualties. But what we lack most now is time. Not just our Chuan system, but also Princess Sector, the Northern Yin Group, and your commander's main battlefield all need support. Your fleet is crucial. My fleet can't guarantee your missile fleet's safety under a swarm attack. Losing 10 of your ships would be more impactful than losing hundreds or thousands of mine. On the battlefield, we must make sacrifices for ultimate victory. The Xiaolong officer looked at the old general with respect. She solemnly placed her hand on her chest and saluted Marshal Chu, showing her admiration. If not for his arrangement, Even with 300 interstellar missile ships, she couldn't have achieved such a stunning effect. What's the name of your warship? Hell Angel? Marshal Chu asked. Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, the officer replied. I saw you launched hundreds of thousands of missiles? Fully loaded, it can carry over 300,000 interstellar missiles of various types. Marshal Chu nodded, smiling as he gazed at the now quiet Hell Angel in the distance. Hell Angel. A fitting name. The officer remembered something and added, the commander gave this interstellar warship a motto. A motto? Marshal Chu was intrigued. The officer stood tall and proudly recited, where the angel's wings spread, the starry sky becomes purgatory, and silence means destruction. Chu Wenxiong, standing nearby, felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. He recalled the recent heart-stopping scene, a true depiction of a starry purgatory, perfectly matching the codename given by the Xiaolong Lord for this operation. Indeed, good. A fitting motto, silence means destruction. Marshal Chu laughed heartily, his eyes shining with admiration. The battle situation of the Beiyin defense fleet in the northern battlefield is much more dire compared to the Chu Wen star system. Marshal Zhong Yin stood on the command bridge, his brows tightly furrowed. The battlefield before him was a scene of devastation, with the wreckage of the Beiyin defense fleet and shattered asteroid fragments drifting in space, painting a bleak picture. The Quasi-T5 Leviathan Monarch-class hive ship loomed like a moving fortress, exerting immense pressure on the Beiyin fleet. Damn it! Marshal Zhong cursed, slamming his fist heavily on the control panel. What was initially expected to be a 10-hour battle had now dragged on for several dozen hours. Adding to his frustration, the enemy, with only 5,000 starships, had inflicted losses of nearly 20,000 starships on his fleet. If this outcome were to be known, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to his prestige. Analyzing the battle, Marshal Zhong quickly identified two main reasons why the enemy had held out for so long. First was the relentless bombardment from the T2 Lion King-class heavy missile ships, with billions of interstellar missiles causing massive casualties to his fleet. Second was the constant supply of new warships from the Beiyin Group's starship manufacturing plants, especially the highly cost-effective T2 Tibetan Mastiff-class medium interstellar destroyers. Today, we must break through their defenses and destroy all of Beiyin Group's interstellar industrial ships. Marshal Zhong gritted his teeth, his clenched fist revealing his determination. At that moment, his adjutant hurriedly reported, Marshal, a large number of starships have suddenly appeared at the rear of our fleet, bearing the insignia of the Jiaolong Legion. What? Marshal Zhong was taken aback. Wasn't the Jiaolong Legion supposed to be held up in the Shuiyin star region? How are they here? The adjutant added, it doesn't seem to be the first, second, or third Jiaolong Legions. Marshal Zhong frowned in thought. It was likely a newly established Jiaolong Legion. Although the new legion's combat power might not match the first three, it was still formidable. Relay my orders. Marshal Zhong swiftly adjusted his strategy, have the rear lines of the Imperial fleet and the Zerg fleet turn to defend against the Jiaolong Legion. The front lines continue the assault. He sneered as he added, let them watch as I destroy the Beiyin Group. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Jiaolong 4th Legion's T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, Commander Su Lan was intently studying the holographic interstellar battlefield map. Her adjutant, Song Xiaxia, a squirrel demi-human, nervously reported the enemy's movements. Xiaxia, don't be nervous, Su Lan reassured. Just treat this like any other battle. Though inwardly tense, Su Lan knew she couldn't let her subordinates see it. Execute standard combat strategy, Su Lan calmly ordered. Interstellar artillery ships and missile ships initiate the first strike. Carrier starships deploy drone swarms and fighter jets. Thereafter, escort ships and destroyers will coordinate with battleships for a line push. Cruisers and battlecruisers be ready to penetrate and disrupt the enemy's formation at any moment. As the orders were given, 3 T4 Medusa-class heavy artillery ships and 50 T3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships immediately locked onto their targets, launching a fierce bombardment on Marshal Zhong's fleet. Despite the enemy's overwhelming firepower, Marshal Zhong remained unfazed. He firmly believed that once the Beiyin Group base was destroyed, the Quasi-T5 Leviathan Monarch-class hive ship would turn the tide of the battle. At that moment, a small signal flickered on the radar system beside Marshal Zhong, its reflective area only the size of a shuttle. However, both the observing crew and the starship systems dismissed the signal, assuming it was merely an escape pod or shuttle from the battlefield, and did not raise an alarm. Su Yifan stared at the interstellar map, the arrival of the Xiaolong Legion fleet like a ray of dawn piercing through his gloom. Finally, reinforcements are here. He exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. However, his brief relief was soon interrupted. Report, the flagship of the Northern Yin Defense Fleet was damaged in the recent attack by the Leviathan King-class hive ship and has lost its link, his deputy reported, the news hitting Su Yifan like a hammer to the heart. The flagship of the Northern Yin Defense Fleet. That was... Su Yifan clenched his fists, a maelstrom of emotions surging within him. He thought he had grown accustomed to the life-and-death separations on the battlefield, but his reaction betrayed his inner fragility. Suppressing his emotions, Su Yifan quickly issued orders. Deploy rescue teams to the damaged ships, prioritize the injured. Notify all combat-ready ships of the Northern Yin Defense Fleet that I, Su Yifan, am taking command. Hold the line at all costs. We must defend the Northern Yin group with our lives. Yes, sir, came the unified response from the bridge. On the battlefield, the massive Leviathan King-class Hive ship continued its slow advance, unleashing a relentless onslaught of insectoid units. The Northern Yin Defense Fleet could barely hold the line with the firepower of their missile ships, but against the Leviathan King-class Hive ship's devastating bioplasma cannons, they were helpless. Each strike was like a scythe of death, obliterating any defense satellites and starships in its path into cosmic debris. The final defensive line of the Northern Yin Defense Fleet was shrinking. Even the positions of the missile ships were in jeopardy. Su Yifan watched the colossal enemy, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. He saw the Leviathan King-class Hive ships gathering energy particles, aimed directly at their location. Is it my turn now? Su Yifan's heart sank, but to his surprise, he felt a sense of resignation rather than fear of death. His thoughts drifted back to the man who had changed his fate. I should have died in that battle. If it weren't for him, my family and I would have been wiped out. With this sense of resignation, Su Yifan raised his middle finger at the distant Leviathan King-class Hive ship and cursed, "Damn you, you filthy bug." The green plasma particles had gathered, ready to fire in 10 seconds. Su Yifan had witnessed this scene many times in this battle. But just as the energy was about to be released, several fireballs erupted from the side of the Leviathan King-class Hive ship. The massive impact caused the Hive ship to tilt, and the bioplasma cannons veered off course. Su Yifan felt the ship shake violently and grabbed a nearby handrail to steady himself. He stared in disbelief at the green beam that passed by. If not for the sudden deviation, they would have been vaporized. What just happened? Su Yifan immediately turned his gaze to the Leviathan King-class Hive ship. Surrounding it, over 500 starships had suddenly appeared, launching a fierce attack at close range. Missiles and torpedoes rained down, all targeting the massive vessel. It's the stealth bombers. Su Yifan recognized the ships, noting the Xiaolong insignia on them. These are Xiaolong ships. All of them are T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers. He recalled the data he had reviewed and exclaimed, a full 500 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers. A fleet of 500 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers. Su Yifan's heart raced with excitement. In the Starshine Empire, this type of ship is rarely valued, and no faction has the capability to assemble such a fleet. Not even in the entire Galactic Alliance could you find another like this. Maybe a T2 fleet, but T3? No way. Su Yifan watched the Leviathan King-class Hive ship endure the barrage, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. With these 500 ships, we might actually turn the tide. Are those really the legendary T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers? His deputy asked, astonished as he looked at the fleet. Su Yifan nodded proudly, yes. So many. Maybe we can actually take down the Leviathan King-class Hive ship. I've heard they carry a lot of torpedoes. The deputy's excitement made him stutter. Su Yifan's eyes gleamed as he explained. Each T3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber is equipped with 200 T3 heavy short-range particle torpedoes. At close range, their explosive power can rival T4 explosives. They also carry 20 heavy missiles, 20 heavy cluster bombs, and an optical camouflage missile for escape. 500 ships. That means 100,000 torpedoes. The deputy's eyes widened in shock. Su Yifan remained calm. But we can't get complacent. If it were any other T4 Hive ship, these 500 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers would be enough. But this is a Leviathan King-class Hive ship. According to intelligence, it's at least a quasi-T5. Even though it's just quasi-T5, we've seen its power on the battlefield. T2 ships can't even scratch its bioarmor, and even T3 attacks barely make a dent. Can it really withstand all that? The deputy was incredulous. If these 500 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers couldn't defeat the Leviathan King-class Hive ship, they were truly out of hope. Su Yifan was silent for a moment before softly saying, let's hope for the best. The T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers continued their assault for a long time. However, not all firepower was concentrated on the Leviathan King-class Hive ship, as there were other Hive ships and insectoid units reacting. The bombers had to divert some of their firepower to suppress these threats. The Leviathan King-class Hive mothership activated its defense mechanisms. It deployed a swarm of specialized defensive units to counter the incoming interstellar warships. Simultaneously, the mothership released a barrage of defensive spores to intercept the incoming space torpedoes, mitigating some of the damage. Suddenly, turret-like structures emerged on the surface of the mothership, unleashing a barrage of firepower against the surrounding T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers, akin to the Closian weapon systems of interstellar warships. However, against the 500 T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers equipped with comprehensive star shields, these defensive measures seemed inadequate. Soon, some interstellar torpedoes broke through the interception net, striking the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership's bioarmor with precision. The resulting explosions engulfed the mothership in flames, almost entirely covering it. The fierce bombardment lasted for several minutes. When the smoke cleared, everyone watching held their breath. Su Yifan and his team felt their hearts sink. The enormous Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, though severely damaged with wounds several meters deep exposing its internal structure, remained standing. The bioarmor on the mothership's surface cracked like parched earth, with spiderweb-like fractures. Even the fearsome abyssal maw bore several ghastly scars, oozing green viscous fluid. Yet, this terrifying creature still lived. How is this possible? It won't die, the deputy officer exclaimed in horror, staring at the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership that seemed to have crawled out of hell. Despite its grievous wounds, it now exuded an even more sinister and terrifying aura. Su Yifan clenched his teeth and fists, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Marshal Zhong Yin laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, the Xiaolong Legion almost scared me to death. I didn't expect them to pull off something like this. 500 stealth bombers. Kudos to their lord for assembling them. But what of it? This is a near T5 class Hive mothership. Those T3 warships are useless against it. Marshal Zhong Yin had detected the Xiaolong fleet's presence early on, but the divided battlefronts prevented him from aiding the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership immediately, leaving him on edge. Fortunately, the near T5 class mothership demonstrated incredible resilience, standing firm despite the intense assault. Out of tricks, are you? Now, it's time for those Xiaolong warships to suffer, Marshal Zhong Yin sneered. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Emerging from the side of the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership was a warship 10 times the size of a T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bomber. Though different in design, the conspicuous Xiaolong emblem unmistakably identified its allegiance. It was another stealth bomber, likely a T-4 class vessel judging by its scale. Marshal Zhong Yan's heart leapt back into his throat. Simultaneously, excitement flickered on Su Yifan and his deputies' faces, as if they had been pulled from hell back to heaven. On the bridge of this never-before-seen Xiaolong interstellar warship, Zhao Wan'er sat calmly in the captain's chair. Indeed, these stealth bombers were part of her Xiaolong interstellar missile fleet. The flagship she commanded was the only completed and operational T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber, making its debut. Report: 4 attack points have been identified. Targeting these points will likely inflict massive damage on the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, the deputy reported to Zhao Wan'er. The initial assault by the 500 T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers was primarily to create a better attack opportunity. Zhao Wan'er knew that attacking a single point wouldn't be enough to kill such a massive Hive mothership. Its sheer size rendered previous bombardment strategies ineffective. The ideal approach was to strike multiple critical points simultaneously. Thus, Zhao Wan'er had ordered the 500 T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers to conduct a widespread fire attack to loosen up the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership while identifying its weak points. The attack achieved its intended effect, allowing the T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber's targeting system to lock onto 4 optimal attack points. Zhao Wan'er gazed through the bridge window at the colossal creature. Even without the Deep Space Telescope's broadcast, she could clearly see its enormous form. In fact, its size was so immense that it couldn't be fully captured within her view. At this moment, Zhao Wan'er recalled the scene when her brother entrusted her with the T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber, and the first time she truly understood its powerful capabilities. The specifications of the Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber flashed through her mind. Ship type: Interstellar Stealth Bomber. Technology level: T4. Star Shield energy: 200,000 units. Cruising speed: 600 knot. Star speed. Warp engine: Level 8 warp engine. Length: 2.8 kilometers. Mass: 110,000 tons. Crew: 1,000 personnel. Ship weapons: 6,000 heavy short-range particle torpedoes. 500 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, 500 short-range heavy submunition bombs, 50 optical camouflage missiles, 50 electromagnetic interference missiles, 50 thermal disruption missiles, 50 smoke interference missiles. Special features: Shadow Demon cloaking mode, allows rapid stealth entry and enhanced travel speed for short durations. Brother, I won't let you down. And I won't let this ship down either, Zhao Wan'er declared, her eyes blazing with determination as her voice resonated throughout the bridge. Transmit my order. T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber. Launch the attack. Following her command, the T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber's launch bays began to open. Thousands of interstellar torpedoes, like harpoons aimed at a Leviathan, locked onto the massive abyssal beast and roared towards their target. The T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers are equipped with interstellar torpedoes that have the power equivalent to T-4-grade ammunition. However, the T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bombers are armed with true T-4-grade weaponry, boasting power several times greater than the T-3 Phantom. As the order was given, a barrage of explosions erupted at various attack points on the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership. The intense, concentrated assault caused the massive creature's cracks to widen, with some body parts starting to detach. After several minutes of relentless bombing, the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership's condition resembled that of a whale ravaged by a school of sharks. Fins severed, tail damaged, and a massive gap in its head. Through the gaping wounds, the broken mechanical structures inside could be faintly seen. These severe injuries made the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership appear on the brink of death. Quick! Scan the energy fluctuations of that Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, Su Yifun ordered urgently. Whether it's an interstellar warship or a Hive mothership, they generate energy fluctuations when operational. Most starship radars rely on capturing these energy fluctuations to detect other interstellar warships. Report, the energy fluctuations of that Leviathan King-class Hive mothership are less than 1/10 of when it first appeared, and they're decreasing at a rate of 15 per second. Based on our assessment, the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership has essentially lost its combat capability, the adjutant reported excitedly. Su Yifun punched the air, releasing the pent-up tension in his chest. Well done, he shouted. The fall of the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership had completely turned the tide of the battle. Zhao Wanner watched the distant remains of the colossal beast calmly, without much emotional fluctuation. She quietly issued an order, relay my command. All ships, deploy various types of interference missiles and cover each other while retreating from the battlefield. Yes, ma'am. As the order was executed, 500 T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers and the T-4 Shadow Demon-class light stealth bomber began an orderly retreat from the battlefield. Despite the Hive mothership's launching attacks, the fleet's rapid speed and the cover of interference missiles allowed them to withdraw with minimal casualties. Meanwhile, Marshal Zhong Yin angrily pounded his desk. Damn it, he roared. Marshal, what should we do now? The adjutant nervously asked, swallowing hard. The decapitation strike by that stealth bomber fleet was utterly shocking. If their target had been the flagship instead of the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, even with a few T-3 anti-stealth ships, who could guarantee their safety against such a large number of enemy stealth bombers and the T-4 class stealth bomber? Marshal Zhong Yin surveyed the battle situation with a grim expression. The fall of the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership had taken the battle beyond his expectations. After days of fierce fighting and the recent assault, the Zerg fleet was down to less than 30,000 Hive motherships, while the Imperial fleet had only 20,000 ships left. Although they still had a numerical advantage, they now faced the Xiaolong Legiona formidable force of 3,000 T-3 class starships. Retreat. The thought crossed Zhong Yan's mind but was quickly dismissed. He knew the importance of this battle. If he chose to retreat now, even as the Imperial Marshal, Qin Shoutian would not let him off easily. Clenching his fist, Zhong Yin issued a new order. Order the entire fleet to reorient. Leave part of the fleet to hold off the Xiaolong Legion. The rest of the Imperial fleet and the Zerg fleet, full speed ahead to attack the Bayan defense fleet's line. At all costs, we must destroy the Bayan group's industrial base. This order was risky, but it was Zhong Yan's only option. Completing the mission, no matter the cost, would still give him something to report to Qin Shoutian. Prepare a message for the Emperor. Inform him that we are launching a strong attack on the Bayan group's line, forcing the Xiaolong Legion to deploy an entire Legion 3000 starships and a powerful stealth bomber fleet, including over 700 T-3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers and several unknown T-4 stealth bombers, to engage us. I, Zhong Yin, guarantee that no matter the cost, I will fulfill the Emperor's command. Rest assured, Zhong Yin declared solemnly. However, his order met with silence from his subordinates. What's going on? Didn't you hear me? Send it now. Zhong Yin glared at the communications officer. The communications officer smiled wryly and explained, Marshal, it's not that I don't want to send it. As you know, when that Quasi-T5 Hive mothership was around, our quantum long-range communications were disrupted. Since then, we've lost the ability to communicate with the outside world. Although the Quasi-T5 Hive mothership has been destroyed, the surrounding communication interference remains. Restoring quantum long-range communications will take some time. Zhong Yan's face darkened. I understand. As soon as communications are restored, send the message immediately. Keep sending it until we get a response. Understood. Zhong Yin stared intently at the star map before him. He had to complete the mission, but he also needed to ensure the Emperor knew of his efforts. Unseen efforts would be wasted efforts. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Xiaolong 4th Legion, Su Lan noticed the enemy's tactical shift. Her face remained impassive as her fingers deftly manipulated the star map, controlling a complex interstellar chessboard. Deploy the drone and fighter squadrons to gain air superiority within half an hour. Pin down the enemy Zerg units. The cruiser and battlecruiser fleets will form assault groups to flank the enemy fleet. No need to return. After the flanking maneuver, enter the Bayan defense fleet's line and assist in repelling the enemy. Ensure the Bayan group's industrial base remains untouched. The rest of the Xiaolong 4th Legion starships advance and eliminate all resisting enemies. Su Lan's eyes were sharp as she issued a series of precise tactical commands, her gaze fixed on the Imperial and Zerg fleets on the star map. A battle report from a certain star system within the Shuayan star region arrived. Secretary Officer Chu Xian, with a grave expression, reported, "A massive number of mutated Zerg are continuously emerging around us, far beyond our calculable range. Estimates suggest there are at least 1 billion of these mutated Zerg, most of which are classified as T1. Secretary Officer Lilith pointed to the star map, showing the swarm of mutated Zerg surrounding them. She added, "Currently, we've arranged 3 Xiaolong legions in a triangular defensive formation, stabilizing the front line for now. However, this leaves us unable to make any offensive maneuvers." Zhao Chun stared at the star map, frowning slightly. "What are our losses?" Lilith responded promptly, "So far, we've lost 131 T3 class starships and nearly 9,000 personnel in battles across multiple star systems. Our supplies are 70 depleted, especially interstellar missiles, which are estimated to last only about 10 more hours." After listening, Zhao Chun zoomed out the star map to view the neighboring star systems. He pointed to a nearby location and asked, "This is the second star system of the Shuyan star region, where Qin Xiaoyan's main base is, right?" Lilith nodded in confirmation and added, "We currently don't know the extent of Qin Xiaoyan's forces within this system, but given our current state, breaking through the blockade alone is extremely challenging. According to the Secretariat's simulations, the longer we delay, the worse the situation will become." At this moment, Charlotte spoke up, "Commander, there is a way to break into the second star system of Shuyan." Zhao Chun turned to Charlotte, signaling her to continue. Charlotte elaborated on her plan. "First, we need to replenish our supplies. We can contact the Xiaolong star system and have the logistics fleet use T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships to deliver supplies directly. Second, we need to address our firepower deficiency. Although the mutated Zerg are numerous, their actual combat power is inferior to genuine interstellar Zerg. If we concentrate our efforts in one direction for an efficient breakthrough, we can create an opening, escape the swarm, and charge into the second star system of Shuayan." She continued, "As for Qin Xiaoyan's deployment in the second star system, we can use a diversion strategy." A cold glint flashed in Charlotte's eyes as she displayed several combat footage clips. From recent observations, while Qin Xiaoyan's forces can't control the mutated Zerg, they seem to be able to attract them. This explains why we're facing such a massive swarm. The number of these Zerg far exceeds what the population of this star system could produce, suggesting they were drawn from other systems. Charlotte added, "We've confirmed that this Zerg virus incident was orchestrated by Qin Longcheng. As Qin Xiaoyan's stronghold, Qin Longcheng would never release the virus in the second star system of Shuyan. If we redirect these mutated Zerg there, Qin Longcheng will be very busy." Chu Xian looked at Zhao Qian with concern and reminded, "But this will cause significant destruction to the second star system of Shuyan, just like the star systems we've passed through." Zhao Qian pondered for a moment and requested intelligence on the second star system of Shuyan. Charlotte promptly responded, "I've reviewed the relevant data. Since Prince Yinqin Xiaotian began developing it, he has designated it a military zone and repeatedly relocated residents. Initially, there were about 56 billion people, but nearly 50 billion have been relocated in recent decades. The remaining population likely consists of technical personnel or low-level laborers. Based on food supply records, the current population is no more than 5 billion. Zhao Chun recalled the star systems occupied by mutated Zerg and the planets they had to destroy. The names Qin Xiaotian and Qin Longcheng had risen to the top of his death list. Charlotte continued, "If you think this plan is too risky, we have a plan B. We can use T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships to retreat to the Xiaolong star system. Although our previous efforts would be wasted, from a strategic perspective, we could then target the main star system or the capital star of the Shuyan star region." Zhao Chun closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He confirmed, "Is that bastard Qin Longcheng definitely in the second star system of Shuyan? With the surrounding systems overrun by mutated Zerg and the star gates cut off, he can't escape." Charlotte pointed to the second star system of Shuyan on the star map and affirmed, "Qin Longcheng is right here." Zhao Chen asked again, "If we launch a direct assault on the second star system of Shuyan, will our Xiaolong Legion suffer casualties?" Charlotte replied solemnly, "There will be sacrifices everywhere. The key is whether those sacrifices are worth it." After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen opened his eyes, filled with determination. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I've been dreaming of killing that bastard Qin Longqing for days. I can't sleep well as long as he's alive. Immediately, Zhao Chun issued the order. Notify the Xiaolong star system to dispatch the logistics fleet for jump support. Also, instruct Baishue's Xiaolong interstellar missile fleet and special fleet to prepare for jump support. Qin Longqing won't live another day. In the second Snow Swallow Galaxy, on the bridge of AT-4 Star Emperor-class medium carrier spaceship, Marshal Qin Longqing sat in the captain's chair, looking haggard and half gray-haired, a stark contrast to his usual imposing and carefree image. His adjutant stood by, watching the visibly unwell marshal with concern, swallowing nervously. Suddenly, Qin Longqing began to cough violently, quickly grabbing a handkerchief to cover his mouth. When the coughing ceased, he lowered the handkerchief, revealing a glaring red stain. Seeing this, the adjutant immediately said, "Marshal, you're unwell. I'll fetch a doctor right away." "Stop," Qin Longqing commanded with a grim face. "I know my own body. There's no need for a doctor." The adjutant froze, caught in a dilemma. Over the past few days, the marshal's mood had been extremely volatile, even shooting several crew members on the spot for minor disagreements, one of them right on the bridge. As the adjutant, he couldn't guarantee what the marshal might do in his current state. Qin Longqing tossed the handkerchief aside, knowing that his ailment wasn't physical but a torment of the mind. Ever since he issued that order, a demon had haunted him. The souls of trillions weighed on him, destined to torment his spirit until he descended into hell. "What's the current status of the battlefield?" Qin Longqing asked darkly. "Can we ensure the Xiaolong Legion won't reach us?" The adjutant promptly replied, "As per your orders, I've diverted all the mutated insectoids from the surrounding systems into the Xiaolong Legion's path. Latest intelligence reports that 3 of their legions are now surrounded by billions of mutated insectoids, struggling to survive, let alone attack us." Qin Longqing closed his eyes and murmured, "That's for the best. Your Majesty, I will hold the line for you." At that moment, a communications officer reported, "Sir, latest news. The Xiaolong Legion has broken through the Eric system and entered the border space adjacent to our galaxy. Based on the speed of their T3 class starships, they will reach our system in 5 hours. Additionally, a large number of out-of-control mutated insectoids are following them." The adjutant's body trembled as he looked nervously at Marshal Qin Longqing, who remained silent with his eyes closed. Minutes passed with no reaction. The adjutant swallowed hard and cautiously approached the marshal, whispering, "Marshal." In an instant, Qin Longqing sprang up and grabbed the adjutant by the throat. The adjutant's feet left the ground, his face turning red from suffocation as he saw the marshal's bloodshot eyes filled with a demonic fury. "What did he just say?" Qin Longqing roared. The adjutant gasped for air, on the verge of passing out. Suddenly, he felt a rush of oxygen and collapsed heavily to the floor. Ignoring his own recovery, he immediately knelt, trembling, and said, "Marshal, the latest intelligence. The Xiaolong Legion is expected to enter our system in 5 hours. Our plan has failed." Hearing this, Qin Longqing burst into maniacal laughter. Everyone on the bridge kept their heads down, pretending to be busy, too afraid to look his way. "I used my lifetime reputation, the lives of trillions, and still couldn't stop the Xiaolong Legion. Why? Tell me why." Qin Longqing raged, kicking the adjutant repeatedly. The adjutant lay on the ground, not daring to move or make a sound despite the excruciating pain. The communications officer, mustering his courage, added, "Marshal, the Xiaolong Legion somehow brought in a large number of interstellar missile ships. Using a staggered assault, they managed to tear a hole in the mutated insectoids encirclement. Our reconnaissance ships observed that they launched at least 1,000,000 T3 class interstellar missiles." "A million interstellar missiles?" Qin Longqing seemed to regain some clarity. He walked to the holographic star map, which depicted their galaxy. "From which direction is the Xiaolong Legion entering our system?" The adjutant, coughing up blood, stumbled to the star map and plotted the Xiaolong Legion's route based on the latest intelligence. "How much combat strength does the Xiaolong Legion have left?" Qin Longqing asked. The adjutant carefully replied, "They've lost about 500 starships, but their combat resources must be heavily depleted, and their soldiers must be exhausted from prolonged intense fighting. We, on the other hand, are well rested and hold a significant advantage. Only 500 losses, and they still have many interstellar missile ships." Qin Longqing turned to the adjutant. "Do we know how many interstellar missiles they have left?" The adjutant lowered his head, trembling. We don't know. Of course, the interstellar missiles are their trump card," Qin Longqing analyzed calmly. "There were reports before that a large portion of their transport and supply ship storage was dedicated to these missiles." Qin Longqing seemed truly clear-headed now, not enraged by the lack of information. He continued, "No matter what, we must defend this position. If the mutated insectoids couldn't destroy the Xiaolong Legion, then I will do it myself. With that, his eyes gleamed with a crimson murderous intent, as if he could already see the fierce battle that was to come. Commander Zhao Chen and his team had just entered the second Snow Swallow star system. Secretary Lilith turned to Zhao Chen, awaiting his orders. Zhao Chen surveyed the surroundings and issued a series of commands. Assess the status of each Legion's fleet. As per Charlotte's deployment, halt all movements and rest where we are. Ensure the interstellar supply ships promptly replenish our battleships, particularly Snow's special missile fleet. We'll need her firepower support in the upcoming battles. Zhao Chen suddenly chuckled. Don't forget, we've got billions of cute little friends following us. Chu Xian rolled her eyes. You can still laugh at a time like this? If anyone's fleet were being chased by billions of bugs, they'd be crying by now. Zhao Chen shrugged, placing his hand on the shoulder of a large white tiger beside him. What do I have to worry about? We've got our Valkyrie white tiger. Charlotte was focused on the interstellar battle map in front of her, continuously inputting various combat data. Without looking up, her tail swatted Zhao Chen's hand off her shoulder. Chu Xian's gaze fell on Charlotte. She had always known Charlotte's importance to the Xiaolong Legion, even feeling jealous at times. But witnessing Charlotte's command skills firsthand, she couldn't help but admire the white tiger half-beast. In her eyes, only her grandfather could match Charlotte's tactical prowess. This also made Chu Xian understand why Zhao Chen could always be so relaxed. Lilith handled internal affairs, and Charlotte managed the military. She couldn't help but wonder how this guy got so lucky. Just then, Lilith hurried to the interstellar battle map. We have new intelligence. Our stealth reconnaissance ship has reported enemy activity. We've gathered information on this star system, including the combat strength of Qin Longqing's station fleet. As she spoke, she marked the positions of the Empire's fleet and the Zerg fleet on the map. These were first-hand details obtained by infiltrating the local communication network. Qin Longqing has 30,000 Empire warships. This is Qin Xiaoyan's ace, never before seen in the Star Empire's active Legion records. There's also a Legion entirely composed of T3 series interstellar battleships, Lilith said, her tone filled with surprise. Chu Xian was also shocked. 3,000 T3 interstellar battleships? How did Qin Xiaotian accumulate so much wealth as the Prince of Yin and secretly maintain such a large legion? Zhao Chen laughed and shook his head. As expected, everyone has their cards to play. They usually complain to the royal family about insufficient military funds and outdated equipment. But when it comes to war, they bring out the big guns. Lilith continued her report. Additionally, there are 30,000 Zerg fleets and 2 Leviathan King-class Zerg motherships. One of them might be the one we heavily damaged before. She pointed to the updated data on the map. This is where Qin Xiaotian has established the first Snow Swallow Research Institute, his true stronghold. Qin Longqing has already set up defensive formations in these positions, preparing for a final showdown with us. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. 30,000 Empire warships, including 3,000 T3 interstellar battleships, plus 30,000 Zerg fleets and 2 Leviathan King-class Zerg motherships. Qin Longqing's cards are quite impressive. He turned to Charlotte. Have you figured out our next move? Charlotte pointed at the interstellar map, explaining step by step. First, we wait here until the mutated Zerg arrive. Then, we lead the mutated Zerg to Qin Longqing's battlefield for a surprise. Zhao Chen's grin widened. I like this surprise. Chu Xian thought to herself, madman. Though she had anticipated Charlotte's battle plan, actually implementing it felt insane. Yet this madness was familiar, reminding her of Zhao Chen's daring rescue mission at the Northern Star Military Academy with a single interstellar battleship. She realized, commanders attract like-minded subordinates. Charlotte continued, before that, our fleet will rest and stock up on as many combat resources as possible. Once the mutated Zerg arrive, we move out immediately. She added, after breaching the first Snow Swallow Research Institute, we must clear a star region and use the Huigang-class interstellar jump ship to evacuate. We may not have much time to gather Qin Xiaotian's research data. Zhao Chen scoffed. I don't care what Qin Xiaotian is researching. Let him take those disgusting things to his grave. His voice turned icy. What I want is for that scum Qin Longqing to die without a burial place. He must pay for his actions. Zhao Chen didn't consider himself a good person, but he couldn't tolerate someone as despicable as Qin Longqing, especially since Qin Longqing had turned the homes of trillions into hell to stop him. This was something Zhao Chen could not endure. Leaving such a monster alive, who knew what other heinous acts he might commit. Lilith, broadcast this to the entire star system. Qin Longqing, I'm here to take your life. Zhao Chen ordered coldly. Qin Longqing frowned as he stared at the interstellar war simulation, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What? The Xiaolong Legion is halting for rest? His voice was filled with disbelief. The adjutant nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir. The Xiaolong Legion stopped advancing after entering our star system and is now taking a break. It seems like they're waiting for something. Qin Longqing's gaze wandered over the simulation, finally settling on the edge of the star system behind the Xiaolong Legion's position. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, they're waiting for those mutated Zerg. The adjutant's eyes widened in shock. What? The Xiaolong Legion is waiting for the mutated Zerg? Qin Longqing's face darkened, eyes fixed on the simulation. Madman, the Xiaolong Lord is completely insane. He's waiting for the mutated Zerg to catch up, so he can lead them to attack us. The adjutant was stunned. But those mutated Zerg are uncontrollable, even for us. They instinctively annihilate other species. If he does that, the Xiaolong Legion will also be attacked. Qin Longqing sneered. If that kid wasn't a madman, he wouldn't have crossed so many star systems to challenge me to a duel. At that moment, a communications officer approached with a peculiar expression. Marshal, we've received a broadcast from the Xiaolong Legion on the universal frequency. What broadcast? Qin Longqing asked. The communications officer didn't dare to repeat it, and simply played the broadcast. Qin Longqing, I'm coming for your life. The message looped continuously. The adjutant swallowed hard. This Xiaolong Lord really doesn't play by the rules. He's trying to provoke you even now. Qin Longqing laughed angrily, pointing at the interstellar simulation. If he wants to go mad, I'll go mad with him. Mutated Zerg? Huh? Let's see who breaks first. Relay my orders. All fleets prepare for battle. No matter what happens on the battlefield, no ship or soldier is to abandon their post. Not even I, Qin Longqing, will retreat a single step. Anyone who does will be executed on the spot. Time ticked by. Qin Longqing sat silently in the captain's chair, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, the shrill sound of radar alarms echoed. Qin Longqing opened his eyes, focusing on the real-time, updated interstellar battlefield simulation. On the opposite edge, small red dots began to appear, moving slowly. The adjutant reported, Marshal, the Xiaolong Legion fleet is now within our radar range. 3 Xiaolong Legion fleets are forming a triangular formation, averaging a speed of 80 star knots. They are expected to enter our firing range in 30 minutes. Our reconnaissance ships have detected a massive number of mutated Zerg behind them. Qin Longqing was unfazed. No need to panic. We've seen Zerg before. We have 30,000 Zerg nest motherships behind us. The adjutant remained silent but worried. The mutated Zerg on the other side were uncontrollable, numbering in the billions. Although most were T1 level, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The reconnaissance footage showed the entire area covered in darkness. Not a single beam of light could penetrate. Qin Longqing said no more, quietly awaiting the impending chaos. Meanwhile, at the center of the Xiaolong Legion formation, the special fleet of interstellar missile ships led by the Wolfwoman Bai Shui was making final preparations. Commander Zhao Qin asked through a video window. Bai Shui, are your interstellar missile ships fully loaded? Bai Shui nodded. Yes, Commander. All interstellar missile ships are fully loaded and on standby, ready to attack any target within range. She licked her lips, eager to unleash her fleet's power for the third time. Zhao Chun sent the battle strike zones prepared by Charlotte to Bai Shui. These are your designated targets. Once all interstellar missile ships are within firing range, notify me immediately. Bai Shui quickly reviewed the targets and acknowledged. Zhao Chun then turned to the other 2 video windows. This battlefield situation is unique. The mutated Zerg behind us will attack both sides indiscriminately. Our rear will be the first to bear the brunt. Qitong, your Xiaolong 2nd Legion is responsible for the rear guard, ensuring we can withstand the Zerg assault. This task is crucial. If our formation is breached, our losses will be catastrophic. Commander Qitong responded confidently. Rest assured, Commander. I guarantee that no mutated Zerg will break through our 2nd Legion's defense. Zhao Qin then addressed Shenbing. Shenbing, once Qitong holds off the Zerg, they will spread out and attack our flanks while continuing to threaten Qin Longqing's fleet. Your Xiaolong 3rd Legion will handle our flanks. The Xiaolong 1st Legion will assist if necessary, but they have more critical tasks ahead, so I hope you can bear this burden. Commander Shenbing solemnly promised. Rest assured, Commander. The Xiaolong 3rd Legion will complete the mission. After giving the final instructions, Zhao Qin exchanged a glance with Charlotte and looked at the interstellar simulation. At that moment, Bai Shui's voice came through. Commander, the Xiaolong interstellar missile ship special fleet has all designated targets within attack range. Awaiting orders. Zhao Qin ordered. Bai Shui, your special fleet is now on standby. All interstellar missiles except for the 100 black hole missiles are ready to launch. Fire on my command. Understood, Bai Shui replied. Finally, Zhao Chun issued the overarching command. All Xiaolong Legion fleets, reduce speed, hold position and establish defensive lines. The fleet of the Xiaolong Legion, originally cruising at a steady speed, suddenly decelerated and eventually stopped. The fleet formed a massive, triangular defensive formation in space, resembling an open claw. Report, The entire Xiaolong Legion fleet has stopped and is holding position, the adjutant reported to Qin Longqing. Qin Longqing squinted at the star map and asked, "Have any of the Xiaolong Legion starships entered our attack range?" "Only a small portion of their forward starships are within our attack range," the adjutant replied. Qin Longqing sneered, already seeing through the Xiaolong Legion strategy. The Xiaolong Lord wants to use a borrowed knife to kill. But this knife cuts both ways. He isn't afraid of getting hurt himself. "Relay my orders. All starships remain on standby." "Yes, sir," the adjutant responded, then asked, "Would you like me to transfer the Deep Space Telescope images to you?" "Show me." Images from multiple deep space telescopes appeared before Qin Longqing. The deployment of the Xiaolong Legion was clear, but even more alarming was the massive black cloud approaching behind their fleet. This wasn't ordinary cosmic dust. It was a swarm of billions of mutant insects. The Xiaolong Legion's fleet, in the face of this impending black wave, looked like a small boat in a vast ocean. As time ticked by, the vanguard of the black wave collided with the Xiaolong Legion fleet. Through the video feed, Qin Longqing watched as the Xiaolong Legion's formation was overwhelmed by tens of millions of mutant insects, until the small boat gradually disappeared beneath the black wave. Qin Longqing turned off the video feed and switched to the radar display. On the radar, 3 distinct colors of markers were visible: black for the mutant insects, red for the Xiaolong Legion, and blue for Qin Longqing's fleet. At this moment, the triangular red formation was surrounded by black, but upon closer inspection, the red formation remained unbroken and steadfast. "Has the Xiaolong Legion used interstellar missiles to counter the mutant insects?" Qin Longqing asked. The adjutant shook his head. "Our monitoring department has not detected any energy fluctuations from missile explosions." Qin Longqing frowned. He had expected the Xiaolong Legion to use interstellar missiles to fend off the mutant insects, but that didn't seem to be the case. "Marshal, the mutant insects have started to bypass the Xiaolong Legion and are heading towards us. They are expected to threaten our position within 10 minutes, the adjutant reported nervously. "What's there to fear? They're just mutant bugs. If I can create them, I can destroy them. All starships, prepare for battle," Qin Longqing commanded. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun, amidst the swarm, issued his orders: "First Legion of Xiaolong, target Qin Longqing's direction, full firepower. Bai Shui, fire at the designated strike zone in 100 seconds. Wolfgirl Bai Shui hesitated, looking at the swarming mutant insects on the attack line, worried they would affect the missile's effectiveness. However, in the next moment, all starships of the First Legion of Xiaolong opened fire, clearing a path for their allies. Under the covering fire of the First Legion, Bai Shui was surprised to find that the designated attack route was indeed cleared. She saw Qin Longqing's fleet on high alert across from them and smiled a wolfish grin. When the 100 seconds were up, Bai Shui ordered, "Execute the attack order. All interstellar missiles fire." 300 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships and 1 T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship launched their payloads simultaneously. Millions of interstellar missiles streaked through the gap like a meteor shower, heading towards the enemy position. "What a spectacle," Zhao Chen remarked, witnessing the full force of the Xiaolong interstellar missile fleet for the first time. Chu Xian was stunned, mumbling, "If only our Chu family fleet had this." Lilith, however, remained calm and joked, "Impressive, isn't it? 487 billion star coins per volley. You too can have it." Chu Xian coughed violently. 87 billion star coins? That's the monthly output of an entire Chu River star region gone in minutes. Zhao Chen also quipped, "Lilith, let's not talk about such depressing things in a moment of triumph." Lilith crossed her arms, looking aggrieved. "So far, Bai Shui's special fleet has used 3 volleys, costing us 260 billion star coins. And let me remind you, Commander, we only have enough interstellar missiles for Bai Shui to fire 2 more volleys." Zhao Chen sighed, feeling the pinch. On the other side, Qin Longqing watched his forward starships get engulfed by the incoming missiles, feeling a pang of loss. Although he had prepared by deploying missile defense ships, the sheer number of enemy missiles was overwhelming. This missile barrage caused significant damage to Qin Longqing's fleet, and worse, the defensive line meant to intercept the mutant insects was now in tatters, allowing the insects to directly threaten Qin Longqing's main fleet. The chaotic battle had truly begun. Report: the 7th Fleet's defensive zone has been breached by the mutated insectoids. The command center on the bridge of Qin Longqing's flagship was in utter chaos. Bad news poured in from all directions like a relentless tide, each report more terrifying than the last. C3 Wartime Resource Depot has been destroyed. The 13th Fleet, en route to support the 7th Fleet, has been intercepted and is now engaged in heavy combat. Mutated insectoids have penetrated 30 into our defensive depth. Qin Longqing frowned as he stared at the holographic star map of the battlefield. The red signals blinked densely, each representing a unit teetering on the brink of collapse. He could hardly believe his eyes. 3,000 interstellar warships under his command were crumbling so easily. Suddenly, a dreadful realization hit him. The disastrous state of the battle was due to a fatal error. They had applied the combat data of the Xiaolong Legion to their own troops. Even though he had lowered his expectations from a perfect 10 to a modest 7, the reality was far more brutal. Their performance was not even close to 3. His gaze shifted to the direction where the Xiaolong Legion was surrounded by the mutated insectoids. That fleet, with fewer than 10,000 ships, was carving a bloody path through millions of insectoids. He couldn't help but ask himself, could he do the same? The answer was clearly no. Relay my orders, Qin Longqing commanded decisively. Abandon the first 3 defensive lines. All remaining ships are to retreat immediately. The Yanwang Legion fleet will hold the line. Maintain the formation at all costs. After a brief pause, he added, prepare our insectoid fleet for deployment. Be ready to engage at any moment. The ace up his sleeve, originally intended for the Xiaolong Legion, now had to be revealed prematurely. The Yanwang Legion fleet, a top-tier T3 force secretly assembled by the Prince of Yin, was dispatched to the most critical line of defense. Qin Longqing hoped it would perform as admirably as the Xiaolong Legion. However, reality once again shattered his hopes mercilessly. In the first 3 minutes, the Yanwang Legion's firepower did manage to suppress the insectoid assault. But as time passed, some of the cannons needed to cool down and recharge, and the firepower gradually waned. By the 4th minute, the insectoids launched another ferocious attack. Fire at will. Create a barrage. The captain of a frontline T3 frigate shouted urgently. Captain, our firepower isn't enough. There are too many of them. The weapons officer responded in despair. They're about to breach our defenses. The captain hesitated for a moment, but eventually sent out a distress signal. This seemingly reasonable action, however, exposed a fatal flaw in the command system. The request had to be relayed through multiple levels, each causing a critical delay. By the time Qin Longqing received the urgent report, the mutated insect swarm had already reached the Yanwang Legion's frigates. They relentlessly slammed against the energy shields, searching for weaknesses to exploit. The single-sided energy shields of the ordinary frigates quickly became overwhelmed. The insectoids poured through the gaps like a flood breaking through a dam. Initially, only a few got through, but soon they came in overwhelming numbers. One mutated insectoid finally landed on the frigate's hull, its claws frantically striking the armor. Although it was quickly destroyed by point defense cannons, dozens more immediately followed. They spewed corrosive green beams, destroying the point defense system. The frigate's weapon systems were being taken down one by one. Worse still, some of the insectoids had already corroded through the armor and breached the interior. The corridors and compartments of the ship turned into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse, filled with the screams of the crew and the horrifying screeches of the insectoids. Warning! 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 Intruding bugs detected in cabin 077. Requesting immediate assistance. A soldier cowered in the corner of the cabin, frantically calling for help through the starship's internal communication system. At that moment, a squad of fully armed space marines burst onto the scene. Seeing them, the soldier felt a glimmer of hope. These marines were elite combat personnel stationed on the starship, rarely called into action. In modern interstellar warfare, their role was minimal, only deployed during final stages of battles for boarding spaceports, stations, or planetary assaults. He watched the space marines, clad in exoskeleton combat armor and wielding laser rifles, swiftly head towards the cabin where the bugs had appeared. He thought to himself, these elite forces should be able to handle the bugs with ease. Soon after, the soldier heard intense gunfire and blood-curdling screams from the adjacent cabin. Trembling, he stood up, leaning against the wall for support. Suddenly, a strange rustling noise came from the next cabin, followed by the screams of soldiers. This is Marine 077. The bugs are overwhelming us. We've suffered heavy casualties, retreating now, requesting backup, requesting backup. The desperate plea echoed through the communicator. Moments later, a few battered Marines stumbled out from the adjacent cabin. Some had lost limbs, covered in blood, whether their own or their comrades'. Something terrifying seemed to be chasing them. Suddenly, a bug pounced on a Marine with a severed leg, pinning him to the ground. Help me, please, he begged desperately. Yet, the other Marines, eyes filled with terror, didn't turn back. They only focused on their own escape. The soldier watched in horror as the Marine was torn apart by a mantis-like bug, intestines hanging from its mouth. More bugs swarmed out, and the soldier joined the fleeing group, running towards the next cabin. Just as they were about to reach the next cabin, the door slammed shut, trapping the Marines outside. They banged on the door frantically, shouting in despair. Open the door! We haven't made it through. Open the door, you bastards! Open the door! Please, open the door! One Marine, disregarding the others, fired at the door, but their weapons couldn't breach its reinforced structure. Meanwhile, the swarm of bugs closed in. Blood splattered on the door, and screams filled the air, followed by the chilling sound of chewing. On the starship's bridge, The captain stared in horror at the internal map. Large red areas indicated overrun cabins, with one particularly large section moving towards the bridge. Suddenly, a heavy thudding noise came from the steel door of the bridge, as if some giant beast was trying to break through. The captain turned sharply, staring at the heavily reinforced door. Escape pods. Use the escape pods. Emergency evacuation. The captain pressed the escape pod button on his chair, but nothing happened after several attempts. Captain, it seems our escape pods are jammed, the second-in-command shouted in panic. The captain's heart sank. Through the bridge's viewport, he saw their allied ships facing similar fates. A few fortunate escape pods had launched, but in the bug-infested space, their survival rate was almost zero. The captain slumped into his chair in despair. The steel door of the bridge buckled under the relentless assault, forming web-like cracks. The officers on the bridge were terrified, some breaking down emotionally. They preferred the ship to be destroyed instantly rather than face the horrifying bugs. The screams from the communication channel when they closed the cabins still echoed in their minds. The second-in-command handed the captain a weapon, but the captain pushed it away with a bitter smile. What good is this against those bugs? Surviving this? Impossible. He pulled out several grenades and placed them on his lap. These will at least give us a quick death. In the next moment, the steel door gave way, and hundreds of bugs swarmed in. Gunfire erupted, initially holding back the bugs, but as more poured in, some officers threw down their weapons and tried to flee. The bridge quickly descended into chaos. The captain watched the bugs devour his men and thought of the planets infected with the insect virus. As starship captains, they all knew about Qin Longqing's actions. Did the abandoned inhabitants of those planets face the same hopelessness? Marshal, perhaps this is our retribution, the captain murmured, pulling the pin on a grenade. The explosion engulfed the captain's chair and the entire bridge. This scene wasn't isolated. Other ships in the fleet faced the same fate. The backbone of the Yanwang Corps fleet was being consumed by the swarm. On the flagship of the Xiaolong Corps, Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, observing the enemy fleet's plight through the starship radar. It's time for you to experience the same despair faced by the trillions of lives you abandoned, Zhao Chun coldly remarked, watching the signals of the starships being consumed by bugs, like a merciless judge passing sentence. Watching his defenses crumble before the onslaught of the mutated Zerg, Qin Longqing finally grasped the sheer power and terror of the Zerg. In desperation, he resorted to his last measure. Zerg fleet, advance at full force. Qin Longqing commanded with resolute determination in his voice. 30,000 Zerg motherships moved forward, contrasting sharply with the ferocious mutated Zerg on the other side. This calmness lasted only until the two forces collided. The moment the Zerg fleet clashed with the mutated Zerg, the battlefield turned into a gruesome meat grinder. The Zerg fleet, with its considerable number of motherships and high-level units, held an advantage, while the mutated Zerg relied on their overwhelming numbers to fight back. Billions of mutated Zerg swarmed the Zerg motherships, enveloping them layer by layer. One by one, the Zerg motherships disintegrated under the relentless assault, their numbers rapidly dwindling. 20 hours later, the battle had become a bloodbath. Qin Longqing looked around and saw that his fleet was nearly surrounded by the mutated Zerg. The Deep Space Telescope was no longer functional, and he had less than 1,000 Imperial starships left. With the remnants of the Yin King Legion fleet at its core, they barely managed to establish a final line of defense around a military fortress known as the Snow Swallow First Research Institute. This fortress had once been the base where Prince Yin researched Zerg technology, and now it was the only stronghold Qin Longqing could defend. All other planets had fallen to the Zerg. After 20 hours of fierce fighting, Qin Longqing's fleet of 30,000 Zerg ships had been reduced to just 3,000 struggling motherships. The losses of the mutated Zerg were incalculable, their numbers seemingly endless. Is this my comeuppance? Qin Longqing muttered with a bitter smile, collapsing into the captain's chair. His hair had turned half white, and he looked as if he had aged decades overnight. What's the situation with the Xiaolong Legion? Qin Longqing asked weakly, lifting his clouded eyes. The adjutant quickly brought up the radar scan. The image showed that the triangular area opposite still had numerous starship energy signals, almost unchanged from 20 hours ago. How are they doing this? Qin Longqing murmured, his expression dazed. The adjutant had no answer. In these 20 hours, their formation had been shattered. If not for the Zerg fleet, they would have been devoured by the mutated Zerg. Yet, the Xiaolong Legion's defenses remained steadfast, an incredible feat. We've lost. Qin Longqing leaned back, despondent. We've lost completely. Despite the dire situation, the adjutant remained defiant. Even if we're doomed, we can at least drag the Xiaolong Legion down with us. They must be struggling too, and it's only a matter of time before the mutated Zerg overwhelm them. Qin Longqing shook his head with a bitter laugh. Do you think the Xiaolong Legion will go down with us? Their commander isn't that foolish. If he's daring enough to implement such a risky plan, he surely has a backup. This plan may cost the Xiaolong Legion dearly, but they won't perish here with us. Suddenly, Qin Longqing's eyes sharpened. Where's the doctor? Bring him to me. We can't let him fall into Zhao Chen's hands. With no way out, Qin Longqing decided to destroy everything of value. The adjutant immediately organized a search for the doctor in the fortress's research institute. 10 minutes later, they reported back. The doctor was nowhere to be found. Marshal, the doctor is missing. The adjutant looked at Qin Longqing in shock. Qin Longqing laughed bitterly, covering his face with his hand. I knew that man was no simple character. He wouldn't help the emperor for no reason. He must have his own agenda. The emperor working with him is like bargaining with a tiger. I only hope the emperor heeded my warnings and remains cautious of him. The adjutant asked cautiously. Then, should we activate the device left here? Qin Longqing remembered another research project the doctor had been responsible for, which included 10 outcomes, one of which was hidden in the Snow Swallow First Research Institute. According to Qin Shaoyan's instructions, if the institute was about to fall, this device would be activated. Qin Longqing closed his eyes in thought, then shook his head. Enough? We've done enough already. Let's leave a glimmer of hope for this galaxy. It won't absolve us of our crimes, but it's something. The adjutant said nothing, standing silently beside the marshal, ready to stay with him until the end. Meanwhile, at the Xiaolong Legion's defensive line, according to radar scans, Qin Longqing's imperial fleet has less than 1,000 ships left, and the Zerg fleet has fewer than 30,000. They are currently engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated Zerg and are in critical condition. In no more than 5 hours, Qin Longqing's forces will be completely annihilated. Secretary Chu Xian reported to Zhao Chun. Charlotte stood next to Zhao Chun and said, It's almost time. Can your first corps complete the mission? Do you need the second and third corps to assist? Zhao Chun looked at Charlotte, who shook her head and focused on the star map. During the past 20 hours of battle, the second and third corps have been heavily depleted. Now, it's our first corps' turn to take over. Rest assured, Commander, the first corps will accomplish the final mission. Charlotte began outlining the next operational tasks for the First Legion of the Xiaolong fleet, while Zhao Chun reviewed the battle damage reports for the Second and Third Legions. Secretary Lilith reported that the Second Legion lost nearly 500 starships, with a casualty rate of 15, but the survival rate of the crew was as high as 67, resulting in approximately 59,000 actual deaths. The Third Legion fared slightly better, losing over 300 ships, with a casualty rate of 10, and around 36,000 deaths. The loss of nearly 100,000 lives left Zhao Chun in a moment of silence. This was the largest scale of casualties the Xiaolong fleet had ever suffered. Without their advanced technology, these individuals would have truly perished. Secretary Chu Xian added that 36 of their combat supplies remained, which was expected to meet 30 of their operational needs. Bai Shui's special missile fleet was still capable of one more round of saturation strikes. Zhao Chun inquired about the readiness of the Huigang-class interstellar jump ships. Lilith reassured him that only 15 T4 Huigang-class ships were needed for evacuation, and they had 20 on standby. She detailed the requirements for interstellar jumps, including the need for undisturbed initiation and maintaining a no-flee zone. Zhao Chun further asked about the available number of interstellar jump ships. Lilith brought up the data, showing that out of 50 T4 Huigang-class ships, 23 had been used, and 27 were on standby, with 20 present here and 7 on other battlefronts. The First Legion of the Xiaolong fleet then began reconfiguring their formation into a wedge-shaped attack pattern, moving past the Second Legion to launch an offensive against the mutated Zerg. The entire Xiaolong fortress set sail once more, heading towards the final defensive interstellar military stronghold of Qinlong City. En route, they had to pass through the fierce battles between the mutated Zerg and a Leviathan-class Zerg mothership. The two forces were locked in a strange stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. The movements of the Xiaolong fleet caught the attention of Qinlong City. Initially, they thought the fleet was coming to destroy them, but soon realized their course was shifting. Qinlong City suddenly understood that the Xiaolong fleet was heading towards the space between the two stars of the system, preparing for an interstellar jump. Despite the urge to intervene, Qinlong City was helpless, surrounded by the mutated Zerg. They could only watch as the Xiaolong fleet navigated around the battle zone, heading towards the two stars. Just as the Xiaolong fleet was about to pass by Qinlong City's stronghold, an unexpected event occurred. An electronic window popped up on Qinlong City's control panel, indicating that the Shuiyin First Research Institute was in danger and had activated Plan M, with a countdown of 1,000 seconds. This unexpected activation shocked Qinlong City. He questioned his deputy and learned that it was an irreversible background program. Realizing this might be the doctor's arrangement, Qinlong City decided to retaliate. He ordered to contact Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong fleet, claiming to reveal secrets about Zerg technology. Qinlong City thought this might divert the fleet's attention to the doctor, possibly giving the emperor a slim chance of survival. Zhao Chun stared at the haggard man in the video call window. The man's hair, a chaotic mix of black and white, highlighted his current state of weariness. This was a stark contrast to the image Zhao Chun had seen in the intelligence reports. It was hard to believe that this was once the five-star General Qin Longqing. The two men locked eyes for a long moment, with neither willing to speak first. Zhao Chun silently recalled Qin Longqing's past. Years spent undercover beside Prince Qin Ming, serving as Qin Zhaoshan's secret agent, ultimately aiding him in ascending to the throne. Now, this once celebrated hero had fallen to such a state. Where did you get those starship technologies? Qin Longqing finally broke the silence, his tone laced with curiosity. Zhao Chun responded with a question of his own. Do you think I would tell you? Qin Longqing shook his head self-deprecatingly. If you satisfy my curiosity, I'll share a secret with you. Sorry, I'm not interested in your secrets, Zhao Chun replied coolly. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Qin Longqing stared at Zhao Chun, then abruptly changed his mind. Forget it. I won't ask about your secrets. But I think you will be very interested in what I have to say. It's about the bugs. Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. Qin Longqing adjusted the video window, revealing a string of red numbers. 831 seconds, 830 seconds, 829 seconds. This is a countdown, Qin Longqing explained. When it reaches 0, it will activate and tear open a space, creating a passage. A passage to the world of the interstellar insectoids. The cosmic wormhole? Zhao Chun blurted out. He wasn't surprised, as he had suspected the insectoid disasters in the Azure Starfield and the Northwind Starfield might be man-made. You could call it that, but it's different from what you know, Qin Longqing said, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Because it will be permanent. Zhao Chun's eyes narrowed. Qin Longqing continued, aren't you curious where our massive insectoid fleets come from? There's a man under the Emperor, we call him the Doctor. His origins are unknown, but he suddenly appeared and gained the Emperor's trust, then secretly started researching interstellar insectoids. Qin Longqing detailed how the Doctor established the first permanent second-level cosmic wormhole at the edge of the galaxy, allowing limited T2 insectoid motherships to pass through. Using that wormhole, the Doctor furthered his insane plans. A researcher of insectoid technology, Zhao Chun frowned. He had heard of such a person but never had concrete intel. Is he not here? He was, Qin Longqing replied. The insectoid spore virus I released in the surrounding star systems is one of his latest projects. I knew he was a ticking time bomb and intended to die with him, preventing him from falling into your hands. But I underestimated him. He likely anticipated our failure and somehow escaped from these mutated insectoids. So, you're planning self-destruction? Creating a second-level cosmic wormhole here? Zhao Chun asked, puzzled. Is that all you wanted to tell me? Qin Longqing's murky eyes fixed on Zhao Chun. I know you see me as a villain, responsible for countless deaths for the Emperor's victory. But activating this permanent wormhole doesn't benefit me. It's the Doctor's backdoor program. I can't shut it down. I'm telling you this to warn you about the Doctor. You and the Emperor may be enemies, but at least your goals are to control the Starlight Empire. The Doctor. From him, I only sense annihilation. So you want me to deal with the Doctor in the future, buying time for your master? Zhao Chun saw through his intentions. Loyal to the end. Just like Qin Zhaoshan's dog. Qin Longqing merely smiled. And the wormhole here isn't a second-level one. It's a fourth-level cosmic wormhole, permanent. Zhao Chun's brow furrowed. Fourth level? Qin Longqing explained that the Doctor had been researching how to create more advanced and stable permanent wormholes. With Qin Zhaoshan's funding, he could now create permanent fourth-level wormholes, though they were costly and required rare materials. Only 10 activation devices, called egg pods, had been made. Zhao Chun realized this meant 10 permanent fourth-level wormholes. The interstellar insectoids were a nightmare acknowledged by all races. Even the Holy Radiance Empire did not dare take them lightly. The limited existence of wormholes had been the key to containing the insectoid disaster. Now, the appearance of permanent fourth-level wormholes would change everything. More frighteningly, the Doctor's research was ongoing, with the next step possibly being fifth-level wormholes, which would mean the arrival of true Leviathan-class insectoid motherships. I have one more question, Zhao Chun said gravely. You had some secret cooperation with the Holy Radiance Empire. What were the details? Qin Longqing faced Zhao Chun's question with candor. At this moment, he seemed to shed the heavy burden of being the Empire's Grand Marshal, speaking more like an ordinary person sharing his story with an old friend. The Holy Radiance Empire's Saint family wants to research Zerg technology on their own. They've requested from us the technology to open a permanent cosmic Zerg nest and control interstellar Zergs. Qin Longqing's words sent a shiver down Zhao Chun's spine. These Zerg technologies are undoubtedly like Pandora's box. The more you open it, the greater the harm it causes. Especially a permanent cosmic Zerg nest, the consequences are unimaginable. Zhao Chun stared at Qin Longqing and asked, if I destroy your interstellar fortress, can I take out the activated Zerg egg? Qin Longqing smiled and shook his head, explaining in detail, That Zerg egg is about the size of a small room and is protected by the most advanced armor technology in the universe, divided into 12 layers. Even the strongest T4 class interstellar battleship's main cannon would need to fire continuously for 12 hours to destroy it. A single volley from your interstellar missile ship would be futile. The instantaneous explosive power is far weaker than the sustained firepower of a battleship's main cannon. If you don't believe me, you can try. Zhao Chen didn't ask further, nor did he try. He trusted Qin Longqing's words because there was no reason for him to deceive. To successfully activate that thing, Qin Longqing had no reason to reveal this information. Moreover, Zhao Chen, based on his own knowledge, confirmed that the star-shining empire indeed had the capability to achieve such technology. You mentioned earlier that Qin Shaotian and that scientist first activated a permanent secondary cosmic Zerg nest in an interstellar border space. What were the coordinates? Zhao Chen pressed on. Qin Longqing smiled and shook his head. I can't tell you that. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and stared at him. Is that all? Nothing else you want to say? Qin Longqing tapped his head and raised a finger. Oh, there's one more thing. He slowly pointed at Zhao Chen and mouthed the word, boom. At that moment, the video communication abruptly ended. Warning. A high-energy attack is targeting our flagship. Secretary Chu Xian suddenly exclaimed. Commander Charlotte calmly said, no need to panic. A green beam blasted through the mutated Zerg, defending one side of the Jiaolong Legion fleet. Zhao Chen recognized it as an attack from a near T5 Leviathan King-class Zerg nest mothership. Recalling previous intelligence, there were 2 Leviathan King-class Zerg nest motherships in this star system engaged in battle with the mutated Zerg, and the other evidently near the Shuiyin interstellar fortress. The green beam shot straight towards Zhao Chen's flagship but was intercepted midway by a barrier. It was the star shield field formed by 30 T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates. The dazzling light illuminated the Jiaolong Legion fleet, and the green beam gradually weakened under the protection of the star shield field. Through the area pierced by the green beam, Zhao Chen saw the Shuiyin interstellar fortress, teetering under the mutated Zerg's attack, and the Leviathan King-class Zerg nest mothership clinging to it. It seemed this nest mothership, heavily damaged in the last battle, couldn't recover and now served as a fixed artillery platform for the fortress. Lilith, deploy some stealth interstellar reconnaissance drones and imaging equipment, Zhao Chen ordered. On it, Lilith promptly responded. She had also heard the conversation between Zhao Chen and Qin Longqing and understood the commander's intent. After this interruption, the Jiaolong Legion fleet continued towards the direction of the 2 distant stars. Will we have enough time? Zhao Chen asked Charlotte. Charlotte replied, if what Qin Longqing said is true, considering the countdown, the so-called permanent T4 cosmic Zerg nest will appear in 13 minutes. We need 10 minutes to reach the coordinates for the jump and another 10 minutes to prepare, totaling 20 minutes. If this permanent T4 cosmic Zerg nest is similar to previously recorded ones, we should still be able to leave here smoothly. Hearing Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Secretary Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chen with a complex expression. Commander, is what Qin Longqing said true? A permanent T4 cosmic Zerg nest? It's unbelievable. Zhao Chen said gravely, now isn't the time to consider if it's true. What we need to determine is that the scientist Qin Longqing mentioned created 10 Zerg eggs capable of activating permanent T4 cosmic Zerg nests with existing materials. There's one here, so where are the other 9? At that moment, the atmosphere around Zhao Chen turned icy cold. 9 potentially imminent permanent T4 cosmic Zerg nests were like 9 ticking time bombs. Would Qin Shaotian really dare to do this? Wouldn't this be a stain on the star-shining empire's history? Chu Xian asked nervously. Zhao Chen responded calmly, history is written by the victors. As long as Qin Shaotian becomes the final victor, he can describe this history however he wants. What should we do? If what Qin Longqing said is true about the permanent T4 cosmic Zerg nests, Chu Xian felt a shiver down her spine just thinking about it. Zhao Chen said sternly, once we leave, immediately notify all fleet units on various battlefields. Qin Shaotian surely knows the danger of this technology. He won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, even if he wins, the aftermath will be too much for him to handle. Hearing the commander's words, Chu Xian and the others felt a slight relief. But their spirits were low, devoid of the joy that should come with defeating Qin Shaotian's stronghold. Meanwhile, on the Shuiyin interstellar fortress, an adjutant reported to Qin Longqing, Marshal, our attack did not cause any damage to the Jiaolong Legion fleet. Qin Longqing waved dismissively. I didn't expect to cause any damage. But we had to at least put up a fight. Not firing a single shot at the Jiaolong Legion would be too frustrating. Indeed, up until now, the Jiaolong Legion and their fleet hadn't directly clashed. Aside from the initial barrage of interstellar missiles they endured, they hadn't even had the chance to fire a single shot at the Jiaolong Legion. Bring me my favorite bottle of wine, Qin Longqing ordered. Qin Longqing then sat in the captain's chair, drinking directly from the bottle, soaking his uniform. As he did, The red countdown timer in front of him continued to decrease. 100 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second. Deep within the Shuayan interstellar fortress, a long-dormant cocoon-like device began to activate. Report, we've reached the coordinates for the jump. All Huiguang-class interstellar jump ships are ready for pre-jump preparations. Zhao Chun stood in the command center, his gaze fixed on the interstellar battlefield map. The Xiaolong Legion fleet was currently in a narrow region between two stars, with a relentless swarm of mutated insectoids hot on their tail. Execute the original plan. Clear this area within 10 minutes, and don't let any mutated insectoids through. Begin preparations for the Huiguang-class interstellar jump. Zhao Chun ordered decisively. Yes, sir. 15 T4 Huiguang-class interstellar jump ships hovered in the starry expanse, initiating their advanced internal systems. This process would take 10 minutes, during which the Xiaolong Legion had to clear the area of all mutated insectoids to ensure the jump would be undisturbed. Fortunately, the terrain formed by the two stars significantly reduced the area they needed to defend. Zhao Chun watched the red dotted line on the map, marking the safe zone for the interstellar jump. With seamless coordination among the three Xiaolong Legion fleets, they managed to clear the area of insectoids within minutes. However, a broader defensive perimeter was still needed to secure enough distance for the upcoming jump. Just then, all the radar systems on the interstellar warships sounded an alarm simultaneously. Report, we've detected an extremely high-intensity energy reaction at the location of the Shuayan interstellar fortress. The spatial fluctuations in that area are highly abnormal. Lilith, the secretary officer, reported urgently. Zhao Chun immediately ordered, contact all Huiguang-class interstellar jump ships and ask them if the current spatial anomalies will affect our upcoming jump. Lilith swiftly carried out the order. Soon, a reassuring reply came back. There would be no impact. Stay vigilant. No one knows what kind of black tech that Doctor has developed, Zhao Chun warned, turning his attention to several video feeds. These were live feeds from stealth surveillance devices deployed earlier near the Shuayan interstellar fortress. In one of the feeds, Zhao Chun saw cracks suddenly appear in the fortress that had been fiercely resisting. The web-like fissures spread rapidly, and the entire fortress began to collapse as if being devoured by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the massive fortress was swallowed by a rift. Record all data and information, Zhao Chun reminded sternly. Yes, sir, Lilith nodded, aware of the importance of this data for future encounters with the insectoids. The rift continued to expand, pulling in surrounding mutated insectoids and interstellar warships. Is that a black hole? Chu Xian frowned, noting its resemblance to a black hole. It's possible. Zhao Chun squinted as he analyzed. Our understanding of black holes is still limited. We know they have immense gravitational pull, capable of trapping even light. It's conceivable that a black hole might connect to another universe. Chu Xian scratched her head in confusion. These complex theories were beyond her expertise. The rift's interior was filled with an unknown dense mist, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Its size is already comparable to a level 2 cosmic insect nest, Charlotte pointed out seriously. The rift continued to grow. Some mutated insectoids and interstellar warships that failed to escape in time were torn apart by its influence. Report, the interstellar jump is 50 complete. And we need another 5 minutes, a subordinate reported, but everyone's attention remained on the expanding cosmic rift. In just a few minutes, the rift had doubled in size. Level 3 cosmic insect nest, Chu Xian murmured, fear evident in her eyes. Report, radar systems have detected strong unstable energy fluctuations within the rift. Something seems to be emerging, a crew member reported in alarm. Continue observing and recording, Zhao Chun commanded in a deep voice. A few minutes later, the cosmic rift finally stopped expanding. Its enormous opening looked like a black, pupilless eye in the universe, sending chills down everyone's spine. How much longer until we can leave? Even Lilith couldn't help but ask anxiously. 1.5 minutes. That brief minute and a half felt interminably long for everyone present, even more so than the 20 hours they had endured under the mutated insectoid siege. Report, radar detects something emerging from the rift, the radar operator screamed. Zhao Chun and the others stared at the cosmic rift. Enormous black shadows began to appear in the mist, slowly revealing their true forms. Interstellar insectoids. T3 level insectoid motherships, someone exclaimed, and there are many T2 and T1 motherships around them. The emerging interstellar insectoids immediately began indiscriminately slaughtering everything around them, whether mutated insectoids or surviving interstellar warships. Interstellar jump preparations, 30-second countdown. All interstellar warships, return to designated positions, Lilith reminded. Charlotte quickly issued the final order. Execute the plan. Launch interstellar missiles at the designated areas to cover the fleet's jump. As the Xiaolong Legion fleet retreated, the mutated insectoids swarmed again. But Charlotte was prepared. Interstellar missiles targeted key areas, effectively preventing the insectoids from disrupting the jump. Light rings began to appear, enveloping the interstellar warships and making them vanish. Just as Zhao Qin's flagship was about to disappear, he took one last look at the cosmic rift. Suddenly, Zhao Qin's vision went black. When he looked at the rift again, his face showed shock. A colossal eye, several times larger than a star, was staring right at him from within the cosmic rift. Commander? Commander? Lilith's voice echoed in Zhao Qin's ears, snapping him out of his daze. On the bridge, Lilith looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? We've completed the star jump. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Qin felt a wave of dizziness. Where are we now? He asked. Lilith quickly responded. As planned, we've returned to the Xiaolong star system. We're preparing to conduct a full resupply and maintenance for the 3 Xiaolong fleet battalions. It should take about 10 hours, after which we'll be ready to rejoin the front line. Zhao Qin looked around and asked, just before the jump, did any of you see anything unusual? Chu Xin chimed in. Oh, do you mean that cosmic insect nest? I think I saw a T4 hive ship emerge. Lilith's expression grew serious. Yes, it was a T4 hive ship. I didn't expect it to be a level 4 cosmic insect nest. If it's permanent, it's hard to imagine what this star system will turn into. Charlotte noticed the commander's odd behavior and asked with concern, did you see something else? Zhao Qin recalled the enormous eye he saw before the jump, which seemed to pierce his very soul, filling him with an unprecedented fear. But from Lilith's and the others' descriptions, it seemed only he had seen it. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to keep it to himself. The matters of the Xingyao Empire were too critical to be distracted by uncertain visions. It's nothing, just probably too tired and spaced out for a bit, Zhao Qin said with a light laugh, brushing it off. Lilith, still concerned, said, Commander, you've been with us constantly, and you haven't rested properly in the past 5 days in the Shuyan sector. Please take this time to rest. Zhao Qin nodded. All right, I'll take a break. Lilith and Charlotte, you handle things here. Make sure to inform Marshal Chu and the young princess about the intel on the egg-laying plan. Remind them to be cautious on the battlefield. With that, Zhao Qin left the bridge. Charlotte watched him leave, then walked over to Lilith and exchanged a few quiet words. Zhao Qin took the hover elevator to his captain's quarters. The door's holographic scanner confirmed his identity, and the door automatically opened. He collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. A nearby mechanical maid asked, Master, do you require any services? Zhao Qin opened his eyes slightly, looking at the advanced mechanical maid with a human female figure but a fully metallic face. Scan my body, he said softly. Initiating medical scan. Beginning scan. The mechanical maid emitted a beam of light, scanning Zhao Qin from head to toe. After half a minute, it reported, scan complete. The body is in excellent condition with no issues. If his body was fine, then the fatigue must be mental. Could it really be due to that enormous eye? The mechanical maid continued, based on the comprehensive scan, the master's mental state is suboptimal. Options for relaxation include a sauna, massage, hot spring bath, or acupuncture. Zhao Qin was too tired to even speak. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted by a strong hand with long, ticklish hair. He was placed into a warm environment, involuntarily letting out a sigh of relief. Ah, if you're going to enjoy a bath, do it properly. What's with the weird noises? Mechanical maid. Scrub him. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Zhao Qin vaguely heard someone speaking but was too comfortable to open his eyes or respond. Something moved over his body, scrubbing here and kneading there, with just the right amount of pressure. Zhao Qin occasionally let out contented sighs. Before falling completely asleep, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a fairy taking care of me? He didn't know how much time had passed when he felt an itch on his chin. He reached up and found an unusual amount of hair. Continuing to feel downward, he encountered smooth, elastic skin. Suddenly, he felt himself flipping through the air and landed heavily on the floor. The impact jolted him awake. In a comical position, he grabbed the edge of the bed and slowly got up. He saw a figure on the bed, on all fours like an angry cat. Her clothes were in disarray, revealing patches of white fur and smooth skin. The fur was bristling. Charlotte. Zhao Qin was startled, wondering if he had somehow assaulted Charlotte. But looking around, this was clearly his captain's quarters. Zhao Qin quickly put on an innocent expression and asked, What are you doing in my room? I. Charlotte was at a loss for words, her anger seemingly dissipating instantly. Zhao Qin looked down at himself, wearing only a pair of briefs, and became even more puzzled. Where are my clothes? Charlotte's face turned crimson. What exactly happened last night? Zhao Qin asked, confused. Nothing happened last night. Charlotte instinctively defended. The mechanical maid interjected, Master, I have 24-hour video surveillance. Would you like to review? Before it could finish, its head was torn off by a pair of tiger-like claws, leaving the rest of its body twitching on the floor. Oh, it was a robot. I thought it was something strange. Reflex action, Charlotte said, tossing the maid's head aside, her gaze wandering as she tried to act nonchalant. Zhao Chen put on his clothes and glanced at Charlotte on the bed. She was sitting cross-legged, her eyes unfocused, and her tail motionless. His intuition told him something must have happened last night, but his mental state was too poor, leaving his memory blurry. Last night, Zhao Chun started to speak, but Charlotte quickly interrupted. Commander, did you see something in the cosmic wormhole that left you in such a bad state? She knew Zhao Chen's stamina. Someone capable of soloing a combat mecha shouldn't be this exhausted from just a few days of work. Zhao Chen sat on the edge of the bed, holding his head. Recalling the scene, he still felt a sharp pain. It's nothing. Before he could finish, a white blur suddenly pounced on him. Charlotte pinned his shoulders down, straddling his waist, and pushed him back onto the bed. Before Zhao Chen could react, an awkward kiss silenced him. He inwardly criticized where she had learned this, but, still groggy from waking up, he didn't resist and instead began guiding her movements. Half an hour later, a breathless Charlotte grabbed Zhao Chen's hands and pinned them above his head. Why did you touch the base of my tail? She demanded, her cheeks flushed and breathing heavily. Huh? Zhao Chen was stunned, not understanding why she had suddenly stopped. Charlotte continued to glare at him. You promised. You said that when I came back from the Warhammer Galactic Federation for the second time, you'd teach me how to kiss properly, but you never mentioned it when we met again. Zhao Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed forgotten about it due to the tense situation back then. So what was all that just now? He asked, puzzled. Charlotte smirked. Did you think I wouldn't learn if you didn't teach me? I had Annie send me some videos. It's just two people licking each other. I thought it would be harder. Her tone carried a hint of guilt because the experience had been far more intense than she had imagined. So you only learned how to kiss? Zhao Chen asked, surprised. Yeah, just kissing. Is there more? Charlotte looked at him, confused. Zhao Chen realized she hadn't learned everything. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, that's just the first part. There's more fun stuff later. Let me go, and I'll teach you slowly. Just as Zhao Chen was about to take action, a mechanical voice came from outside the door. Secretary Lilith requests an audience. The sound was like a bucket of cold water. Charlotte jumped off the bed in a panic and hid behind the curtains. Zhao Chen found her sneaky behavior adorable. Why are you hiding? He asked. Letting Lilith see me here. It doesn't seem appropriate, Charlotte whispered, not sure why she felt the need to hide. Zhao Chen reassured her, guiding her to sit on a chair and advising her on how to handle Lilith's questions. He also reminded her to straighten her messy clothes. Blushing, Charlotte complied but still sat awkwardly. Zhao Chen asked Lilith to wait a moment as he freshened up and changed clothes. Curious, he asked Charlotte why she had suddenly kissed him. Charlotte replied irritably, it's because you don't fully trust us. You'd rather bear everything alone than let us face it together. Zhao Chen chuckled and then asked how she had gotten into his room. The access you gave me, same as yours, allows entry to any area of the Xiaolong Legion, Charlotte explained. Zhao Chen realized and then opened the door to greet Lilith. She entered, pushing a cart of food, and smiled, saying she had brought some meals. The aroma made Zhao Chen realize how hungry he was. Lilith quickly scanned the room and noticed Charlotte sitting primly on the sofa. She greeted Charlotte with a smile and took a subtle sniff, finding the room's scent somewhat unusual. Ahem. Zhao Chen cleared his throat and called out, Charlotte, come have breakfast. He glanced over the table, which was laden with food. Lilith had prepared a hearty meal for them. Dried fish, clam soup, fish dumplings, fried fish sticks. Suddenly, Zhao Chen noticed something peculiar. Why is half of this breakfast fish-related? He wondered aloud, looking suspiciously at Lilith, feeling she might have prepared it specifically for Charlotte. Charlotte's eyes lit up at the sight of the breakfast, and she started devouring it without hesitation. Seeing this, Lilith quickly said, Charlotte, slow down. If it's not enough, I'll have the Starship restaurant send more over. Watching Charlotte's rapid eating, Lilith frowned and asked, Charlotte, do you feel any different? Charlotte shook her head while chewing. No, I feel great. Lilith's eyes darted between the bed and the two of them. Zhao Chen noticed her unusual behavior and asked, Lilith, what are you looking for? Lilith stiffened, but then nonchalantly replied, nothing. Commander, you should eat something too. Zhao Chen picked up a few buns, and Lilith asked with concern, Commander, about your condition yesterday. Charlotte swallowed her dried fish and looked at Zhao Chen with wide eyes. Do you trust us or not? If something's wrong, tell us. We can help. Zhao Chen looked at the two women, recalling the storms they had weathered together over the past 2 years. From one makeshift starship to the current 1,000-strong fleet of the Xiaolong Legion, they had been through a lot. Perhaps it was time to be honest. Actually, during our last interstellar jump, you both said you saw AT-4 Zerg mothership. But what I saw was a massive eye. Since then, my head has felt foggy, Zhao Chen said gravely. A massive eye? Charlotte speculated. Could it be something even larger than a Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership? Lilith pondered. Foggy? That might be some form of mental attack. Although mental control technology is still in development, there are existing technologies in the biological field, like our succubi, who can naturally trigger hormone releases in the opposite sex, which is a form of mental intervention. Zhao Chen looked at them in surprise. You believe me? Of course, they both said in unison. Zhao Chen was puzzled. But you both clearly saw a T4 Zerg mothership. Only I saw. Lilith interrupted. From a scientific perspective, this could be explained by mental infiltration. Some interstellar species possess the ability to make someone see things that aren't there through drugs, language, or mental power. These things might not be physically present, but could be far away, like a mirage. It's complex but possible. Charlotte, munching on another dried fish and sipping clam soup, added. The universe is full of incredible things. For instance, there's a rare species among our beast folk whose gender is not fixed. One moment they're male, the next they're female. Isn't that mind-boggling? Lilith looked at Zhao Chun. If it were someone else, we might doubt them. But because it's you, we choose to trust you unconditionally. You're our commander. With two dried fish hanging from her mouth, Charlotte mumbled. Yeah. If there's some giant monster in that cosmic hive, we'll just blow it to bits. Zhao Chun looked at the two of them, feeling relieved. He then said seriously, all right, let's be serious. If what I saw was real, what was that eye? Why was I the only one who could see it? Charlotte gave up thinking and focused on her breakfast. I can't figure it out. You should talk it over with Lilith. Lilith thought for a moment. There could be many possibilities. Hard to pinpoint right away. Since it appeared from the cosmic hive, it should be related to the interstellar Zerg. Should we tell others? Zhao Chen cautiously asked. When I saw that I felt an overwhelming sense of unease, like an ant looking up at a god. If there's a force eyeing our world, it's not something the Xiaolong Legion can handle alone in the short term. Lilith shook her head. I don't recommend going public. First, people won't believe it. Second, even if someone does, we don't know if that unknown entity is friend or foe. What if it causes panic? A known enemy is manageable. An unknown one is terrifying. I think we should carry on as usual, deal with Qin Xiaotian, support the little princess, and fight the Warhammer faction, but investigate this matter privately. Convinced, Zhao Chun assigned Lilith to investigate, focusing on the mysterious doctor. How's our fleet's condition? What's the status in other war zones? Zhao Chun shifted his attention to current affairs. The fleet is fully resupplied and ready to move out. For detailed updates, please come to the bridge for my report, Lilith replied. All right, I'll be there shortly, Zhao Chun said, heading to the bathroom. Lilith immediately sidled up to Charlotte and whispered, Charlotte, did anything happen between you and the commander last night? Charlotte became defensive. Happen? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. I know you like the commander. Like the commander? Who said that? Lilith looked at Charlotte's flustered expression. Over 90 of the women in the Xiaolong Legion like the commander. Is that a secret? I don't like him. He doesn't even have as much fur as I do. Charlotte said, clearly flustered. Really? Then forget I asked. I had discussed with the commander's sisters and the acting governor of the Xiaolong system about the importance of the commander's lineage. I was considering you, but since you don't like him, I think Chu Xin, Shen Bing, Su Lan, or the little princess would be more suitable. I'll think about how to arrange it. Lilith stood up to leave. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her sleeve. No, you can't arrange it for them. At least I was the first to meet the commander. Charlotte pouted. Lilith smirked inwardly. This tiger girl was a fierce warrior, but no match for her in these matters. Then tell me everything you did yesterday, every single detail. Blushing, Charlotte finally confessed everything. After hearing it, Lilith held her head. Just a kiss? That's it? Next time, don't learn from Annie. That kid knows nothing. I'll send you some materials to study later. In mid-June of Galactic Year 3034, the Second Civil War of the Xingyao Empire erupted, unfolding at a pace that exceeded everyone's expectations. In just over a week, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, with a torrent of astonishing news flooding in. First came the victory report from the Chu Wen star system. Marshal Chu Changhe, in perfect coordination with Xiaolong's mysterious interstellar missile fleet, annihilated the enemy forces with overwhelming force. Following closely, the Bayan Group battlefield also reported a triumph. The Bayan Defense Fleet, working in tandem with Xiaolong's 4th Corps and an elite fleet composed entirely of Xiaolong's interstellar stealth bombers, crushed the Qin Xiaotian Empire's forces and the Insectoid Fleet's attempt to destroy the Bayan Group's industrial base. Remarkably, the industrial base emerged unscathed, with production not only unaffected but significantly boosted. However, the final blow that broke Qin Xiaotian, the new emperor, came from the Shuayan Star region. This battle not only exposed a horrifying scandal, but also triggered a catastrophic crisis. Qin Longqing released an insectoid spore virus in the second Shuiyan star system and its surrounding regions, plunging them into a biological nightmare within 24 hours. Trillions of beings were infected and mutated, turning nearly 100 large habitable planets into apocalyptic wastelands, spawning a terrifying new species known as the mutant insectoids. Despite this, Lord Xiaolong led 3 fleets, along with a specially deployed interstellar missile fleet, into the second Shuiyan star system. After fierce combat, they successfully destroyed Qin Longqing and Qin Xiaoyan's primary research facility in Shui. However, as the enemy was vanquished, a technology called Insect Egg was activated, creating a permanent level 4 cosmic insect nest. The Xiaolong Corps immediately broadcast an emergency alert to the entire Xingyao Empire, designating half of the Shuiyan star region as a high-risk area and warning all fleets to proceed with caution. They also advised the remaining star systems in the Shuiyan region to prepare for emergency evacuation. This news overshadowed the civil war itself, sparking widespread panic and skepticism. In response to the public's doubts, the Xiaolong Corps released most of the available video footage. For those still skeptical, Zhao Chen offered no further explanation. Those who believed turned their accusations towards Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian quickly engaged in crisis management, admitting the veracity of the incident but blaming Zhao Chen, claiming that the permanent cosmic insect nest was an unintended consequence of the Xiaolong Corps' bombardment of the research facility. Although this explanation was full of holes, it provided a semblance of cover for himself. The Xiaolong Corps refrained from further comment, confident that some truths need no defense and that the facts would eventually come to light. Subsequently, Lord Xiaolong led 4 fully prepared corps in a sweeping assault on the Royal Princess Fleet's battlefield, completely annihilating Qin Xiaoyan's imperial forces and the insectoid fleet. All fronts then advanced simultaneously towards the imperial capital. By this time, Qin Xiaoyan's remaining troops were few and demoralized. Meanwhile, various star regions within the Xingyao Empire also saw dramatic shifts. The elder of the Su family in the Zhisu star region led 30,000 interstellar warships, defecting to the side of the little princess under the banner of loyalty and justice. The governor of the Pegasus star region and several family factions also raised the little princess's flag, invading the central Xingyao star region. Qin Xiaotian was besieged on all sides, his downfall imminent. In the imperial capital, the once glorious palace lay in ruins. Qin Xiaotian sat dejectedly on his throne, empty wine cups scattered around him. The once bustling wartime command center was now deserted, with only a handful of staff still trying to work. Your Majesty? Latest news, 3 more star systems have defected to the little princess. Additionally, 1 star system has completely fallen, and we've lost 3,000 Imperial interstellar warships, a subordinate reported nervously. Furious, Qin Xiaotian hurled a wine bottle at the subordinate. Useless. All of you are useless. Blood mixed with wine trickled down the subordinate's forehead, but he dared not speak. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the hall. Seeing this person, Qin Xiaotian grasped at what seemed like his last hope, exclaiming, "Doctor, it's great to see you alive. I've been sending people to search for you." The newcomer was none other than the cloaked doctor. Qin Xiaotian quickly ordered everyone else out of the hall, leaving just the 2 of them. He grabbed the doctor's shoulders excitedly, accidentally knocking off the doctor's hat with his vigorous motion. The sight of a half-human, half-machine face came into view. A mechanical head and a coldly gleaming mechanical eye were enough to startle any outsider. Although in the era of space exploration, some people had replaced parts of their bodies with mechanical enhancements, a fully robotic head was unheard of. Yet, Qin Xiaotian seemed unfazed by this extraordinary sight. He raised his hand and unfurled a star map, his tone urgent. "Doctor, our situation is dire, but your technology is our hope. We have the insect egg technology. We can deploy them to the Beifeng star sector, the Chu River star sector, and the central Xingyao star sector. We will retreat to the Pegasus star sector to regroup. These insect eggs will keep Qin Xiaolei, Chu Changhe, and Zhao Chun preoccupied. If necessary, we can release more insect spore viruses in Beifeng and Chu River star sectors." Qin Xiaotian's eyes were bloodshot, his emotions intense, clearly indicating that this plan had been brewing in his mind for a long time. The doctor responded in a grave tone. "Your Majesty, you need to rest." "Rest? No way." Qin Xiaotian waved his hands frantically. "In half a month, the imperial capital will fall. We must be prepared." The doctor looked at him calmly. "No, you really need to rest. This war is already lost. Continuing to struggle is pointless." These words seemed to touch a nerve in Qin Xiaotian, who erupted in a hysterical roar. "Impossible. I will not lose. I still have the imperial army, the insect fleet, and you. I will never lose. I will rise again." The doctor took a few steps back, his eyes filled with coldness and contempt. "You have already lost completely. Besides, I will no longer assist you. My research is nearly complete, and you are of no further use to me." As Qin Xiaotian stood there bewildered, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, his body collapsing to the ground. In horror, he saw a tiny mechanical insect crawl off him and disappear into the doctor's black robe. What are you doing? Qin Shaotian glared at the doctor. The doctor responded coldly. Things that have lost their value are trash, and trash needs to be cleaned up. As he spoke, he extended a mechanical arm, opened a small vial, and released a swarm of black insects. No, stay away. Guards, help. Qin Xiaoshan's terrified screams echoed through the hall, but no one responded. The entire imperial city was already deserted, filled only with corpses. The doctor slowly walked out of the hall, putting his hat back on. Soon, a series of explosions erupted throughout the imperial city, flames and thick smoke quickly engulfing most of it. Strangely, the automatic firefighting systems failed to extinguish the blaze, which burned for an entire day and night, reducing the imperial city to ruins. Investigators found thousands of skeletons in the rubble, one of which was identified by DNA as Qin Shaotian. News of Qin Shaotian's death due to the fire in the imperial city spread quickly throughout the Xingyao Empire, unexpectedly ending the civil war. Qin Shaotian's death led to the complete collapse of the central Xingyao Star Sector's defenses. Zhao Chun, who had anticipated it would take another month to clear the entire sector, found AT-4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship hovering over the imperial capital by the end of June. Zhao Chun stood at the shuttle window, looking down at the ruins of the imperial city. Lilith and Chu Xian stood by his side. The imperial city caught fire? Do you believe that? Zhao Chun asked. Chu Xian rolled her eyes. This is the year 3034, not 2034. An explosion, maybe, but a fire destroying the entire imperial city? It's more believable that a volcano suddenly erupted under it. Zhao Chun turned to Lilith. Have you found that so-called doctor? Lilith shook her head. After we took over the imperial capital, we used every channel, but we couldn't find any information about the doctor. It's like someone deliberately erased all traces. What about the insect eggs? Qin Longqing said the doctor made 10, used 1, and had 9 left. Zhao Chun pressed. No information at all. Zhao Chun frowned. During the campaign in the central Xingyao Star Sector, those 9 insect eggs had been his greatest concern. To prevent Qin Shaotian from making a desperate move, he had even deployed numerous interstellar reconnaissance ships in the Beifeng and Chu River Star sectors. But the insect eggs remained inactive. Now, with Qin Shaotian dead and the mysterious doctor missing, everything seemed even more bizarre. Chu Xian speculated. I guess the fire in the imperial city was probably the doctor's doing. He killed Qin Shaotian, who was no longer useful, and erased all records of himself and the insect technology. Zhao Chun pondered. What is the doctor's true objective? Lilith and Chu Xian remained silent. The true intentions of the doctor, who had been manipulating events behind Qin Shaotian, became an unsolvable mystery that would likely haunt Zhao Chen and his allies for a long time. At that moment, Zhao Chen's terminal beeped, and an image of his older sister, Zhao Ruyue, appeared. Little brother, the princess will hold a meeting next month to decide on the next steps. The Xingyao Empire is in bad shape after 2 civil wars. Before the meeting, the princess wants to discuss the future governance and development of the empire with you. Understood. Give me a location, and I'll head over immediately. Zhao Chen knew it was time to divide the Xingyao Empire's spoils. At this moment, many were likely watching the actions of this newly risen warlord with keen interest. Why do I have to wear this outfit? Qin Xiaolei looked down at the white lace dress she was wearing. Her cheeks flushed. The princess dress had an alarmingly short hem and a low neckline that made her feel uneasy. Not to mention the large area of exposed fair skin on her back. She kept trying to pull down the hem of the dress to cover herself. Zhao Ruyue crossed her arms, satisfied as she looked at Qin Xiaolei, who was dressed according to her careful selection. Although Xiaolei didn't have a voluptuous figure, Ruyue believed she still had room to develop. Plus, with Xiaolei's status, this battle dress would surely win over her unromantic brother. Princess, think about the person you're about to meet. He is the one who helped you achieve revenge and unify the Xingyao Empire. Showing a little sincerity wouldn't hurt, right? Zhao Ruyue coaxed. But, I feel exposed. Qin Xiaolei's face turned even redder. Not only was the outer dress chosen by Ruyue, but even the underwear was picked out by her. That's not important, Zhao Ruyue said with an encouraging smile. About to say more when the voice of a female guard came from outside. Lord Xiaolong requests an audience. I should change my clothes. Qin Xiaolei tried to escape, but Zhao Ruyue pressed her shoulders down, forcing her to sit back in the chair. Let Zhao Chen in, Zhao Ruyue called out. As the footsteps approached, Qin Xiaolei felt like she was being roasted alive. She was seated on what resembled a temporary throne with no cover in front of her. If Lord Zhao Chun came too close, he might see something he shouldn't. To prevent this, she clamped her legs together tightly and pressed down on the hem of her dress. Zhao Chen entered the hall, his gaze shifting between the downcast Qin Xiaolei and the smiling Zhao Ruyue. Princess, sister, he greeted briefly. Zhao Chun, even though you've achieved a high status, you should still show proper etiquette when meeting the princess, Zhao Ruyue said with a playful smile. Zhao Chun hesitated, deciding to humor his sister. He was about to kneel on one knee when Qin Xiaolei's frantic voice interrupted him. No, no, no need for formalities. Seeing this, Zhao Ruyue knew she couldn't push the princess too hard. Brother, I was just kidding. This isn't a formal occasion. No need for such ceremonies. Zhao Chun looked puzzled, not understanding what his sister was up to. He decided to get straight to the point. Can we start discussing business? Yes. Let's talk business. Let's move to another room to discuss, Qin Xiaolei suggested urgently, hoping to move to a meeting room with a table for cover. No need for that, we can do it here. Zhao Ruyue pressed Qin Xiaolei's shoulders down again, secretly hoping her brother would appreciate the princess's beauty. Qin Xiaolei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Ahem. The Xingyao Empire is mostly unified now, but there are still vacant positions and resource distribution issues that need to be addressed. There's also the matter of post-war recovery. The internal strife has depleted our treasury and caused significant losses across the empire. If we can't recover quickly, it will have a huge impact. Already, small rebellions are starting to appear. Zhao Ruyue noticed that when Qin Xiaolei talked about serious matters, her expression became stern. She was pleased, thinking this contrast would surely intrigue Zhao Chun. Indeed, she caught a fleeting look of distraction in his eyes. However, Zhao Chen's momentary distraction wasn't for the reason Zhao Ruyue thought. He was considering how to take advantage of the seemingly defenseless princess. Qin Xiaolei was like a cake ready to be sliced, and he held the knife, able to decide her fate with a single word. Zhao Chen began to outline his plan. Regarding these issues, I already have some plans. First, the internal strife has left the Xingyao Empire unstable and the people disgruntled. These are easy to address. Most people simply want a job, an income, 3 meals a day, a peaceful environment, and a glimmer of hope for the future. On the employment front, Bayan Group will establish subsidiaries in various star regions to handle parts of the interstellar battleship production, essentially outsourcing. By doing this, we can create numerous job opportunities. Military industry has always been a key economic pillar, he continued, but for Bayan Group to have a market for these battleships, we hope to secure a commitment from the Xingyao Empire's royal family. For the next 50 years, at least 70 of the Empire's military procurement orders should be given to Bayan Group. Rest assured, the interstellar battleships provided by Bayan Group will meet the Empire's military needs, and this is guaranteed by the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Ruyue raised an eyebrow, closely observing her brother's faint smile. She realized that his seemingly win-win proposal was actually a way to tightly control the Empire's military-industrial complex. This would not only provide a steady stream of resources for Bayan Group, but also benefit the Xingyao Empire, creating a perfect military-industrial loop. Thus, in 30 years, Bayan Group would undoubtedly become the largest military contractor in the Xingyao Empire. How about the food? Qin Xiaolei asked anxiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhao Chen smiled confidently and patted his chest lightly. The food supply issue will be fully handled by the Xiaolong Galaxy. My Eden Food Trading Group will ensure that, within the next 3 years, every resident of the Starshine Empire not only has enough to eat, but also enjoys higher quality food. We'll provide natural ingredients at very favorable prices. He paused for a moment before continuing. According to the latest social surveys, while synthetic foods can sustain basic survival, they gradually decrease people's happiness and can even lead to dissatisfaction with the government. In contrast, natural ingredients stimulate taste buds, enhance the quality of life, and give people hope. Zhao Ruyue widened her eyes in surprise. Are you saying you'll supply natural food to the entire Starshine Empire? Do you realize how massive that supply would need to be? Zhao Chen responded calmly. I don't intend for everyone to eat natural food every day. Instead, those who work hard should be able to enjoy it a few times a week or month. We will gradually meet their needs, and the cost isn't as high as you might think. He added confidently, currently, the Eden Food Trading Group can meet the daily needs of 100 billion people, based on the high standards of the Xiaolong Galaxy. If we follow my plan and provide natural food once to 3 times a month, we can meet the needs of nearly 1 trillion people. Although we need to expand production over 300 times, with the more advanced T4 Golden Eden-class starships, output will significantly increase. Qin Xiaolei's eyes lit up with admiration as she looked at Zhao Chun. Zhao Ruyue, on the other hand, seemed thoughtful. Having already discerned her brother's intentions using this strategy, Zhao Chun could control both the military and food industries of the Starshine Empire, while also winning the people's hearts. For the Empire, Zhao Chun said solemnly, placing his right hand over his heart. His words made Qin Xiaolei's admiration grow even deeper, filling her heart with a sweet warmth. Zhao Ruyue timely reminded, next, we need to discuss the distribution of resources after the Civil War. She briefly outlined the situation of the governors and marshals who had either fallen or surrendered, as well as the resources and mining areas they had left behind. Qin Xiaolei blinked her bright eyes and looked at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, which star region do you want? I can make you a governor. She pointed to the central star region on the star map. How about this one? Zhao Chun shook his head. No need. These should be rewards for those who have contributed. I'll be content with the Xiaolong Galaxy and the 5 new resource star regions we've developed. Qin Xiaolei was puzzled. Then what do you want? You can't want nothing. Otherwise, I can't explain it to others. Zhao Chun took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Qin Xiaolei. I want to request rewards for my subordinates. This is a list. Please take a look, Your Highness. The list contained the names of over 100 officers from the Xiaolong Legion, each with a suggested commendation from Zhao Chun. Are you sure you don't want anything for yourself? Qin Xiaolei confirmed again. Zhao Chun smiled and shook his head. I'm just a hands-off manager. The ones who fought on the battlefield and helped you reclaim the empire are them. They deserve the honors. Qin Xiaolei nodded decisively. All right, I agree to everything. Zhao Ruiyue then asked, what about the resource mining areas? They need to be allocated. Zhao Chen suggested, we can partially reward those who have contributed and sell the remaining mining rights to the public, allowing all mining companies to compete fairly. This will also replenish our currently empty treasury. Good idea. Qin Xiaolei clapped her hands in agreement, then took out several documents to consult Zhao Chun. In no time, many of the Starshine Empire's affairs were properly arranged under Zhao Chen's guidance. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Zhao Chen said, standing up to leave. Wait. Zhao Ruiyue stepped forward and grabbed her brother's arm, her eyes hinting at something. Since we're all here, let's have a meal together. Zhao Chen immediately guessed his sister Zhao Ruyu's little scheme when he saw the gleam in her eyes. He quickly found an excuse to slip away. I've got some things to take care of. Let's have dinner another time. As soon as he turned to leave, Zhao Ruyu's hand slipped, failing to grab him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chun had already reached the hall's entrance. This brat. Zhao Ruyu stomped her foot in frustration and turned to the princess seated on the throne, Qin Xiaolei. Princess, please wait here. I'll go catch that brat right now. With that, she dashed off, leaving Qin Xiaolei alone in the spacious hall. Qin Xiaolei breathed a sigh of relief, curled up on the throne, and buried her head in her knees. The recent events had given her goosebumps, but thinking of Zhao Chun made her heart flutter. As a young girl experiencing her first crush, she couldn't help but mutter softly, actually, if it's him, maybe, it wouldn't be so bad. She then blushed and shook her body in embarrassment. Outside the hall, Zhao Chun had just let out a breath of relief when Zhao Ruyu caught up to him. Zhao Chun, stop right there. Zhao Chun quickened his pace, but Zhao Ruyu threatened, if you dare run, I'll chase you all the way to your Xiaolong Galaxy with the princess in tow. Zhao Chun reluctantly stopped and turned to face his panting sister. Big sis, what are you doing? Zhao Ruyu glared at him. You silly boy, don't you get it? This is a golden opportunity right in front of you, and you're not even tempted? Zhao Chun shrugged. Sis, I told you before, I'm not in a hurry to deal with personal matters right now. Zhao Ruyu scrutinized him suspiciously. You're not interested in women, are you? I've always wondered why your Xiaolong Legion is entirely female, yet there's never been any scandal about you. Could it be you see them as sisters? Zhao Chen's eyes widened. Come on, I'm a real man. My gender is male, and I like women. That's a fact. Isn't Qin Xiaolei beautiful? She is. Isn't she attractive? She is. Doesn't her status as a princess give you a sense of conquest? It does. Then don't you want to sleep with her? I wanna. Zhao Chen quickly corrected himself. Sis, wanting and actually doing it are two different things. There are plenty of women I find attractive. Does that mean I have to sleep with all of them? Zhao Ruyu put her hands on her hips and declared, I don't care about the others, but you must sleep with Qin Xiaolei. Zhao Chun was exasperated. Sis, are you really my sister? What kind of sister says things like that to her brother? Zhao Ruyu hooked her arm around Zhao Chen's neck and whispered in his ear, this is for your own good. All those future development plans you discussed with Qin Xiaolei, aren't they aimed at making the Xiaolong Legion control the entire Xingyao Empire? Why make it so complicated? If you control Qin Xiaolei, you control the entire empire. There's a saying, men conquer the world to conquer women, and women conquer men to conquer the world. Can't you just tweak that? Conquer Qin Xiaolei to conquer the Xingyao Empire. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Sis, do you think I'm that kind of person? You could be. Zhao Ruyu gave him an encouraging look. Realizing his sister wouldn't give up until she got him into Qin Xiaolei's bed, Zhao Chen decided to use Chu Xian as a shield. Sis, I really don't have that intention right now. Besides, you know I have an engagement with Chu Xian. I'm also allied with Marshal Chu Changhe. If I get involved with Qin Xiaolei now, how am I supposed to handle my relationship with the Chu family? Zhao Ruyu pondered for a moment. That is a bit of a problem. But why not just take them both? Our Zhao family is short on descendants. You could help expand the family tree. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Chun sighed. Realizing his sister was beyond help, he suddenly thought of a question. How old is the princess now? The princess? I think she's 17, Zhao Ruyu replied. Zhao Qin's lips curled into a smile. Well, that's it. I'm not interested in minors. Let's talk about it when she comes of age. Zhao Ruyu squinted at her brother. Really? You're not just making that up to fool me, are you? Of course it's true, Zhao Chun said earnestly. Then why not start with Chu Xian? Marshal Chu has been talking to me about marriage arrangements lately, Zhao Ruyu said with a mischievous grin. Zhao Chun realized there was no getting around this. After a lengthy struggle, he finally managed to escape his sister's clutches. A few days later, the quarterly system task updated. The last quarterly task has ended. Please claim your reward. The sudden voice startled Zhao Chun awake. He looked around and realized he had fallen asleep in the captain's chair on the bridge. Commander? Lilith asked curiously beside him. Zhao Chun noticed the blanket covering him and asked, How long was I asleep? 5 hours, Lilith replied. The leaders from the Northern Goose Group will arrive in an hour, and the new Empress's coronation ceremony is in 10 hours. It's July 1st now. Today was the day Princess Qin Shaolei would be officially crowned Empress of the Xingyao Empire, making her possibly the youngest Empress in history. Naturally, many dignitaries would attend the coronation, including representatives from the Northern Goose Group. As a trade force that Zhao Chun had supported, he had specifically instructed Lilith to arrange a meeting with them upon their arrival. Wake me in an hour, Zhao Chun said, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep while actually opening the system interface. Since it was July, the second quarter task was complete. Right, what was the second quarter task again? Quarterly task. Task content. Increase St. Kana's trust in the host. A trust level of 60 is considered passing and earns a basic reward. A trust level of 70 earns a bronze chest. A trust level of 80 earns a silver chest. A trust level of 90 earns a gold chest. Zhao Chun remembered St. Kana. He recalled barely passing before getting caught up in the Xingyao Empire's civil war. Now he was curious to see how much her trust had increased. Zhao Chun stared in astonishment at the numbers before him. St. Kana's trust level, 81. In just over a month of absence, the trust level had soared to such heights. Not only did this trust level allow him to claim the basic reward for the quarterly task, but it also granted him an additional silver treasure chest. With a thought, he opened the silver treasure chest. A flash of light, and Zhao Chun obtained the technical blueprint for the T4 Thunder Warrior class medium-sized interstellar combat mecha. Although it wasn't a blueprint for an interstellar battleship, it perfectly filled his current need for a suitable combat mecha. Upon closely examining the detailed technical description, Zhao Chun was even more delighted. This wasn't just any combat mecha. It was a transformable interstellar combat mecha, capable of switching between mecha and starfighter modes. Its performance was impressive. Star Shield energy capacity of 10,000 units, cruising speed of 40 stellar knots in mecha mode, and a maximum speed of 60 stellar knots. In starfighter mode, a cruising speed of 800 stellar knots and a maximum speed of 1,600 stellar knots. Standing 36 meters tall and weighing 1,088 tons, it required only one person to operate. Its weaponry included 6 63-barrel Gatling-style medium beam cannons, 500 small missile units, 1 heavy particle cannon, and specialized Thunder Lance and Thunder Chainsword for mecha mode. This mecha perfectly addressed the mobility issues of interstellar combat mechas, eliminating the need for interstellar transport ships or expensive rocket booster thrusters. Its combat capabilities could even rival some T3-class interstellar battleships, despite its inability to carry a large amount of weaponry and ammunition due to body limitations. Plans began to form in Zhao Chen's mind. Equipping each star system with 30 of these mechas would effectively maintain order. He sincerely thanked St. Kana and resolved to inquire about this old friend's status in the future. The quarterly task was promptly updated, now requiring the elimination or subjugation of 20 major tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Completing different quantities would yield corresponding rewards, ranging from basic rewards to golden treasure chests. Zhao Chen realized that the system seemed to consider the Star Glory Empire largely stabilized and was preparing to embark on a new journey. This suited him perfectly. The Star Glory Empire only needed gradual consolidation, while the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, due to his early maneuvers, was already engulfed in chaos. With Charlotte as the Valkyrie banner, all that remained was for him, the strategist, to enter the fray. The annual task also refreshed, adding a new objective, controlling 4 star domains of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Zhao Chen checked the task details and found that only areas controlled by Charlotte's Tiger and Dragon Corps and the White Tiger tribe were marked as allied territories, while other Warhammer Revolutionary Army regions were not included. This indicated that the Warhammer Revolutionary Army had not fully pledged allegiance to him, still viewing him as an ally rather than a sovereign. Zhao Chen quietly calculated that he would need to clean up the Warhammer Revolutionary Army in the future. He required loyal followers, not mere allies. Finally, the task to unlock the T5 mall was also updated. Zhao Chun quickly skimmed through the task content, discovering that it required completing a series of conquest tasks to unlock the T5 system mall. Tasks included conquering the Siren Queen, the Harpy Queen, the Spider Queen, and the Fox Empress, each yielding corresponding completion progress. Seeing the word conquest, Zhao Chun couldn't help but feel something was off. Nevertheless, new challenges lay ahead, and it was time to formulate the next step in his action plan. Zhao Chun carefully reviewed the mission guide and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the task was merely to make the other party submit and obey, rather than something unspeakable. He then looked over the annual tasks, quarterly tasks, and the mission to unlock the T5 store, noticing that they all pointed towards the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Was it just a coincidence? After an unknown amount of time, Lilith softly whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, "Commander, the representatives from the Northern Goose Group have arrived at the starport outside Imperial Star. They are scheduled to meet at the Imperial Star starport." Zhao Chen opened his eyes and responded briefly, "Got it?" Inside the Black Diamond VIP meeting room at the Imperial Star starport, the luxurious decoration was grand enough to host a magnificent banquet. Zhao Chen arrived first, standing by the open door to show his respect for the Northern Goose Group's representatives. After all, their performance on the Northern Goose Group's defense line had been impressive. Several figures appeared at the doorway, all members of the Northern Goose Group's leadership. Although Zhao Chun had only seen their names on a list, he could roughly recognize them. However, one familiar face caught his attention: Su Yifan. Zhao Chun smiled and patted Su Yifan on the shoulder, stopping him from bowing. "This is a private meeting, no need for formalities." Zhao Chun helped Su Yifan up and praised him. "I heard you performed outstandingly in the Northern Goose Group's defense battle." Su Yifan replied seriously, "It's my duty. The Morton system is my responsibility, and I won't allow any enemies to run rampant in our homeland." "Well done." Zhao Chen patted Su Yifan's shoulder again, his gaze shifting to the doorway. He noticed a familiar face missing, and the others seemed to be avoiding eye contact. "Where's Li Wei? Hiding in the bathroom again?" Zhao Chen joked. He used to do that all the time at the Northern Star Military Academy, always running to the bathroom whenever something came up. I almost wondered if he was hungry. Silence fell over the room. Zhao Chen's smile faded as he noticed their evasive glances. "Su Yifan, where is Li Wei?" Zhao Chen asked, his tone turning serious. Su Yifan bit his lip, his fists clenched as if he were struggling with something. Zhao Chen felt a pang of anxiety and pressed again. "Su Yifan, I'm asking you one more time. Where is Li Wei?" Su Yifan avoided Zhao Chen's gaze. Zhao Chen felt a wave of dizziness. The expressions and attitudes of everyone in the room silently conveyed a disturbing answer. "No, this can't be," Zhao Chen muttered, memories of his time with Li Wei at the academy flashing through his mind. Although most of those memories belonged to his original self, they still felt real to the current Zhao Chun. Just as Zhao Chun was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Didn't expect you'd care so much about me. Don't tell me you've fallen for me? I have to warn you, I have a girlfriend now. Just because you're my boss doesn't mean you can take advantage of me." Zhao Chun turned around to see Li Wei grinning at him, a mischievous look on his face. "Get out of here." Zhao Chun kicked Li Wei's rear, though he held back his strength. Hey, you're the Dragon Lord now. You can't just go around hitting people." Li Wei dodged and protested loudly. "If I don't hit you, you'll just run to the bathroom again. Today, I'm shoving your head down the toilet to teach you a lesson." Zhao Chun scolded. Seeing the two of them chasing each other around, Su Yifan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Su Yifan explained, "My lord, it's not our fault. Li Wei insisted we play along with his prank on you. I almost couldn't hold back from telling you. None of you are getting away with this. I'm docking your pay," Zhao Chen threatened. At that moment, Zhao Chen grabbed Li Wei's baggy sleeve, revealing a mechanical arm underneath. Zhao Chen's smile froze. Li Wei rubbed his nose and patted his mechanical right arm. "Bad luck, lost my right arm, but at least I'm still alive. This mechanical arm is top-notch, way stronger than my old one. Now, if I arm wrestled Deshawn, he'd definitely lose. Too bad he's gone." Tears streamed down Li Wei's face, but he still smiled. He began recounting his experiences after joining a mercenary group post-graduation, sharing stories of his fallen comrades. "Old Zhao, you have no idea. When they found out I was the younger brother of the Northern Goose Group's president and the Dragon Lord's friend, their expressions were unforgettable. But I got them killed. They all died in the Northern Goose Group's defense battle. 32 brothers, all gone." Li Wei finally broke down, crying uncontrollably. Zhao Chen hugged Li Wei tightly, listening quietly as he recounted the stories of their fallen brothers. Su Yifan gazed at Li Wei, his heart filled with emotion. This tough warrior, who had lost an arm in the defense of the Northern Yin Group, was now crying like a child in front of Zhao Chun. In the past, even when he learned that all his comrades had perished, Li Wei had only quietly stated his intention to recover their bodies. an almost impossible task in the harsh reality of interstellar warfare. Exhausted from crying, Li Wei fell asleep where he sat. Zhao Chen took off his coat and gently covered him with it. He then turned to Su Yifan, his eyes questioning. Su Yifan explained, "In the final stage of the Northern Yin group defense, we were down to our last line of defense. Li Wei's flagship faced the T3 Zerg mothership Hedon without retreating. Eventually, the bow of his ship was hit, rendering it inoperable. Fortunately, Li Wei was rescued, but he lost an arm. He refused a prosthetic limb and chose this mechanical arm instead, saying it made him feel more like a man." Zhao Chen felt a pang in his heart and patted Su Yifan on the shoulder. "You are all heroes of this civil war. Don't worry, you will receive the honor you deserve." He paused, then added, "Do me a favor. If any of Li Wei's comrades have relatives who want to come to the Xiaolong star system, I promise to provide them with the best treatment." Su Yifan nodded. "I've already made arrangements for that. You can rest assured, Lord." After chatting for a bit longer, everyone went back to their respective tasks. Returning to the bridge of the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship, Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, his mood still heavy. Lilith noticed his emotions and walked over to gently massage his temples, softly comforting him. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Some things are unavoidable. You've done your best." Feeling slightly comforted, Zhao Chun asked, "Do we have the statistics for this civil war?" Lilith brought up the electronic screen and reported, "The battle lasted nearly a month. We deployed 4 core, over 12,000 warships, and lost nearly 2,000, including 13 T4 class ships. We suffered nearly 200,000 casualties and consumed 800 billion star coins. Currently, we have only 100 billion strategic resources left, making it impossible to launch another large-scale battle within 3 months." Zhao Chen frowned. 200,000 people. This is the largest casualty since the establishment of the Xiaolong Corps. "How are the arrangements going?" Lilith replied quietly, "The arrangements have been made, but given the large number of people, familiar faces are bound to meet. Considering confidentiality, we plan to incorporate these individuals into the newly formed Corps." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Expand to 10 Corps as planned, and we can allocate the remaining 6 for these individuals." Lilith continued to report on other losses, including the Princess Royal Fleet, the Chu Family Corps, and the North Wind Star Region Fleet. She concluded with the Zerg virus incident in the Shuiyan Star region, which resulted in the deaths of trillions of beings. Zhao Chen immediately inquired about the current situation in the Shuiyan Star region. Lilith responded, "The second system has been occupied by the Zerg and is spreading to nearby areas. All mutated Zerg have died, seemingly due to a lifespan limit." With a serious expression, Zhao Chen stated, "Immediately establish a dedicated research department and recruit all relevant experts from across the Empire. We must find a way to shut down the level 4 cosmic Zerg nest before it goes out of control." He knew that with 9 Zerg eggs still unaccounted for, this crisis hung over them like a sword, and it had to be resolved swiftly. On July 1st, 3034 of the galactic calendar, interstellar battleships floated silently in small groups around the Imperial capital star. Without exception, these ships were all T3 class, each bearing the distinct crests of various families. The most eye-catching among them was the crest of the Zissou star region, emblazoned on the majestic T4 class heavy battleship, Beifeng Jishan. This T4 battleship was one of the Su family's few high-grade assets. Despite its powerful capabilities, it had seen very little combat. For the Su family, it served more as a symbol, its significance far outweighing its practical use. The Su family had dispatched nearly 300 battleships for this mission. However, according to a decree previously issued by Qin Xiaolei, all visiting forces fleets were required to remain at the outer edges of the Imperial capital star system. Each faction was allowed to send only 1 to 3 ships into the system for easier management and order maintenance. On the bridge of the Su family's flagship, a descendant of the Su family gazed in awe at the fleet of battleships outside the window and asked, "Are these all part of the Xiaolong Legion's fleet?" These battleships, bearing the same fleet insignia, were not docked at the starport but were instead dispersed around the Imperial capital star, clearly on a mission to maintain order. Although the civil war within the Xingyao Empire had ended, no one could guarantee that trouble wouldn't arise. The presence of these battleships undoubtedly provided a great sense of security. The eldest son of the Su family replied solemnly, "Yes, these are all from the 4th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps, totaling nearly 3,000 T3 class battleships. They are temporarily responsible for the security of the Imperial capital star until order is restored in the Imperial capital and the central star region of Xingyao. After that, the task will be handed over to the Sunto-formed Empress's Guard fleet." The other Su family members marveled at the might of this fleet. Though they had seen images and videos before, witnessing them in person truly conveyed the terrifying aura they exuded. No wonder the Xiaolong Legion could dominate the interstellar battlefield. As they conversed, their gazes occasionally drifted toward a couple standing by the Su family governor. The governor turned to Su Chong and asked, "Su Chong, I heard that Su Lan is the commander of this 4th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps. Hearing this, the surrounding family members looked at Su Chong with even more envy, admiring his good fortune in having such a capable daughter. Commanding 3,000 T3 class battleships was a rarity in the entire Xingyao Empire. Su Chong stepped forward respectfully and answered, "Yes." The governor then asked, "Has Su Lan been in contact with you recently?" Su Chong replied, "We exchange brief messages, but due to the recent civil war, Su Lan has been very busy, so we haven't communicated much. However, I do check on her daily and occasionally have video calls." The woman beside Su Chong added, "Yes, Su Lan is very filial. She even asked if we wanted to go to the Xiaolong star system and offered to arrange it for us." The governor looked at the woman and said, "Su Chong's wife, although you're not Su Lan's biological mother, I hope you can treat her as your own daughter. Su Lan is pitiable, having lost her mother at a young age. You should maintain close contact and strengthen your bond." "Yes, yes," Su Chong's wife nodded repeatedly. "My 2 daughters get along very well with Su Lan, like real sisters. They even keep saying they want to join the Xiaolong Corps." She paused, concerned about how the governor would feel about their close ties with the Xiaolong Corps. The governor, however, said, "It's great if they can join the Xiaolong Corps. Don't worry about unnecessary concerns. The Xiaolong Corps is on the verge of becoming the most powerful force in the Xingyao Empire. In 3 to 10 years, this will undoubtedly be the case. You should talk to Su Lan about it. If she needs support, the Su family's children are all willing to join the Xiaolong Corps. After all, she needs someone to rely on in the Xiaolong Corps, and our family will always be her backing." The surrounding Su family members echoed this sentiment, eager to express that their children or relatives were suitable candidates for the Xiaolong Corps. The eldest son of the Su family observed this scene, understanding the governor's intentions. The Xiaolong Corps was undoubtedly a powerful ally, and aligning with them would provide significant protection and opportunities. Establishing a loyal faction within the Xiaolong Corps would only benefit the Su family. Su Chong responded, "I'll mention it to Su Lan." He glanced at the governor's kind expression and the surrounding people's friendly demeanor, fully aware that it was all because of his daughter's achievements. The saying, "a father is honored because of his daughter," had never been more true. Although several hundred members of the Su family had arrived on the starship, only 30 were allowed to attend today's new emperor's coronation ceremony. This was because the Su family was among the top 5 invited factions. Other families were lucky to have 2 or 3 spots. After leaving the starship, the Su family members first underwent identity checks and scans by the reception guards. The guards meticulously verified that the Su family members matched the previously submitted list and scanned for any weapons. Even the Su family governor was not exempt. In the past, the Su family might have been displeased with such treatment, but now, they behaved exceptionally obediently, as if well trained. The reason was simple. These reception guards were composed of 2 groups. 90% were soldiers from the Princess Royal Fleet, and the rest were female soldiers from the Xiaolong Corps. These female soldiers adhered strictly to protocol, regardless of the visitor's status, even if they were marshals or governors. Of course, some ignorant individuals still thought things were as they used to be. These individuals were promptly expelled by the Xiaolong female soldiers. Onlookers regarded the expelled individuals with disdain, mentally adding these fools and their associated factions to a blacklist, never to engage with them again. After completing the checks, the Su family members boarded a shuttle to the Imperial Capital Star. The shuttle traveled for about 10 minutes before gently landing on a helipad in front of a magnificent palace, situated 30 to 50 kilometers above the ground, amidst the clouds. This was the venue for today's Empress coronation ceremony. Although situated above the clouds, this newly built cloud palace feels remarkably comfortable due to its unique architecture. The efficient operations of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship enabled the rapid construction of this sky city. Governor Su surveyed the surroundings. Although there was still an hour before the ceremony began, most guests had already arrived, and the seating arrangements for various factions had been meticulously planned. The Su family was seated next to the Chu family. "Su, you old turtle, you've actually left the Zissou star region. I thought you'd never leave your little corner of the galaxy," came a teasing voice. The Su family turned to look but dared not react. Governor Su smiled upon seeing the speaker. Marshal Chu, still as spirited as ever. "Unlike me, just an old man." Marshal Chu Changhe sat down in a chair and snapped his fingers. His adjutant immediately unfolded another chair beside him. "Don't just stand there. Come, sit and chat." Governor Su took the seat next to Chu Changhe without hesitation. While most people remained standing respectfully, only these few with special status dared to sit at this time. Chu Changhe glanced at Governor Su. "I thought we would meet on the battlefield this time. But you, old turtle, always know how to play your cards right. You bet correctly this time. It seems your Su family is lucky to have Su Lan. I've met her. She's a promising talent, especially in commanding carrier starships. I don't know how your Su family produced such a military genius." Governor Su, unfazed by the veiled jab, smiled and said, "It's just Su Lan's own good fortune." The two continued to chat about the current situation as time quietly passed. 5 minutes before the ceremony, Chu Changhe and Governor Su stood up, and the chairs were removed. The room fell silent, but it quickly became apparent that one important party was missing: the Xiaolong Legion. As whispers filled the air, dozens of shuttles landed on a distant platform. A group of female officers in Xiaolong Legion uniforms marched in formation. Leading them were high-ranking officials: Deputy Commander and 1st Corps Commander Charlotte, Chief Secretary Lilith, followed by the commanders of the 2nd to 4th Corps, Qitong, Shinbing, and Su Lan, as well as special fleet commanders by Shui and Zhao Wanner. They were accompanied by Li Yaqi, chairman of the Beilong Group, Red Rose of the Rose-Red Dragon Group, and Jiang Hong, acting governor of the Xiaolong Star System. The crowd parted to create a passage. The synchronized sound of marching boots resonated through the venue. The Xiaolong Legion officers took their place in the front row, right next to the Chu family. Marshal Chu. Charlotte and her team saluted Chu Changhe, their only proactive greeting upon entering the venue. Grandfather. Chu Xin winked at Chu Changhe. As an officer of the Xiaolong Legion, she was also participating in this ceremony. The Xiaolong Legion's formation was the most impressive, with their uniform white and gold-trimmed military attire and their seasoned battlefield demeanor, exuding an air of valor. Su Lan noticed the Su family's gaze from a distance and signaled to Charlotte and Lilith. "If you want to go over and greet them, go ahead. They are your kin, after all," Lilith said softly. Su Lan nodded and walked over. Su's mother was the first to step forward. "Have you lost weight, dear? Take care of yourself out there." "Thank you for your concern, Auntie. You take care too," Su Lan replied, locking eyes with her father, Su Chong, but saying nothing. Governor Su broke the silence. "You always talk about your daughter every day. Now that you see her, why so silent?" The surrounding Su family members chimed in. If not for Governor Su's presence, they would likely have vied to get closer to Su Lan. "Lan, you've become more composed," Su Chong finally spoke. "You've become more prosperous," Su Lan responded, noticing from his attire and condition that he'd been doing well, just as she had expected. "The ceremony is about to start. I should get back," Su Lan said, returning to the Xiaolong Legion's formation. Su's mother whispered to her husband, "What's wrong with you? You had so much to say at home. Why can't you say more than 3 words now?" Su Chong's expression was complicated. Some words seemed hard to say in front of his daughter. He could hardly believe that the poised and commanding fleet commander before him was his own child. Suddenly, solemn music echoed throughout the Cloud Palace, accompanied by dazzling light effects. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the grand door beside the throne, awaiting the queen's entrance. However, the first to appear was a man in military uniform, exuding a powerful presence. He paused, his cold gaze sweeping across the room. Most people felt a shiver down their spine as his eyes passed over them, overwhelmed by his formidable aura. "This kid, he seems even more imposing after a few days," Chu Changhe said with a proud smile. Governor Su stared at the young man, knowing full well that this was the mastermind who had ended the civil war in the Xingyao Empire and helped the empress ascend the throne. This man would become the true power at the top of the empire's hierarchy. The commander of the Xiaolong Legion, lord of the Xiaolong Star System Zhao Chen. Zhao Chun stood on the stage, and time seemed to freeze for a minute. The entire hall fell silent, the atmosphere solemn and respectful. Suddenly, he slowly raised his left arm, and a slender, fair hand rested upon it. As he moved forward, a graceful figure gradually came into view. Princess Qin Xiaolei, dressed in a luxurious gown of white and gold, with a train several meters long, stepped slowly towards the audience. Zhao Qin carefully supported her. Qin Xiaolei stood before the throne, facing the crowd. She lifted her head slightly, her gaze sharp and commanding, exuding the majesty of an empress. The guests were amazed by the transformation of the young princess. The once delicate and tender girl now displayed an extraordinary presence, despite retaining some of her youthful innocence. At this moment, Zhao Riyue approached with a brocade box containing a new crown and scepter. The original crown and scepter had gone missing during the fire at King Qin Xiaoyan's palace. Zhao Chen and Qin Xiaolei had decided to have them remade. As Zhao Riyue reached Zhao Chen's side, the crowd exchanged curious glances. Typically, a member of the royal family of high stature would perform the coronation. The fact that Zhao Chen, an outsider, was given this honor carried significant implications. "The coronation of the new emperor," Zhao Riyue announced. Zhao Chen lifted the jewel-encrusted crown and looked at Qin Xiaolei. Qin Xiaolei leaned forward slightly, a subtle gesture that sent a ripple through the audience. She acknowledged Zhao Chen as her superior. Zhao Chen gently placed the crown on Qin Xiaolei's head, and then took the scepter from the brocade box, presenting it with both hands. Observant attendees would notice that the new scepter was engraved with dragon patterns and adorned with a dragon head at the top. With the crown on her head and the scepter in her hand, Qin Xiaolei gazed sternly at the crowd below, raising the scepter high. Long live the Empress. The guests in the palace responded, those in the back prostrating themselves, while those in the front either knelt on one knee or bowed slightly. The female officers of the Dragon Legion performed a standard military salute. Amid the acclaim, the newly crowned Empress Qin Xiaolei slowly took her seat. Zhao Chen and Zhao Riyue stood like guardians on either side. 3 minutes later, Empress Qin Xiaolei spoke. You may rise. Today marks the rebirth of the Xingyao Empire. Over the past year, our empire has faced internal strife and external threats. But thanks to the efforts of many loyal and righteous individuals, we have finally returned to the right path. Now, I shall announce my first decree as Empress. She paused and continued. From this day forth, I bestow the title of Prince of the Dragon to Zhao Chun, formerly the Lord of the Dragon Legion, and appoint him as regent to assist in governing the Xingyao Empire. He shall have the authority to mobilize the empire's military and fleets across all territories. When you see the Prince of the Dragon, it is as if you see the Empress herself. The announcement shocked all factions present. The title of Prince was already above a duke, and the position of regent was unprecedented in the empire's history, placing Zhao Chun almost on par with the Empress. Even more astonishing was that Zhao Chun was granted the power to command the entire empire's military forces. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Chun's eyes. He had expected some form of reward, but hadn't anticipated Qin Xiaolei to grant him so much. However, upon reflection, it made sense faced with a rebuilding empire and the looming threat of the Holy Radiance Empire. Qin Xiaolei had no choice but to firmly bind Zhao Chun to the Xingyao Empire. After announcing this first decree, Qin Xiaolei issued several more. The coronation ceremony concluded, and the celebration banquet began. Zhao Chun and Qin Xiaolei exited the hall and found a secluded spot. Zhao Chun looked at Qin Xiaolei and asked, "Why didn't you discuss this reward with me beforehand?" "A prince and a regent." Qin Xiaolei looked at him seriously. "Is there a problem? Your abilities are well known. I trust your character, so naturally, I want to make full use of you. Aren't you worried I might usurp the Qin dynasty?" Zhao Chun asked with a wry smile. Qin Xiaolei blinked playfully. "Would you do that?" Zhao Chun turned to Zhao Riyue, who was stifling a laugh. "Big sister, did you know about this too? Is there a problem with that?" Zhao Riyue responded with a smile. Zhao Chun realized the decision was final and could only emphasize, "I don't care what titles you bestow upon me. Just make sure to handle the empire's tedious affairs yourselves. Don't think of dumping them on me." With that, he waved his hand and walked away. Qin Xiaolei pouted and looked at Zhao Riyue. Zhao Riyue leaned in and whispered, "If you make him truly yours, do you think he would ignore your affairs?" Qin Xiaolei's cheeks instantly turned a deep shade of red. The banquet hall buzzed with lively chatter, yet the observant would notice that guests' gazes frequently and unconsciously drifted towards one corner. There sat a row of stunningly beautiful women, whose presence seemed to dim the brilliance of the entire venue. Typically, distinguished male guests would eagerly approach them, hoping for a romantic encounter. However, tonight, no one dared to overstep boundaries. It was clear to everyone that these beauties, though as enchanting as roses, concealed thorns that could turn against the unwary. At that moment, a man in a crisp military uniform entered the hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The guests perked up and rushed forward to engage him. "Your Highness, I'm from the Northern Windstar region. We're alumni," one man said enthusiastically. "Congratulations, Your Grace. Let me toast to you first." Another guest raised his glass. "Your Highness, my sisters and I have heard so much about you. May we have the honor of an introduction?" A few women asked sweetly, their eyes full of anticipation. Zhao Chun walked through the crowd, expressionless and ignoring the flattery. He headed straight to the corner where the radiant female officers had already risen and respectfully saluted. "Commander, look at you now, all high and mighty. Your Highness, Your Grace. Even I have to bow to you," Chu Changhe teased, holding a glass of wine. Zhao Chun shrugged helplessly and sat down on the sofa. "This wasn't my idea. I was set up." He waved to the female officers around him. "Sit down. Enjoy the food and drinks." The women finally took their seats but showed little interest in the food, clearly finding it inferior to the standards of the Xiaolong Legion's starship restaurants. Chu Changhe cleared his throat and reminded, "You should be mindful of titles, at least given the occasion." Unconcerned, Zhao Chun turned to Li Yaqi opposite him and asked, "Where's your brother?" Li Yaqi pointed towards the center of the banquet hall. "Over there," trying to impress his future father-in-law. Li Wei was surrounded by people, standing next to a graceful young woman and a middle-aged man who was enthusiastically praising him, occasionally patting his shoulder. "Who is that?" Zhao Chun asked. Li Yaqi explained succinctly, "A girl from a second-tier family in the Zhongyuestar region. She met Li Wei during his travels. They're dating. No issues with her background or connections." Her tone indicated thorough investigation. Zhao Chun nodded. "Ask Li Wei to come over. I need to talk to him." Li Yaqi got up to fetch her brother. Moments later, Li Wei stood before Zhao Chun. somewhat nervous. Your Highness. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. I've discussed with the Empress. The Imperial Army will undergo a massive expansion to 500 Legion fleets, totaling 1.5 million starships, including 10,000 T3 class starships. This military procurement order, worth 10 trillion star coins, will be handled entirely by Beiyin Group. Li Wei was stunned by the astronomical figure. Zhao Chun continued, I've assessed Beiyin Group's current production capacity. With your current fleet of 20,000 T2 Iron Hammer class heavy industrial starships, it would take over a decade to complete this order. So, I'm allowing you to expand your fleet to 100,000 T2 Iron Hammer class ships and establish industrial subsidiaries in various star regions. This will create local jobs and boost your production capacity. I need this order completed within 3 years. Can you do it? While Li Wei was still processing the numbers, Li Yaqi answered first. We can definitely complete it within 3 years. If the subsidiary setup goes smoothly, we can do it in 1 year. 1 year? Li Wei exclaimed. Produce 1.5 million starships in 1 year? Li Yaqi explained, subsidiaries in various star regions will handle the production of low-end components, cutting Beiyin Group's production time for a starship nearly in half. Beiyin Group will only need to focus on core technologies. Li Wei frowned. But such a massive Beiyin Group, what if there's no demand after this order? Impatiently, Li Yaqi flicked her brother's forehead. Think outside the box. Industrial starships can produce more than just starships. This cloud palace we're in, wasn't it produced by an industrial starship? You can produce many civilian industrial facilities. There's opportunity everywhere. Li Wei suddenly understood, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei's shoulder, speaking earnestly, your sister has entrusted Beiyin Group to you. Don't let her down. Li Wei nodded solemnly, then whispered, Old Zhao, my girlfriend really admires you. Can she get an autograph and a photo with you? No problem, I'll go over later. Zhao Chen smiled. You go back first? Your future father-in-law looks like he's waiting anxiously. If things are settled, let me know. I want to attend your wedding. Will do. Expect good news from me. Li Wei beamed and hurried away. Watching Li Wei's retreating figure, Chu Changhe remarked meaningfully, Zhao, you've handed Beiyin Group a feast. A 10 trillion star coin military order. Beiyin Group is destined to become the Empire's military procurement giant. The maintenance and upkeep of these fleets will also be a significant investment. Zhao Chen joked, you can place some orders too. I'll ask Li Wei to give you a discount. Chu Changhe rolled his eyes. I'm not interested in those T2 and T3 ships. I want your T4. T4 production is still limited. You'll have to wait a bit. I even sent my granddaughter to work for you. You owe me a few T4s. Just give me one T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon. Just one. Don't you already have Northern Wind God? Northern Wind God can't compare to your Blue Eyes White Dragon. Don't be so stingy. Chu Changhe continued to haggle. And that T4 Medusa class, I can't afford the missile ship, but the artillery ship looks good. At this grand banquet, Empress Qin Xiaolei announced a series of important decisions. Among them, the most notable was the commendation of the heroes who had performed exceptionally during the civil war in the Starlight Empire. Chu Changhe, as the governor of the Star region and a 5-star general, was naturally among those honored. However, given his already high rank, further promotion was impractical. The Empress ultimately decided to increase Chu Changhe's authority over the imperial fleet and significantly expanded his private military forces. The Chu family fleet's capacity was raised from 3,000 to 30,000 interstellar warships, second only to Prince Zhao Chun, the Soaring Dragon. It is worth mentioning that although there are fleet restrictions even for princes, this rule does not apply to Prince Zhao Chun. He directly commands over 10,000 combat interstellar warships, a privilege tacitly approved by Empress Qin Xiaolei. Anyone foolish enough to impeach Prince Zhao Chun over this would likely face dire consequences. The Northern Wind Governor was also rewarded with substantial wealth. However, the most attention-grabbing rewards were those given to the members of the Soaring Dragon Legion. Charlotte of the Soaring Dragon Legion was bestowed the rank of 5-star general, a decision that shocked everyone present. She was not only the first half-beast general in the Starlight Empire, but also ascended to such a high rank at a remarkably young age, despite having no previous military rank. Empress Qin Xiaolei's decision was based on 2 considerations. First, the civil war had resulted in the loss of more than half of the 5-star generals. Second, it was a strategic move considering Prince Zhao Chun. Akihito, Shunbing, Bai Shui, Zhao Wan'er, and Su Lan were also awarded ranks such as 4-star general and 3-star lieutenant general. Additionally, Zhao Ruyue, who had served as Empress Qin Xiaolei's personal guard, was promoted to 5-star general. This meant that the Soaring Dragon Legion now had 2 young female 5-star generals, both closely associated with Prince Zhao Chun. In the latter part of the banquet, Empress Qin Xiaolei personally pinned medals on the newly promoted generals, admirals, and lieutenant generals. When Charlotte returned to Zhao Chen's side, her expression was unusually indifferent, showing no interest in the 5-star general's medal on her chest. Zhao Chen couldn't help but tease Charlotte. At least show a bit of excitement. This is a medal that countless officers in the Starlight Empire dream of. Charlotte glanced at the medal and asked innocently, "Is this medal worth a lot of money?" Zhao Chun was taken aback and instinctively replied, "I suppose it's quite valuable. How many big yellow fish can it buy?" Charlotte asked, blinking her eyes. Chu Xian, who was nearby, almost spat out her drink. She thought to herself, only Charlotte could say something like that. Chu Xian explained, "This 5-star medal is made of special metals, and the 5 gemstones on it are precious stones from a certain planet. In terms of value, it's worth at least 1,000,000 star coins. But more importantly, it's a symbol of status. Wearing it means you don't have to kneel before the Empress, just salute. And you can command up to 5 Imperial fleet units." Hearing 1,000,000 star coins, Charlotte's eyes lit up. She immediately took off the medal and handed it to Chu Xian, saying, "I'll sell it to you for 1,000,000 star coins." Zhao Chen almost burst out laughing, while Chu Xian shook her head repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare take it. I was just explaining its value, but in reality, no one in the Starlight Empire would dare accept this. Who would risk their life to take a 5-star general's medal?" At this point, Lilith chimed in, "Charlotte, with this 5-star general medal, you also get an account with the Starlight Empire. You'll receive a substantial stipend every month, enough for the Empire to support you for life. Plus, with this medal, you can dine and drink at any establishment with an official background of the Starlight Empire for free." Hearing this, Charlotte quickly put away the medal, her eyes gleaming. While others might think she treasured the medal, Zhao Chun and the others knew she saw it as a lifetime meal ticket. Chu Xian looked at her own 4-star general medal, and her initial sense of pride diminished. She thought to herself, are these ranks really that impressive? In this civil war, they had killed countless officers, including 5-star generals. Could a 5-star general command a fleet of T3 interstellar warships? The Soaring Dragon Legion commanders could. Could a 5-star general order a volley from hundreds of T3 interstellar missile ships? The Soaring Dragon Legion commanders could. With this in mind, Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chun, filled with pride for being part of the Soaring Dragon Legion. Just then, Zhao Chun suddenly said to Charlotte, "By the way, Charlotte, I need to ask you something." Charlotte put down her lifetime meal ticket and looked at Zhao Chun. "What is it?" Zhao Chun asked seriously. "It's about the situation in the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth. Like the Siren Tribe, the Harpy Tribe, the Spider Queen Tribe, and the Fox Tribe. And the current state of the other major tribes in the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth." With the civil war in the Starlight Empire concluded, Zhao Chen's strategic focus would shift to the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth, whether due to Charlotte or system tasks. If he could harness the resources and power of both the Starlight Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth, he would face the Holy Radiance Empire without fear. Charlotte, though puzzled by the commander's sudden keen interest in the United Hammer Federation, proceeded to give a detailed report of what she knew. She began by describing the 4 orc tribes, which were part of the 20 major tribes of the Warhammer universe, with varying statuses. The Fox tribe holds the highest status and is one of the new 4 great clans, Charlotte explained. They are renowned for their high intelligence. Though not particularly strong in combat, they produce a large number of strategists, military commanders, and scientists in various fields. She added that the Fox tribe was a large ethnic group, including subbranches like the 9-tailed foxes and 2-tailed foxes. Charlotte mentioned that the Black Fox tribe used to be part of the Fox tribe, but had split off, and now supported the Revolutionary Army. The young leader of the Black Fox tribe, who Xin is my secretary in the Dragon Tiger Legion, she added. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, realizing why the mission completion rate for the Fox Empress was so high. Charlotte quietly disclosed an unverified piece of information. It seems the Fox Empress has private contacts with the Dragon tribe. Next, Charlotte introduced the 3 major factions of the United Hammer Federation. The strongest faction led by the Dragon tribe, the new 4 great clans, and the neutral faction. She also detailed the other 3 tribes, the Siren tribe, which belonged to the neutral faction, and the Harpy and Spider Queen tribes, which were aligned with the Dragon tribe. The Harpy and Spider Queen tribes have already had private contacts with us, Charlotte added. Especially the Harpy tribe, whose willingness to join us has increased significantly after our recent victories. Zhao Chen inquired about the possibility of subduing these 4 tribes. Charlotte analyzed. The Harpy tribe won't be too difficult, and the Spider Queen tribe can be swayed with some incentives. The Siren tribe will be very challenging, while the Fox tribe, though cunning, could be won over if we demonstrate enough strength and offer appealing conditions. Lilith interjected. Now is the perfect opportunity. If the Fox tribe is indeed in contact with the Dragon tribe, it shows they lack confidence in the new 4 great clans. If we can show our formidable strength, they will naturally gravitate towards us. Zhao Chun concluded. The key is strength. With enough power, even if we can't win their genuine allegiance, we can at least make them fear us. As the banquet drew to a close, Zhao Chen announced the next steps. Everyone, wrap up your current affairs and return to the Xiaolong star system to prepare the fleet. He specifically instructed Su Lan to complete the handover with Zhao Ruyu promptly and authorized her to recruit suitable members of the Su family into the Xiaolong Legion. Finally, Zhao Qian stood up, stretched, and led his female officers out, leaving the guests with a graceful view of his departing figure. He chuckled inwardly at the thought that Governor Su's grand plans might fall through. Those Su family women sent to the Xiaolong Legion were likely never coming back. The Xiaolong Galaxy has just completed the first week following the ascension of the Empress. The Empire of Xingyao is gradually recovering from the shadows of civil war, with efforts to restore order in various star domains progressing vigorously. However, the Shuiyan star domain remains a significant threat to the Empire. In her latest decree, the Empress has classified the Shuiyan star domain into 3 risk levels: high-risk zones, medium-risk zones, and low-risk zones. The Shuiyan second galaxy, due to the presence of a permanent level 4 cosmic wormhole, has been designated as a high-risk zone. The 6 adjacent galaxies are marked as medium-risk zones, while the dozen or so galaxies bordering the medium-risk zones are considered low-risk zones. The entire Shuiyan star domain is under a level 2 combat readiness status, with 10 Legion fleets scheduled to be deployed over the next week. Lilith stood beside Zhao Chun, reporting these developments in detail. As the regent, Zhao Chun has immediate access to all matters handled by the Empress, thanks to a one-way intelligence sharing mechanism. Marshal Zhao Riyue had inquired about when they could begin addressing the issue of the permanent cosmic wormhole in the Shuiyan star domain. Lilith turned her gaze to Zhao Chun, awaiting his decision. Zhao Chun stared at the star map of the Shuiyan star domain, now divided into 3 risk levels, and spoke in a grave tone. If these were ordinary enemies, we could simply engage in battle. But these are the ever-multiplying interstellar insects. Combating them requires a vast amount of military resources, and the Civil War has already depleted the Empire's military, the Royal Fleet, and even our Xiaolong Legion's resources. Without a definitive solution to the permanent cosmic wormhole, a hasty attack would only mire us in the quagmire of the Shuiyan star domain. Charlotte, standing nearby, offered her suggestion. I believe we cannot ignore the wormhole issue, but we shouldn't overemphasize it either. Until we find a permanent solution, we should adopt a containment strategy. Establish a perimeter around the Shuiyan second galaxy to confine the interstellar insects. Regularly launch offensives to clear portions of the swarm. This can serve as a training ground for the Empress expansion plans and allow our newly formed Xiaolong Legion fleets to gain combat experience. Real combat is the fastest way to enhance fleet combat capabilities. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement, finding Charlotte's proposal aligned with his own thoughts. He then assigned the task to Charlotte. Analyze the threat level of the wormhole based on the existing data and draft a strategic plan, then send it to the Imperial capital for execution. Charlotte hesitated upon hearing this. Noticing her reluctance, Zhao Qin asked, "Is there a problem?" Charlotte explained, "Commander, I have been away from the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation for over a month. Recently, I received news that the situation within the Revolutionary Army is unstable. My father has repeatedly asked if I can return to maintain order, as I am currently the only one who can suppress the troublemakers." Zhao Chen's expression turned serious as he brought up the star map of the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation and bluntly assessed, "Charlotte, let me give you a straightforward evaluation of your Revolutionary Army's current state. Initially, the Revolutionary Army might have been a formidable force, albeit poorly equipped. But with its recent rise and the influx of numerous small and medium-sized tribes, your organization has become bloated. Some major tribal forces are now seeking comfort and even considering negotiating with the existing Warhammer Interstellar Confederation. I've heard that some Revolutionary Army tribal leaders have proposed ceasing hostilities if the Dragon tribe agrees to expand their major tribes' quotas from 20 to 30 or more." Charlotte's face darkened, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Zhao Qin's words. Zhao Qin continued, "Charlotte, if you truly want to create a better future for the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation, you must address the internal issues of the Revolutionary Army now. A major conflict with the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation is imminent. If you go into battle with these burdens, even with support from my Longhu Legion, the best you can hope for is a Pyrrhic victory. Do you understand my point?" Charlotte grasped Zhao Qin's implication and hesitated. "Are you suggesting a major purge?" Lilith interjected, "I agree with the commander's view. Before a major battle, decisive action is necessary to avoid chaos. This will also consolidate your military power and elevate your authority. The commander needs a new Warhammer that follows your lead, not a new regime built by a bunch of squabbling clowns." After a moment of silence, Charlotte made her decision. She saluted and said, "Charlotte will follow the commander's orders." Zhao Qin coldly replied, "Continue with the task I assigned earlier. As for the Revolutionary Army and Warhammer, let the bullets fly a bit longer." Charlotte accepted the order and proceeded to draft the tactical plan for the Shuiyan star domain. Zhao Qin then turned to Lilith to inquire about the development statistics of the Xiaolong Legion. Lilith quickly pulled up a series of data covering the Xiaolong Legion, the Xiaolong Galaxy, and related departments. She first reported on the Xiaolong Galaxy. Under the administration of acting Governor Jiang Hong, the Xiaolong Galaxy is thriving. With industries like military manufacturing, agriculture, and interstellar trade, the monthly tax revenue of the Xiaolong Galaxy has surpassed 1 billion credits, with a permanent population of 30 billion and a registered population of 1.5 billion. In the comprehensive star system ratings, the Xiaolong Galaxy has surpassed the imperial capital, becoming the highest-rated star system in the Xingyao Empire. As Lilith reported on the development of the Xiaolong star system, Zhaoqin couldn't help but drift into memories. His mind wandered back to the early days when he first arrived in this world, and the Xiaolong star system was barren and desolate. The population was only 500 million and dwindling. Yet, in just 3 to 4 years, the Xiaolong star system had undergone a dramatic transformation. Today, the Xiaolong star system is a rising star. Residents with Xiaolong citizenship walk the streets with pride on their faces. Outsiders look at these local residents with envy, longing for a chance to obtain Xiaolong citizenship themselves. After all, the benefits and welfare associated with Xiaolong citizenship are quite generous. Zhao Chun snapped back to attention and continued listening to Lilith's report. She detailed the current military strength of the Xiaolong star system: 4 fully staffed Xiaolong legions, 2 special fleets, and 6 legions under construction. Among them, the 5th legion is nearing completion and is expected to be combat-ready by mid-August. The number of combat starships has reached nearly 15,000, Lilith stated, including over 300 T4-class starships. Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow, silently impressed. 300 T4-class starships. This number even exceeded the total T4 starships of the Starshine Empire after the Civil War. Lilith continued with the economic report. The monthly output value of the 5 resource star regions has surpassed 5 trillion star coins, with further growth potential. Major corporations like Bayin Group, Bailong Group, Crimson Dragon Group, and Eden Grain Trading Group contribute significantly to the Xiaolong star system's profits. Currently, our monthly revenue has stabilized at 1 trillion star coins. Lilith concluded. Zhao Chun was somewhat surprised. He knew these corporations were profitable, but he hadn't expected such staggering figures. Before the Civil War, the entire Starshine Empire's monthly revenue was only about 1.5 trillion. This meant that the Xiaolong Legion's ecosystem alone was equivalent to half of the Starshine Empire. Sensing Zhao Chun's thoughts, Lilith added, based on projections from the Secretariat, if everything goes smoothly, our annual revenue could surpass the Starshine Empire by the end of next year. Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction. He understood that while a powerful military was crucial, without a strong economic foundation, everything would be built on sand. Next, Lilith detailed the industrial system of the Xiaolong star system. 2,000 T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial starships and 50 T4 Gemini-class heavy industrial starships formed a robust production capacity, capable of producing large quantities of T3 and T4 starships monthly. However, this enormous production capacity also meant substantial expenses. Zhao Chun suddenly realized that the previously impressive 1 trillion star coins of monthly revenue might not be sufficient. How long would it take to gather the resources for a large-scale battle? Zhao Chun inquired. Lilith pondered for a moment before replying. Basic battle resources would take 1 to 2 months. However, to annex the entire Warhammer Interstellar Republic in one go, we would need at least 5 months to stockpile resources. The exact time would depend on the number of participating fleets. Zhao Chun nodded in understanding. He was no longer commanding a few or dozens of starships, but orchestrating a massive war machine with tens of thousands of starships and millions of soldiers. Every decision was critical, and he was fortunate to have Lilith and others to assist him. Lilith, make the arrangements. Prepare the basic battle resources within a month, and ensure all fleets are ready for action, Zhao Chun instructed. We may need to intervene in the Warhammer Interstellar Republic conflict as soon as 2 weeks, or at most a month. I'm concerned that the Holy Radiance Empire might make a move, so we need to handle the Warhammer situation quickly. Lilith nodded in agreement. Understood. I will expedite the preparations. Zhao Chun enlarged the star map before him until it covered the territories of 3 great empires. These empires were like beasts eyeing each other warily, poised to strike. Zhao Chun knew that while the Xiaolong Legion was strong, it still lagged behind the vast Holy Radiance Empire. Without opening new battlefronts and finding new resource points, the Xiaolong Legion's development would hit a bottleneck. Warhammer was undoubtedly the best stepping stone. By annexing or controlling Warhammer, the Xiaolong Legion would gain new lifeblood. At that point, Zhao Chun's Xiaolong Legion would possess the power to crush the Holy Radiance Empire. Ding! A video window suddenly popped up, drawing Su Lan's attention to Commander Zhao Chun on the screen. Surrounding him were 5 other people maintaining contact. Charlotte of the 1st Legion, Qitong of the 2nd Legion, Shun Bing of the 3rd Legion, and Bai Shui and Zhao Wanner, who were in charge of 2 special fleets. Zhao Chun glanced at the 6 video windows, looking slightly helpless. I called you here for a small meeting. There's something I'm uncertain about, he said, scratching his head. Qitong responded immediately. Go ahead. We can discuss it together. Zhao Chun became serious. It's about selecting the commander for the 5th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps. Upon hearing this, the 6 women immediately understood the purpose of the video conference. Given their current positions, they weren't interested in competing for the role. Zhao Chun continued, I have 2 candidates, Xue Xiaoxiao and Medusa. Both have their strengths, so it's hard to decide. You all know them well, and some of you have even worked with them. So, I want to hear your opinions. He proposed directly, to save time, let's vote. Each of you will choose one candidate. Let's start now. You have 1 minute to decide. As soon as he finished speaking, a voting interface appeared on the video windows. Xue Xiaoxiao on the left and Medusa on the right. Su Lan was the first to make a choice, clicking on Medusa's side. Zhao Chun was a bit surprised. I thought you'd pick Xue Xiaoxiao. Weren't you too close back in the academy? Su Lan explained, precisely because I know Xiaoxiao well. While she's exceptionally talented, her current temperament isn't suitable for commanding a legion. Medusa, on the other hand, has extensive combat experience, remains calm under pressure, and has managed the Serpent Clan. She's more suited for the role. Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. Xinbing also chose Medusa, citing similar reasons. However, Bai Xue and Zhao Waner chose Xue Xiaoxiao, simply stating they admired her relentless fighting spirit. Zhao Chen's gaze turned to Qitong and Charlotte. They made their choices almost simultaneously, but with different results. Qitong chose Xue Xiaoxiao, while Charlotte chose Medusa. 3-3, a tie, Zhao Chen said, covering his face, wondering if they had intentionally left the decision to him. At this moment, Charlotte spoke up, Commander, I think you have a better choice. A better choice? Who? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Secretary Chu Xian, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chun was taken aback. Chu Xian? Charlotte explained. To be honest, having Chu Xian as your secretary, assisting Lilith, is really underutilizing her talents. She possesses all the strengths of both Medusa and Xue Xiaoxiao. She has experience managing the Chu River Star region, commanding the Chu family fleet, and has abundant combat experience and talent. Your only concern might be her background. But I believe she should be in a commanding position rather than assisting others. Zhao Chen squinted, acknowledging that Chu Xian was indeed a very suitable candidate, with the only issue being her background. Charlotte continued, Commander, I think your concern is unnecessary. You've said before that the Xiaolong Corps will face threats from other empires and even other universes. Strengthening our capabilities is paramount, and high-level talent is crucial. While the Goddess Academy's starships can train key personnel, true talent is rare. If you're willing to recruit people from the Su family, why not fully integrate Miss Chu Xian into our Xiaolong Corps? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. I understand. Let me think about it. This meeting is adjourned, and don't discuss this matter outside. With that, he ended the video conference. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Chun closed his eyes in thought. Half an hour later, Chu Xian knocked on the door of the commander's private office. Come in, came the voice from inside, and the door automatically opened. Chu Xian walked in casually. Old Zhao, what do you need? Lilith has given me a ton of tasks. Zhao Chen opened a digital panel and pointed to a spot on it. Sign this. Surprisingly, Chu Xian signed her name without even looking. Zhao Chun was astonished. Wait, you didn't even look at what you're signing? Chu Xian rolled her eyes. What, do you think it's a contract of servitude? If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. You're about to interfere with the affairs of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, while we're swamped in the secretary's department. I never realized how hard these secretaries work when I was a commander. You owe us a raise. Zhao Chen stopped her as she was about to leave, pointing to the digital contract. This might actually be a contract of servitude. Chu Xian paused, and then looked seriously at the digital contract. The top line read, Xiaolong Corps Senior Officer Long-Term Service Contract. Zhao Chen explained, my Xiaolong 5th Legion starships are about to be fully commissioned. I need a commander to help train them. I wonder if the eldest daughter of the Chu family would be willing. I can ignore the signature you just made, but if you agree now, you'll belong to the Xiaolong Corps for the next 30 years. He took out a platinum dragon embossed medal with a 5 on it, representing the highest-ranking general of the Xiaolong Corps, the commander of the 5th Legion. Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. You want to give the 5th Legion to me? Zhao Chen nodded. You still have a chance to reconsider. After all, the Chu family fleet awaits your inheritance, Miss Chu. Chu Xian replied without hesitation. Regret? No way. From now on, I'm the commander of the Xiaolong 5th Legion. I can command 3,000 T3 starships. Zhao Chun was taken aback by her decisiveness, his face beaming with joy. You've decided just like that? What about your grandfather? Zhao Chen asked. Chu Xian replied bluntly. My grandfather? That old man is still in great health. He can keep working for another 30 or 50 years. Holding the platinum dragon embossed medal, she felt more excited than when she was awarded the general's rank by the Starshine Empress. Zhao Chen thought, well, it looks like I've successfully recruited the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Old Chu, It seems your retirement will have to wait. He silently offered his condolences. In mid-July of Galactic Year 3034, Zhao Chun received an urgent message from within the Warhammer Revolutionary Army. His eyes quickly scanned the densely packed text, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The situation was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Lilith, Zhao Chun looked up and addressed his lieutenant standing nearby. Get ready. It's time to initiate our next plan. Lilith nodded and immediately turned to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, in the sacred Feather Star domain of the Warhammer Galactic Union, a fierce debate was taking place at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. This star domain, originally dominated by the Golden Eagles and Harpies, was now partially under the control of the Revolutionary Army. In the council hall of the Revolutionary Army, representatives from various tribes sat around a massive round table. The air was thick with tension. I believe we can negotiate with the opposition now. There's no need to continue fighting. An orc counselor suddenly slammed the table, his voice echoing through the spacious hall. Negotiate? Another elder orc counselor immediately retorted, standing up angrily. Have you forgotten the original purpose of forming the Revolutionary Army? It was to completely overthrow the old Warhammer-era shackles. And now you want to negotiate with those tribes? You're betraying the very alliance we formed. A half-beastman with a chicken head and human body, sitting next to the first orc counselor, cautiously interjected. I think we should adapt to the times. Things are different now. Although our current strength is commendable, the Dragon Tribe has yet to truly attack us. Everyone knows how powerful they are. The Dragon Tribe controls territory equivalent to 4-star domain sonic-quarter of the Warhammer map. Even if General Charlotte were here, she would agree with the idea of negotiating. No. Midir suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with dangerous anger. If my sister were here, she would never allow you to do this. Your cowardly and foolish behavior has stalled our strategic plans, and several battlefields have seen retreats and territory abandonment. Delaying the opportunity to strike is a court-martial offense. Do you think my sister would trust you with this? However, Midir's words did not have the desired effect. A female pig-headed counselor snorted and provocatively looked at Midir. May I ask where General Charlotte is now? I heard she's fighting for her human master. Don't forget, she is supposed to be our Warhammer general, not a dog for the humans. The words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting Midir's fury. But before she could react, a shadow swiftly leaped onto the conference table. Sheener, a stern voice rang out. The female pig-headed counselor stared in terror at the dagger only a few centimeters from her eyes. The black fox girl holding the knife had a cold, murderous glint in her eyes. If I ever hear you insult General Charlotte again, I'll carve the dead pig flesh off you piece by piece. Fox Sheener said icily before nimbly jumping back to her seat as if nothing had happened. Seeing the situation escalating, a half-beastman counselor stepped forward to ease the tension. All right, this matter concerns the future of our revolutionary army. Since we have differing opinions, I suggest we hold a vote. Let the leaders present decide our future. This proposal was met with general agreement, and the voting process quickly began. Each of the 30 counselors had 3 options: reject negotiations, negotiate, or abstain. As the voting proceeded, Midir noticed that the reject negotiations option quickly surpassed 15 votes. She looked smugly at those who advocated for negotiations, but Fox Sheener sensed something amiss. Those who had proposed negotiations showed no signs of panic. Instead, they appeared confident. Just as the elder half-beastman was about to announce the voting results, a ramhead counselor stood up. Wait, I don't think there's any need to announce the results. He raised his hand, summoning an electronic screen that clearly displayed each person's vote. Those who had voted for negotiations quietly moved behind the ramhead counselor, including the female pig-headed counselor who had insulted Charlotte earlier. Old Ram, what do you mean by this? What are you planning? Chief Ted demanded sternly. The ramhead counselor, known as Old Ram, smirked and replied, Chief Ted, the times are changing. Blame it on the Dragon Emperor's overly generous offer. This is our offering to the Dragon Tribe. Elder Young sneered, glancing around. Anyone opposing the peace talks today, none of you will leave this starport alive. Chief Ted glared at him, fists clenched. You orchestrated this vote to eliminate dissenters, didn't you? Elder Young shrugged nonchalantly. He clapped his hands, and a squad of fully armed soldiers stormed into the meeting room. They pointed their laser guns directly at Chief Ted's faction. I don't want to kill you, Elder Young said calmly. So, you'd better not resist. Perhaps if you kneel before the Dragon Emperor and beg for mercy, your people might have a chance to survive. He paused, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Oh, and don't think the Starfleet outside will come to your rescue. Do you know why I chose this starport for the meeting? Because I've already taken control of the patrol fleet here. Besides, he pointed to the distant stars, the Golden Eagle Tribe's fleet is on its way, just half an hour from here. Elder Young sat back in his chair, exuding confidence. Once I hand you over to them, We'll join the Warhammer Galactic Federation as one of the new top 30 tribes. This civil war ends today. The non-peace faction members were thrown into chaos. Some even started pleading with Elder Yang's faction, expressing their willingness to support the peace talks. Chief Ted, however, remained composed. He exchanged a glance with Chief Huya of the Black Fox tribe and sighed. Elder Yang, I thought someone who has lived for over a century wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. But here you are. Elder Yang was unsettled by Chief Ted's lack of panic. Foolish? Your actions are what's foolish. Do you really think you can overthrow the current system of Warhammer? Impossible. The Dragon Tribe's power is beyond your comprehension. They just haven't made their move yet. Chief Huya suddenly spoke up. Do you know why the Dragon Tribe hasn't acted yet? Elder Yang hesitated. Chief Huya continued. Because they're playing a long game. They want to unify Warhammer and overthrow the old tribal alliance system. By using our revolutionary forces to weaken other tribes, including their allies, they make their move only when the time is right to take over the territories we've fought for. She paused, letting her words sink in, then resumed. The Dragon Tribe currently controls a quarter of Warhammer's territories. We control another quarter, potentially even a third. Once they move in, they'll absorb all these territories into their domain, controlling half of Warhammer. Chief Huya's voice grew more serious. Within a year or two, the Dragon Tribe will consolidate these lands and begin purging other tribal forces. In 5 years, the Warhammer Galactic Federation will no longer have a rotating monarchy. Instead, there will be a permanent ruler, the Dragon Tribe chief. All other tribes will become subservient, like vassals in other civilizations. Elder Yang's expression darkened. That's just your speculation. The 20 major tribes of Warhammer won't allow the Dragon Tribe to do this. A new balance will form. Balance? Chief Huya sneered. A balance you're about to disrupt? Your actions will allow the Dragon Tribe to seize our revolutionary bases. Do you think they'll return those territories once taken? Once the balance is broken, Warhammer's history will change forever. Rubbish. That's all speculation. You have no proof. Elder Yang retorted, visibly agitated. Proof? I have it, Chief Huya replied calmly. Did your agreement with the Dragon Emperor only involve the Golden Eagle Tribe's fleet assisting you in crushing our forces? What if I told you that the Dragon Tribe's fleet is also on its way, targeting our key bases? What then? She projected a holographic star map, showing the Dragon Tribe's fleet movements, all heading toward the revolutionary bases, including the starport they were in. This can't be. Elder Yang stammered. The Dragon Tribe just wants to control the situation, not what you're suggesting. Chief Ted shook his head. Chief Huya, stop. You can't wake someone pretending to be asleep. He looked at Elder Yang, sighing deeply. Elder Yang, I remember your initial goal in overthrowing Warhammer. You wanted to prove the strength of your Ram Tribe, even leading your people away from the War Ram Tribe, one of the top 20 tribes, to form the Revolutionary Ram Tribe. You wanted to build a stronger, more glorious tribe. But now, how are you different from the War Ram Tribe that follows the dragons? Perhaps only in the color of your wool, the length of your horns, and the pathetic way you kneel. Shut up, Elder Yang roared. I have changed. Why? Because my children, my grandchildren, all died in this meaningless struggle. I can't watch my people sacrifice any longer. Before I die, I want my people to live in peace. Is that so wrong? Chief Ted looked at him with disdain. Sacrifice? Who hasn't sacrificed? Once you chose the path of revolution, sacrifice was inevitable. If you feared sacrifice, you should never have left the War Ram Tribe. You should have stayed in the pen the dragons built for you. Now, your actions only dishonor your fallen children. Elder Yang's expression turned maniacal. He drew his laser gun and aimed it at Chief Ted, causing many to recoil in fear. Medir shielded her father, while Hu Xiner prepared for battle. Time will prove me right, Elder Yang shouted. And you will remain here forever. In a fit of rage, Elder Yang pulled the trigger, aiming at Chief Ted. Bang! Elder Yang clutched his severed arm, collapsing to the ground as a laser gun was pinned under the boot of a helmeted soldier. What are you doing? He exclaimed in shock, staring at the soldier. Weren't you looking for me before? A familiar voice rang out as the helmet was removed, revealing white animal ears and a determined gaze. General Charlotte! The crowd shouted in surprise and joy. Elder Yang was incredulous. Weren't you in the Starshine Empire? How are you here? Charlotte sneered. Did you think your plan would succeed if I didn't show up? At that moment, the soldiers who had been aiming at the peace talk opponents all turned their guns toward Elder Yang's faction in unison. You all betrayed me? Elder Yang glared at the soldiers, especially at his son-in-law. I trusted you so much, even married my daughter to you. How dare you? The Black Fox matriarch smiled seductively. Your son-in-law didn't betray you. His heart just wasn't steadfast enough. Elder Yang noticed his son-in-law's glazed eyes, realizing it was the Black Fox clan's enchantment. He asked in disbelief, You knew about our plan all along? Charlotte replied coldly. Did you think I left without knowing everything that was happening here? Your secret dealings with the Dragon Tribe to betray the Revolutionary Army were all clear to me. Then why didn't you stop me earlier? Why wait until now? Elder Young pressed. A squad of striking female soldiers escorted a man into the chamber. He spoke, because we wanted the shells to fly a bit longer, to draw out all the hidden hyenas. The present council members recognized the Dragon Crest insignia on the man's military uniform was the sole male of the Sky Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen wrinkled his nose in disdain. The stench of sheep is really strong. The Tiger Clan leader and the Black Fox matriarch immediately saluted the Sky Dragon Lord. Other council members quickly followed suit, except for Fox Exiner, who glared at Zhao Chen with hostility but looked at Charlotte with admiration and infatuation. Elder Young laughed maniacally. So what if you saw through my plan? We failed, but you'll face destruction too. The Peace faction has infiltrated every base, and the Dragon Tribe has already deployed their forces. Do you think you can withstand the might of the Dragon Tribe's fleet? Wishful thinking. Zhao Chen sat down, casually saying, It seems you really don't give up easily. I could kill you right now, but I prefer to let people die knowing how foolish their mistakes were. You claim the Revolutionary Army plus the Tiger Dragon Legion can't match the Dragon Tribe's fleet, and I don't deny that. But what if we add my Sky Dragon Legion into the mix? Upon hearing Sky Dragon Legion, the expressions of the council members subtly changed. Zhao Chen snapped his fingers, and a leopard woman guard activated a handheld terminal, projecting several video images before the crowd. One screen showed the debris of numerous interstellar warships floating among planets, resembling a hellish scene. That's the Golden Eagle Tribe's fleet. Someone recognized the crest on the debris and exclaimed. As the image zoomed out, more intact interstellar warships appeared, all bearing the Sky Dragon Legion's insignia. Zhao Chen smiled and asked, Old Yang, how many interstellar warships did you say the Golden Eagle Tribe was sending to support you? Elder Yang stared in disbelief, stammering, This can't be. This is impossible. This video must be forged. At that moment, everyone was curious about just how many interstellar warships the Golden Eagle Tribe had sent for this operation. The 10 legions of the Golden Eagle Tribe, totaling 30,000 starships, faced a devastating blow in just 3 hours. Elder Yang shook his head in disbelief, pointing at the video footage before them, insisting it was all fake. Zhao Chen glanced dismissively and said, Yes, it's indeed 30,000 starships, but as for their quality, from what I know, only 1,000 of them are T3 class, the rest are T2. Not even a single T4 was deployed. He pointed at the imposing starships on the screen, sneering, These small fry aren't even enough to fill the gaps in my Shao Long fleet's teeth. The Revolutionary Council members were deeply shocked. Although the Golden Eagle Tribe was mediocre among the top 20 tribes and would have been expelled if not for their alliance with the Dragon Tribe, they still possessed 1,000 T3 class starships, which had been a significant headache for the revolutionaries. Yet, such a fleet was completely annihilated in mere hours. Zhao Chen continued, Luckily, I only sent a small detachment from the 5th Legion, just 300 starships. Sending the entire legion would have been overkill. 300. Wiped out 30,000? The sound of gulping echoed in the meeting room. Some wanted to question, but seeing the majestic T3 class starships and even larger T4 class ones in the footage, they were left speechless. This small fleet, composed solely of T3 and a few T4 ships, combined with the Shao Long starship's formidable firepower, made the feat of 300 defeating 30,000 seem plausible. Zhao Chen turned to Elder Yang, smiling, You said earlier that even if I couldn't win, there's no way you could defeat the Dragon Tribe's fleet, right? Elder Yang stubbornly replied, Of course. I admit your Shao Long fleet might have some skills. But remember, this is Warhammer. In Warhammer, the Dragon Tribe is the strongest. They have. Zhao Chen interrupted, pointing to other video screens, Then take a good look at how strong the Dragon Tribe fleet you speak of really is. At that moment, a new video window popped up in front of Zhao Chen. Lilith reported, Commander, all our starships are in their designated combat positions. Zhao Chen replied indifferently, Send me the detailed data. There's a bunch of fools here. A series of data streamed to Zhao Chen. Charlotte, understanding the commander's intention, took over Lilith's duties. She called on her sister, Medare, to activate the wartime function of the star map, while Hushiner volunteered to operate it. Soon, a wartime star map was displayed before everyone. Zhao Chen pointed to 5 red dots on the map. See these 5 points? Medare's eyes lit up. These are the 5 strategic hubs currently controlled by our revolutionary forces. These locations are crucial, linking our various bases together. Losing any of these would fragment our forces, making us easy prey for the enemy. Charlotte took over, pointing to the 5 strategic hubs, each showing projections of starship fleets with the Dragon Tribe's flag. According to our intel, the Dragon Tribe has deployed 60,000 starships to these 5 key points, totaling 300,000 ships. This is nearly half of their main fleet. Additionally, there are other battlefields managed by their subordinate tribes, totaling around 200,000 starships. Their goal is to divide and conquer our revolutionary forces. Hearing this, Chief Ted and others looked grim. Hushiner, admiring Charlotte, asked, "Since General Charlotte is here, you must have a counter-strategy, right?" Charlotte respectfully looked at Zhao Qian and answered, "This time, I requested support from our revolutionary allies, specifically the Xiao Long Lord I now serve. They have dispatched 5 fleets from the Xiao Long fleet to the 5 strategic points, totaling 15,000 starships. The detachment that intercepted the Golden Eagle tribe's fleet was just a small part of the 5th Legion." As Charlotte explained, the star map showed the invasion routes of the Dragon tribe's fleets, marked with the Xiao Long fleet's flags and corresponding starship models and numbers. 3,000 starships? Ha ha ha. Elder Young mocked. "I thought you and your master had some grand plan. Just 3,000 starships against 60,000 from the Dragon tribe? Do you think the Dragon tribe's fleet fights like the Golden Eagle tribe?" Zhao Chun, unfazed, rested his chin on his hand and zoomed in on one of the video screens. "Whether we can hold them off, you can see for yourself." The screen showed a vast, empty starfield suddenly filled with tens of thousands of starships, numbering over 10,000. These ships bore a fleet emblem similar to the Xiao Long fleets, but featured a side profile of a dragon head human. "Dragon tribe fleet," someone exclaimed. "The Black Fox matriarch, with sharp eyes, accurately identified. That's the Dragon tribe's 13th and 17th fleet groups." The military might of the Dragon tribe was truly formidable. They boasted 200 fleet armadas, each composed of 10 groups of 30,000 interstellar warships, totaling 20 such armadas. In a brief video clip, the Black Fox matriarch keenly identified the specific fleet groups, showcasing her remarkable observational skills. This scene caught Zhao Qin's attention, and he couldn't help but take another look at the mature and alluring Black Fox woman. She noticed Zhao Qin's gaze and responded with a smile, exuding an enticing charm akin to ripe fruit, sharply contrasting with the youthful Lilith. The video then shifted to the side battlefield, revealing the lineup of the Xiaolong Legion. Compared to the Dragon tribe's 60,000 warships, the Xiaolong Legion had only 3,000. Yet these ships emanated an extraordinary aura. A council member skilled in starship technology exclaimed, "Could these all be T3 level interstellar warships?" Charlotte proudly announced, "This is the 2nd Xiaolong Legion, equipped with 3,000 T3 interstellar warships and over 100 T4 level interstellar warships." This revelation caused an uproar in the conference room. The council members found it hard to believe that a lord of the Starshine Empire possessed such a powerful fleet, surpassing even the number of T4 warships in the Warhammer Intergalactic Federation. Charlotte added, "These 100 T4 interstellar warships are genuine T4s, not some quasi-T4s." Her tone carried a hint of disdain for the Warhammer Intergalactic Federation's capabilities. To verify this claim, Charlotte turned to the Foxia matriarch. The Foxia matriarch provided a detailed breakdown of the opposing Dragon fleet. 60 T4 interstellar warships, 6,000 T3 interstellar warships, with the rest being T2 level. Madare quietly asked her sister Charlotte if the Xiaolong Legion stood a chance. Charlotte confidently replied, "You should be asking how long those 2 Dragon fleets can survive, and when they will retreat." On the battlefield, the 2nd Xiaolong Legion arranged their combat formation, while the Dragon fleets adopted a crescent formation to counter. Suddenly, the interstellar missile ships at the center of the Xiaolong Legion began launching missiles, tens of thousands of them raining down like a meteor shower on the Dragon fleet. Chief Ted was astonished. How many interstellar missiles were launched? Zhao Qin calmly answered, "About 5 million interstellar missiles. And these are all T3 interstellar missile ships." The conference room fell into silence once more. In the video, the frontline positions of the Dragon fleet were engulfed in the fiery explosions of the missiles, their defenses completely overwhelmed. Madare was astounded by the massive resource expenditure of this attack. Zhao Chun nonchalantly remarked, "Around 60 billion star coins, give or take." This figure once again shocked everyone present. Zhao Chun watched the reactions with satisfaction, secretly pleased with the impact of this enormous investment. What he didn't disclose was that this attack was actually carried out by a special fleet accompanying the 2nd Xiaolong Legion, not the 2nd Legion itself. The bombardment of interstellar missiles lasted nearly 10 minutes, an astonishing amount. As the dust cleared, the wreckage of the Dragon fleet's warships emerged in space, a chilling sight. Chief Huya quickly analyzed, this round of bombardment destroyed at least a third of the Dragon fleet's warships, with the remaining ships also sustaining various degrees of damage, significantly reducing their combat capabilities. "A third? That's 20,000 warships," an astonished council member exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Just 10 minutes to destroy 20,000 of the Dragon tribe's main battleships." Zhao Qin's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly said, "The fireworks show isn't over yet." This statement caused the expressions in the conference room to change dramatically, the atmosphere almost solidifying. Suddenly, Hu Exiner sharply pointed to the screen. What is that special warship? A massive battleship was slowly unfolding, its countless missile launchers sending chills down everyone's spine. T4 Hell Angel-class heavy missile ship, Zhao Qin stated calmly, causing everyone present to gasp. Elder Yang's face turned blank, a mix of disbelief and a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Zhao Chun closed his eyes, as if listening to a beautiful symphony, murmuring, where the angel's wings reach, the starry sky becomes a purgatory, and silence is destruction. The T4 Hell Angel-class heavy missile ship began launching tens of thousands of missiles continuously, a breathtakingly grand spectacle. Unlike the previous blanket bombardment, this was a precise strike, targeting the enemy's T4 class warships within range first. The Dragon's T4 warships were destroyed one after another. Despite their all-encompassing star shields, they couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment. Ultimately, out of the 60 T4 warships in the two Dragon fleets, fewer than 5 remained, spared only because they were at the rear. The T3 class warships also suffered heavy losses, their numbers plummeting from 6,000 to less than 100. Chief Huya concluded, these two Dragon fleets have lost their combat effectiveness. While the enemy remains unscathed, our main fleet has been nearly wiped out. This is a total rout. The commanders of the Dragon fleet were utterly shaken by this sight and ordered a retreat. However, the Second Falcon Corps did not relent. Several small fleets broke away from the Falcon formation, swiftly encircling the Dragon fleet from all directions. These pursuit squads, though each comprising only about 30 ships, totaling around 300, were like sharp spears piercing the fleeing Dragon fleet. The Dragon fleet fought back desperately, but these pursuit ships, whether interstellar cruisers or battlecruisers, and even a few T4 class warships, were fast, heavily armored, and heavily armed. They maneuvered nimbly among the Dragon fleet, retreating swiftly when the situation turned unfavorable, regrouping and attacking again, significantly slowing the Dragon fleet's escape. Meanwhile, the main fleet of the Second Falcon Corps was closing in steadily. Interstellar frigates formed defensive formations, destroyers led the charge, and battleships took the main assault role. Numerous interstellar fighters and drones had already reached the battlefield, launching fierce attacks on the Dragon fleet. Due to the earlier missile bombardment, the Dragon fleet's interstellar frigates had suffered heavy losses and couldn't effectively fend off these smaller attack units. In no time, the air superiority in the Dragon fleet's territory fell into the hands of the Second Falcon Corps. The fighters and drones didn't directly destroy the Dragon warships, but focused on attacking their engines and power systems, further slowing the Dragon fleet's escape. Thus, the Dragon fleet watched helplessly as they lagged behind, with the main fleet of the Second Falcon Corps rapidly closing in. The hope of escape grew increasingly dim, and a brutal massacre seemed inevitable. The T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigate and the T4 Paladin-class heavy missile frigate slowly moved into position, forming a massive encirclement around the Draconian fleet. It was as if a meticulously planned hunt was about to unfold. The T3 Wolverine-class heavy armored destroyer and the T4 Skull King-class heavy armored destroyer charged into the encirclement like ferocious hounds, beginning the purge of enemy ships. Their weapon systems were fully activated, creating a dense web of firepower that covered the entire battlefield. However, not all targets were easy to destroy. Some tenacious Draconian warships required more powerful firepower to break through. At this moment, the T3 Emperor-class heavy battleship and the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy armored battleship entered the fray, their massive forms slowly advancing, and the glow of their charging main cannons was intimidating. Under this triple barrage of firepower, the Xiaolong's Second Legion fleet pressed forward without losing speed. The surrounded Draconian fleet seemed to be caught in a giant meat grinder, being torn apart. Explosions echoed continuously, and debris floated through space. The massacre lasted for nearly an hour. When the smoke cleared, the Draconian 13th and 17th fleets had been completely annihilated, with only a few warships choosing to surrender. Not a single enemy ship escaped. Zhao Qin turned to the despondent old man, Yang, and mockingly asked, "Old Yang, do you have anything left to say?" The elderly counselor stared blankly, as if his soul had left his body, remaining silent. At this moment, the leaders who had once supported peace negotiations knelt before Zhao Qin like clowns. The rooster-headed half-beast sycophantically explained, "Lord, it's all a misunderstanding. We were misled by this old fool. We never intended to betray the revolutionary army." The pig-headed leader counselor echoed, even trying to crawl towards Zhao Qin. However, a laser beam struck the ground precisely in front of him, leaving a smoking black hole. The pig-headed leader immediately collapsed in fear. The council chamber was filled with cries and pleas for mercy. Those who had originally opposed the peace talks now condemned the traitors, even throwing objects at them. Zhao Qin watched coldly, as if observing a grotesque circus performance. Suddenly, the rooster-headed counselor leader lost control, his eyes red with rage, and lunged at the already despondent elderly Counselor Yang, beating and cursing him. "You stinking old goat, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess." Others joined in, kicking and punching the once respected elder. Zhao Chen reminded Charlotte, "The old goat's body can't take much more. Don't let them tear him apart." Despite Charlotte's immediate order to stop, the frenzied individuals continued their assault on Yang. It wasn't until the soldiers intervened that they were finally separated. The rooster-headed counselor leader continued to curse, "Damn old bastard. Give me 2 more minutes, I'll peck you to death." He still had a few strands of sheep's wool in his mouth. The elderly counselor Yang was a pitiful sight, his wool torn and tattered, both horns broken, eyes blackened and swollen, and his body covered in bruises. He lay on the ground, barely alive. At this moment, Charlotte reported the latest battle status. The other draconian fleets, including 2 that were preparing to attack, had retreated upon discovering the Xiaolong Legion's intercepting fleet. Only a few small skirmishes occurred with other tribal fleets, but losses were minimal due to preemptive arrangements. Upon hearing this, the counselors cheered, looking at their human leader with even greater reverence. Annihilating 2 draconian fleets and deterring the others was a remarkable feat. The draconian fleets likely retreated to avoid a similar fate, as losing a tenth of their 20 fleets was a heavy blow. The Fox clan leader summarized, "With this, the crisis for our revolutionary army is temporarily alleviated." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen slowly stood and walked to the once respected elderly counselor Yang. Looking down at him, "Do you still have anything to say?" The elderly counselor Yang weakly raised his head, his swollen eyes barely open, and asked, "Can you really defeat the draconian tribe and overthrow the current Warhammer order?" Zhao Chen smiled and asked in return, "If I say I can, do you believe me?" The elderly counselor Yang smiled, closing his eyes in resignation. "I was wrong, terribly wrong. Lord, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you can treat my people kindly. They are innocent." Zhao Chen didn't respond, just waved his hand. Charlotte understood and ordered Yang to be taken away. The other counselors remained silent, knowing that mistakes had consequences, and if not for Zhao Chen's timely intervention, they might have been the ones dead. Chief Ted worriedly asked, "Lord, what will you do with them and their people?" Zhao Chen calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'm not one for senseless killing. As long as their people are proven uninvolved, I won't harm them." Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the remaining pro-peace council leaders. "Your crimes make you unfit to remain in your positions. Do you understand?" The council leaders quickly nodded. "We'll step down immediately." Zhao Chen signaled to Charlotte, who presented each of them with a list containing names of their tribespeople. These were individuals Zhao Chen had carefully selected, and whom Charlotte had already contacted. The implication was clear. Maidale approached Zhao Chen quietly and asked, "Are you really going to let them go?" Zhao Chen looked at the white tiger girl, who resembled Charlotte closely, and felt a certain fondness. He whispered, "I only said they could live, not that they could live well. My slaughterhouse needs laborers. The rooster can kill chickens, and the pig can slaughter pigs." Maidale looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, but didn't object. She gave him a thumbs up. "I think your plan is perfect." Zhao Chen stepped into the conference room, his gaze sweeping over the leaders of the Revolutionary Council. The pig-headed and chicken-head negotiators had already been escorted out. Midair silently scorned these normally arrogant council members, who now acted like fawning lapdogs. "Mind if I join?" Zhao Chen asked with a smile as he took a seat. The Fox clan leader quickly responded, "Lord Zhao, your presence is an honor. Please, take the main seat." "What were you discussing just now?" Zhao Chen asked casually. "We were discussing peace negotiations," the Fox clan leader answered honestly. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Peace negotiations? Who here wants peace?" His piercing gaze swept across the room. "You? Or you?" "No, no, no. We don't want peace," the council members hastily denied. "We are committed to overthrowing the unjust system and will fight to the end." Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Chen said, "Since no one wants peace, let's move on to something meaningful, like the future of the Revolutionary Army." He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The council members felt a jolt of apprehension, trying to gauge the purpose of the Dragon Lord's visit. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "I believe the current system is outdated because your scale has completely changed." He looked at Charlotte. Charlotte reported, "There are currently 176 tribes, with over a quadrillion supporters, making up 10 of the population of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Besides the 100,000 starships of the Dragon and Tiger Legion, the tribes have 300,000 more, of which 100,000 meet regular army standards. However, our controlled areas are scattered and easily divided." Zhao Chen looked over the interstellar map and frowned. "First, we need to reform the system. We can't continue without organization and discipline. Second, we must abandon territories with no strategic value." He then erased 2/3 of the Revolutionary Army's territory on the map. A council member protested, "But we fought hard to capture those areas." Zhao Chen sneered, You call that territory? Tell me, what resources do these godforsaken places have? How many habitable planets are there? The council member fell silent. Indeed, the territories had little value, and the major tribes couldn't be bothered with them. Zhao Chun continued, you need a leader who can make decisions at any time, and the army needs unified command. Only then can you maximize your combat effectiveness, instead of supporting a bunch of useless freeloaders. We need to discuss this, a bull-headed council member said awkwardly. Zhao Chun stood up and walked over to the bull-headed member, placing one hand on his neck and patting his body with the other. Discuss? I like discussions too. How about we find a place to discuss? I'll treat you to a beef hot pot. His fingers slowly slid down as he continued. You know, putting beef tenderloin, tripe, tongue, meatballs, brisket and tendon in a boiling pot, and maybe a bull's penis. The taste is quite something. A collective gulp echoed through the room as the leaders exchanged glances between the newly seated lord of the Dragon Hawk and the burly, yet pale and despondent, Minotaur chieftain. Sympathy was clear in their eyes, but no one dared to speak. With a smile playing on his lips, Zhao Chun scanned the Halford representatives around the table. Anyone else want to discuss something with me? I'm always open to discussion, you know? We can talk things over slowly. His tone was light, but there was an unsettling edge to his smile, like a predator eyeing its prey. Silence enveloped the meeting room. No one dared to make a sound. Seeing this, Zhao Chun continued, since no one is speaking up, I take it we're all in agreement? Chief Ted broke the silence first. I fully support the Lord of the Dragon Hawk's proposal. Following his lead, Chief Huya added, I agree as well. This is for the future of our revolutionary army. With these two leading the way, the others had no choice but to express their agreement. Satisfied, Zhao Chun nodded and began outlining the plan in detail. First, the marked areas must be vacated within 3 days. Remember, you have only 3 days. Anyone who drags their feet and disrupts my plans will face the consequences. His gaze turned sharp before softening back into a smile. Next, we will reform the Revolutionary Army. I propose establishing a governing body called the Beast Alliance. As an alliance, we need a leader. I nominate General Charlotte to be the head of the alliance. Zhao Chun gestured to Charlotte beside him. Though some were reluctant, most recognized the wisdom in this arrangement. After all, the recent victories of the Tiger Dragon Corps had made Charlotte the most respected figure in the Revolutionary Army. Zhao Chun continued, the elite Tiger Dragon Corps will remain under Charlotte's direct command. The fleets of the original Revolutionary Army, the 300,000 starships, except those of T2 level and above, will be reorganized into the new Beast Corps. The provisional structure will consist of 100 fleet units, with the shortfall supplemented by the Dragon Hawk star system. Note, this is a loan, and repayment will be required after the war. The promise of advanced starships from the Dragon Hawk star system excited everyone. Chief Huya eagerly confirmed, are you saying you'll help us build 300,000 T2 level fleet units, like the ones used by the Tiger Dragon Corps? Fox Xiner promptly raised a crucial question. Who will command these Beast Alliance fleet units? This was the concern on everyone's mind. Zhao Chun was prepared. The commanders for these fleet units will be selected from the existing high-ranking officers of each tribe's fleet. They will undergo an assessment, with final approval by Charlotte. As veterans of the Revolutionary Army, I will ensure Charlotte allocates some positions to you, but they must be filled by capable individuals. To appease those disgruntled by the loss of territory, Zhao Chun offered a grand vision. Rest assured, within a week, I will capture an entire star region. There will be many positions available for you to manage. Think about it, managing a star region is far more rewarding than overseeing a barren land. This is just the beginning. There will be more opportunities. When we overthrow the Warhammer regime, some of you might even govern a star region. Don't sacrifice a promising future for short-term gains. Zhao Chun's words ignited enthusiasm in some, while others remained skeptical. Turning to Charlotte, he said quietly, the rest is up to you. Remember, act decisively now to prevent future problems. Charlotte nodded, understanding the gravity of her task, and resolved not to disappoint. Thus, the Beast Alliance made its debut on the Halford world stage, with Charlotte transitioning from a general and war goddess to the leader of the alliance. As Charlotte began organizing the details, Meteor approached Zhao Chun and whispered, you mentioned attacking a star region. Which one are you targeting? Zhao Chun replied mysteriously, this prey is well known to your White Tiger tribe. Since we're challenging the Warhammer rulers, let's start with the most renowned target. After all, this is the Beast Alliance's first battle. Meteor's eyes widened in shock and excitement. She couldn't help but utter the name of the tribe. In the Starship restaurant, Zhao Chun observed Charlotte across the table. Her appetite was noticeably smaller today, with only 5 empty plates in front of her, a stark contrast to her usual 10. You're not eating much today. Why only 5 servings of dried fish? You usually start with 10, Zhao Chun asked softly. Charlotte sighed deeply, a hint of worry in her eyes. I'm a bit concerned. about whether I can handle being the leader of the alliance. Fighting wars is one thing, but managing the 100 Beasts Alliance, that's... She looked up at Zhao Chun, her eyes filled with expectation. Maybe my father should take over? Zhao Chun met her gaze with a look of firm encouragement. Charlotte, I know you're not naturally gifted in this area, but you need to learn to recognize and utilize the talents of others. He pointed out the abilities of Chief Huya and Hu Xiner. Take Chief Huya and Hu Xiner, who's always by your side. They're both talented in governance. Their ability to gather and utilize intelligence is impressive. One of the reasons we managed to thwart the peace faction's plans and return in time was due to Chief Huya's flawless coordination. Charlotte nodded repeatedly, a flash of understanding in her eyes. Yes, the Black Fox clan has always been our Revolutionary Army's brain trust. Though they lack strong combat abilities, their command and planning skills are exceptional. Every fleet from various clans includes a Black Fox strategist or deputy, just like our secretary Lilith. Zhao Chun continued to share his governance experience, and Charlotte listened attentively, absorbing every detail. He emphasized the importance of recognizing and utilizing talents and promised to provide Charlotte with a list of trustworthy personnel. Addressing the idea of her father taking over as leader, Zhao Chun gently declined. Your father has the capability, but he lacks the prestige. When you returned to Warhammer, I told you that I was creating a goddess of war, and you are that Valkyrie. Your current prestige within the Revolutionary Army even surpasses that of the clan leaders. Hearing Zhao Chin's words of trust, Charlotte's heart pounded with excitement. She nodded firmly. I understand. I will do my best to lead the 100 Beasts Alliance. With that, she pressed the order button, and soon, a dozen more fish were on their way to become her meal. Charlotte then brought up the next phase of their battle plans, but Zhao Qin lamented their lack of resources. They discussed two options: act immediately and risk greater losses, or wait until resources were sufficient. Ultimately, Zhao Qin decided to proceed according to the original plan, step by step. Meanwhile, in the distant Stellar Dragon Palace, a tense conversation was taking place. The Dragon Emperor scolded his subordinate for failing to report on the development of the Xiaolong Corps in time. The subordinate defended himself, saying they had underestimated the Xiaolong Corps' strength. The Dragon Emperor scrutinized the latest intelligence, discovering that the Xiaolong Corps' influence within the Star Empire was far greater than expected, nearly omnipresent. This report revealed a new threat, forcing the Dragon Emperor to reassess the situation. A special fleet, composed of 300 T-3 interstellar missile ships and a large number of newly commissioned T-4 class ships, had bolstered the strength of the Xiaolong Legion far beyond expectations. The atmosphere in the Dragon Emperor's hall was tense. If you had informed us of this intelligence in time, the Dragon's 13th and 17th fleet groups wouldn't have been lost in vain. The Dragon Emperor's fury was palpable, his eyes blazing. A subordinate Dragon Man stood before the Dragon Emperor, head bowed, trembling with fear. Guards, take him to the dungeon. Await further orders, the Dragon Emperor commanded with a wave of his hand. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, dragging the protesting subordinate out of the hall. Your Majesty, it wasn't my fault. We've always paid little attention to the Star Radiance Empire, so delays in intelligence are normal. His voice faded away down the corridor. Actually, his mistake doesn't warrant death. A delicate female voice spoke from beside the Dragon Emperor. But someone has to take responsibility for the complete annihilation of two fleet groups. Another more solemn female voice followed. We can't admit to the outside world that it was due to the negligence of the Dragon Royal family, can we? The Dragon Emperor turned his gaze, his eyes softening. Before him stood his two beloved daughters, who were strikingly different in appearance. One was covered in pristine white scales, exuding a sense of purity. Her dragon head was softer than others, and she had a pair of pure white wings. By Dragonman standards, she was undoubtedly a beauty among dragons. The other was entirely different. While retaining the dragon tail, wings, and horns, she wasn't entirely covered in scales. Most notably, her dragon head bore a human female face. These were the Dragon Emperor's two most cherished daughters, often referred to as the two pearls of the Dragon Emperor's palm. One was the pureblood royal dragon princess, Leona, and the other, the wise half-human dragon princess, Blanche. Leona commanded the Dragon's 3rd Fleet Group, while Blanche was the deputy commander of the Dragon's 2nd Fleet Group and an esteemed member of the Dragon Clan's highest technological research institute, contributing to the development and production of the T-4 Jialong-class medium interstellar frigate. Looking at his prized daughters, the Dragon Emperor felt both joy and worry. Despite the long lifespans of the Dragon Clan, these two exceptional daughters remained unmarried. Leona, besides commanding the fleet, loved dueling, claiming that anyone who wished to marry her must defeat her in combat. Blanche was engrossed in scientific research and inventions, showing no interest in marriage. This troubled the Dragon Emperor greatly. But we should take responsibility for our actions, Blanche said, looking directly at Leona. The reason the Warhammer Interstellar Federation has struggled in recent years is due to this lack of accountability. Leona snorted. Responsibility is one thing, but prestige is more important. Do you realize how much it would damage the royal family if it were known that we lost 2 fleet groups due to our underestimation of the enemy? Especially with the current instability in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. It could even threaten Father's throne. Seeing his daughters about to argue again, the Dragon Emperor quickly intervened. Enough. No more fighting. The most important thing now is how to handle the current situation. According to our investigation, the Xiaolong Legion has somehow mobilized all 5 of their fleet groups here. Although they only have 15,000 combat interstellar warships, you've seen their formidable power. Even our elite dragon fleets would struggle to gain an advantage in a direct confrontation. If we go to war, we will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. What are your thoughts? Leona immediately responded. I suggest we accelerate the unification plan for Warhammer, combining internal consumption and the elimination of the revolutionary forces. First, we forcibly unite the fleets of various clans into a coalition, but the command must remain in our hands. Then, let the major clan fleets and the Xiaolong Legion wear each other down. The Xiaolong Legion's tactics are highly consumptive. I don't believe their interstellar missiles are endless. Finally, our Dragon Clan can reap the benefits. Foolish, Blanche remarked bluntly. What do you mean? Not satisfied with me? Let's take it outside and settle this. Leona glared at Blanche. Ignoring Leona's provocation, Blanche calmly addressed the Dragon Emperor. We aim to unify Warhammer, but we must not weaken its overall combat strength. After all, the Holy Radiance Empire remains a threat. The Star Radiance Empire could revive, and who knows if the Mechanical Clan will return. Therefore, we can't excessively deplete the strength of the major clan fleets. My suggestion is to use a proxy. From what I know, the Holy Radiance Empire and the Xiaolong Lord have a strained relationship. They even fought a holy war duel over new star territory expansion, where the Xiaolong Legion emerged victorious, humiliating the Holy Radiance Empire. We can seize this opportunity to have the Holy Radiance Empire dispatch troops and form a coalition with us to eliminate the Xiaolong Legion. This way, we achieve multiple goals. First, we eliminate the Xiaolong Legion while preserving our strength. Second, we can control the losses of the major clan fleets based on the situation, ensuring they don't suffer too much while not hindering our unification plan. Third, we strengthen our ties with the Holy Radiance Empire, potentially cooperating against the Star Radiance Empire in the future. The Dragon Emperor was full of praise for Blanche's plan. Compared to Leona's 3-step strategy, Blanche's plan was 10 steps ahead. Heh, the Holy Radiance Empire isn't your pet. Do you think they'll just cooperate because you say so? Aren't you afraid of inviting trouble? Leona questioned. Blanche responded coolly. Everything has risks and rewards. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you're so timid, you might as well go home and babysit. You. Leona glared at Blanche, too angry to speak. All right, the Dragon Emperor interjected to calm the dispute. I'll have people thoroughly review both of your plans. Although he didn't say it outright, he was already leaning towards Blanche's proposal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Chun was meeting with some special guests. In front of Zhao Chun stood 2 women in starkly different emotional states. On his left was Ivina, the Harpy Queen. She stood rigidly, her feathers tightly drawn, exuding tension from head to toe. Her head was bowed low, never once making eye contact with Zhao Chun. On his right was the Spider Queen, Alith. Her appearance was astonishing. Her lower body was that of a massive black spider, while her upper body resembled that of a human woman with an alluring figure. Despite the black markings on her skin, she exuded a captivating beauty rather than appearing grotesque. Zhao Chun was the first to speak. Harpy Queen Ivina. Ivina trembled, clasping her feathered hands tightly in front of her, her voice quivering. I am here. Zhao Chun smiled. No need to be so nervous. I invited you here. Consider us friends. Ivina replied softly. I dare not. Her head remained bowed. Zhao Chun gently asked, Ivina, if you keep your head down and don't look at me, how are we supposed to discuss our plans? Ivina hesitated for a moment before cautiously raising her head, though her eyes still darted nervously. At this moment, Lilith whispered in Zhao Chun's ear. The Harpies are a monogender tribe, consisting only of females. They are individually weak and naturally timid. They have long been oppressed by the Golden Eagle tribe. Though they are one of the top 20 tribes, they are more like tools. They can fly in space and are often sent to mine planets, essentially serving as interstellar miners. In terms of strength, the Harpy tribe is no longer among the top 20. Looking at the frail Ivina, Zhao Chun couldn't help but imagine her people toiling away on interstellar mining ships, and a protective feeling stirred within him. At this point, the previously ignored Spider Queen Alith spoke up. Did you develop and build this starship? Her eyes were fixed on the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship. Zhao Chun admitted, yes, we developed and built it ourselves. What's it called? Elith asked naturally. Blue Eyes White Dragon, Zhao Chen replied. Elith crossed her arms and commented, that's a good name. Much better than those clumsy names like Armored Dragon or Butcher. No sense of artistry at all. Zhao Chen knew she was referring to the T4 Armored Dragon class medium interstellar frigate and the T4 Butcher class medium interstellar destroyer. Elith continued, if our Spider Queen tribe joins your Beast Alliance, can we take over the production of these starships? Also, what are the names of your current T4 starships? Zhao Chen listed them one by one. Suzuka-class medium interstellar cruiser, Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate, Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser, Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ship, Skeleton King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, Fallen Angel-class super heavy aircraft carrier starship. And then there's the Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship. Elith's excitement was palpable. Yes. Especially that last one, the Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship. I heard there's even a phrase dedicated to it. Something like, where the angel's wings reach, the starry sky becomes a purgatory, and silence means destruction. It's so artistic. Her cheeks flushed, and she even bit her own finger in excitement. Zhao Chen looked at Elith with suspicion. Why are you so eager to join us? The Dragon Tribe hasn't mistreated your Spider Queen tribe, has it? You have a high status among the top 20 tribes, and your living conditions are much better than those of the Harpy tribe. You have no reason to betray the Dragon Tribe. Ivina, standing nearby, looked aggrieved, as if to say that her tribe's poor development was not her fault. Elith answered, you want a reason? It's simple. Following the Dragon Tribe is just too boring. Those guys are all brawn and no brains, and they have no sense of artistry. Even though Princess Blanche of the Dragon Tribe designs starships, what she comes up with is devoid of beauty. Interstellar warships are an art. They need to be beautiful. She pointed at Zhao Chen's ship bridge, excitedly saying, look at these contours, look at this layout, look at these majestic lines. This is art. If I could produce such masterpieces, that would be my life's calling. Not making those ugly things. Zhao Chen thought to himself, confirmed, this Spider Queen is absolutely crazy. Rather than a technical craftsman, she sees herself as an artist. A pathological artist. Zhao Chen shook his head, clearly not agreeing with Queen Eliza's reasoning. Eliza pondered for a moment, her eyes flashing as she scrutinized Zhao Chen. Suddenly, she made a surprising proposal. I can marry you and become your woman. But first, I need to see your starship technology. Not all of it, just one ship to prove your capability. Zhao Chen was taken aback, coughing violently. Lilith, standing nearby, was even more shocked and immediately protested. This is unacceptable. Eliza, unfazed, retorted. Why not? Are you worried about our different species? Don't be. Our tribe's history shows that humans and our kind can reproduce. Through genetic technology, the child can take after either the father or the mother and be perfectly healthy. If you don't like my lower half, just turn off the lights. Besides, you would be my first man. She blinked, speaking candidly. Avina's face turned crimson upon hearing this, looking around in bewilderment at how things had escalated so quickly. Lilith's expression also darkened. Seeing this, Zhao Chen quickly interjected, let's end this topic here. I can tentatively trust you, but it's unrealistic to hand over all our technology production to you right now. Besides the trust issue, we already have engineers dedicated to this. From the moment Queen Eliza boarded the starship, Zhao Chen had sensed through his system's golden finger that she bore no malice toward him. Initially surprised, he now understood that she was an artist obsessed with starship technology. Eliza pressed on. Who could be better than our tribe in industrial production? The interstellar dwarves, Zhao Chen replied without hesitation. Although Annie could be a handful at times, she was always diligent in her work. Eliza reflected for a moment, objectively analyzing, the interstellar dwarves are indeed highly capable. But our strengths are different. In terms of industrial production, one of our spiders can match 3 dwarfs. However, in technical development, we are indeed not as strong as they are. She then suggested, how about this? Arrange a meeting between me and the interstellar dwarves engineers. Then you can judge who is more capable. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile, thinking this was a good idea. It would alleviate the pressure on the interstellar dwarves while fostering healthy competition and promoting industry development. I agree with this suggestion, Zhao Chen nodded. But the industrial base is in my Xiaolong star system. As the ruler of the Spider Tribe, won't your long absence affect your territory? Eliza shrugged nonchalantly. That's not an issue. The Dragon Tribe leaves us alone as long as we deliver starships and industrial products on time. As for me, I'm out here under the pretext of solving a technical problem in the workshop, and no one is allowed to disturb me. This happens often, so no one will be suspicious. I'm very interested in your industrial base. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, like a devout believer. Zhao Chun set aside the matter with Eliza and turned his attention to Avina. He had initially thought Queen Eliza would be the hardest to deal with, but she had turned out to be the easiest. Let's get straight to the point, Zhao Chun said, looking directly at Avina. You probably guessed why I invited you here. I heard you had contact with Charlotte before and likely have a good impression of the Revolutionary Army now the Beast Alliance. So, I hope you can stand with us. Avina looked down, silent and clearly conflicted. Zhao Chun empathetically continued. I understand you're hesitant, worried about what happens if we fail. I get your concerns. For now, I just need your genuine stance. You don't have to publicly declare support on behalf of your entire tribe. The same goes for the Spider tribe. I'll give you some time to think, but not too long. We're about to confront the Dragon tribe Hedon, and by then, you'll have to make a choice. Avina hesitated, repeatedly saying, I. At this moment, Eliza interjected. I suggest Avina visit the Xiaolong star system with me. The Harpies are a peace-loving race forced into being one of the top 20 tribes, yet they don't receive the treatment they deserve. Imagine, a major tribe's territory comprising only 30 of a star system. Lord Zhao, let her see your Xiaolong system and environment. If it's truly suitable for the Harpies, I believe Avina will make her choice. Zhao Qin's eyes lit up, appreciating Eliza's cleverness. He immediately said to Avina, Avina, I sincerely invite you to visit the Xiaolong star system. You can go with Eliza. Don't worry, it won't take long, and you can return anytime. I guarantee your safety. Avina finally mustered the courage to raise her head, clenching her fists. I am willing to visit the Xiaolong star system. If your system and environment truly suit the Harpies, and we can live fairly and safely, I will consider your proposal. In fact, Avina also yearned to change the Harpies' current situation. But their racial traits made them akin to bottom-tier laborers, easily replaceable, unlike the high-tech Spider tribe, resulting in vastly different treatments. Zhao Chun agreed happily. Great, I'll arrange your visit. Let's go in the next couple of days. The sooner the better. And so, the itinerary for Queen Eliza and Harpy Avina's visit to the Xiaolong star system was set. They were about to embark on an unprecedented journey to explore a star system beyond imagination. Charlotte stared at Zhao Chun in astonishment. You're heading back to the Xiaolong star system now? The news caught her off guard. The Beast Alliance had just been established, and the upcoming battle plans were keeping her incredibly busy. If Zhao Chun hadn't specifically informed her, she might have missed her commander's departure altogether. Charlotte's gaze shifted to the Spider Queen, Elise, standing not far behind Zhao Chun. She had learned from Lilith about Elise's previous proposal to the commander, which made her feel like her territory was being invaded, causing strong animosity toward the Spider Queen. Zhao Chun spoke confidently. The operation you've planned starts in 3 days, right? With our Stargate, travel is instantaneous. 3 days are more than enough for me to handle these two. If I can get them to submit, it will greatly benefit the future of the Beast Alliance. He added, by the way, I'm just going home this time. Nothing special. I'll leave Lilith here to assist you. No way. Absolutely not. Charlotte and Lilith objected in unison, surprising Zhao Chun. He was puzzled as to why his seemingly simple proposal made them so anxious. Charlotte and Lilith exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Charlotte quickly said, I can manage things here. I've been using our resources wisely as per your instructions. With help from the Black Fox tribe's leader, Huya, and Hushiner, plus my father and sister, everything is on track. If Lilith steps in now, it might make Huya and the others feel like I don't trust them, undoing all my previous efforts. Lilith nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. The Beast Alliance is still new. While everyone knows you're behind it, placing me in the Alliance now might send the wrong message. As your secretary, my involvement could be seen as your direct interference. After a moment of thought, Zhao Chun decided, since you both feel that way, I'll make no changes. I'll prepare to leave soon and return within 3 days. Until I get back, Charlotte, you'll be in full charge here. You have the authority to deploy all 5 Xiaolong battalions. Understood. Charlotte nodded, visibly relieved. Lilith also breathed a sigh of relief, both of their gazes drifting to the distant Spider Queen, Elise. They couldn't risk the commander being alone with this woman, fearing she might do something outrageous. They trusted Zhao Chun, but not the Spider Queen. With the arrangements in place, Zhao Chun's T-4 blue-eyed white dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship slowly departed, heading towards the secret Stargate location. The ship's bridge activated its holographic display, presenting an external view as clear as a glass window. The Spider Queen, Elise, immediately noticed the prominent Stargate and realized it wasn't the standard tech used by the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. What kind of Stargate is this? It's small, a mini Stargate, but the structure and materials used? This isn't an ordinary Stargate. It seems designed for extended range. Elise's expertise once again impressed Zhao Chun. This is our T3 Huiwa-class Stargate, built by Xiaolong. Although it's T3 technology, It can connect over vast distances, Zhao Chen explained. Can it directly connect to your Xiaolong star system? Isn't your star system a single star system? Elise exclaimed. She had researched Xiaolong's star system and knew it was located in the Starshine Empire, far from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Zhao Chen continued, not directly. We have a relay station in the Dark Reef starfield. Using the T3 Huiwa-class Stargate there for a second jump, we can reach the Xiaolong star system. This Stargate doesn't need a binary star system for transit. That's still a considerable distance. At least 3 times the range of the Warhammer Federation's current T3 Stargate. And it bypasses the binary star system requirement, making it nearly T4 level technology. Elise's eyes sparkled with interest in the technology. Amid Elise's excitement and Harpy Avina's nervousness, the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship completed its 2 jumps, using the Lion King system Stargate in the Dark Reef starfield as a relay, finally arriving at the Xiaolong star system. As the view brightened, Elise eagerly looked outside, only to see a barren cosmos with a few T3 interstellar warships patrolling. The scene was far from the grand spectacle she had imagined. Is this your Xiaolong star system? Elise asked, disappointed. Harpy Avina's gaze also dimmed. Yes, Zhao Chun confirmed. Elise fell silent, realizing she might have set her expectations too high. After all, this was a resource-poor star system with nothing particularly noteworthy. As she pondered, the T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship continued at full speed for another 10 minutes. Rounding a small asteroid, the view ahead made Elise's expression change dramatically, shifting from disappointment to surprise and shock. Numerous interstellar ships were bustling in the area. Most of them transport ships ferrying materials to and from colossal structures. These massive structures were interstellar industrial ships, 50 of them. Are those interstellar industrial ships? Elise asked incredulously, looking at Zhao Chen with a bold guess forming in her mind, her heart pounding. T4 twin star-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, Zhao Chen replied calmly, as if stating an ordinary fact. Zhao Chen pointed to the distant industrial park and introduced it to the Spider Queen, Iris. Over there, we have hundreds of T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. However, Iris's gaze was drawn to an even larger behemoth in the distance. It was a T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, its silhouette gleaming in the sunlight. The massive hull seemed capable of swallowing the entire sky. Reflected in Iris's pupils was the image of this industrial ship, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's magnificent. So grand. So majestic." In her mind, she compared it to the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's top-tier industrial ships, which were only T3 class, inferior even to the T3 furnace-class ships here, let alone the T4 Gemini-class ship. Curious, Iris asked, how many interstellar warships can it produce in a month? Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. That's classified information. Rather than pressing further, Iris began to observe closely. Her eyes scanned everything around her, muttering calculations under her breath. As the T4 Blue-Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleship approached the T4 Gemini-class industrial ship, Iris's eyes suddenly lit up within minutes. Excitedly, she said, based on what I see, the frequency of those interstellar transport ships, and the size of this industrial ship, I estimate that one T4 Gemini-class ship can produce at least 200 T3-class interstellar warships, or about 10 T4 interstellar destroyers a month. Zhao Chen looked at Iris in astonishment. Her data, derived from mere observation and brief analysis, was within 10 of the actual figures. This demonstrated the Spider Queen's extraordinary professional skills, perhaps even surpassing and in some areas. Meanwhile, far away in the command center, and suddenly sneezed, shivering involuntarily. A wave of cold swept over her, prompting her to wrap herself tighter in her blanket. She glanced at the temperature control panel, which showed everything was normal. Shrugging, she resumed her work. Xiao Qinshan fries, and casually said. A mechanical arm immediately extended from behind her, precisely delivering fries to her mouth. Without turning, and bit into the fries and began chewing. Xiao Qinshan, Coke. Another mechanical arm handed her a cup with a straw, and took a sip and let out a small burp. Xiao Qinshan, peel some shrimp for me. A plate of shrimp appeared instantly on the tray. 2 mechanical arms quickly peeled the shrimp, and a third arm delivered the peeled shrimp to Anne's mouth. She enjoyed the food while her hands busily worked on the control panel, her feet lightly swinging under the table. Suddenly, a video window popped up, and a subordinate reported nervously, "Chief Engineer, the commander is on his way to your office." "What? Xiao Chun. The commander is here?" And choked, coughing violently. She glanced around in a panic and hastily ordered, "Xiao Ch." Camouflage mode. The robot with 8 mechanical arms quickly moved to the corner, posing as a coat rack. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," and quickly opened dozens of work pages, pretending to be busy. The door opened, and Zhao Chun and others walked in and pretended to rub her wrist and turned, saying, "Commander, why didn't you notify me in advance? I was just..." Her voice trailed off as she saw the Spider Queen behind Zhao Chun. The next second, she screamed and jumped up, "Spider! Big spider! There's a big spider!" Instinctively, and clung to the nearest thing, screaming and shouting, "Can you get off my face? And stop pulling my hair." Zhao Chen's muffled voice came from Anne's chest. "That's the Spider Queen's tribe. You can think of them as similar to Charlotte's kind of beast folk," Zhao Chen explained, and calmed down and saw the beautiful woman on the spider's back. Embarrassed, she let go, but found herself holding a clump of hair. She tried to put it back on Zhao Chen's head, but it wouldn't stay. "Stop it, get down." Zhao Chen pulled it away and cleaned the hair off his head, and quickly changed the subject. "Commander, I've been so busy. Look at all these projects. It's exhausting. Every starship manufacturing project requires my personal supervision, or I wouldn't be at ease." Zhao Chen looked at and skeptically. "Then how do you explain the shrimp sauce at the corner of your mouth?" And reflexively wiped her mouth but found nothing. Realizing she had been tricked, she cautiously looked at Zhao Chun. Meanwhile, Iris had somehow moved beside Anne and shrank behind Zhao Chun, knowing the spider woman wouldn't harm her, but her fear of spiders made her instinctively avoid them. However, Iris's attention was entirely on the electronic screens. She raised her hands and began operating the screens. Hey, don't mess with those. They're important data and plans," and urgently said. "It's fine, let her tinker," Zhao Chen said calmly, arms crossed. Though the information was classified, it wasn't core secrets. He wanted to test Iris's capabilities, and soon noticed that the spider woman seemed quite skilled, quickly familiarizing herself with the controls. "I could do that too," and muttered dismissively. But the next scene left everyone stunned. Iris not only operated 2 screens with her hands, but her 4 spider legs also started working on another 4 screens. Even more astonishing, her abdomen sprouted several eyes, and numerous agile spider legs extended from her back. Iris now resembled a supercomputer, simultaneously controlling dozens of electronic screens. Even Zhao Chun, with his enhanced body, struggled to keep up with Iris's speed, and was completely dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. The Spider Queen, Elise, danced her fingers across the floating holographic screen, explaining to Zhao Chen as she worked, "We can cut down a program node here, boosting efficiency by 1. And over here, although the dwarves' manufacturing capabilities are impressive, if we replace them with our Spider Queen tribe, a single spider could handle this job, increasing production efficiency by at least 3. Annie huddled behind Zhao Chun, her eyes fixed on the commander's intense gaze. She clutched Zhao Chen's pant leg, alarm bells ringing in her mind. She wanted to refute Elise but couldn't find any flaws in her logic. A disturbing image flashed in her mind. Spiders taking over her office and job, binding her with webs, and crushing her like a defeated foe. Zhao Chen interrupted the engrossed Spider Queen. "Enough? This is a tour, not a work session. We need to move on to the next place." Reluctantly, Elise stopped her work, her gaze lingering on the surrounding holographic screens. Suddenly, she got straight to the point. "Lord Zhao, I am willing to lead my tribe to join the Xiaolong Legion. Rest assured, I am fully confident I can handle the work here." Annie felt like she had been struck by lightning. Gathering her courage, she stepped out from behind Zhao Chun, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Hey, don't push it. I'm the chief engineer here. This is my turf." The Spider Queen looked down at Annie, teasing, "According to our half-beast customs, should we have a fight?" Annie glanced at the spider spear behind Elise, instinctively taking a step back, but she retorted firmly, "We are technical workers. What's the point of fighting? Then a technical competition?" Elise smiled, pointing at the surrounding holographic screens. Annie was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "What else then? Height? Figure?" Elise continued to tease, deliberately puffing out her chest. Annie looked down at her own flat chest, resisting the urge to jump up and down. Elise added, "Status? I am the chieftain of the Spider Queen tribe, controlling half a star sector, 27 star systems, with an annual output of 3 trillion star coins." Just as Annie was about to speak but faltered several times, the second chief engineer of the Xiaolong industrial system, Nana, appeared at the door. Annie immediately rushed to her sister, crying, "Sister, we're going to lose our jobs." Nana pushed her sister aside, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Elise. The Spider Queen tribe? One of the top 5 industrial production races within the Galactic Union. She walked straight to Elise and started an enthusiastic discussion. Annie was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. Nana explained to Zhao Chun that her knowledge of various races came from her studies at the Goddess Academy, where she also served as a lecturer and honorary vice-dean. Annie listened in shock, feeling a deep sense of defeat. She watched her sister and Elise engage in a lively discussion, with Zhao Chen occasionally chiming in, while she felt like an outsider. In the end, Annie seemed to kneel in the wind and snow, her knees on the ground, her hands raised high, silently screaming, "No, rather than perish in silence, it's better to explode in silence." Annie walked over to Nana with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. "Nana, don't be fooled by that big spider. She's here to take our jobs." Nana looked at Annie skeptically. "Take our jobs? Who told you that?" Annie was momentarily speechless, recalling that when the commander introduced the Spider Queen, nothing of the sort was mentioned. Nana sighed and spoke gently. "Sis, are you overthinking things again? Mom always said you have too much of a crisis mindset and suggested you see a psychologist, but you never listened." As she spoke, Nana pulled a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and handed it to Annie. Annie took the candy, licked it gently, and her furrowed brow relaxed a little. Zhao Chun, observing silently, realized that Nana had long mastered the art of calming her sister. Nana didn't usually have a sweet tooth, so it was clear she carried the lollipop for Annie. Nana continued patiently, "What you're saying about taking jobs makes no sense. Why would the commander get rid of you just because Elise and her tribe are here? Think about it. Our industrial system is already overloaded with technical roles. Even with the Goddess Academy training talent, our expansion and Starship production plans far outstrip the number of available engineers." She paused, then added, "I brought this issue up with the commander before. Without external support, our industrial production will soon face major problems. The commander promised to solve it within 3 months. I didn't expect him to bring in the Spider Queen's tribe. With their help, do you know how much pressure that relieves us?" The Spider Queen Elise calmly added, "As of now, our tribe has a population of 130 billion. While we do have males, we are a matriarchal society. Male spiders mainly take on lower-level worker roles, but they lack the intelligence for higher-level industrial tasks. As I understand, the Scale Dragon Legion only recruits females, right? We fit the bill perfectly. We can provide about 10 billion junior and mid-level engineers. Though 10 billion may not seem enormous, for the Scale Dragon System's industrial production, it was a godsend. With the Spider Queen's tribe's strong industrial talent, one spider could match the efficiency of several dwarf craftsmen, promising a significant leap in productivity." After hearing the explanations, Annie looked at the Spider Queen Elise pitifully. "You're really not here to take Annie's job?" Elise couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I take your job? From what I understand, your race excels in industrial production, but your true talent lies in research and precision manufacturing. While we are efficient, we struggle with precision tasks. As for research, we have our own advanced teams, but they're not very efficient. Honestly, I prefer the production side of things. Watching new, magnificent starships come to life in my hands is something I love." Annie pouted. "Then, what did you mean by what you said earlier?" Elise giggled. "Before we came, the Lord said his chief engineer was highly skilled but a bit socially awkward. If we were to work together, I should accommodate her. And you remind me of a child in our tribe, very cute. I couldn't resist teasing you." "I'm not a child." Annie placed her hands on her hips but glanced at her chest, reassuring herself that she'd grow more. Seeing this, Zhaochen decided to wrap up the conversation. "All right, enough joking. We need to move on. Lilith, Nana, make the arrangements. Let's head to platform 0117. Lilith's face changed at the mention of platform 0117. She walked over to Zhao Chen and whispered, "Commander, platform 0117 is for top-secret projects. Bringing them there? Is it really appropriate?" "Follow my orders," Zhao Chen reiterated firmly. Despite her concerns, Lilith knew that a repeated order from the commander was non-negotiable. "Please follow us," she said. Lilith and Nana led the way, while Annie and Elise chatted about their future collaboration. Elise, adept at engaging with children, described how she would oversee all production work, leaving Annie to handle the big-picture tasks from the office. Annie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Harpy Avina followed the group like a ghost, her presence barely noticeable. Zhao Chen glanced at Elise and Avina, noting the numbers above their heads. Spider Queen Elise, Affection Index, 80. Harpy Avina, Affection Index, 60. This seemed to be a feature of his system, allowing Zhao Chen to see their affection levels. Although Elise was interested in the Scale Dragon system, she wasn't fully committed yet. Zhao Chun had planned the upcoming tour with this in mind, confident that his trump cards would secure Elise and Avina's loyalty. Annie suddenly turned and asked, "Commander, how did you know I ate crayfish earlier?" Zhao Chun rolled his eyes. "You didn't have any visible marks, but your breath smelled like crayfish." Annie nodded in realization, making a mental note to be more careful next time. The group boarded a mini-shuttle. Given the massive size of the T-4 Gemini-class heavy industrial starship, walking was impractical, and even hover elevators couldn't meet the efficiency needs. These mini-shuttles could quickly transport staff to their destinations. After half a minute, the shuttle decelerated and hovered, indicating they had arrived. The scene outside the window captured Elise's full attention. It wasn't a complete starship, but an enormous, unfinished vessel. Even seeing just the keel, its scale dwarfed any ship Elise had ever seen. Despite its incomplete state, her instinct told her this was no ordinary starship. What is this? Elise's breath quickened, her eyes bloodshot as she looked at Zhao Chun. Harpy Avina also glanced curiously, never having seen such an imposing starship. Even from a distance, it exuded a heart-stopping aura. A Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. Zhao Chun revealed the name, then added two more words. This is a T5 class starship. The Spider Queen, Ellis, stared at Zhao Chun in disbelief, her voice trembling with excitement. Her 8 eyes were wide open, almost bulging out of their sockets. Zhao Chun nodded proudly. Yes, this is the first T5 class starship developed and manufactured by our Xiaolong Legion. It's also the first of its kind known to the Galactic Alliance. Ellis's antennae twitched slightly as she asked curiously, "What does dreadnought mean?" Annie was about to answer, but Nana beat her to it. Nana explained in detail, a dreadnought is a versatile, main battle starship with high-strength armor and firepower akin to a star battleship, and a speed second only to a star cruiser. It can be equipped with various weapon modules, including star missile launch units, heavy star cannons, star drone swarms, and fighter hangars. Nana hesitated and glanced at Zhao Chun. After receiving his nod of approval, she continued, most importantly, it is also equipped with a hyperspace warp engine. You've overcome the technological challenge of single-ship warp engines. Ellis exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Nana nodded and explained, yes, a warship equipped with a hyperspace warp engine can perform warp jumps at any time and place, arriving at its destination instantly. Ellis muttered to herself, her voice filled with longing. This is incredible. I never thought I'd encounter T5 level technology in my lifetime. She gently touched the porthole, as if caressing the Hades-class dreadnought being constructed. Zhao Chun noticed the numbers above Ellis's head rising rapidly, finally stopping at 100. Lord, please let me join your starship construction project. Ellis pleaded urgently. Zhao Chun asked seriously, are you truly sincere about joining us? Ellis admitted that she had previously valued the T4 starship's technical blueprints more and had even considered joining other forces. However, the Hades-class dreadnought had completely changed her mind. Zhao Chun agreed to Ellis's request to join, but emphasized that it would take time to verify her abilities and loyalty. He allowed Ellis to participate in the construction of the dreadnought under the supervision of Annie and Nana. Ellis was overjoyed and immediately promised to prove her worth. Nana cheerfully said to Annie, this will lighten our workload quite a bit. Annie nodded in agreement, already thinking about how to allocate the tasks. However, Zhao Chun suddenly announced that Nana would be responsible for assigning work to both Annie and Ellis. Annie froze, avoiding Zhao Chun's meaningful gaze, realizing that her little scheme had been seen through. Lilith, if I remember correctly, the construction platform for that starship isn't far from here, right? Zhao Chun asked suddenly. Lilith nodded in confirmation and pulled up an internal map of the interstellar industrial ship. It's just ahead, she said, pointing at the map. A mysterious glint flashed in Zhao Chun's eyes as he turned to Queen Spider Iris. Actually, we have more than just one T5 interstellar warship. Queen Spider Iris was taken aback. More? I thought you said this was your only T5 interstellar warship under construction? Zhao Chun explained. What I said was that this is currently our only combat-type T5 interstellar warship under construction. Using the rapid movement of a mini-shuttle, they quickly arrived in front of another colossal starship. This new interstellar ship surpassed the T5 Hades-class dreadnought in size and was more complete, with its exterior clearly taking shape. Notably, the hull lacked any weaponry. Queen Spider Iris quickly grasped Zhao Chun's meaning. This is a T5 auxiliary interstellar warship? Zhao Chun nodded. Exactly, it's called the Creator-class starship. And as the name suggests, it can create a world. Create a world? Queen Spider Iris was astounded, and Harpy Avina also looked on with curiosity. Zhao Chun elaborated. This T5 Creator-class starship can transform a planet's ecosystem. Of course, it can't do this for all planets, like gas giants. Its main function is to make uninhabitable planets more suitable for life. He continued, its working principle is quite simple. The starship carries a large number of eco-modifying nanobots. It just needs to fly over the target planet, spend a day releasing these nanobots, and then move on to the next target. Theoretically, it can transform at least 300 standard-sized planets a year, Harpy Avina excitedly said. So it can create a lot of habitable planets where various crops can be grown to meet the needs of the inhabitants. Zhao Chun nodded. Exactly. According to our calculations, a standard-sized habitable planet can support a population of 10 billion for at least a billion years. However, these planets can only serve as basic agricultural worlds since they lack mineral resources. 10 billion people. That's quite a lot, Avina mused, recalling the harsh, sandy conditions her own people lived in on low-quality habitable planets. Zhao Chun turned to Nana. Nana, is this T5 Creator class starship almost complete? Nana pulled up the relevant data. According to the construction schedule, the first T5 Creator class starship will be completed around mid-August. But as the first of its kind, it will require extensive trials, test runs, and data collection. It might take another month before it's fully operational, Zhao Chun said with satisfaction. So, in about 2 months. By then, we can start creating a lot of habitable planets in the Xiaolong star system, greatly improving the living conditions here. Annie clenched her fists in excitement. Our interstellar dwarf race can have its own planet too. Your own planet? Harpy Avina looked at Annie in surprise. Annie proudly explained, it's our commander's policy. Besides humans, other species loyal to the Xiaolong Legion, like our interstellar dwarf race, the succubus race, and the White Tiger clan from your Warhammer, also work for the Legion. The commander said that anyone with outstanding performance could be rewarded with habitable planets. He even promised my sister and me 10 habitable planets if we successfully get these 2 T5 interstellar warships operational. By then, I'll be Lady Annie. Harpy Avina looked at Zhao Chun in amazement. Zhao Chun confirmed, yes, that's the policy. I also promised Charlotte that the White Tiger clan would get some habitable planets for their beastmen willing to relocate. The Xiaolong star system isn't very large, and there aren't many planets available for transformation. However, the 5 new star regions outside the Stellar Empire, along with the Reef Star region, are all my territory. I plan to gradually start the habitable planet transformation projects there. Harpy Avina's eyes sparkled as she envisioned a vibrant interstellar scene. Zhao Chun smiled and said, all right, we've seen most of it here. As a welcome, I've arranged a banquet for you all. As they walked through the corridor and arrived at a picturesque scene, Harpy Avina asked in astonishment, what is this place? Weren't we just on a strange starship? Queen Spider Iris quickly identified the feature. Is this an ecological interstellar warship? Zhao Chun explained, yes, to be precise. It's an ecological plantation ship with industries like agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing, providing various natural food supplies. This is our most advanced T4 Golden Eden-class starship. Before this, we had T3 Silver Eden-class starships and T2 Bronze Eden-class starships, but they are no longer in production. Only the active ones remain. Queen Spider Iris was surprised. The construction and research costs must be high. You actually built such a starship just for food. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation would never invest in such research. Zhao Chun smiled and replied, food is essential for the people. They walked through the orchard and arrived at the lakeside. Each holding various fruits Zhao Chun had allowed them to pick freely as long as they didn't waste any. Queen Spider Iris was munching on a fruit while weaving a temporary web to hold more fruits. Zhao Chun pointed to a prepared picnic area not far away. All right, let's have a picnic here. The campfire, food, and scenery were all perfectly set. Zhao Chun relaxed in a deck chair, glancing at Harpy Avina, who was lost in thought by the lake. He noticed her affection level had reached 97 and was still rising. Master, may I fly up and take a look? Harpy Avina asked cautiously. Zhao Chun replied casually, sure, I'll send you a map. You can fly around as you like. Annie waved and said, Avina, while you're out, could you catch a few rabbits from the nearby grassland for me? Spicy rabbit heads are delicious. Okay. Harpy Avina agreed, then spread her wings and soared into the sky. She hovered above the lake, taking in the beautiful scenery. Orchards, grasslands, farmlands, lakes, and even snow-capped mountains. It's so beautiful, she murmured, lost in this man-made paradise. The Starhammer Interstellar Union is back already? Mid-Eyer widened her eyes in surprise, staring at Zhao Chun and his team, who had returned in just a day. She had expected them to take at least a few days. Mission accomplished? It wasn't Charlotte who spoke, but Hu Exiner beside her. Hu Exiner's gaze fell on the Spider Queen, Elise, and the Harpy Queen, Avina, who stood behind Zhao Chun. She noticed a subtle but significant change in their demeanor since their last meeting. As Charlotte's deputy, Hu Exiner knew the goal of this trip was to ally with these 2 major tribes. Convincing the Harpy tribe was one thing, but persuading the Spider Queen's tribe was a whole different challenge. Zhao Chun smiled and said, let me introduce our new friends formally. This is Elise, the Spider Queen, and Avina, the Harpy Queen. From now on, they are our allies. Given the current unstable situation, this news will remain within the upper echelons for now. Your tribes don't need to make this public until we can ensure your safety. Yes, Commander, Elise and Avina responded in unison, their voices filled with respect, which surprised Hu Exiner even more. Turning to Charlotte, Zhao Chun asked, Charlotte, is our next battle plan ready? I heard from Lilith that all our logistical supplies are in place. Although we can't wipe out all the major tribes of the Starhammer Interstellar Union at once, we can certainly manage a regional war. Charlotte nodded and sent a secured document to Zhao Chun. This is our current strategic plan. The exact timing is flexible, within the next 3 days. After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Chen decided, no need to wait 3 days. Since everything is ready, we'll execute the plan tomorrow. We need to strike quickly and not give the enemy time to react. Understood. We'll make the final arrangements, Charlotte replied. Then she and Lilith began finalizing the plan and disseminating it to the 5 corps of the Jiaolong fleet. After the brief meeting, everyone got busy with their tasks. Elise and Avina, however, remained relaxed, standing to the side. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Xiner approached them directly. Why did you choose to join the Beast Alliance so quickly? Elise shook her head. We didn't join the Beast Alliance. Hu Xiner was puzzled. But you just said you became our allies. We chose to become a vassal tribe of the Jiaolong Corps, Elise explained. What? Hu Xiner was shocked. Within the Beast Alliance, tribes were nominally independent, despite being under Charlotte's control. Becoming a vassal meant giving up that independence entirely. Yes, we willingly submit to the commander, Avina said firmly, her eyes filled with hope. Hu Xiner frowned. Why? What did the Jiaolong leader promise you to make you agree to become vassals? The Harpy tribe was understandable, but the Spider Queen's tribe had significant industrial capabilities, a cornerstone of the Starhammer Interstellar Union. Their special status meant they could stay neutral and wait for the war to end before choosing sides. Hu Xiner couldn't understand why Elise would join the Jiaolong Corps so quickly. Elise asked, have you been to the Jiaolong star system? Hu Xiner shook her head. Once you visit the Jiaolong system and see it for yourself, you'll understand why we made this choice, Elise said with a smile. Avina added, time will prove our decision is correct. The Jiaolong system has advanced technology far beyond its time. We see a future for our tribe there. She clenched her fist, determined to prove herself to Commander Zhao Chun, hoping for a better future for her tribe, much like Chief Engineer Annie. Hu Xiner wanted to ask more, but Elise and Avina wouldn't reveal any details about the Jiaolong system. Frustrated, she turned to Mid-Ayer. You've been to the Jiaolong system, right? Hu Xiner asked Mid-Ayer, who was busy working. Mid-Ayer nodded. Yes. Is their technology really that advanced? Hu Xiner pressed. Mid-Ayer thought back. When we visited, it was impressive, with advanced warships. But it's not like they had some overwhelming technological edge. It was comparable to some of our key star systems in the Starhammer Interstellar Union. When was that? About a year ago, Mid-Ayer replied. Hu Xiner pondered. A year shouldn't make such a big difference. If it was only comparable to the prosperous star systems of the Starhammer Interstellar Union, it wouldn't explain Elise and Avina's drastic change in attitude. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Xiner approached Charlotte with her questions. Charlotte looked at her and asked, are you curious about what the Jiaolong system has that made Elise and Avina change their stance and submit to the commander? Hu Xiner nodded vigorously. Charlotte thought for a moment and said, I can't explain it in words. After this battle with the Starhammer Interstellar Union, I'll take you to the Jiaolong system. You can see for yourself. Hu Xiner rolled her eyes, still unsatisfied with the answer. Charlotte watched Hu Xiner, amused. She had long planned to take a group of key personnel to visit the Jiaolong system. So far, most of the Beast Alliance was only impressed by the military strength of the Jiaolong Corps. They hadn't truly grasped the depth of their power. Only by experiencing it firsthand could they understand the true strength and potential of the Jiaolong Corps. Respect for power was the quickest way to build loyalty. Galactic Year 3034, July 24, 1750. Zhao Chen stared intently at the interstellar war map in front of him, brimming with complex data. His adjutant was reporting the latest updates. Commander, all 5 Xiaolong Legion fleets are fully prepared and in a state of high alert. The Xiaolong star system is also ready and can activate contingency plans at any moment. The adjutant continued with the logistics report. We can mobilize war resources worth 100 billion star coins within 3 days, another 300 billion within a week, and an additional 600 billion within 20 days. However, this will impact our current production and construction plans. Latest intel from the frontline stealth reconnaissance ship. The Dragon Tribe is showing no unusual activity, and the target has not exhibited any abnormal reactions. Zhao Chen sat calmly in the captain's chair, listening to the report. Just then, Hu Xiner voiced her dissatisfaction. Why am I not allowed to join General Charlotte in this battle? She would rather be on the front lines than at this rear command platform. Zhao Chen turned to Hu Xiner and gestured towards the VIP audience seats behind him. If you go, who will take care of these people? The seats were filled with influential leaders from the Beast Alliance. Only Hu Xiner and her mother, clan leader Hu Ya, could handle the reception of these distinguished guests. Additionally, those who had chosen to follow Zhao Chun, like Spider Queen Ulysses and Harpy Ivina, were also present to watch the battle. Clan leader Hu Ya gracefully approached Zhao Chun and gently admonished her daughter. Xiner, do not be disrespectful to the commander. Hu Xiner pouted, feeling a bit resentful towards Zhao Chun because of Charlotte, almost like jealousy. Zhao Chun asked, Have all the necessary people arrived? After Huya nodded to confirm, Zhao Qin said indifferently, good. Let them enjoy the show. This way, they will understand the kind of leader they are following. Huya bowed slightly and led Hu Xiner back to the VIP audience seats. Hu Xiner whispered, Mother, is he really going to strike at the Black Tiger tribe? Isn't that too arrogant? The Black Tiger tribe is among the top 3 in the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation. Huya glanced back at the Interstellar War map and softly explained, this is not just about establishing dominance. It's also about showing these people the benefits that the Xiaolong Legion can bring. If we conquer the Black Tiger Star region, it might be handed over to the White Tiger tribe. This will make others think that they might also get a share of conquered territories in the future. It's the simplest way to tame subordinates: a stick and a carrot. But this carrot is quite hard. Hu Xiner noticed a mysterious figure in a cloak and veil at the back of the VIP audience seats. Just as she was about to inquire, Huya interrupted, don't ask. You'll know when the time is right. The guests in the VIP seats began to murmur among themselves. Look at the coordinates on the interstellar combat map. Could the Xiaolong Legion really be targeting the Black Tiger Star region? No way. The Black Tiger Star region has over 30 fleet groups and more than 100,000 starships. The Xiaolong Legion is strong, but initiating an attack is different from previous skirmishes. If the Black Tiger Star region is attacked, the 4 giants won't stand idly by. If the Dragon tribe seizes the opportunity to strike, the Xiaolong Legion could be trapped. Exactly. I've heard that while the Xiaolong Legion is powerful, their combat tactics are resource-intensive. Their missile frigate volleys are devastating, but how many rounds can they fire? Without missiles, their combat effectiveness will drop significantly. Zhao Chun and his team did not stop the discussions, as sound-dampening devices surrounded the VIP audience seats. Commander, 100 seconds until operation start, reminded Lilith, the secretary officer. Zhao Chun nodded and decisively ordered, all fleet groups, execute the battle orders. Begin the blitzkrieg on the Black Tiger Star region. With the command issued, the massive war machine of the Xiaolong Legion sprang into action. Precise orders were rapidly transmitted. Xiaolong First Legion, execute the pre-planned operation, initiate interstellar jump, and blitz the Black Tiger Star region's primary starport in the first star system. Xiaolong Second Legion, execute the pre-planned operation, initiate interstellar jump, and blitz the Black Tiger Star region's third star gate in the third star system. Xiaolong Third Legion, execute the pre-planned operation, initiate interstellar jump, and blitz the Black Tiger Star region's interstellar arms factory in the second star system. Xiaolong Fourth Legion. On the interstellar war map, 5 bright red markers suddenly appeared within the Black Tiger Star region, indicating the Xiaolong Legion's attack targets. A beast man guest suddenly stood up, exclaiming in disbelief, by the beast god, what is he trying to do? Black Tiger King's naval base is the largest interstellar military port in the Black Tiger Star region and a symbol of pride for the Black Tiger tribe. This massive military base can accommodate 30,000 T2-class starships simultaneously and is equipped with advanced repair facilities capable of servicing T3 and some T4-class starships. Surrounding the main base are several modified asteroids forming an outer defense ring. These asteroids not only provide additional berths for at least 10,000 T2-class starships, but also serve as combat satellites tasked with defending the base. Inside the command room of the third combat satellite, a Black Tiger humanoid was lounging with his legs crossed, holding a bottle of fine wine, his gaze lazily sweeping over the interstellar radar map. The radar array emitted a tick every second, marking the completion of another scan of the area. Suddenly, a powerful tiger paw smacked down on the head of the on-duty personnel. Drinking on duty? A furious voice roared from behind. Don't you know the regulations have been tightened recently? Drinking while on duty, you want to lose your position? The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid turned to see a Black Tiger officer in uniform. He quickly put on a smile and said, Uncle, you scared me. What's there to worry about? You're in charge here. If you don't say anything, who else would dare? Who even knows what I'm drinking? The Black Tiger officer rolled his eyes, pointing at the conspicuous bottle. Next time, at least use an opaque bottle. The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid stood at attention, feigning seriousness. Yes, sir. Don't get careless, the Black Tiger officer warned sternly. Due to the recent rebel activity, our superiors are on edge. They've recalled all off-duty personnel. Haven't you noticed the increased patrols? His eyes fixated on the radar display. The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid shrugged nonchalantly. Relax. Even if something happens to the main star, nothing will happen here. We have the most advanced radar system from Warhammer, including anti-stealth and spatial anomaly detection. With this setup, we can detect any enemy ship 5 times beyond their firing range. Despite knowing his nephew was right, the Black Tiger officer meticulously checked the system, only relaxing once he confirmed everything was normal. Uncle, the on-duty Black Tiger humanoid asked curiously, I heard that the Xiaolong Legion, with just 3,000 starships, wiped out 2 Dragonian fleet groups totaling 60,000 starships. Is that true? I'm not sure. The Black Tiger officer frowned. The higher-ups have sealed the information. But judging by the situation, even if they didn't wipe out both fleet groups, they must have given them a hard time. Otherwise, our tribe wouldn't be this cautious. The higher-ups probably fear the newly formed 100 Beasts Alliance, led by General Charlotte of the White Tiger tribe, will target us. After all, everything we have now was taken from the White Tiger tribe. Uncle, you're overthinking it. The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid said confidently. Our Black Tiger tribe is one of the top 3 tribes in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. If Charlotte dares to attack us, it would be suicide. Just then, several points of light appeared in the distant starry sky. What's that? The Black Tiger officer frowned, staring through the porthole at the sudden lights. Could it be returning starships? The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid muttered. Bring up the Deep Space Telescope, the Black Tiger officer ordered decisively. The Deep Space Telescope's images soon appeared before the Black Tiger officer. His pupils dilated in shock as he saw the truth. Starships materializing out of nowhere, as if crossing a dimensional barrier. These ships were unmistakably T3 class. Xiaolong. It's the Xiaolong Legion starships. The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid recognized the emblem. Earlier intel had detailed the Xiaolong Legion, with their distinct fleet insignia. How is this possible? The Black Tiger officer glanced incredulously at the radar. Our spatial detection system didn't register any anomalies. Realizing something was wrong, he noted that despite seeing the Xiaolong Legion starships, the radar remained silent. This could only mean one thing. Their radar system had been compromised. Initiate Level 1 battle alert immediately, the Black Tiger officer shouted, slamming the red alert button. The Xiaolong Legion's fleet is surrounding our base. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle now. Pressing the alert button should have triggered alarms and flashing red lights across the satellite, but nothing happened. What's going on? What's happening? The Black Tiger officer frantically pressed the button, but it remained ineffective. Uncle, look, what's that? The on-duty Black Tiger humanoid pointed out the porthole, trembling. The Black Tiger officer looked up and was stunned. A starship floated near their combat satellite, bearing the unmistakable Xiaolong emblem. That's an interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. The Black Tiger officer recognized its type. Realizing the implications, he shouted, "It's jamming our network. Activate the combat satellite's defense weapons manually. Destroy that ship." Impossible. Our systems are compromised, and a restart would take at least 10 minutes. Switch to mechanical activation. Quickly. Due to the cyber attack, many systems failed or required a reboot. Fortunately, most tech weapons and facilities had a mechanical backup. The combat satellite's hundreds of point defense cannons began to slowly turn, aiming at the stealth ship. But then, a more terrifying scene unfolded. A barrage of interstellar bombs hit the satellite's defense weapons, rendering them useless. The Black Tiger officer saw that besides the stealth reconnaissance ship, dozens of stealth bombers had appeared. Their attack had disabled the satellite's defenses, a scenario playing out on other combat satellites as well. Watching the 3,000 Xiaolong starships complete their interstellar jump, the Black Tiger officer fell to the ground in terror. The T4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ship silently infiltrated enemy territory, and the mission was progressing exceptionally smoothly. The fleet successfully breached and disrupted the enemy's radar systems, paving the way for our stealth bomber special fleet's infiltration. All combat satellites on the outer perimeter of the enemy's military port were under our control, providing a significant strategic advantage for the upcoming operations. However, the enemy was not entirely oblivious. Signs of mobilization within the military port became evident, and the fleet was being urgently redeployed. According to reconnaissance data, the total number of starships in and around the military port was a staggering 30,000, with approximately half docked inside. It was estimated that the enemy would complete their full mobilization and be ready to deploy within 30 minutes. Charlotte stood in the command cabin, gazing intently at the Black Tiger King's military port surrounded by several burning satellites through a holographic projection. This port stirred painful memories from deep within her, the years when the White Tiger tribe was ruthlessly oppressed by the Black Tiger tribe. Every time the Black Tiger tribe launched a campaign against the revolutionaries, captured White Tiger tribe members were brought here for execution, their bodies cruelly displayed around the port. It was estimated that at least 300,000 members of the White Tiger tribe had perished here. Today, the blood debt was finally due for reckoning. Turning to the communications officer, Charlotte commanded, "Notify Commander Zhao Wanner to prevent any starships from leaving the port." Her voice was filled with determination and resolve. This blitz operation involved not only Charlotte's first corps of the Wyvern, but also the special fleet of stealth bombers commanded by Zhao Wanner. As the primary and main system of the Black Tiger tribe, its strategic importance was paramount. They had to act swiftly and decisively. "Relay my orders." Charlotte activated a countdown display. "The first corps of the Wyvern will proceed as planned and commence operations." This enemy must be annihilated within an hour. As her words fell, the 60-minute countdown began ticking. The 3,000 starships of the first corps of the Wyvern advanced rapidly towards the enemy positions. With the combat satellite's defenses compromised, their advance was surprisingly smooth. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanner's special fleet of stealth bombers began their true mission. Report: an adjutant informed Zhao Wanner, Teams 6, 7, 9, and 10 have successfully completed their missions, and all combat satellites are now non-operational. Zhao Wanner stared at the holographic image of the Black Tiger King's military port before her, knowing that the real challenge was just beginning. At that moment, Charlotte's notification arrived, but Zhao Wanner was already well prepared. She immediately ordered the remaining 6 teams to launch fierce attacks from 4 directions of the Black Tiger King's military port. Massive interstellar bombs landed precisely on critical locations, targeting the main routes for entering and exiting the port. Her tactical intent was clear. As long as the starships inside the port were prevented from leaving, the enemy would be trapped in this enormous cage. However, the Black Tiger tribe's fleet stationed outside the port was not idle. They fought back fiercely, attempting to destroy the mysterious attackers that had suddenly appeared. But when their weapon systems locked onto targets, they were shocked to discover that these stealth bombers were equipped with comprehensive star shield defense systems, making it difficult to break through their defenses. Report: an intelligence officer suddenly interjected. One of the main routes of the military port is equipped with partial star shield defense systems and heavily guarded by numerous interstellar escort ships. A large number of Black Tiger tribe starships, including T4 class Warhammer T4 Dragon class medium interstellar escort ships, are emerging from there. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Wanner's eyes. T4 Dragon class, so what? Deploy our T4 Shadow Demons to take them on. We must destroy all the port routes in the shortest time possible. Her tone was unwavering. Not a single Black Tiger tribe starship in this port is allowed to escape. Yes, ma'am. The adjutant promptly carried out the order. 5 T4 Shadow Demon class light stealth bombers swiftly locked onto the routes protected by several T4 Dragon class medium interstellar escort ships. The weapon systems on their hulls activated, with interstellar torpedoes, anti-ship missiles, and cluster bombs ready to launch, making the previously sleek black hulls suddenly bristle with deadly armaments. Accompanied by piercing alarms, 6,000 heavy short-range particle torpedoes, 500 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, and 500 short-range heavy cluster bombs were launched simultaneously. This barrage of firepower lit up the battlefield, targeting the resilient Black Tiger tribe fleet. Despite their strong defensive interception systems and star shields, the T4 Dragon-class medium interstellar escort ships' defenses were quickly overwhelmed under such close-range bombardment from the T4 Shadow Demon-class bombers. Explosions illuminated the entire battlefield as the T4 Dragon-class medium interstellar escort ships disintegrated under the relentless assault. Subsequently, other routes of the port were similarly attacked. The few remaining interceptive weapons and protective star shields lasted only seconds before being breached. The T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy interstellar cruiser, attempting to leave the port, found itself stuck in the middle of the route, unable to advance or retreat. At this moment, the Black Tiger King's military port had effectively become the graveyard for the tens of thousands of Black Tiger tribe starships within. Report: the adjutant informed Zhao Wanner, 95 of the main routes of the Black Tiger King's military port have been destroyed. It will take the starships inside at least an hour to clear the routes and escape. Zhao Wanner looked up at the holographic projection, seeing the star shields around their ships enduring the Black Tiger tribe fleet's frantic bombardment. Her expression remained calm, as if she was accustomed to such scenes. What's the status of our teams? Any losses? How's the ammunition consumption? Zhao Wanner inquired coolly. The adjutant quickly responded, due to the enemy's fierce attack, we lost 6 T3 Phantom-class light stealth bombers. The star shield energy of the remaining starships has dropped to an average of 30. Ammunition consumption is at 80. Zhao Wanner nodded. That's enough. The rest is up to Commander Charlotte's first corps of the Wyvern. Relay my order. All ships to disengage and initiate stealth mode. With the order given, the stealth bombers of the Wyvern fleet began to cloak themselves and swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. The enraged Black Tiger tribe fleet tried to pursue, but by then, their adversary had changed. During their skirmish with the special fleet, the first corps of the Wyvern had quietly closed in. Interstellar missile ships quickly took position, launching a barrage of powerful interstellar missiles like a meteor shower, raining down on the Black Tiger tribe fleet and their Black Tiger King's military port. The young lord of the Black Tiger tribe was leisurely gnawing on a piece of meat from his plate, casually watching Princess Cynthia of the Black Wolf tribe seated across from him. He spoke, as the young lord of the Black Tiger tribe's main star, we must not underestimate the Shadow Dragon Legion. The rebel forces have joined forces with the Shadow Dragon Legion, and they will undoubtedly launch an attack against us soon. We should mobilize the entire Warhammer Galactic Federation to completely annihilate the Shadow Dragon Legion and the rebels. Cynthia felt a pang of bitterness. After the Black Wolf tribe had suffered devastating losses, she knew that avenging them on her own was impossible. Her only hope lay with the four great powers, among whom the Black Tiger tribe had the closest ties with her tribe. Yet, the Black Tiger tribe had been ambiguous in their stance lately. Though they promised to help eliminate the rebels, they had taken no substantial action. Instead, they had been quietly encroaching on the interests of the Black Wolf tribe. The young lord of the Black Tiger tribe put down his utensils, his greedy eyes scanning Cynthia. He said, "Cynthia, I understand your hatred, but our positions are different. Your father has been bedridden due to previous events, and you are now the highest leader of the Black Wolf tribe. As for me, I am merely the young lord of the Black Tiger tribe. It may seem prestigious, but many matters are handled by my father, leaving me with little authority." He paused, then continued, "However, if you agree to our marriage proposal, uniting our tribes, then the affairs of the Black Wolf tribe will become those of the Black Tiger tribe. My father would definitely be willing to eradicate the rebels for you." Cynthia's hands clenched into fists under the table. The ulterior motive was clear. If she agreed to the marriage, the Black Wolf tribe would become a mere puppet, completely absorbed by the Black Tiger tribe. She whispered, I'll think about it." The young lord of the Black Tiger tribe smirked, wiping his mouth as if eyeing prey. Just as he was about to press further, a video window suddenly popped up. "Where are you now? Do you know that the Black Tiger Royal Military Port is under attack?" An angry voice demanded. It was his father. The young lord stared at the screen in shock. "What? The Black Tiger Royal Military Port is under attack? How is that possible? Who would dare to attack our port?" The Black Tiger chieftain, holding his face in his hands, spoke gravely. "Who else could it be? It's the Shadow Dragon Legion supporting the rebels. We received the news half an hour ago, and 10 minutes ago, we lost contact with the port. Moreover, 4 other strategic locations in our Black Tiger star system have also been attacked by the Shadow Dragon Legion. The situation is dire." The young lord was incredulous. How could this be? Why would the Shadow Dragon Legion suddenly invade our territory? Are they insane? What are they trying to do? The chieftain replied sternly, "I don't care what their intentions are. What matters now is minimizing our losses. So far, over 60,000 of our starships have been involved in the conflict due to the invasion. I've mobilized some of our subordinate fleets, but their combat effectiveness is questionable. I've requested reinforcements from the Great Lion tribe, the Minotaur tribe, and the Fox tribe. I even contacted the Dragon tribe." The mention of the Dragon tribe clearly displeased the chieftain. The young lord instinctively questioned, "What? The Dragon tribe? How could you ask for their help?" The chieftain cut him off. "Now is not the time to worry about pride. The priority is to reduce our losses. Do you realize which places the Shadow Dragon Legion attacked? The Black Tiger Royal Military Port in the first system, the Black Tiger Interstellar Factory in the second system, the Black Tiger Third Stargate in the third system, the Black Tiger Trade Port in the fourth system, and the Black Tiger Resource Mine in the fifth system. You understand how crucial these locations are to us. If we lose them, our tribe's status will be severely compromised. Therefore, we must minimize these losses at all costs." He continued, "I've assembled 3 Black Tiger fleet groups, including my elite Black Tiger Royal Fleet. I can't leave here right now as I need to coordinate the incoming reinforcements. So, you must immediately take charge of these fleets and head to the Black Tiger Royal Military Port. If there's still a chance, you must save it." The young lord stood at attention and replied, "Yes, sir." The communication ended. Without a word to Cynthia, he boarded a shuttle to his flagship, ready to head to the battlefield. Princess Cynthia watched the shuttle take off and opened a star map, marking the locations of the Shadow Dragon Legion's attacks. Moments later, she decisively boarded her own shuttle and returned to her flagship. As she entered the bridge, the soldiers inside saluted her. Her female adjutant approached and asked, "Your Highness, why did you suddenly order us to assemble? Has something happened?" Sitting in the captain's chair, Cynthia looked out the window at the Black Tiger's main star and softly said, "Yes, something has happened. Take a good look while you can. Soon, this magnificent main star of the Black Tiger will be no more." On July 25, 3034, Galactic Calendar, at 1 a.m., 5 agonizing hours had passed since the outbreak of war across the Black Tiger star region. For the Black Tiger Chief, these 5 hours felt like an eternity. The Black Tiger Chief sat wearily in the command center, his eyes fixed on the holographic screen flickering with various urgent communication requests. He had to stay there to coordinate reinforcements and couldn't personally lead the fleet into battle. Instead, he had to send his son in his place. 48 hours. All right, I'm counting on you. The Black Tiger Chief rubbed his temples and ended a video call with a mid-sized tribe. Normally, he could command these smaller forces with ease, but in just a few hours, the situation in the Black Tiger star region had spread across the galaxy, drastically changing the attitudes of others towards the Black Tiger tribe. Reinforcements that could have arrived within 10 hours were now delayed to 48 hours with various excuses. When will the Lion Tribe's reinforcements arrive? The Black Tiger chief asked sharply. A subordinate immediately responded, due to the malfunction of the large stargate in our third star system, the Lion Tribe's reinforcements will take at least another 5 hours. 3 hours have passed since we sent out the distress signal, and they agreed to help. They should arrive in about 2 hours. The Minotaur tribe promised to arrive within 5 hours. The Fox tribe is preparing, and other forces, including the Dragon tribe, stated their first batch of reinforcements would arrive in 10 hours. The Black Tiger chief felt a heavy weight on his chest. Normally, 2 hours would pass in the blink of an eye, but now it felt unbearably long. What's the situation on the various battlefronts? He asked in a deep voice. The subordinate looked grave. Communications might be disrupted, so intel is limited. What we do know is that the Black Tiger King's military port in the first star system has suffered heavy losses, with many warships trapped. The interstellar factory in the second star system lost contact 30 minutes ago, and the defensive line has been breached. The large stargate in the third star system has fallen and is non-operational. The trade port in the fourth star system and the resource mining area in the fifth star system have minimal garrisons. Before he could finish, the Black Tiger chief already understood the gravity of the situation. Out of 5 strategic locations, 3 had fallen, and the remaining 2 were in jeopardy. Even if they won in the end, the Black Tiger tribe's power would be significantly diminished. After a moment of silence, the Black Tiger chief activated an encrypted communication device, contacting a dragon-head being. A few minutes later, as if a great burden had been lifted, he turned to his subordinates and said, "Prepare to receive reinforcements. A dragon tribe fleet will arrive in an hour, followed by 3 more fleets within 5 hours." Just as a subordinate was about to ask a question, an officer hurriedly ran in. "Report. We've detected a fleet suspected to be the vicious Dragon Legion rapidly approaching our home planet." The Black Tiger chief stood up abruptly, shouting in disbelief. "How is that possible? How could the vicious Dragon Legion appear here so quickly? Mobilize all available warships, including civilian vessels. Find out if it really is the vicious Dragon Legion, and if so, how many ships there are," the Black Tiger chief ordered sharply. Minutes later, an even more shocking report came in. Through a deep space telescope, the Black Tiger chief saw at least 1,000 vicious dragon warships approaching. What was even more horrifying were the spears protruding from the hulls, each impaling the corpse of a Black Tiger tribe soldier, staining the ships with blood. Suddenly, the Black Tiger chief's pupils contracted. He saw the legendary T4 blue-eyed white dragon-class heavy armored battleship, its bow displaying a blood-red emblem of the White Tiger tribe. What made his blood run cold was the sight of a body pierced by multiple spears at the bow. It was his son, the heir of the Black Tiger tribe. "No, no, no!" The Black Tiger chief screamed in agony, his voice filled with despair and grief. Chief Durit's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body trembling violently, and every hair on his body stood on end. His rage was nearly palpable. "Chief," one of his subordinates cautiously began, "we've received a video message from the enemy fleet. Do you want to see it? Show it to me." Chief Durit growled through gritted teeth. A video window appeared before him. The footage, captured from multiple angles, was clearly taken by interstellar reconnaissance ships and drones. In the video, a massive fleet slowly came into view, 10,000 interstellar battleships. Chief Durit immediately recognized them as the 3 Black Tiger Legion fleets he had dispatched under his son's command, including the elite Black Tiger King's Legion. This premier force boasted numerous T3-level interstellar battleships and over 100 T4-level battleships, making it the most formidable fleet of the Black Tiger tribe. "Chief Durit, long time no see. Do you still remember me?" A voice echoed, and a figure appeared on the side of the screen, a woman in a military uniform, sitting in the captain's chair. She had white fur, sharp eyes, and prominent fangs that showed when she spoke. Chief Durit instantly recognized her as Charlotte, the war goddess of the White Tiger tribe. Charlotte continued, "Durit, do you know what the White Tiger tribe has longed for all these years? Revenge." She pointed to the video showing the 3 Black Tiger Legion fleets. "Perhaps you don't remember this place?" Durit looked closely, his heart sinking like a stone. In the distance, a shattered planet came into view, surrounded by an asteroid belt formed from its debris. "It seems you do remember," Charlotte said coldly. "That planet was once the homeworld of the White Tiger tribe, so beautiful. Back then, my grandfather dreamed of creating a better environment for all tiger kind. He didn't care about fur color, eye shape, or the length of fangs. To him, we were all part of the same tribe. He wanted to build a strong tiger tribe, generously sharing our technology with you, even establishing a high academy on our homeworld to invite all tribes for further studies." Charlotte's voice grew angrier. "But my grandfather didn't know that the technology he shared would be used to destroy that planet. It was you, Durit, who betrayed the White Tiger tribe. You even sent your fleet to bombard our homeworld for 7 days and nights, turning that beautiful planet into what it is now. Durit remained silent. Charlotte's words were true. For the benefit of the Black Tiger tribe, he had betrayed the White Tiger tribe, overthrowing their rule with the support of the Giant Lion tribe. Out of fear of the White Tiger tribe, he ordered the destruction of everything related to them, leading to the 7-day bombardment. If I recall correctly, your Black Tiger King's legion participated in that bombardment, Charlotte said, her voice seething with anger. Today, I'll make your Black Tiger King's legion pay for the blood debt of our homeworld and the slaughtered White Tiger people. With that, Charlotte turned and gave an order. Commence the attack. Immediately, Durit saw the appearance of the hidden Owl Dragon, 1st Legion warships in the video. The initial strike came from 50 T-3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships. Although not as grand as a fleet of 300 T-3 Judicator-class missile ships, it was more than enough to deal with the 10,000 battleships of the 3 Black Tiger Legion fleets. Next, a second wave of firepower came from 3 T-4 Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ships from different directions. Their massive cannons roared, mercilessly tearing through the Black Tiger tribe's ships. The destruction of the Black Tiger Legion fleets was visible to the naked eye. Chief Durit's eyes were unfocused, his mind a storm of anger and frustration. He wanted to curse the woman on the other side of the screen, but a deep-seated fear held him back. The Owl Dragon 1st Legion then executed their standard combat procedures. Interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers charged forward, disrupting and dividing the enemy fleet. Carrier ships launched interstellar drones and fighters, seizing air superiority and attacking enemy ships. Escort ships began encircling the enemy fleet, while destroyers and battleships handled the final cleanup. During the battle, some Black Tiger Legion ships suddenly lost power, often caused by the appearance of T-4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. These temporarily disabled ships were quickly pierced from all directions by T-3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates, which then deployed mech units to board and take control of the crews. The flagship of the Black Tiger King's Legion received special attention. Durit finally understood why his son's body had been found on the enemy's ship. This was all meticulously planned by Charlotte. As the video sped up, it showed a one-sided slaughter. The 10,000 Black Tiger battleships were overwhelmed by the enemy's 3,000 ships, completely defenseless. The entire battle lasted less than half an hour. Durit's pride, the Black Tiger King's Legion, was annihilated, and their 100 T-4 battleships were rendered useless. Chief Durit, Charlotte's voice cut through again, cold and piercing, as if it stabbed directly into Durit's heart. It's time to settle our final account. In the conference room of the Dragonlord's flagship, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. In just over 5 hours, the tide of the battle had completely turned. In the VIP viewing area, the skeptical expressions of the leaders from the Beast Alliance had vanished, replaced by looks of utter astonishment. Incredible! How is this possible? Did it really only take 5 hours? Voices of disbelief echoed throughout the room, with many still questioning whether this was all a carefully orchestrated show by the Dragonlord. However, the evidence was clear. The Black Tiger starfield was nearly paralyzed, with more than half of its interstellar warships destroyed, and the remaining Black Tiger fleet engaged in futile resistance. Clan leader Huya, sitting next to a figure in black veils, whispered, "So, what do you think?" The veiled figure remained silent. Huya continued, "Still don't believe in my choice? The old regime of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation is finished. That man entering the Warhammer arena signifies a true revolution is on the horizon." Her tone was filled with excitement. The veiled figure finally spoke, their voice hoarse and gender indistinguishable. "I admit the Dragonlord's forces are strong, but the Warhammer Interstellar Federation is no pushover. From what I see, the Dragonlord's logistics, especially their interstellar missile reserves, are clearly insufficient. Otherwise, they would have used interstellar missile ships for widespread attacks in this operation, not just in localized battles." Huya nodded in agreement. "You're right. The Dragonlord's forces are still relatively new, and managing such a massive war machine is indeed challenging. But as I understand, even though the Star-Shining Empire currently has a female emperor, the real power lies with that man. He can mobilize the resources of an entire empire." "That's a minor issue," the veiled figure retorted. "Can you be sure that once this man controls Warhammer, he won't establish another system that enslaves us?" With a serious expression, Huya replied, "I've done everything to investigate the Dragonlord's forces, the Dragonlord star system, and the Dragonlord himself. Based on current intelligence, he isn't that kind of person. He aims to create an environment where all races can coexist. Otherwise, do you think old White Tiger Ted would willingly follow the Dragonlord's forces? Moreover, he even let his daughter Charlotte follow that man. Aren't these signals clear enough?" She added, "Even if we don't consider that, you must know something about the Reef Starfield. The Dragonlord's forces control it. Compared to the previous chaos, the system there has vastly improved, and the living conditions for all races and factions have transformed dramatically. The veiled figure remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I need more time to think, you stubborn old fool." Huya couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, the veiled figure changed the subject. "You should go check on your daughter. It looks like she's having an argument with the Dragon Lord. By the way, your daughter's temper is just like yours, daring to do anything." Huya looked in the direction indicated and indeed saw her daughter, Hushiner, arguing with Zhao Chun. Recently, she had noticed that her daughter seemed to dislike the Dragon Lord, even though they had no prior interactions. When she asked Hushiner, she couldn't give a clear answer. Huya stood up and walked over. As she got closer, she could hear the content of their argument. More precisely, it was Hushiner arguing one-sidedly. "We can't let General Charlotte continue like this." Hushiner was almost jumping with anxiety. "If she launches a retaliatory attack on the Black Tiger home planet, the tribes we've conquered will resist us to the death. It's unwise. Why can't you understand what I'm saying?" Hushiner had noticed Charlotte's urge to retaliate against the Black Tiger home planet and wanted to contact her, but Zhao Chun had stopped her. Zhao Chun calmly responded, "I understand your point. Rationally speaking, bombing the Black Tiger home planet would indeed create a rift between us and the tribes that hold grudges against the revolutionaries. This could make it more challenging to reclaim the entire Warhammer territory in the future. If Charlotte refrains from bombing, showing the Black Tiger tribe the mercy of the White Tiger tribe, they might surrender in the future and integrate more quickly into our new order. Otherwise, they might resist our regime. If you understand, why not contact Charlotte?" Hushiner said anxiously, "With your authority, she would definitely obey." Zhao Chun looked at the Black Tiger home planet on the interstellar battlefield map and said calmly, "I won't give such an order. You're so stubborn." Hushiner was exasperated. Zhao Chun continued, "You make a valid point, but do you understand the deep-seated hatred the White Tiger tribe has endured over the years? It's easy to preach kindness when you're not the one suffering. Charlotte is one of mine. No matter what choices she makes or orders she gives, I'm willing to bear any consequences." Hushiner was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing why General Charlotte was so loyal to this man. At that moment, Huya stood beside Hushiner, placing a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to stop speaking. Meanwhile, on the Black Tiger home planet battlefield, a series of urgent reports reached Charlotte. Report: the T4 Banshee-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship has activated its signal interference matrix. No communication signals can get through in this area. Report: the T4 Banshee-class and T3 Silver Mouse-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships have established a blockade around the Black Tiger home planet. No flying devices can escape the area. Report: all enemy interstellar warship coordinates have been confirmed. Our interstellar warships are ready for combat. Awaiting your orders." Sitting in the captain's chair, Charlotte's expression fluctuated as she stared at the shining Black Tiger home planet ahead. She ordered, "Launch the attack. Destroy all resisting Black Tiger interstellar warships." The adjutant hesitated for a moment and then quietly asked, "Commander, should we also attack the Black Tiger home planet?" In just a matter of minutes, the Starry Dragon 1st Legion starships had obliterated all the Black Tiger starships surrounding the Black Tiger home planet. At this moment, the Black Tiger home planet was like a defenseless damsel, awaiting its fate. The adjutant hesitated, casting a glance at Commander Charlotte, recalling the question she had posed earlier. Charlotte hadn't answered immediately, instead ordering the other Starry Dragon starships to proceed as planned. Now, with all the Black Tiger starships around the home planet destroyed, only one target remained: the Black Tiger home planet itself. "Have we confirmed the location of Black Tiger Chief Dulit?" Charlotte suddenly asked. The adjutant promptly brought up a 3D map of the Black Tiger home planet, marking a mountainous region. "Based on intel from our T4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ships infiltrating their communication system, we can confirm Dulit is on the Black Tiger Sacred Mountain. This mountain stands at 12,580 meters, the highest peak on the Black Tiger home planet, and serves as the main base for the direct lineage of the Black Tiger tribe. At the summit, there's a fortress built into the mountain, which is the political center of the Black Tiger tribe." Charlotte clenched her fist, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at the Black Tiger home planet. In her pupils, it was as if she saw the White Tiger home planet, with the two planets overlapping in that moment. "Relay my orders," Charlotte said in a low voice. 3 T4 Medusa-class heavy starships, all heavy cannons locked onto the Black Tiger Sacred Mountain. "Yes, ma'am." The adjutant immediately carried out the order. The 3 heavy starships swiftly moved into the low orbit of the Black Tiger home planet, with all heavy cannons simultaneously aiming at the towering Black Tiger Sacred Mountain. "Get me a line to Dulit," Charlotte commanded from her captain's chair. Soon, a video window appeared before Charlotte. In the image, Black Tiger Chief Dulit sat on a black iron, tiger-head throne, with snow swirling behind the glass window behind him. "Do you have anything to say now?" Charlotte asked coldly. "Victory belongs to the strong." "I have nothing to say," Dulit replied calmly, looking decades older than before. Do you have any regret for what you did to the White Tiger tribe? Charlotte's fist tightened further. Dulit was silent for a moment, seemingly lost in memories. Finally, he shook his head and said with self-mockery, "What's done is done. Would my regret change anything? Or if I begged for mercy now, would you spare me?" His gaze grew dim. "If regret could change things, I wouldn't ask for my own life. I only hope you can show mercy to this planet, to the Black Tiger tribe. Your hatred should be directed at me, not at the innocent lower-class people." "Mercy?" Charlotte roared. "Did you show mercy to the billions of lives on the White Tiger home planet? Did your benevolence ever touch them? What right do you have to ask for my mercy now?" She furiously issued the order, "Relay my command. All Starry Dragon 1st Legion starships, lock onto the Black Tiger home planet. Prepare for orbital bombardment." "Yes, ma'am." The adjutant immediately relayed the order. Nearly 3,000 Starry Dragon combat starships simultaneously locked onto the Black Tiger home planet. On the Black Tiger home planet, the residents of various cities vaguely sensed what was happening overhead. General Charlotte of the White Tiger tribe had come for revenge, carrying a sea of blood and hatred. The tragedy that had befallen the White Tiger home planet was about to be repeated on the Black Tiger home planet. A little black tiger girl with pigtails put down her telescope and innocently asked, "Mommy, those starships in the sky are so pretty, but why are there cannons aimed at us?" The black tiger mother, holding back tears, trembled as she hugged her child. "Don't be afraid. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay." An elderly retired black tiger soldier, leaning on a cane, laughed maniacally as he pointed to the sky. "Retribution. This is retribution. I told you all back then, we shouldn't commit planetary genocide. It's inhumane. You didn't listen, and now you see, this is retribution." The entire planet descended into panic and chaos. Even on the Black Tiger's sacred mountain, the nobility were frantically fleeing. Meanwhile, their king, Dulit, sat on his throne like a withered tree. "You're right. I have no right," Dulit laughed at himself, looking up at the ceiling, as if he could see the 3 heavy starships aiming at him. He awaited the impending judgment like a condemned man awaiting the falling axe. Charlotte hung her head, her entire body trembling. "What did you just say?" the adjutant asked cautiously, not having heard her clearly. Charlotte suddenly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. She shouted with all her might, 3 Medusa-class heavy starships, lock onto the Black Tiger's sacred mountain. Commence saturation bombardment. Fire." The adjutant immediately relayed the command. The 3 T-4 Medusa-class heavy starships, each equipped with 400 Medusa-class particle energy heavy cannons, began to charge. Then, 1,200 beams of light pierced the sky like divine punishment, striking directly on the Black Tiger sacred mountain. At the moment when the 1,200 beams of light descended, the video feed in front of Charlotte turned into static. She lowered her head, fists clenched so tightly that her claws pierced her palms, causing blood to drip onto the captain's chair. "Commander, the firing sequence is complete," the adjutant reported. "Medusa, fire." Charlotte's voice was low but clear. The adjutant immediately relayed the order. "Attention, Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships, lock onto Black Tiger's sacred mountain. Prepare for the second round of bombardment." After a few minutes of charging, the second round of divine punishment fell once more. Charlotte's voice, hoarse and strained, issued continuous fire commands, each accompanied by her increasingly clenched jaw. Her fangs pierced her lips, and blood trickled down her mouth. The adjutant, noticing Charlotte's deteriorating state, hesitated whether to contact Commander Zhao Chun. After the 7th round of bombardment, Charlotte seemed to have exhausted all her strength, slumping lifelessly in the captain's chair. The adjutant's handheld terminal flashed a red alert. After checking it, her expression relaxed slightly but remained worried as she glanced at Charlotte. She looked up at where Black Tiger's sacred mountain once stood, now the largest and deepest crater on the planet. 7 rounds of saturation bombardment from 3 T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships had obliterated the highest peak, leaving only scorched earth with no trace of ruins. This scene was broadcasted across the Black Tiger home planet's internal network, and some people even witnessed the terrifying beams with their naked eyes. The entire planet's inhabitants were plunged into panic, realizing their lives hung in the balance of these steel behemoths. Time ticked by, with Charlotte still sitting motionless in the captain's chair. The planet's residents also waited in agony, with some unable to bear the psychological pressure choosing to end their own lives. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the bridge. The crew members, upon seeing the newcomer, instinctively wanted to salute but were signaled to remain silent. The adjutant, upon recognizing the person, breathed a sigh of relief. "Commander Zhao," she began, but he gestured for her to leave it to him. He walked straight to the captain's chair. Charlotte slowly lifted her head to see his familiar face and warm smile, and her emotions broke free like a dam. She wanted to cry but couldn't. Zhao Chen embraced her tightly, whispering, "It's okay. I'm here. Don't burden yourself too much. You've done amazingly. You've avenged the White Tiger tribe. Your father said you're a hero of the White Tiger tribe, and he's proud of you. Your grandfather and all those who perished on the White Tiger home planet would be proud too. As for the people on Black Tiger home planet, you don't need to feel any pressure. Just speak your true thoughts, and I'll handle the consequences." These simple words seemed to pull Charlotte from darkness into the light. She whispered in Zhao Chen's arms, so softly only he could hear. Zhao Chen, still holding her, looked up and spoke to the nearest female crew member. "You're Charlotte's adjutant, correct?" "Yes." The adjutant stepped forward, somewhat tense. Zhao Chen issued a series of orders. Control the Black Tiger home planet, gather evidence, and deal with those responsible. He emphasized that the most heinous criminals should be executed at the site of Black Tiger's sacred mountain, so their cries for mercy would echo throughout the area. The adjutant, despite a chill running down her spine, firmly replied, "Understood, sir." Zhao Chen then carried Charlotte into a temporary restroom off the bridge. As soon as they entered, Charlotte, who had been quiet, suddenly accessed the room's control panel and ordered the room to be sealed, forbidding any interruptions. Before Zhao Chen could react, he was pushed to the floor by Charlotte. She lowered herself like a hunter ready to pounce, her eyes bloodshot, a fire seemingly burning in her chest. She emitted a low growl and then lunged at Zhao Chen, tearing his uniform to shreds in an instant. Watching this unfold, Zhao Chen thought to himself, "This big cat. Something's really off." A few hours later, a series of urgent beeps broke the silence in the room. Charlotte, panting heavily, lay on the floor, her trembling finger pointing at the flashing message window. "A message!" she exclaimed, her voice a mix of exhaustion and excitement. Zhao Chen slowly stood up, tearing a strip of fabric from his tattered uniform and hastily tying it around his waist. He walked over to the message window and carefully examined the content. Despite the lingering tension, the urgency of the situation demanded their immediate attention. Besides, Charlotte had begged for mercy multiple times towards the end, clearly reaching her limit. "There's a fleet of draconian ships outside, along with reinforcements from other tribes. They are expected to arrive around Black Tiger's main planet in half an hour," Zhao Chen reported succinctly. He glanced back at Charlotte, who was disheveled and slumped on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'll let you off this time. Get ready, we need to head out." "What do you mean let me off? I was the one letting you off," Charlotte weakly retorted, trying to salvage some dignity. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and made a move to untie the fabric around his waist. "Shall we continue then? I can delegate the external matters to Lilith." Charlotte immediately shrank into a corner, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "Next time. We'll continue next time," she stammered. "The battle outside is more important. I need to get back to my post." Zhao Chun ceased his teasing and activated the room smart system to urgently fabricate 2 new uniforms. Mechanical arms extended, spraying threads, and soon, 2 pristine uniforms were formed. Reflecting on their recent intense duel, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel. Initially, though it was Charlotte's first time, she fought like a trained warrior, constantly trying to seize the initiative. An ordinary human would have been no match for this half-beast from the White Tiger tribe. However, Zhao Chun, having injected the T4 super soldier serum, had physical capabilities at the pinnacle of known species. After hours of fierce combat, Charlotte ultimately succumbed, becoming a compliant, big white cat, capable only of pleading for mercy. "Need a hand?" Zhao Chun, now dressed in his new uniform, extended a helping hand to the struggling Charlotte. Charlotte recoiled as if shocked, treating him like a ferocious beast. "No, no need. I can manage," she said nervously. "You go ahead. The outside matters are more pressing." Zhao Chen nodded. "I'll head out first then, straight to my flagship." "Wait," Charlotte suddenly asked. "Did you use a T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship to transport your flagship here?" "Yes," Zhao Chen replied curtly. Charlotte scoffed. "What a waste. A T4 Huigang-class ship can transport numerous T4-class warships, and you brought just one." Despite her complaint, she felt a warm surge of gratitude, knowing he did it all for her. Sensing her mixed feelings, Zhao Chen paused at the door, turning back to gaze at her. He recalled their first meeting years ago, when she was a disheveled, bristling, big white cat. "No matter where you are, no matter the cost, I'll always come to you when you need me," he said, leaving the room. Minutes later, Charlotte emerged, barely composed. Glancing at the orderly bridge, she felt her cheeks flush, grateful for the soundproof walls that spared her any embarrassment. "Commander," her deputy approached, curiosity evident. "What were you and the commander discussing in there for hours?" Charlotte's tail shot up, and she answered nervously, "Nothing much. Just discussing the current battle situation and strategies for dealing with other major tribes." "I see," the deputy nodded. Oh, and the commander asked us to prepare some fruit for you. Said it would help replenish your energy and improve your mood. She pointed to a nearby fruit basket. Hearing, replenish your energy, Charlotte immediately recognized Zhao Qin's playful jab. Just set it aside, she said nonchalantly, carefully adjusting her skirt to hide the noticeable red marks on her knees. Report the current situation. The deputy began a detailed briefing, completely oblivious to her commander's unusual behavior. Meanwhile, the T-4 Azure-eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship Zhao Qin's flagship hovered on the outskirts of Black Tiger's main planet. In the VIP viewing area, the guests wore complex expressions. One of the top 3 tribes among the 20 major tribes, the Black Tiger tribe had been conquered by the Xiaolong Legion in just a few hours, a speed that was hard to believe. They had witnessed the Xiaolong First Legion's 3 T-4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships bombard the Black Tiger's sacred mountain with 7 volleys, a display of power that struck fear into their hearts. At that moment, the sound of military boots echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The Xiaolong Lord, exuding confidence and victory, strode in, a triumphant smile on his face. Hu Xiner quickly approached, concern etched on her face. How is General Charlotte? Zhao Qin smiled and nodded. With my guidance and reassurance, Charlotte's emotions have stabilized. Her mental state is now excellent. Hu Xiner sighed in relief, her tension visibly easing. Zhao Qin walked steadily back to the command center. As he passed the VIP audience seats, the guests' eyes followed him with eager anticipation. However, Zhao Qin ignored their expectant gazes and headed straight for the massive interstellar war simulation table. He turned to Lilith, who had been overseeing his command duties, with a glint of gratitude in his eyes. It was because of Lilith's presence that he could visit Charlotte and spend hours comforting her both mentally and physically. What's the status on all fronts? Where are our reinforcements? Zhao Qin asked, his eyes scanning the simulation table intently. Lilith pointed to several key positions on the table, her voice clear and concise. First, our current location, the main star of the Black Tiger's first star system. We've completely secured it, and although there are minor resistances, they pose no significant threat under our suppression. Her fingers moved across the table as she continued. The other 4 Xiaolong Corps have also successfully completed their missions. They are currently resting and resupplying, ready to be deployed at any moment. Our T-4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship is also prepped and ready. Lilith's hand covered the entire Black Tiger star domain, her tone tinged with pride. Although we've only attacked 5 regions and 5 star systems, we've destroyed at least 90,000 Black Tiger interstellar warships. The remaining fleet is less than 1,000 ships, mostly outdated models with negligible strength. In essence, the Black Tiger star domain is now like a declawed prey. If we wish, we can control the entire domain within a week. She paused briefly before continuing. Currently, there are only 2 reinforcements entering the Black Tiger star domain. A fleet of about 30,000 ships from the Dragonmen, and around 20,000 ships from the accompanying tribal fleet. Although the Black Tiger chieftain has sought aid from other tribes, after learning of the fall of the Black Tiger's main star and the destruction of the Black Tiger King's core, the originally intended reinforcements have redirected to adjacent star domains. These reinforcements total about 300,000 ships, mainly from the Dragonmen, Great Lions, Minotaurs, Lizardmen, War Elephants, and Pig Kings. However, they seem to be in a wait-and-see mode, not taking further action for now. Zhao Qin listened quietly, already anticipating this outcome. These developments aligned with one of the scenarios in Charlotte's initial battle plan. The current stalemate was highly advantageous for the Xiaolong Corps, providing them with more time to rest and prepare for the upcoming challenges. Get me Chief Ted in middle, Zhao Qin ordered decisively. 2 video windows appeared, and the eagerly awaiting Ted and Middle immediately saluted. Commander. Their eyes gleamed with urgency, clearly understanding why Zhao Qin was contacting them now. Zhao Qin briefly outlined the current situation and then got straight to the point. Our Xiaolong Corps will handle the reinforcements and the main enemy fleet. You only need to focus on your respective combat missions. Awaiting your orders, Commander. Both the Dragon Tiger Corps and the 100 Beast Corps are ready for battle. Middle and Chief Ted responded in unison. Zhao Qin nodded and began assigning tasks. Middle, lead the Dragon Tiger Corps to attack the strong resistance points in each star domain. If they refuse to surrender, eliminate them without reporting. Chief Ted, your 100 Beast Corps will reclaim and control the planets in each star system. You don't need to control every planet thoroughly. Just ensure their leadership is under our command. If they don't comply, you know what to do. As long as they obey, we can continue to use them and even offer small benefits. We can't replace all the leadership or family powers in these star systems quickly, so keep things as stable as possible. All raw materials from resource mining areas must be supplied to our Xiaolong Corps unconditionally. Remember, as long as we hold the knife to their throats, we can replace any disobedient dog. Middle assured enthusiastically, rest assured, Commander, I will eliminate all forces attempting to resist in the Black Tiger star domain. They won't dare to rise again. Chief Ted's eyes shone with a deeper excitement. For Middle, this operation might be a cleanup job, but it was satisfying enough. For Chief Ted, it meant finally reclaiming the land once known as the Tiger King star domain in his lifetime. Rest assured, Commander, I will ensure every star system and planet returns to our control as intact as possible, Chief Ted solemnly promised. Zhao Chen had no doubt about Chief Ted's commitment. After all, this was his homeland. Who would want to see their home destroyed? This was precisely why Zhao Chen entrusted Ted with this task. After finishing, Zhao Chen turned to face the VIP audience, a slight smile playing on his lips. His eyes exuded confidence and challenge, silently questioning. Now, do you believe? Every word I say will become reality. The battle in the Black Tiger starfield had concluded under the blitzkrieg of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chun stood before the holographic star map in the command room, his eyes gleaming with victory. He glanced at the reinforcement fleets gathering on the outskirts of the starfield and smirked disdainfully. Despite the limited strategic resources at hand, the Xiaolong Legion was still capable of fighting. The real challenge was the draconian fleet that had infiltrated the first star system of the Black Tiger starfield, a massive armada of 50,000 interstellar warships. In theory, annihilating them would be a simple task, but it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of precious strategic resources. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. He turned and called for Lilith, his demon butler, who elegantly approached him. Lilith, how do you think we should handle these 50,000 intruding warships? Zhao Chen asked, crossing his arms and looking at her intently. Their situation is precarious. The stargate they used to enter has been destroyed by us, leaving them with two choices. Either engage us head-on, which would be suicidal, or attempt to retreat using warp travel. But I don't want to let them leave so easily. Yet, starting a battle now. Our resource reserves are limited. Lilith, sensing the underlying meaning in Zhao Chen's words, responded. It seems you already have a plan in mind, Commander. A sly smile spread across Zhao Chen's face as he leaned in to whisper his plan to Lilith. After a moment of contemplation, Lilith nodded seriously. Your plan is feasible. It could also delay negotiations with the Draconian tribe, buying us time to replenish our combat resources. Then I'll leave it to you, Zhao Chen said, clapping his hands. However, Lilith pointed to a special guest in the VIP section. I believe that person would be more suitable for this task. Following her finger, Zhao Chen saw Foxia, the leader of the Fox tribe. He looked at Lilith in surprise, not understanding why she would recommend Foxia. Lilith explained, although I haven't interacted with Foxia for long, I've found that the Fox tribe's innate talents are remarkable. They may not excel in combat, but they're exceptional strategists. Recently, with your permission, I've entrusted them with some simple tasks, all of which they completed flawlessly. In some aspects, they even outperformed our demon clan. She continued, as the Xiaolong Legion expands, we can train commanders through battle experience and military academies. But roles like secretaries and advisors require high innate talent. I suggest we integrate the Fox tribe more quickly, which would significantly enhance the overall strength of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. He realized that his capable butler had been overwhelmed with work lately. The demons she brought in were now holding key positions across various departments, each performing the work of 10. Fresh blood was indeed needed to share the workload. All right, I'll talk to them. I've been meaning to speak with that person anyway, Zhao Chen said, striding towards the VIP section. The guests, who had been waiting eagerly, were thrilled to see the leader of the Xiaolong Legion finally acknowledging them. Witnessing the Black Tiger starfield battle, they had gained a new level of respect for the Xiaolong Legion's power. Zhao Chen approached Foxia, ignoring the eager gazes of the others. Do you have a moment? Let's find a quiet place to talk. Seated on either side of Foxia were her daughter, Hu Exiner, and a mysterious guest wearing a black veil. Sure, Foxia replied. Standing up, Zhao Chen's gaze lingered on the veiled individual. If these two don't mind, they can join us as well. Foxia hesitated, glancing at the mysterious guest, knowing that if they were unwilling, her persuasion would be futile. All right, a raspy voice responded as the veiled figure stood up. Under the envious eyes of the other guests, Zhao Chun led the trio into a private room next door. Once seated, Zhao Chun got straight to the point. Given the previous setting, I understand your need to conceal your identity. But this is a private meeting, and I prefer transparency. Right, Your Majesty? Foxia's heart tightened, worried that her stubborn sister might react impulsively. Zhao Chen's gaze fixed on the mysterious guest, noticing a line of text above her head. Fox Queen, Conquest Index 86. The number surprised Zhao Chen. He knew Foxia had invited a special guest, but he hadn't expected her Conquest Index to be so high. Did this mean she was inclined to submit to the Xiaolong Legion, or was it the overwhelming display of power in the recent battle? Nonetheless, the remaining 14 posed a significant challenge. For such a cunning race, communication might be easy, but they were equally adept at scheming, unwilling to act without incentive. Apologies for the disguise. Given the circumstances, the veiled figure spoke, her once raspy voice transforming into a melodious female tone. The air seemed to fill with an alluring aura. When the mysterious guest removed her hat and veil, Zhao Chun held his breath. The woman before him was an unparalleled beauty. If the legendary Su Daji looked like this, he could understand King Zhou's obsession. She had a pair of pale pink fox ears, and her eyes seemed capable of ensnaring a man's soul. Beneath her loose black robe, she wore a simple tight leather dress, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Most striking were the 9 fluffy pink and white tails hidden under her robe. Zhao Chun couldn't help but imagine the sensation of touching those tails. Foxia introduced her at the right moment. She is Su Yaya, the Fox Queen. As a 9-tailed fox, she possesses 9 tails. She also revealed her own black tail from under her skirt. Looking at the tails of the 2 fox women, Zhao Chun thought to himself, why do their tails look so tempting to touch? Zhao Chun turned to the Fox Queen, Su Yaya, with a smile, asking her to wait for a moment. Su Yaya frowned slightly but nodded. She curiously observed the Dragon Lord, not understanding why he was giving orders to the Fox Clan chief in her presence. Facing the Fox Clan chief and Hu Exiner, Zhao Chun repeated the plan he had previously explained to Lilith. The Fox Clan chief listened impassively, while Hu Exiner's eyes sparkled with admiration. I never realized you were so cunning before, almost like a shrewd merchant. Zhao Chun crossed his arms, smirking. It's called the art of war. What do you think? The Fox Clan chief responded calmly, the implementation isn't difficult. It can be done. Hu Exiner eagerly raised her hand. Let me handle it. I'm bored to death. Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. Fine, you'll be in charge of the deployment, and Lilith will assist with conveying the orders. If you need anything, just ask her. The Fox Clan chief bowed solemnly, while Hu Exiner could hardly contain her excitement. Turning back to Su Yaya, Zhao Chun spoke seriously. Now, let's talk about your matters. Su Yaya blinked curiously. What matters could I possibly have? Zhao Chun got straight to the point. For instance, the future of the Fox Clan. Seeing Su Yaya still puzzled, Zhao Chun continued. From my perspective, there are 3 possible futures for the Fox Clan. In the worst-case scenario, you could be wiped out along with the Dragon Tribe and the old Warhammer Order, leading to the decline or even the extinction of your people. Su Yaya listened silently, her expression unchanged. Zhao Chun went on. The second scenario is slightly better. You could switch sides before the old order collapses, avoiding the worst outcome but gaining nothing in return. You'd become insignificant, possibly even oppressed by emerging tribes. He looked directly into Su Yaya's enchanting eyes. The third scenario is the best. With foresight, you could align with the right side, gaining unprecedented status, power, and wealth in the new order. This is the choice before you. After finishing, Zhao Chun leisurely ordered a drink using his smart device and took a sip. Su Yaya smiled faintly, a smile that could captivate most men. She might not have been the most beautiful woman Zhao Chun had ever seen, but she was undoubtedly the most alluring. Lord Zhao, she said sweetly, you speak as if you're the ruler here, able to decide everything. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Zhao Chun shrugged with a smile. Arrogant? No, that's called confidence. Without strength, it's arrogance. Su Yaya ordered a juice and took a slow sip before continuing. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard your battle plan. As far as I know, your Dragon Legion is strong but lacks strategic resources. Those powerful interstellar missile ships can't fully exert their power. How can you be so confident in controlling the Warhammer Galactic Federation when even your operations are struggling? Zhao Chun wasn't offended by her skepticism. He raised his hand, summoning several electronic screens displaying a series of summary reports. My confidence comes from these, Zhao Chun explained. Behind the Dragon Legion is a vast industrial and resource system. Just the 5 newly developed resource star fields alone generate over 500 billion star coins monthly, and this figure will rise with the new mining and transport ships. My industrial base can produce 400 T4 interstellar warships and 30,000 T3 destroyers monthly. Additionally, I have a military export trade company that produces 20,000 T2 warships monthly, with a future capacity of 100,000. Zhao Chun continued enthusiastically. I have nearly complete T2, T3, and almost complete T4 technology systems, especially in military technology, which even the Holy Radiance Empire can't match. As for the lack of strategic resources, it's indeed a problem, as wars are expensive. He shrugged helplessly. Gazing at Su Yaya's calm face, Zhao Chun concluded, but with such profound military strength, I can afford to wait. Even if I abandon the recently occupied Black Tiger starfield, I can slowly wear down the Warhammer tribe's fleets. My interstellar missile production rate is faster than their shipbuilding speed. Confidently, he added, I don't want the war in the Black Tiger starfield to repeat in the Fox Clan's territory. So, the future fate of the Fox Clan rests entirely on your will. Queen Su Yaya of the Fox Clan fell into a silence that lasted for several minutes. It was the first time she had been so quiet since entering the private room. Although Lord Zhao Chen's words were blunt and sharp, they revealed a harsh reality. The old system of the United Federation of Warhammer was riddled with flaws, and even the Dragon Tribe was trying to overthrow it to establish a new unified order. However, the Dragon Tribe itself had a noble class with complex interests intertwined with the elites of other tribes. Even if they succeeded in toppling the old system and establishing a new Warhammer led by the dragons, it would likely be a superficial reform, with the underlying issues remaining the same. Chief Huyaji looked at Su Yaya with piercing eyes and spoke earnestly and firmly. To bring about real change, we need a bottom-up reform. That is the true purpose of the Beast Alliance. She paused and then asked, do you really trust this man and the Xiaolong Legion behind him? Su Yaya turned to look at Chief Huyaji, who answered without hesitation, I believe so. I've used every channel available to learn about Xiaolong, including from General Charlotte and Chief Ted. If I weren't tied down by matters here, I would have visited the Xiaolong territory myself. Chief Huyaji hesitated for a moment before glancing at Zhao Chun. She intended to discuss some confidential matters, but Zhao Chun calmly said, you mean the Spider Queen tribe and the Harpy tribe, right? It's okay, go ahead and say it. With his permission, Chief Huyaji continued, Spider Queen Elise and Harpy Avina have secretly allied with the Xiaolong Legion. They recently visited the Xiaolong star system and surrendered willingly on the first day, even expressing their desire to become a vassal tribe of the Xiaolong Legion. These words left Su Yaya visibly surprised, especially by Avina's decision. She wondered what kind of leverage the Xiaolong Legion had to persuade two major tribes so swiftly. Seeing her reaction, Chief Huyaji spoke more earnestly. For the future of the Fox tribe, you need to make the right choice. You are as stubborn as your mother. Once you choose a path, you will follow it to the end, no matter the cost. Su Yaya looked at Chief Huyaji, who clenched her fists and said, isn't that the survival way of our Fox clan? We lack strong reproductive abilities, exceptional physical traits, and racial talents in industry and combat. All we have is our intellect. The Fox clan has thrived until now because of every correct choice we've made. Zhao Chun watched the two silently. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked. The Black Fox tribe was rumored to be an outcast, driven away by the Fox clan, now serving as the think tank of the rebel army. But the truth was that the former Black Fox Chief Huyaji's grandmother foresaw the internal turmoil within the United Federation of Warhammer. To secure the future of the Fox clan, she chose to leave and join the rebels, a strategy of not putting all eggs in one basket. Su Yaya took a deep breath and turned her beautiful eyes to Zhao Chun. I have a question. What are your plans for the future of the Warhammer territory? The concerns and questions from Su Yaya, the empress of the Fox clan, were clear to Zhao Chun. He candidly explained his future plans for the land of Warhammer to her. According to Zhao Chen's plan, Charlotte's White Tiger tribe would continue to manage Warhammer, and no other forces, including the Starshine Empire, would be allowed to interfere. After hearing Zhao Chen's promise, Empress Su Yaya nodded in satisfaction. I trust you. The Fox clan is willing to join your alliance. However, given the current uncertainties of the war, we will not make our stance public for now, similar to the Spider Queen tribe and the Harpy tribe. But I can assure you, the Fox clan starships will not appear on the battlefield against the Sky Dragon Legion. Zhao Chun was well aware of the Empress's cautious thoughts, but didn't mind. To him, whether these newly joined tribes could provide substantial help was not crucial. Their fleet's combat power might not even match Charlotte's Dragon and Tiger Legion. What Zhao Chun truly valued was their willingness to stand with him, preparing for a fatal blow against the Dragon tribe and the Lion tribe in the future. Don't worry, this won't take long, Zhao Chun said confidently. He then turned to Empress Su Yaya. Since you've agreed to join us, I have a task for you if you don't mind. Empress Su Yaya was a bit surprised, as she was assigned a task right after expressing her support, indicating that Zhao Chun had been prepared. The Fox clan leader explained, it's not a difficult task. The Lord wants to have private meetings with the neutral forces within the Warhammer Interstellar Union. While we have some channels, they are no match for the Fox clan's network. So, I suggested that the Lord let you handle this. Empress Su Yaya felt a bit helpless, realizing she had been sold out by her own people. But she also knew it wasn't a difficult task. In the Warhammer Interstellar Union, while each tribe was strong in its own right, the Fox clan was unmatched in terms of connections. Over the years, the Fox clan had used its resources to win over various tribes, maintaining good relations even with the neutral ones, despite the tension between the Dragon tribe and the Lion tribe. This won't be difficult. I can help you make the connections, Empress Su Yaya agreed. The Fox clan leader then made a further request. We might also need some of their information. It would be best if you could find a way to get them to join us, or at least remain neutral in our conflict with the old regime of Warhammer. Empress Su Yaya looked at her fellow clan member, who had fully sided with the Sky Dragon Legion, and began analyzing the situation. The 5 strongest neutral tribes are the Frost Wolf, the Storm Bear, the Golden Leopard, the Hunting Dog, and the Siren tribes. I can provide the information you need, but the Storm Bear and the Golden Leopard tribes might be tough to deal with. They won't easily take sides. The other three are more likely to be persuaded. Zhao Chun nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. We'll handle the rest. To Zhao Chun, these 20 major tribes were like pieces on a chessboard. Those willing to submit would continue to exist. Those who resisted would be crushed. In Zhao Chun's game, there was no room for disobedient pieces. Meanwhile, in a meeting room within the Warhammer Interstellar Union, the leaders and representatives of various tribes were engaged in a heated discussion. I think we shouldn't act rashly now. The Sky Dragon Legion's combat power is incredibly strong. Exactly. Especially their interstellar missile ships. They launch those missiles as if they cost nothing. I heard they have a special fleet composed entirely of interstellar missile ships. A single volley can launch millions of missiles, easily destroying thousands of starships. It's not just the missile ships. They have a very comprehensive range of ship types. Just the T4 ships they've deployed cover almost every type. In the Galactic Alliance, even if you combine all the T4 ships from the three major empires, it wouldn't match the number the Sky Dragons have. If we attack now, we'll suffer massive casualties. This won't work. We need to reconsider. Our small tribal fleets aren't that strong. We barely have any T4 starships, let alone enough to fight the Sky Dragon Legion. It's not that we don't want to fight, but how can we? The room was filled with complaints and worries, with almost no voices calling for battle. Surprisingly, the Lion tribe and the Minotaur tribe, expected to be the most eager to fight, remained unusually silent. The Lion tribe leader sat with arms crossed, not saying a word, drawing puzzled looks from the others. The Lion tribe leader sneered inwardly. He had learned that the Black Tiger tribe leader had defected to the Dragon tribe at the last moment in exchange for support, a secret uncovered by his people. Serves him right for getting wiped out. Let their Black Tiger starships wear down the Sky Dragon Legion's fleet. As for the Black Tiger star system, let the Sky Dragon Legion occupy it if they want. It's not going anywhere, he thought. Besides, the Dragon tribe should be more worried now. One of their fleets is trapped in the Black Tiger star system's first galaxy, trying to aid the Black Tiger tribe. The Lion tribe leader understood the Dragon tribe's intentions. They just want our fleets to exhaust themselves against the Sky Dragon Legion, so they can reap the benefits. Do they think we're fools? Anyone who wants to fight can go ahead. We're not in a hurry. Amid the chaos, the Dragon Emperor, sitting at the head of the table, coldly scanned the room and interrupted the discussions with a snort. Since none of you are willing to attack the Sky Dragon Legion and reclaim our territory now, I have a plan. I wonder if you would be interested. The Dragon Emperor's voice cut through the noise. I've contacted the Holy Radiance Empire, and they are willing to cooperate with us in attacking the Sky Dragon Legion. Any objections? Collaborate with the Holy Radiant Empire? And allow their fleet to enter the territory of the Warhammer Galactic Federation. This proposal caused a stir in the conference room. The tribal leaders frowned, their eyes flashing with caution. This will undoubtedly infringe on the interests of many tribes, one leader said anxiously. The ambition of the Holy Radiant Empire is not small. Now that the threat of the mechanoids is gone, they even have eyes on the Starshine Empire. Although the Holy War Duel has been postponed for 3 years, who knows if they will target us next? Exactly. Another leader agreed. This is like inviting a wolf into our house. If they eliminate the Soaring Dragon Legion and refuse to leave, what then? I think this proposal needs more consideration, suggested a third leader. Or, why not let the Holy Radiant Empire attack the Starshine Empire directly? As everyone voiced their thoughts, the Dragon Emperor coldly said, "Silence." The room instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to the Dragon Emperor. As the nominal ruler of the Warhammer Galactic Federation, with the powerful Dragon tribe as his backing, his words carried undeniable authority. You mentioned the Holy War Duel. The Dragon Emperor's voice was low and powerful. The wager of that duel is that the Holy Radiant Empire's fleet cannot appear in the Starshine Empire for 3 years. They won't break their promise, so they won't directly attack the Starshine Empire. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the leaders. One reason they're willing to help us this time is to redeem themselves on our battlefield. They can strike a blow against the Soaring Dragon Legion without breaking their original promise. The Dragon Emperor acknowledged the risks but spoke more sternly. But is there anything in this world without risks? If you think these are risks, fine. Then you take your tribal fleets and attack the Soaring Dragon Legion. Solve the crisis yourselves. His roar echoed in the conference room, and no one dared to respond. Everyone knew the terrifying combat style of the Soaring Dragon Legion. Even if they were eventually defeated, they would inflict significant damage before going down. Whoever led the assault would pay a heavy price. You are all unwilling to bear the cost of attacking the Soaring Dragon Legion, the Dragon Emperor said coldly. So I have invited the Holy Radiant Empire. Their involvement will at least have our casualties. As for what comes after, we'll deal with it then. The Holy Radiant Empire is not like the rebels. They are outsiders, and we will have opportunities to expel them. Our immediate priority is to stabilize our situation. His gaze sharpened. He'll ask again. Who has an objection to collaborating with the Holy Radiant Empire and allowing their fleet to join us in attacking the Soaring Dragon Legion? If anyone does, propose an alternative battle plan now. Under the Dragon Emperor's pressure, no leader spoke up. The smaller tribes lacked the strength to challenge the Dragon tribe, and even the major tribes like the Giant Lion tribe and the Minotaur tribe chose to remain silent. Since no one has any objections, the Dragon Emperor declared, this matter is settled. I will finalize the detailed battle schedule and cooperation plan with the Holy Radiant Empire. Until then, we should avoid direct confrontations with the Soaring Dragon Legion to preserve our strength. With a firm voice, he promised, in 2 months at most, I will eliminate the Soaring Dragon Legion from our Warhammer Galactic Federation. The meeting ended with the Dragon Emperor's strong statement. The conference scene faded, and the Dragon Emperor found himself back in his office. It had been an online meeting, which explained the presence of all tribal leaders. Father, did they all agree? Half-Dragon girl Blanche asked eagerly. The Dragon Emperor sneered. Did they dare disagree? I originally thought that old guy from the Giant Lion tribe would oppose me, giving me a chance to suppress him. Surprisingly, he stayed silent. It seems he also sees the bigger picture and is looking for an opportunity amid the chaos. The Giant Lion tribe has always wanted to overthrow our Dragon tribe and become the strongest in the Warhammer Galactic Federation, Blanche said seriously. Pure-blood dragon girl Leona crossed her arms and said arrogantly, They wish. Our Dragon tribe has nearly 500,000 starships, while the Giant Lion tribe has what? Not even 300,000, maybe 200,000? Even with their Minotaur allies, they are no match for us. Blanche cautioned, we can't underestimate any force's combat power now. Our current predicament is due to underestimating the Soaring Dragon Legion earlier. Leona, though dissatisfied, didn't argue back. Everyone recognized the formidable power of the Soaring Dragon Legion. Even the elite fleets of the Dragon tribe might not match them in equal numbers. The Dragon Emperor turned to Blanche. Blanche, you will handle negotiations with the Holy Radiant Empire. Offer them some benefits if necessary, but ensure they dispatch at least 300,000 starships, including at least 2 of their sacred light legions. The more, the better. Blanche confidently assured, rest assured, Father, I guarantee their fleet will set out within a week. In 20 days, they will arrive at our Warhammer Galactic Federation. We can launch a full-scale attack on the Soaring Dragon Legion within a month. With less than 20,000 starships, they can't possibly withstand a force dozens of times their size. Leona snorted, but remained silent. She knew Blanche was better suited for this task and hoped the battle against the Soaring Dragon Legion would start soon. The battlefield was her true domain. Little did anyone know that the course of this battle would exceed all expectations. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the Dragon Emperor and his 2 beloved daughters were discussing their next move, a message interrupted their conversation. The Dragon Emperor quickly checked it and instantly flew into a rage. Blanche and Leona caught the fury in their father's eyes. Father? What's wrong? Blanche asked cautiously. Without a word, the Dragon Emperor displayed an electronic report to his daughters. See for yourselves. The Soaring Dragon Legion has gone too far. The report elicited very different reactions from the 2 sisters. Leona, fists clenched and teeth gritted, was livid. They're threatening us? Using those 30,000 draconian ships to blackmail us? Who gave them the nerve? Father, give me 3 fleets, and I'll rescue the 10th fleet myself. I dare anyone to stop us. Blanche glanced at her sister, her tone calm but cutting. And I ask you, with 4 fleets, how many do you think you can bring back under the missile bombardment of the Soaring Dragon Legion? Haven't we learned enough from the total annihilation of our previous 2 fleets? Now you want to risk 3 more? Have you considered the consequences of weakening our tribe's strength? Can you think beyond just fighting for once? Leona was stunned into silence, glaring at her sister. She knew Blanche had a point, but her pride made it hard to concede, especially to her half-sister who always seemed to best her in arguments. Blanche scrutinized the report, which was divided into 2 main parts. The first part was the 10th Fleet's own report. With the fall of Black Tiger's main star, the Black Tiger sector had collapsed, trapping the 10th Fleet and its 20,000 accompanying tribal starships. According to Blanche's proposed cooperation plan with the Holy Radiance Empire, this fleet should have withdrawn. Though there were no stargates available, they could have escaped using warp travel. However, the Soaring Dragon Legion had deployed 5 fleets to block their retreat and placed numerous warp interceptors along all routes. The second part detailed the Soaring Dragon Legion's ransom demand. To them, the 30,000 draconian starships and the 20,000 tribal starships were already captives. This blatant humiliation explained the Dragon Emperor and Leona's fury. Ransom? The Dragon Emperor fumed. The Soaring Dragon Legion is delusional. Our draconian tribe has never paid a ransom. Blanche, deep in thought, suddenly asked, Father, who was the commander of the 10th Fleet? Just as the Dragon Emperor was about to answer, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A woman in golden robes, strikingly similar to Leona, rushed in. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" she cried, collapsing to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Leona looked at her mother in surprise. "Mother, why are you here?" Blanche respectfully bowed to the Empress. "Your Majesty, I beg you to save my brother," the Empress sobbed. Blanche remained expressionless, as if she had anticipated everything. Leona, now enlightened, looked at her mother in shock. "So, the commander of the 10th Fleet is... You all know, don't you?" The Empress wept. "I just received the news. Leona, your uncle's 10th Fleet is trapped in the Black Tiger Sector's first system, in grave danger. You must save him. He's your only uncle." Leona's expression darkened as she glanced at her calm sister, realizing Blanche had foreseen this outcome. They could have chosen to abandon the fleet. Losing 30,000 starships was painful, but for the tribe's dignity and to weaken the soaring Dragon Legion, it might have been worth it. But things had now become complicated. Leona hadn't expected her uncle to be the 10th Fleet's commander. Her uncle, her mother's only brother, was a man with no command skills but a strong desire to prove himself. Normally, someone like him would never be a fleet commander, but his special status and powerful family support changed everything. This family was influential within the tribe, and the Dragon Emperor's rule had often relied on their support. This explained why Leona's mother became the Empress, not merely due to her pure draconian bloodline. The Dragon Emperor understood the sensitivity of the matter and sighed deeply. For the sake of his daughter's uncle, his wife's brother, and the support of that influential family, he couldn't choose to abandon them. "Blanche." The Dragon Emperor pondered for a moment. "No, you need to handle affairs with the Holy Radiance Empire. Leona, you will negotiate with the Soaring Dragon Legion. As long as their demands aren't excessive, we can agree. If necessary, just ensure your uncle's safe return. Meanwhile, privately contact the 10th Fleet to see if they can organize small breakout groups to extract key leaders." The term key leaders was clear in its implication. Normally, the Dragon Emperor would have preferred Blanche for such negotiations. But with Blanche needed for more critical matters with the Holy Radiance Empire, he had to assign this tricky task to Leona. "Blanche," the Dragon Emperor reminded, "give Leona some advice. She lacks experience in negotiations." On the bridge of the flagship of the Dragon People's 10th Fleet, Robert paced back and forth anxiously, his expression filled with worry. Suddenly, the long-awaited communication finally connected, and a holographic image appeared before him. "Leona, thank goodness, I didn't expect it to be you coming to our rescue," Robert exclaimed urgently. "Quick, think of something fast. I can't stand another minute in this hellhole." Seeing her incompetent uncle, Leona sighed inwardly. Her mother had only this one brother, and she had spoiled him rotten. With his abilities, he could barely command a single starship, let alone an entire fleet. "Why haven't you tried breaking out?" Leona demanded. Robert shook his head frantically. "Break out? How?" "The Xiaolong Legion has advanced warp interceptors surrounding us, far superior to ours. A few days ago, I secretly sent out 300 ships to attempt to break out, and they were all annihilated. Those bastards even sent me the battle footage." Leona, seeing the situation, proposed, "Then break out all at once. Have the 20,000 ships from other tribes cover you. You still have 30,000 ships yourself. Are you really afraid of the Xiaolong Legion's less than 20,000 ships?" "No, no." Robert shook his head repeatedly. "We're under constant surveillance. A large-scale breakout would be immediately attacked. Their ships are too powerful." Leona cursed this coward inwardly. If he weren't her uncle, she would have hauled him before a military tribunal for causing such significant losses. "All right then," Leona said reluctantly. "Keep holding your position. We've already contacted the Holy Radiance Empire. Within a month at most, the Allied forces will launch an attack on the Xiaolong Legion." "No, no. We can't hold out for a month," Robert explained anxiously. As it turned out, the Dragon People's 10th Fleet had been besieged for over a week. The Xiaolong Legion continuously harassed them with drone swarms, and stealth reconnaissance and bomber ships launched surprise attacks. They first destroyed all the supply ships, and then targeted the critical systems of the warships. Now, most of the 50,000 ships were affected, a third of them severely, with their food storage and water circulation systems damaged. "Leona, please think of a way to save your uncle," Robert pleaded. Leona frowned, realizing the situation was dire. Even if they held out for a month, the fleet's combat effectiveness would be nearly gone. "All right, I understand. I'll negotiate with the Xiaolong Legion to at least ensure your safety," Leona said reluctantly, then ended the communication. Sitting in her chair, her expression was one of annoyance. After a long while, she calmed down and said to her subordinates, "Get me in touch with the Supreme Commander of the Xiaolong Legion." Meanwhile, on the other side, Secretary Lilith was reporting to Zhao Chun about the handling of war criminals on the Black Tiger home planet. She displayed an aerial photograph. The once charred ruins of Black Tiger Holy Mountain had turned blood red, with spears erected everywhere, each bearing the bodies of thousands. A lake of blood had formed in the central basin. In several areas, Black Tiger tribe war criminals were undergoing punishment, creating a scene straight out of hell. Zhao Chen watched it all with an expressionless face. This was exactly the effect he wanted, not to completely exterminate the Black Tiger tribe, but to instill deep fear in them and serve as a warning to other tribes. This was the consequence of angering Zhao Chen. Lilith reported to Zhao Chen without any expression about the classification and disposition of war criminals. There are 73 Class A war criminals, mainly leaders who supported the massacre on the White Tiger's main star. There are thousands of Class B war criminals who are mid-level officers executing the operation. Class C war criminals, who are lower-ranking officers, will face either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Class D war criminals, although not directly involved, are implicated and will be punished with sentences ranging from the death penalty to over 100 years in prison. Ordinary war criminals, consisting of low-ranking soldiers or relatives of war criminals, face sentences from 10 years to the death penalty. Currently, there are 50 million war criminals, with 99 of them being ordinary war criminals. Lilith added that these individuals would be sent to labor camps in the Reef Star region. Despite the large number, they still constitute a minority compared to the total population of the Black Tiger tribe. The high number of war criminals is due to the inclusion of direct relatives. Zhao Chen inquired about the progress of puppet support. Lilith replied that the White Tiger tribe had already recruited several factions within the Black Tiger tribe, which could serve as puppet forces in the future. Zhao Chen instructed to give them appropriate rewards, letting them know that those willing to follow would receive the same treatment as the 100 Beasts Alliance. During their conversation, Lilith received a request for a call from Leona, the princess of the dragon tribe. Zhao Chen agreed to connect. In the video, as Leona introduced herself and was about to start negotiations, Zhao Chen abruptly cut off the communication. Leona was stunned, thinking it was a technical glitch. However, her subordinates confirmed it was an intentional disconnection. Leona, suppressing her anger, ordered them to reconnect. On the second attempt, the other party refused and left a message saying not to disturb unless it was about ransom. Leona, furious, demanded they continue trying. After multiple attempts, they finally reconnected. Just as Leona was about to speak, the video went black again. One of her subordinates quietly relayed a message from the other side, asking her to mind her attitude. Leona was enraged, never having been so humiliated. She gritted her teeth and commanded, "Keep calling." In subsequent communications, whenever Leona displayed an attitude problem, Zhao Chen would immediately cut the connection and make her wait for 10 minutes. Lilith teased, "It seems this Princess Leona has quite a temper." Zhao Chen responded calmly, "So what if she has a bad temper? We hold the upper hand now. If she wants to rescue this dragon fleet, she'll have to behave." Lilith added, "We owe our significant advantage to our T4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. They've performed remarkably well in multiple battles." Zhao Chen agreed with Lilith's praise. He analyzed, in this military operation against the Black Tiger Star region, the T4 Banshee-class ships contributed at least one-third of the success. They not only have advanced stealth technology and intelligence network infiltration capabilities, but can also conduct electronic warfare missions. He elaborated on the T4 Banshee-class's contributions in intelligence gathering, ambush planning, and electronic attacks. He specifically mentioned the valuable information provided by their new subordinate, Spider Queen Elise, which greatly enhanced the T4 Banshee-class's combat efficiency. Zhao Chen mused, in the future, we might consider forming a specialized electronic warfare unit composed of T4 Banshee-class ships to specifically target enemy fleets with electronic disruptions. As they discussed, Lilith smiled and informed Zhao Chen, "Commander, the princess is calling again." Zhao Chen gave a mischievous smile and signaled to connect the video. On the screen, Leona appeared completely different from before. She sat upright, with no trace of defiance, dissatisfaction, or arrogance on her face. She tried hard to control her emotions and stiffly said, "Honorable Lord of the Black Dragon, I am here under orders to discuss the ransom for the 10th Dragon Fleet." Leona cautiously asked, "May I know your demands for the ransom?" Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, "Our demands are simple. Considering the impact of your sudden intrusion and the cost of maintaining order, we require some compensation." Upon Leona's further inquiry, Zhao Chen sent a detailed ransom list. The list outlined the ransom standards for different levels of warships and personnel. Leona carefully examined the list and found the ransom amount staggering. For instance, the ransom for AT-4 Jialong-class medium interstellar frigate was as high as 10 billion star coins, about one-third of its construction cost. The ransom for other warships was around one-fifth of their original cost. What shocked Leona even more was the ransom for personnel. The ransom for AT-3 class warship captain was 1 million star coins, equivalent to a year's salary. Considering there were over 2,000 such captains in the fleet, this alone would require 2 billion star coins. When Leona saw Robert's ransom, she almost lost her composure. The exorbitant ransom of 50 billion star coins made her grit her teeth, cursing inwardly that this useless fighter was not worth the price. In the ransom details presented by Lilith, Leona saw a staggering figure: nearly 500 billion star coins were needed to redeem all the starships, including the 20,000 tribal starships. This enormous amount was a significant expenditure, even for the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, which had the largest territory. Leona quickly calculated. The annual output of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation had just surpassed 15 trillion star coins. The Dragon Tribe accounted for 30 of this, with military expenses taking up about 40. 500 billion star coins equated to a quarter of the Dragon Tribe's annual military budget. Although not astronomical, the sum was painful enough. As Leona pondered whether it was possible to redeem only part of the fleet, a succubus reminded her to read the fine print. Glancing over it, Leona nearly exploded in rage. The fine print stipulated that to redeem one warship, all personnel on board must be redeemed as well. To redeem a legion commander, the entire legion must be redeemed. And to redeem a fleet admiral, the entire fleet must be redeemed. It was a complete package deal. Suppressing her anger, Leona tried to buy more time. These terms are a bit harsh. We need to discuss. However, Zhao Chun gave her no chance. He raised a finger, displaying the number 2400. From now, you have 24 hours to consider. Within 24 hours, provide the redemption list and adhere to the terms. Once the list is confirmed, the full ransom must be paid within 3 days in any form. Hearing these terms, Leona's face turned ashen, and a low growl escaped her throat, threatening to erupt. If not for the digital barrier, she would have strangled him then and there. Her attendants kept signaling her to keep her composure. Taking a deep breath, biting her lip, Leona said, "All right, we'll do as you say. I'll discuss this with my father." Zhao Chen ended the call with a smile. As the video feed cut off, Leona could no longer contain herself. She stood up, cursing the despicable man and her incompetent uncle, pounding the wall with her fists, frightening her attendants. After calming down, Leona coldly ordered, "Contact my father and my mother's family. The royal family shouldn't bear the entire 500 billion star coin cost. They need to clean up after their useless heir." The attendants nodded repeatedly, cautiously eyeing the cracked wall. After Leona left, the wall collapsed, revealing a dragon warrior in the middle of washing his hair, looking bewildered at the sudden chaos. Meanwhile, Lilith struggled to contain her laughter as she looked at Zhao Chun. "Do you think they'll agree to these terms? 500 billion star coins is a quarter of the Dragon Tribe's annual military budget. Our monthly revenue has only just surpassed that amount." Zhao Chun shrugged, glancing at the video screen. If Leona finds out this was all orchestrated by the Black Fox clan, she'd probably want to tear you apart. Hu Xiner excitedly pumped her fist. "This is amazing. Squeezing 500 billion star coins out of the Dragon Tribe. I almost want to tell Leona it was me who did it." Hu Ya, the clan leader, tapped her daughter's head to remind her to mind her manners, then turned to Zhao Chun. "My lord, considering Robert's status, the Dragon Tribe is likely to pay the ransom, but we must be cautious." Zhao Chun nodded. "I understand. I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. However, for your safety, I'll handle the public aspects." Hu Xiner blinked. "My lord, we've done such a big job for you, 500 billion star coins. Surely, you'll give us some reward?" Zhao Chun replied, "If you complete this successfully, it'll allow the Black Fox clan to join the Xiaolong registry and grant you a habitable planet in the Xiaolong star system." Hu Xiner pouted. "What's so great about a Xiaolong registry? 500 billion star coins for just a planet's residency. That's stingy. With that money, I could build a fleet and take over a star system to rule myself." Hu Ya tapped her daughter's head again. "Don't be disrespectful to the Lord." Hu Xiner sulked, holding her head, still unaware of the true value of Zhao Chen's reward. Once she understood the significance of the Xiaolong star system, she would realize how precious this reward was. In the near future, many powers would covet a foothold in the Xiaolong star system, as it was the key to truly integrating into Xiaolong. This status was indeed priceless. During the 24-hour deadline Zhao Chun gave Leona, he didn't remain idle. Facilitated by Su Yaya, the Fox Queen, he managed to meet with several neutral tribes. Zhao Chun sat in his chair, closed his eyes, and activated the comprehensive communication device. When he opened his eyes again, several figures had appeared before him. The most striking among them was the towering figure of the Bear Tribe leader, standing nearly 3 meters tall. His brown fur and massive build seemed capable of crushing a T-1 class combat mech with ease. Flanking him were representatives of 2 similar-looking tribes. On one side stood the hunched and lean members of the Hound tribe. On the other, the tall and regal representatives of the Golden Leopard tribe, their golden-black fur adding to their noble appearance. 2 other tribe leaders also stood out. One was the Frost Wolf tribe leader, covered in white fur and exuding a sharp gaze, his presence second only to the bear tribe leader, but with an air of wisdom. The other was the sea siren tribe leader, floating in midair with a human upper body and a fish tail, her chest modestly covered by shells, resembling a mermaid from legends. As the leaders of the 5 neutral tribes gathered, the bear tribe leader was the first to speak, his voice rough and gruff. "I hear you wanted to see us?" Zhao Chen nodded.
Yes.
The bear tribe leader glared down at Zhao Chen, his tone hostile. "You're now an enemy of the Warhammer Interstellar Union. What do you want with us?" Zhao Chen responded bluntly, "To persuade you to join our alliance, or rather, the Beast Alliance established by Supreme Leader Charlotte." The bear tribe leader crossed his arms and scoffed. "And why should we?" Zhao Chen, full of confidence, said, "Because I can offer you more of what you desire." The golden leopard tribe leader suddenly interjected, his tone skeptical. "How do you know what we want? And what makes you think you can fulfill our needs? Even if you give us what we want, why should we join your alliance?" Zhao Chen calmly explained, "Because you all share a common trait: you lack the strength of the dragon tribe and the lion tribe, yet you refuse to be exploited by them. So, you form these so-called neutral tribes for mutual support. You have little loyalty to the old Warhammer regime. If a better option arises, I believe you will embrace the new era." The Hound tribe leader's eyes gleamed with greed. "Let's see what you can offer us then." Zhao Chen was prepared and began analyzing each tribe's needs. He first addressed the Hound tribe leader. "Your tribe's greatest strength is your prolific breeding ability. You have the largest population in the Warhammer Interstellar Union, primarily earning through manpower export. Your soldiers and laborers are the cheapest commodities in the Union. If you join the Beast Alliance, I can change this. I can provide basic human rights and better living resources for your people, rather than having them survive as cheap labor subject to discrimination." The Hound tribe leader's face darkened, not out of anger, but because Zhao Chen had hit a sore spot. The Hound tribe had long been forced to supply large amounts of low-value labor to other tribes, much like the recently annihilated Black Tiger fleet, where nearly 30 million Hound tribe soldiers performed the lowest-tier jobs. Zhao Chen then turned to the Golden Leopard tribe leader. "Your situation is similar to the Hound tribe. You excel in combat but often serve as slightly more valuable cannon fodder on the battlefield. Fortunately, you've chosen to develop interstellar trade. Despite being looked down upon as merchants within the Warhammer Interstellar Union, you've improved your tribe's living conditions through your trade network. You control 60 of the Union's trade routes, with 40 of interstellar trade involving your tribe, and an astonishing 80 of external trade. Although other tribes still disdain you, the Golden Leopard tribe has become the wealthiest per capita among the top 20 tribes." The Golden Leopard tribe leader's anger subsided as he recalled his tribe's development journey. Zhao Chen continued, "I believe interstellar trade is crucial for the development of each star system. Only through trade can we alleviate poverty and backwardness. However, your trade system has a major flaw: it lacks a solid industrial background, relying mostly on semi-finished or finished products and depending on others' goodwill. I happen to have a complete industrial system and popular products, along with several established interstellar trade groups. If you're interested, I can share their details with you. I have great confidence in your tribe's experience and capabilities in interstellar trade." Zhao Chen's words resonated with the Golden Leopard tribe leader, stirring a deep-seated desire and prompting him to seriously consider the proposal. "I'd like to see how you plan to convince me," the Frostwolf chieftain said, crossing his arms with a hint of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Chen remained calm, responding evenly, "There's no need for me to convince you. Someone else will." Just as he finished speaking, the chieftain's communicator lit up with an urgent request. He glanced at it briefly, his expression changing drastically. Without waiting for the meeting to end, he hurriedly left the room, leaving behind a group of puzzled attendees. Turning to the chieftain of the Siren tribe, Zhao Chen began, "Your tribe's uniqueness makes you have few competitors, but it has also become your shackle. The Warhammer Galactic Federation only allows you to occupy a few pure ocean planets, and such planets are rare. As a result, 70 of your planets are already overpopulated, with their ecosystems on the brink of collapse. I know you've repeatedly applied for more habitable planets from the higher-ups, but have yet to receive a clear response. After all, who would willingly give up such resources?" Zhao Chen then smiled and said, "A friend of mine would be very willing to share some information with you." Sure enough, the Siren chieftain's communicator rang immediately. She excused herself politely and left, leaving Zhao Chen alone with the bear tribe chieftain. The bear chieftain puffed out his chest and challenged, "Let's see how you plan to convince me." Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "Interested in starships? Ones more powerful than those of the dragon tribe?" After the meeting, Lilith, who had been waiting outside, eagerly asked, "How did it go?" Zhao Chen replied confidently, "With the information you prepared, it was a piece of cake." Lilith nodded and then reported, "Just now, Leona, the dragon tribe representative, sent a video call request." Without delay, Zhao Chen accepted the call. On the screen, Leona struggled to maintain a polite expression. Zhao Chen smiled and asked, "Results already?" Suppressing her anger, Leona said curtly. We agree to your ransom demand. Here's the list. But I have one condition. The handover must be in person, face-to-face. Zhao Chen readily agreed. I'll choose the location. Leona lifted her chin and confidently accepted. However, when Zhao Chen reviewed the list, he found that the ransom only amounted to 4 trillion star coins, excluding the 20,000 starships from other tribes. Maintaining his composure, Zhao Chen inquired, what about the 20,000 starships from the Dragon's 10th Fleet Group belonging to other tribes? Leona cautiously replied, that's their business. You don't expect me to pay their ransom too, do you? Zhao Chen smiled and said, I always keep my word. The handover will take place at the Stargate of the first system in the Black Tiger sector. Convenient for your return. Leona glared at Zhao Chen and gritted her teeth. Fine. See you there. After the call ended, Lilith asked worriedly, Commander, isn't agreeing to meet in person too risky? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, this is our territory. What's there to fear? Lilith still seemed uneasy, but why insist on a face-to-face meeting? It seems unusual. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and said, from a strategic perspective, it does seem irrational. But if you look at it from another angle, it makes perfect sense. Seeing Lilith's puzzled expression, Zhao Chen didn't elaborate further. He thought of his long-lost big white cat and secretly hoped that once this mess was dealt with, he could take it on a well-deserved vacation. During the days Leona was preparing the ransom, Zhao Chen received several important guests. In the luxurious private room of the Starship restaurant, a sumptuous feast had been laid out, emitting an enticing aroma. Hena, the Sea Serpent clan's chieftain, hovered beside her seat, her tail gently swaying. She looked around at the food in astonishment and turned to Avina, the harpy, who was already accustomed to such sights. Do you all eat like this here? Avina nodded, a hint of pride in her voice. Yes, most of these dishes can be ordered at the external restaurant counters. Some are quite expensive, so ordinary Starship soldiers might only enjoy them once a week. But our daily meals meet all basic needs. The most important thing is that everything here is made from natural ingredients. Natural ingredients? Drake, the Frost Wolf clan's chieftain, said incredulously. An entire starship using only natural ingredients? The logistics alone would be astronomical. Snow, the she-wolf, placed her hands on her hips and confidently explained, if they were purchased, it would indeed be a huge expense. But all our natural ingredients are self-produced, not only meeting our own needs, but also allowing us to sell the surplus. This explanation left the two visiting chieftains visibly surprised. Lady Huya stood by Zhao Chen's side and introduced both parties. This is Commander Zhao Chun, the leader of the Xiaolong Legion and the lord of the Xiaolong star system. She then pointed to the two chieftains across from them. This is Hena, the chieftain of the Sea Serpent clan, and this is Drake, the chieftain of the Frost Wolf clan. The two chieftains bowed to Zhao Chun, who nodded slightly in return. His gaze lingered on Hena for a moment, not because of her enchanting appearance, but out of curiosity about her ability to hover. Noticing Zhao Chen's curiosity, Lady Huya explained, My lord, you are curious about the chieftain's ability to hover, aren't you? It's thanks to a special item called the Sea Spirit Pearl. Sea serpents carrying the pearl can use the water molecules in the air to hover above the ground, though only by a few centimeters, and they can breathe freely. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. I see. That must greatly benefit the Sea Serpent clan's development. Lady Huya continued. The Sea Serpent clan is unlike our single-race groups. It's a multiracial alliance. It includes Naga, mermen, mermaids, and others. Even they haven't fully determined the exact number of races. Currently, the core races are mermaids, mermen, and Naga. Avina added, yes, the Sea Serpent clan is a very peace-loving group. From the close relationship between Avina and Hena, it was clear that the Sea Serpent clan was likely not a warlike race. Avina rarely seemed so at ease in the presence of other clans. Zhao Chun then turned his attention to Drake. Chieftain Drake, since you are here, I assume you are interested in joining our alliance? Drake scrutinized the human man before him, his eyes filled with appraisal. The Frost Wolf clan had always revered strength and was skeptical of the seemingly weaker human race. If not for the Xiaolong Legion's impressive display of power in the Black Tiger Star region, he would not have come. Of course, the involvement of Snow also played a crucial role. We, the Frost Wolf clan, are part of the 100 Beasts Alliance led by General Charlotte of the White Tiger clan. Not subordinate to your Xiaolong Legion, Drake emphasized, his tone wary. Snow teased, Commander, don't mind my uncle's demeanor. If you let him join my special fleet, I guarantee he'll be as loyal as a kite with its tail wagging in no time. Zhao Chen smiled, understanding their relationship. Originally, the Wolf clan of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation was united, but the rise of the Black Wolf clan defeated the White Wolf clan, leading to its departure. The Frost Wolf clan, closely allied with the White Wolf clan, also chose independence. This split significantly weakened the Wolf clan's power, relegating them to the lower ranks of the top 20 clans. Snow's mother was from the Frost Wolf clan, making her Drake's niece. As a child, Drake had taken care of young Snow. Hence, the task of persuading Drake to join fell to Snow, and it seemed to be progressing well. Zhao Chen had a plan. Female Frost Wolves could join the Xiaolong Legion, while males could join Charlotte's Dragon and Tiger Legion. He intended to develop the Dragon and Tiger Legion as his secondary main combat force. This arrangement wouldn't violate any system rules and would maximize the Frost Wolves' combat potential. Drake clearly doted on his niece, possibly out of guilt for not being able to help during the upheaval in the White Wolf clan. Now, let's get down to business, Drake said seriously. I've heard that the Dragon clan has successfully contacted the Holy Radiance Empire. They might support them with 300,000 starships, forming a joint fleet for a full-scale attack. Lord Zhao Chun, how do you plan to use your mere 20,000 starships to counter an enemy fleet that could exceed 500,000 ships? Drake posed the critical question directly, his eyes fixed on Zhao Chun, awaiting the young lord's response. If this dilemma couldn't be resolved, any cooperation would be meaningless. Zhao Qinyun shrugged nonchalantly, a faint smile playing on his lips. As you mentioned before, you joined the Beast Alliance, not my Xiaolong Legion. There's no need for me to disclose our military deployments to you. As for the cooperation between the Dragon Tribe and the Holy Radiance Empire, they're just two defeated foes. If I can beat them once, I can beat them twice. If I can destroy 50 or 60,000 of their starships, I can destroy 500,000. Chief Drake didn't show anger, but a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Though the Xiaolong Legion was formidable, where did this man get the confidence to take on nearly 50,000 enemy starships? All right, business is done. Let's eat and drink, Zhao Chen said, picking up his chopsticks and starting to enjoy the feast before him. The mermaid chief, Haina, and Chief Drake exchanged glances, seeing everyone else had already taken their seats. They didn't hold back either, as these delicacies were rare even for chiefs like them. While chewing on a tender lamb leg, Zhao Chun signaled Chief Huya to distribute the documents. By the way, we have some plans and suggestions for your future development. Feel free to take a look. Of course, these are not mandatory. Everything is voluntary. Chief Huya, having grown accustomed to her role as a secretary, swiftly handed over 2 prepared documents to the 2 chiefs. The contents were concise, focusing primarily on talent recruitment, tailored to the strengths of their tribes. This included the proposal Zhao Chen mentioned earlier, recruiting female Frost Wolf tribe members into the Xiaolong Legion and male Frost Wolf tribe members into the Longhu Legion. Drake skimmed through the document, his surprise evident. They had just joined the Beast Alliance, and already General Charlotte's elite Longhu Legion was opening its doors to them. The document clearly stated that if Drake was willing, he could directly take command of a fleet, leading 3,000 T2-class starships and owning a T4-class flagship. Even more enticing was the opportunity to enter the leadership of the Longhu Legion after a period of assessment. Moreover, the offered benefits and compensation surpassed even the most generous within the Dragon Fleet of the Warhammer faction. The technical roles in auxiliary industries were equally well compensated. Some clauses were particularly enticing, like rewarding high-contributing tribes with a T4-class starship or a habitable planet, which could be modified according to their needs. This last point struck a chord with Mermaid Chief Haina. As they ate and chatted, they unknowingly covered all the work-related topics. During this time, Chief Drake leaned over to his niece, watching her devour the food, and asked in a low voice, "Does your lord always discuss matters in such settings?" To Chief Drake, formal meetings should take place in a dignified setting like a conference room. When they were first brought here, they thought they'd dine first and then discuss business. To their surprise, everything was discussed right at the dining table. Wolfwoman Baishue swallowed her food and straightforwardly replied, "Yes, that's our Xiaolong custom. Our lord says discussing matters with outsiders happens at the negotiation table. But with our brothers and friends, it happens at the dining table. Food is the best tool in the world to bring people closer." Chief Drake looked at the sumptuous spread on the table. Though he found this cultural habit a bit peculiar, he quite liked it, mainly because the food was incredibly delicious. 7 days later, at the Stargate of the first system in the Black Tiger starfield, the Xiaolong Legion escorted the arrival of 30,000 starships from the Dragon Tribe's 10th fleet. The remaining 20,000 tribal starships, abandoned by the Dragon Fleet, were still under the control of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen allowed the tribal forces behind these starships to redeem them, but unlike the wealthy Dragon Tribe, the small and medium-sized tribes struggled to gather enough funds and had to continuously negotiate with the Xiaolong Legion. Inside the hangar of a T3 White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship, Zhao Chen watched as Dragon Princess Leona disembarked from a shuttle. He said with mild surprise, "I didn't expect you to actually come in person. Aren't you worried I might detain you?" Leona responded haughtily, her eyes filled with defiance. "Our Dragon Tribe warriors don't cower in fear. If you're the kind of person who breaks promises, then go ahead and detain me now. But I would look down on you. So, why are you so insistent on meeting me? Have you fallen for me?" Zhao Chen teased. Before he could finish, Leona's wings flapped suddenly, propelling her towards Zhao Qian at lightning speed. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Zhao Qian quickly shouted, "Hold your fire!" In that moment, everything seemed to freeze. Zhao Qian's bodyguard, a leopard woman, stood before him with an energy shield, facing Leona's punch. The small energy shield in the leopard woman's hand was flashing red, indicating it was at its limit. Meanwhile, the surrounding guards had their laser guns aimed at Leona. If not for Zhao Qian's timely intervention, Leona might have been attacked and her fate uncertain. What? Is the Xiaolong Lord someone who hides behind women? Leona retracted her fist, cracked her neck, and looked provocatively at Zhao Qian, unfazed by the surrounding guards' threats. Zhao Qian noticed the state of the leopard woman in front of him. Her arm holding the energy shield was trembling, and her feet were unsteady. Although the shield had blocked Leona's attack, the immense impact had still put significant strain on her body. "So, you came to fight me?" Zhao Qian asked. Leona provocatively replied, "I heard you challenged the Holy Radiance Empire to a holy duel. I also enjoy duels, but in our Warhammer culture, it's not starship duels but onion-own combat. So, do you dare to fight me? And what do I get if I win?" Zhao Qian asked calmly. Leona thought for a moment before stating, "If I lose, I'll be your captive." Zhao Qian smiled slightly, hands in his pockets. "How about this? Your uncle's ransom is 50 billion star coins, right? As a Dragon Tribe princess, you should be worth 2 or 300 billion star coins. If I lose, I'll waive that part of the ransom. If you lose, you pay your own ransom immediately. I don't want to keep any captives, and you look like you'd be quite a costly one. Let's make it 100 billion star coins," Leona said. "What? You think you're only worth 100 billion star coins?" Zhao Qian retorted. "I only have 100 billion star coins," Leona admitted. Seeing the straightforward dragon princess before him, Zhao Qian agreed to the duel worth 100 billion star coins. Zhao Qian pointed confidently at the massive cargo bay of the transport ship in front of him. "This space should be more than enough for us to mess around, right?" The warehouse was as spacious as a football field and as tall as a 10-story building. Although it was just a cargo hold of an interstellar transport ship, it was more than sufficient for a duel between two people. Leona nodded in agreement and casually threw a few pieces of equipment on the ground. Zhao Qian glanced over. A small laser gun, a device resembling a mini energy shield, and a few other personal combat gear. Clearly, the dragon princess came prepared. Even if no one had stopped others from opening fire earlier, she was confident she could leave unscathed with these weapons. However, to Zhao Qian, these were mere toys. He signaled his Panther Woman guards to wait outside and removed his military jacket, leaving only his white undershirt, before striding towards the center of the area. Leona asked in surprise, "Hey, are you really going to fight me like that?" Zhao Qian stopped and asked, puzzled, "Is there a problem? You're not going to wear a personal exosuit? I can even allow you to use combat mechs," Leona said arrogantly, lifting her chin. Zhao Qian shook his head calmly and replied, "I don't need those to deal with you." With that, he continued to the center and started warming up. Leona's expression shifted, not expecting such arrogance from a human. She scoffed and turned to her female guards, warning, "You'd better prepare the best medical pods and doctors." The Panther Woman guard sat down nonchalantly, munching on a bag of sunflower seeds that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The squad's deputy leader excitedly shouted, "Place your bets. How long do you think our commander will take to defeat this dragon girl?" 1 minute. 1 minute? That's underestimating her. She's a dragon, after all. At least give her a minute and a half. I bet 30 seconds. If she lasts 30 seconds against our commander, she's impressive. Leona's face twitched, and her fists clenched as she listened. She coldly said, "Humph. I hope you can still laugh later." With that, she strode towards the center, already planning how to beat this overconfident human. A young female soldier nervously asked the Panther Woman commander, "Commander, is this okay? I'm a bit worried about our commander." The Panther Woman commander scoffed. "Worried? About this dragon? Our commander can handle her easily. Even when she attacked in the hangar earlier, the commander could have dealt with it himself. But since we're on the payroll, we have to show some professionalism. Just watch how this dragon girl gets humiliated." Zhao Qian continued his warm-up, his eyes locked on the proud Leona. He was genuinely interested in real combat, and within the Xiaolong Legion, no one could match him in terms of status or strength. Now, a representative of the strongest single combat force in the Warhammer tribe was here, requesting to fight him. How could he pass up such an opportunity? "Ready? I'll let you make the first move." Leona sneered at Zhao Qian. "Let's get started," Zhao Qian replied. "Begin," Leona said. No sooner had she spoken than a figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. Her combat instincts kicked in, and she crossed her arms to shield her chest. With a loud bang, Leona felt a sharp pain in her arms and her body trembled. She stared in disbelief at the man before her, thinking, how can he be this strong? Zhao Qian, on the other hand, was ecstatic. He had only used half his strength, Yet the Dragon Princess managed to block it. It seemed the Dragon Tribe's single combat ability was indeed impressive. Let's continue. Zhao Chen shouted excitedly, unleashing a flurry of punches at incredible speed. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 5 punches, 10 punches. To the onlookers, it was a blur of fist shadows, all happening in a blink of an eye. For Leona, this was a complete shock. The strength, the speed. She had no chance to counterattack, only barely managing to defend. Suddenly, a crack sound reached Leona's ears. She immediately flapped her wings, retreating and flying upwards. Glancing down, she saw her right arm hanging limp. Her arm had broken during the onslaught. At that moment, Leona realized she could no longer underestimate this man. His speed and strength surpassed even her father's. But fortunately, as a dragon, she could fly. And this man had no exosuit or weapons. As long as she stayed airborne, she was invincible. Moreover, she had long-range attacks. Leona began to gather energy in her abdomen, then spat out a fireball. Zhao Chen stepped back, watching the floor melt from the fireball's impact. So this was the Dragon Tribe's innate ability, fireballs. He had heard of it, but was still amazed to see it in person. Leona continued to spew fireballs, but Zhao Chen easily dodged them. She's cheating by flying, grumbled one of the female guards who had bet on 30 seconds, seeing her time run out. Zhao Chen decided to stop playing. He bent his knees slightly, then shot towards Leona like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that Leona couldn't react. She tried to launch another fireball, but a large hand clamped over her face, blocking it. The next moment, they both plummeted to the ground. Leona's mouth was burned by her own fireball, leaving her lips swollen. Suddenly, Leona felt a chilling gaze behind her. She turned to see the man grinning wickedly. Before she could react, Zhao Chen grabbed her tail and slammed her into the ground like a rag doll, creating several craters in the process. The continuous thud, thud, thud sounds made the female guards avert their eyes, some even covering their faces. The deputy leader who had started the betting pool grimaced and said, "Our commander really doesn't know how to show mercy. Smashing her face into the ground like that must hurt. Where is Leona? Get her on the line immediately." Princess Blanche's voice exploded through the communicator, causing the Dragon Lady adjutant nearby to shrink back. "Princess Blanche," the adjutant responded cautiously, "I'm not with Princess Leona right now." "What?" Blanche's voice shot up an octave. "Then where is she? Don't tell me she's already gone to the Draco Legion." The adjutant's silence confirmed Blanche's worst fears. The princess's eyes widened in shock. She had just learned that her half-sister, Princess Leona, had agreed to pay the ransom but had made an unusual request to meet the Draco Legion's commander in person at a location of their choosing. Leona must be out of her mind. Blanche fumed. 3,000 dragon starships as hostages weren't enough now. She's delivering herself to them on a silver platter. The adjutant stammered. "It's not our fault." Princess Leona insisted. "She took a shuttle with just 1 pilot and 2 crew members. We tried to follow, but she threw us off." Blanche covered her face and sighed deeply. She knew her sister's temperament all too well. This was exactly the kind of thing Leona would do. She had even blocked her own communications to ensure no one could reach her. "Find a way to get me in touch with her immediately. I need to speak to." Blanche's command was cut off by the adjutant's excited interruption. "It's the princess's shuttle. It's coming back." Blanche exhaled in relief, but immediately tensed up again. "Get Leona on the line right now." The adjutant nodded repeatedly, grateful the crisis seemed to be averted for now. She watched the shuttle land in the hangar, her heart finally settling. However, when the doors opened, it was not the usual fiery Leona who emerged, but a technician with an odd expression. "Where is Princess Leona?" the adjutant asked urgently. The technician pointed inside the shuttle. "She's in there." With a sense of foreboding, the adjutant boarded the shuttle. She saw a peculiar figure slumped in a seat and gasped in shock. What happened?" It's me." The voice mumbled indistinctly. "Princess Leona?" The adjutant could hardly believe her eyes. Leona's head was swollen, her wings were clearly broken, and her once beautiful white dragon scales were shattered. Her uniform was in tatters, barely covering her body. She looked as if she had been through a fierce battle. I was ambushed." Leona struggled to speak, her words slurred and missing several dragon teeth. Suppressing her curiosity, the adjutant was about to leave to clear the area but stopped at the door. "Princess Blanche wants to speak with you." "I can't let her see me like this." Leona immediately refused. "I already have." A voice suddenly interjected. Leona noticed the video screen behind the adjutant, showing her sister Blanche. The adjutant quickly exited, leaving the sisters alone. "What happened to you? How did you get these injuries?" Blanche demanded. Leona averted her gaze and muttered, "It's none of your business." Feigning anger, Blanche said, "The Draco Legion claims to be principled, yet they used force on an envoy. Ill-used diplomatic channels to condemn them. You can't." Leona interrupted urgently. I I challenged them to a duel. Blanche stared at her sister in astonishment. So, you lost? It's none of your business, Leona said, and abruptly ended the call. Blanche looked at the blank screen and sighed deeply. She was now more intrigued by the Draco Legion, especially the person who had defeated Leona. She saved a few screenshots of Leona's battered face and couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, on the Draco Legion's flagship, Zhao Chun sat comfortably in the captain's chair. The Foxian clan leader gave him a peculiar look. Recalling the duel in the warehouse, Zhao Chun had grabbed Princess Leona by the tail and used her like a punching bag until she passed out. Prepare to receive the ransom, Zhao Chun said with a smile. Remember, it's 4,100 billion star credits. Climbing out of the medical pod, Leona immediately summoned a virtual mirror to carefully examine her appearance. The once swollen, pig-like face had returned to normal, making her finally presentable. She gently touched her smooth skin, silently feeling relieved. The attending physician couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, your injuries were quite severe this time. Multiple fractures, internal organ damage, massive blood loss. Any ordinary draconian warrior would not have survived. What exactly happened? Leona swiftly turned her head, glaring fiercely at the physician. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't speak of things you shouldn't speak of, she snapped. The physician fell silent instantly, realizing his overstep, though his curiosity about who could have inflicted such grievous injuries on the princess remained. With a grim expression, Leona strode out of the medical bay. Her adjutant, waiting outside, quickly followed, asking with concern, Princess, have your injuries fully healed? Do you need more rest? Leona halted, coldly staring at the adjutant. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed. Anyone who dares to speak out, you know what to do, she said, enunciating each word. The adjutant shuddered and nodded repeatedly in understanding. As they continued walking, Leona asked, What's the status of the transaction? The adjutant promptly reported, 70% of the 4 trillion star coins have been transferred. The remaining 30% will be completed within 10 minutes. However, the other party is demanding 4.1 trillion, an additional 100 billion. They said if there are any questions, you should be contacted directly. Leona's body trembled slightly, as if recalling unpleasant memories. She took a deep breath and retrieved a crystalline card from her pocket, handing it to the adjutant. This is my private account. It contains 100 billion star coins. Transfer it to the Owl Dragon Legion. The adjutant reached out to take it, but found the princess holding on tightly. Leona's eyes showed reluctance, and her heart ached. This was her hard-earned savings over many years, now to be given away to that detestable man. Eventually, the adjutant managed to take the card, leaving Leona feeling a hollow emptiness in her chest. The adjutant brought up another matter. When we used the Stargate in the first system of the Black Tiger Star region for our return, the management demanded a usage fee. You know, the cost for 3,000 combat starships is substantial. Leona clenched her fist, the image of a cunning man flashing in her mind. Through gritted teeth, she said, That miser. Have my dear uncle cover this fee. Though he couldn't afford the ransom of over 4 trillion, his personal stash should cover the Stargate fee. Leona added, Tell my dear uncle that I'm very concerned about his well-being. He must come see me. Take him directly to the dueling arena. The adjutant didn't grasp the full implication, but Leona was already plotting her revenge on the one responsible for her suffering. Meanwhile, Robert sneezed, looking fondly at his niece's fleet in the distance. He was finally leaving this dreadful place, and had received an invitation from his niece, thinking she must be worried about him. After the 10th Draconian Fleet left the Black Tiger Star region, the situation in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation suddenly calmed down. Although various tribes were secretly accelerating their warship construction and procurement, there were no open conflicts. This eerie calm lasted for a whole month, as if preparing for a greater storm. During this period, Zhao Chun was also busy. He had signed agreements with several major tribes, including the Spider Queen tribe, the Harpy tribe, the Fox tribe, the Frost Wolf tribe, the Siren tribe, and the Thunder Bear tribe. Only the neutral Golden Leopard tribe and the Hound tribe remained on the sidelines. Zhao Chun wasn't concerned, believing that as long as he maintained power, these tribes would eventually submit. Additionally, Zhao Chun received good news. The first T5 Creator-class starship had been completed and was entering the trial phase, expected to be operational by early September. Lilith had planned nearly 100 planets in the Owl Dragon system as the first batch for this year's transformation. However, Zhao Chun was more focused on another child. According to Annie's report, this special project would be completed within a month. Simultaneously, Zhao Chun issued a confidential order to the Owl Dragon system, closely related to the Suntobo-born child. The entire system was teeming with undercurrents, as if anticipating a monumental change. Galactic Year 3034, September 1st. In the space above the second military port of the Dragon Tribe's main star region, 2 special fleet formations hovered in the void. These starships bore a striking difference from the conventional designs of the Warhammer Interstellar Union. They were sleek, painted in pristine white, contrasting sharply with the Union's rugged ships, typically adorned in bronze or dark gray. A closer look at the emblems on these fleets revealed their identities: the Holy Wing Legion and the Radiant Legion, both under the banner of the Holy Light Legion. At this moment, a high-level meeting was taking place inside the military port. On either side of the conference table sat representatives from the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Union, with flags of both parties displayed on the table. In the center of the Warhammer delegation sat the Dragon Emperor, flanked by his two princesses, with other ministers seated further out. Notably, there were no representatives from other tribes, emphasizing the unique status of the Dragon tribe and hinting at the Holy Radiance Empire's prohibition on contact with other tribes. On the Holy Radiance Empire's side, two commanders of the Holy Light Legion did not take the main seats but instead surrounded a middle-aged Holy Spirit man, Ernest, the governor of the Eastern Star region and one of the 5 governors of the Holy Radiance Empire. Princess Blanche spoke first. "Honorable Governor Ernest, this is the battle plan formulated according to both parties' requirements. If you confirm it is correct, we will commence the campaign against the Jinlong Legion in 5 days. Governor Ernest glanced at the plan he had already reviewed privately and said nonchalantly, "This military action plan looks fine to me." His fingers began tapping on the table, as if striking a chord in the hearts of each Dragon tribe representative. "Now, I would like to ask the Dragon Emperor, can we confirm the agreement that, in exchange for our assistance, the Warhammer Interstellar Union will cede 3 new star regions?" Princess Leona immediately protested. "We agreed on 2 new star regions." As the atmosphere grew tense, the Dragon Emperor broke the silence. "I agree to your terms. If this joint operation can completely annihilate the Jinlong Legion, I will hand over the 3 new star regions to you." The 2 princesses looked at their father in surprise, but his gaze silenced any further objections. The meeting concluded with the battle plan set to begin in 5 days. Both parties departed to make final preparations for the impending war. Back in their quarters, Leona angrily punched the wall. "Those shameless opportunists." Blanche knelt before the Dragon Emperor, guilt-ridden. "Father, it was my failure. I didn't secure the terms in advance, allowing them to pressure you into ceding another star region." The Dragon Emperor, seated on the sofa, motioned for Blanche to rise. "I understand the difficulties you face in diplomatic negotiations. The most important thing now is to swiftly resolve the internal conflicts within the Warhammer Interstellar Union." After standing up, Blanche keenly noticed something unusual in her father's demeanor. "Father, I sense you are eager to resolve internal matters. Is there something you're not telling us?" The Dragon Emperor forced a smile. "What could I possibly be hiding from you? I just want to address our internal issues quickly to expedite our plans. I want to create a better living environment for you before I leave." Leona dismissed his concerns. "Father, you're in great health, and with our Dragon tribe's constitution, you could easily live another 100 years. Why worry about this now?" The Dragon Emperor smiled at his daughters. "This campaign will be entirely in your hands. Consider it a test of your capabilities. You two often clash, but I hope this time you can work together seamlessly." Leona, brimming with confidence, waved her fist. "Don't worry, father. I will definitely destroy the Jinlong Legion." Blanche agreed verbally, but continued to look at her father with suspicion. She felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. The Holy Radiance Empire's Expeditionary Force and the Draconian Tribe's Warhammer Coalition began their military deployment against the Owl Dragon Legion. Zhao Chun had long anticipated their moves, relying not only on the previously dispatched T-4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, but also on the spies planted within the enemy's ranks, making their actions as clear as day to him. Charlotte stood before the holographic interstellar map, pointing at 3 blinking targets. The Holy Radiance Empire has deployed 300,000 starships at these 3 locations. Their main targets are a Stargate in the first system of the Black Tiger Star region, the Stargate in the third system of the Sacred Feather Star region, previously held by the Golden Eagle and Harpy tribes, and our base in the 100 Beasts Alliance. The Warhammer Coalition is also focusing on these 3 targets. Zhao Chun gazed at the map, analyzing the strategic significance of these locations. The Stargate in the first system of the Black Tiger Star region was a crucial interstellar transportation hub. Its control would impact the entire region. The Stargate in the third system of the Sacred Feather Star region had been a bridgehead for previous wars against the Black Tiger Star region, also holding significant strategic value. Though the 100 Beasts Alliance base wasn't within a star region, it had become a key hub connecting the Owl Dragon star system due to the Moonlight-class Stargate Zhao Chun had constructed. "These 3 places," Zhao Chun said softly, "are the critical points of my chess game. Sever one, and I will be in disarray. Sever 2, and I will be like a trapped beast. Sever all 3, and the Owl Dragon Legion will be doomed, leading to total defeat." "This is their plan," he chuckled, commenting. 300,000 starships, 2 Holy Light Legions, and even a governor leading the charge. The Holy Radiance Empire is really putting in a lot of effort this time, Charlotte explained. They suffered 2 losses at our hands before and, due to the restrictions of the Sacred War dual wager, couldn't attack the Starlight Empire directly. Now that they've managed to open a 3rd front, they won't miss this chance to reclaim their honor. Besides, they believe that since we're fighting in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, our combat effectiveness will be diminished. If they can heavily damage us here, the Starlight Empire will be defenseless in 3 years. Zhao Qin joked, if I were to challenge this governor to a Sacred War duel now, do you think he'd accept? Charlotte rolled her eyes, clearly thinking that the opponent wouldn't fall into the same trap again. How many coalition fleets has Warhammer assembled? Zhao Qin stretched and asked. Charlotte pulled up a detailed report on the enemy forces, listing the troop deployments of each tribe. The Draconian tribe had mobilized over 130 fleet groups, nearly 400,000 starships. Their subtribes, such as the War Elephants, Lizardfolk, and Pig Kings, each contributed tens of thousands of ships. Even the Golden Eagle and Harpy tribes, previously heavily damaged, dispatched 3 fleet groups each. When Charlotte reported the staggering total of 1.3 million starships from the Warhammer Coalition, her tone remained exceptionally calm, showing no signs of concern. Zhao Qin shook his head with a light laugh. Wow. So with the Holy Radiance Empire's forces, we're up against 1.6 million starships. That's over 10 times our numbers. How are we supposed to fight this? Might as well raise the white flag and surrender. Seeing the commander's playful demeanor, Charlotte rolled her eyes again, and then pulled up another set of classified data. This data categorized the fleet groups into 3 colors: red for hostile forces, green for tribes secretly aligned with Zhao Qin, and yellow for neutral parties. Suddenly, Zhao Qin noticed a detail and frowned. Strange. The data shows that the Draconian tribe should have 18 fleet groups besides their territorial defenses. But they've only deployed 13 fleet groups, totaling 400,000 starships. Where are the other 5? Charlotte had also noticed this. She reported to Zhao Qin. So far, the only clue we have is that the 5 Dragonman fleet groups remain stationed at the border of their territory without any signs of movement. That area is located at the far end of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's domain, as distant as the poles of a sphere. Even though I dispatched a few T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starships, it's difficult to ascertain the reason for their inaction in such a short time. However, I've arranged for close monitoring of all major Stargate hubs. The moment these fleet groups show any activity, we'll be notified immediately. Zhao Qin remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. He wasn't particularly concerned about the additional 150,000 starships on the front lines. It was the unusual military deployment of the Dragonman fleet that caught him off guard. Other major tribes had put all their forces into the battle, like the Lion tribe, which had suffered total annihilation. Zhao Qin analyzed, the Lion tribe likely did this to gain more benefits from the decisive battle. After all, if the Dragonman tribe defeats the Xiaolong Legion, their next target would naturally be the 3 major factions. The leaders of other tribes are probably thinking the same. So, the inactivity of these 5 Dragonman fleet groups is quite suspicious. Despite being unable to immediately determine the reason, Zhao Qin advised Charlotte to remain vigilant. Back to the present, Zhao Qin shifted his focus from the total number of 1.5 million enemy starships to a more valuable piece of data: the specific quantities of each class of enemy starships. Starting with the T4 class starships, the Holy Radiance Empire deployed nearly 150 of them, including T4 Holy Radiance class light cruisers, T4 Divine Messenger class medium destroyers, and T4 Punishment Angel class heavy battleships. Warhammer's numbers were even more impressive, boasting 1,500 T4 starships. However, 80 of these were T4 Dragon Knight class heavy cruisers and T4 Butcher class medium destroyers, which are considered quasi-T4 starships. The true T4 Armored Dragon class medium frigates numbered only 300. Seeing this, Zhao Qin couldn't help but smirk and quip. They claimed to have 1,000 T4 starships before, and now they're showing 1,500. Clearly, everyone has a stash they don't talk about. Zhao Qin wasn't worried. He had over 500 active T4 starships, covering all types. Moving on, the Holy Radiance Empire had 50,000 T3 starships and 250,000 T2 starships. In contrast, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation had 100,000 T3 starships, 700,000 T2 starships, and 500,000 T1 starships. At first glance, Warhammer's numbers looked decent. But anyone with a keen eye could see the vast disparity in strength between the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. T4 starships aside, in the T3 category, Warhammer appeared to have twice as many as Holy Radiance. But consider the base numbers. Holy Radiance's 50,000 T3s are out of a total of 300,000 starships, while Warhammer's 100,000 T3s come from a total of 1.3 million starships. One ratio is 6 to 1, the other is 12 to 1. Given that Warhammer starships are the weakest within their respective classes, the actual gap is even larger. As for the rest, Warhammer's fleet of 1.3 million includes 500,000 T1 starships. What can T1 starships do? Even T2 starships are now seen as obsolete by the Xiaolong Legion. Charlotte remained calm because, in her eyes, the real opponents were the 150,000 T3 starships and those T4 starships. The rest were just ants. As long as they avoided getting bogged down by these ants during combat, they'd be fine. While other opponents might worry about this, the Xiaolong Legion, known for its extreme firepower, saw no threat at all. Turning to Lilith, Zhao Chen asked, "Lilith, have we received all our military supplies for the month?" Lilith nodded. "Thanks to the month's buffer, we have prepared 800 billion star credits worth of supplies. 200 billion of that comes from the ransom Ms. Leona sent us. Unfortunately, most of the 400 billion star credits in ransom aren't raw materials for military supplies, or we could have prepared even more. If the war starts, the Xiaolong system can guarantee at least 100 billion star credits in daily logistic support." She added, "Additionally, the Empress of the Starshine Empire is aware of our situation. She asked me to convey that if needed, she can mobilize the entire industrial capacity of the Starshine Empire for our military supplies. Her fleet is also at your disposal." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. 5 trillion star credits worth of supplies were enough for the upcoming battle. As for Empress Qin Xiaolei's support, Zhao Chun felt it was unnecessary. The Starshine Empire was still in recovery, with most resources focused on rebuilding. Increasing military production now would significantly delay their recovery. Moreover, Qin Xiaolei's fleet, although equipped with Xilong-class starships, was still far behind the Xiaolong Legion in strength. Bringing them to the battlefield would likely result in heavy casualties, making it not worthwhile. Zhao Chun said frankly, "Please convey to Qin Xiaolei that I appreciate her offer, but we don't need the assistance at the moment. She should focus on managing the empire. If we do need help, I won't hesitate to ask." As the regent of the Starshine Empire, Zhao Chun had the authority to mobilize a significant portion of the empire's military forces directly. Finally, Zhao Chun looked at Lilith and asked, "How's that project coming along?" Lilith's eyes sparkled as she replied, "The latest update is that it's progressing around the clock, but still needs another week, not including the subsequent trial runs." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. "Trial runs? Huh? I have a better place in mind for that." Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, his eyes slightly closed. He appeared to be resting, but in reality, he was checking the progress of his system tasks. On the bridge, Hu Exiner, temporarily serving as the secretary officer, couldn't help but steal glances at this calm and composed man, her heart filled with curiosity. After all, with the impending battle and the Xiaolong Legion seemingly at a disadvantage, his composure was perplexing. Zhao Chen's consciousness was immersed in the system interface. It was mid-September, with only half a month left before the end of the month, marking the end of the quarterly tasks. He quickly scanned through the task details. Quarterly task: eliminate or subdue 20 major tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Union. Complete 10. Basic reward. Complete 13. Bronze chest. Complete 16. Silver chest. Complete 20. Gold chest. Current progress: 6. Zhao Chen calculated silently. The upcoming battle should easily meet the minimum requirements. Next, he reviewed the annual task progress. Task 1. Qin Ming's death completed. Task 2. Control at least 4-star regions of the Xingyao Empire completed. Task 3. Control 4-star regions of the Warhammer Interstellar Union. Progress: Heihu Star region fully controlled. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, realizing that apart from the Heihu Star region, the control over other Warhammer regions was still insufficient. This battle must quickly advance this objective. Finally, he focused on the current most important task, the T5 Mall activation task. Completion: 40. Option 1. Conquer the Siren Queen of the Siren Tribe, incomplete, 10. Option 2. Conquer the Harpy Queen of the Harpy Tribe, completed, 10. Option 3. Conquer the Spider Queen of the Spider Tribe, completed, 10. Option 4. Conquer the Fox Queen of the Fox Tribe, incomplete, 20. Zhao Chen knew that the remaining 30 completion was just a matter of time. Although the Fox Queen Su Yaya had already secretly sided with him, her conquest value was still stuck at 95, likely needing the outcome of the battle to be decided before it could break through. As for the mermaid leader of the Siren Tribe, similar concerns existed. A few hours later, frontline reports arrived. Hu Exiner immediately reported, multiple fleets of the Holy Light Empire's expeditionary forces and Warhammer coalition have appeared at the Heihu Star region border. She looked at Zhao Chen and then at Charlotte, who was standing by the interstellar war map. Zhao Chen remained silent. This was Charlotte's battle, a battle for the new order of the Warhammer Galaxy. Charlotte stared at the enemy fleet markers and calmly ordered, "Have the Dragon Tiger Legion and Beast Legion on the front line engage the enemy briefly, ensuring their safety while conducting localized skirmishes, then gradually retreat from the frontline positions." Hu Exiner exclaimed in surprise, "Are we abandoning the frontline positions?" Charlotte's icy gaze swept over her, silencing her immediately. She hurried to relay the orders. The Fox chief quietly reminded his daughter, "Mind the occasion. General Charlotte is the supreme commander now. You just need to follow orders." Then, the Fox chief approached Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun smiled and asked, "Chief Fox, are you also wondering why Charlotte chose to avoid battle?" The Fox chief thought for a moment and replied, "General Charlotte intends to feign weakness and then find the right opportunity to strike." Zhao Chun's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed deeply at Huya, the clan leader. "You're half right. Feigning weakness can indeed make some enemies drop their guard. The Holy Radiance Empire has always been arrogant, while the Warhammer Coalition, despite its large size, has a chaotic command structure. Those tribal fleets appear to follow the Dragon Emperor's orders, but in reality, the clan leaders hold the true power. If they see us as a paper tiger, or better yet, a juicy one, how do you think they will act?" Without hesitation, Huya responded, "They'll attack like mad dogs, scrambling to seize as many resources as possible." Zhao Chun nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That's the fatal flaw of the Warhammer Coalition. Large-scale battles require a highly unified command structure. If people start acting independently, the whole situation will descend into chaos. The Dragon Emperor will have to change his strategies to keep the coalition together. In such a tangled command system, they're like soldiers with their hands tied, and their combat effectiveness will be severely compromised." Huya concurred. "History has shown that leaders who can fully control their armies are more likely to succeed. Just like our Xiaolong Legion's current system," Zhao Chun said calmly, "let's let the shells fly a bit longer. No rush. When the time comes, our Xiaolong Legion can put on a show. After all, a good performance needs to be convincing." Over the next 5 days, the various battlefields saw one-sided outcomes. The Warhammer Coalition and the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces gained significant advantages, encountering little resistance as their enemies fled. Especially in the Black Tiger star domain, they had taken control of over 10 star systems. Princess Blanche frowned as she stared at the interstellar war map. What's going on? Why is the Xiaolong Legion avoiding battle? According to the reports, the Xiaolong Legion had lost fewer than 300 starships, and even that number was questionable. The whole campaign was progressing too smoothly, particularly in the Black Tiger star domain. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report. Unexpected situation. Some tribal fleets have acted on their own. They volunteered to reclaim star systems in the Black Tiger star domain but left their posts without waiting for command approval. Similar situations are occurring on the other two fronts. The Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary force demands that we follow the original battle plan, or they'll refuse to cooperate in the next phase of the operation. Princess Blanche's eyes flared with anger. These bastards, trying to grab benefits before the battle is even over. She knew their true intentions, seizing the Black Tiger star domain and other territories. "Contact Leona and the other major clan leaders immediately. I want to hold a command meeting." The meeting communication was quickly established, but several video windows remained black, indicating their absence. Among them were the 3 major clans, the Lion Clan, the Minotaur Clan, and the Fox Clan, making Blanche's expression even darker. Leona asked curiously, "Why the sudden meeting?" Blanche replied sternly, "I believe there are unstable elements within our coalition. I demand an immediate halt to all military actions to reorganize our fleets and severely punish those tribal fleets that disobey orders and act independently." Before the other clan leaders could speak, Leona countered, "Why stop the attack? We're making great progress. In 2 days, we'll surround the first star system in the Black Tiger star domain and annihilate the rebels and Xiaolong Legion's fleet. Other fronts are also progressing well. The Saint Feather star domain will be ready for a full assault tomorrow." The thought of avenging past humiliations made Leona excited. Blanche retorted loudly, "Can't you see our coalition's command is in disarray? A hasty assault in this condition will only lead to more casualties. Besides, the Xiaolong Legion's military strategy so far is suspicious. They haven't engaged us directly. I suspect they have another plan, and we can't act recklessly." Leona immediately shot back, "You're overthinking. We have 1.6 million starships. Isn't it natural for them to avoid battle? I bet they're planning to retreat to the Xiaolong star system but are reluctant to abandon their territory just yet. If we don't act quickly, they'll all escape. Do you want us to chase them to the Xiaolong star system?" "Princess Blanche, I think you're being overly cautious. The Xiaolong Legion is strong, but they have fewer than 20,000 starships, and they had to travel a long way to fight. The Longhu Legion's combat strength is comparable to our Dragon Fleet. As for the newly formed 100 Beast Legion, those rebels are hardly a threat. We have 1.6 million starships and 2 Holy Light Legions. We are bound to win this battle." Other clan leaders chimed in, "Yeah, there's no need to rest. Let's just charge forward. If we can capture a few Xiaolong Legion starships to study, we might even advance our own technology." Compared to the half-dragon Princess Blanche, the pure-blood dragon Princess Leona was more popular, partly because she allowed them to seize spoils of war. At this moment, Princess Blanche looked at them, seeing only greedy faces. Leona said confidently, "All right, dear sister. Let's stick to the original plan. In 2 days, I'll surround the Black Tiger Star Domain and wipe out the Xiaolong Legion." Several hours later, the atmosphere on the bridge of the T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, the command center of the Holy Radiance Empire Expeditionary Force, was tense. The adjutant walked briskly towards Governor Ernest and reported, "We've received a message from the Warhammer Coalition. They request that our 3 expeditionary fleets coordinate to continue the assault." Governor Ernest lazily swirled the golden liquid in his glass and replied indifferently, "Tell them our military actions will proceed according to our pre-planned deployment. Since their tribal fleets are not in position, we refuse to execute the original plan. If they want us to continue the attack, they'd better get their fleets where they need to be first." The adjutant left to carry out the orders. Ernest then turned to the expansive star map, which displayed blinking lights representing the various factions. The combined forces of the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Coalition, totaling 1.6 million starships, had surrounded their 3 targets. The Black Tiger sector, in particular, was heavily fortified. A cautious staff officer reminded him, "Governor, the Xiaolong Legion has yet to engage us directly. They might be plotting something. We can't let our guard down." Ernest sneered, "Only a fool wouldn't see that. The Xiaolong Legion may have fewer than 20,000 ships, but they've defeated 2 Holy Light Legions and even bested Sankiana in the Holy War. Not to mention, they forced Governor Stanford of the southern sector to retreat. Their current evasive maneuvers are definitely suspicious." The staff officer pressed, "So, how should we respond?" Ernest replied nonchalantly, "Aren't we already responding? Let's use the Warhammer Coalition's recklessness to probe the Xiaolong Legion's strength. We'll watch and wait. Why risk our own soldiers?" He continued, "Keep a close eye on the Warhammer Coalition's movements, especially their elite units like the Dragon Fleet Group. Position our legions so they can reach the battlefield within 30 minutes to an hour. If the Xiaolong Legion is truly defeated, we can't let those precious technologies fall into the hands of those Warhammer brutes." Meanwhile, the Warhammer Coalition was furious with the Holy Radiance Empire's stance. However, on Princess Leona's advice, they decided to launch an immediate attack to secure strategic positions first. The Xiaolong Legion's passive stance also stirred unease within the Beast Alliance. During a high-level meeting, complaints were rampant. Why hasn't the Xiaolong Legion taken action yet? The Black Tiger sector is about to fall. If we don't organize an effective defense, the Warhammer Coalition will be able to bombard our headquarters in 6 hours. Chief Ted tried to calm the uproar, but to no avail. He looked helplessly at his daughter, Middle, who was flushed with anger. At that moment, Charlotte's holographic image suddenly appeared in the center of the room, silencing everyone instantly. She scanned the room coldly. "Why aren't you continuing your squabbles?" No one dared to speak. Charlotte continued, "I don't care what you think. Don't let me hear it. If I hear anyone complaining about the Xiaolong Legion again, I'll cut out their tongue." She paused and then announced, "I'm here to deliver orders from Lord Xiaolong. The time for action is imminent. Wait for our signal. Make sure your secretly contacted tribes are ready to declare their stance immediately upon receiving the order. This is their last chance." With that, Charlotte's image vanished. Chief Ted and Middle exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The long-awaited moment for a counterattack was finally approaching. Although the Xiaolong Legion initially adopted a strategy of avoiding conflict across the 3 battlefields, their territory was ultimately limited, leaving them with nowhere to run. The first to face this predicament was neither the Black Tiger Star region nor the Beast Alliance headquarters, but the Xiaolong Legion's frontline camp, the location of the T3 Huiwa-class Stargate. This Stargate, built at the edge of interstellar space, gradually developed into a bustling interstellar camp due to its critical connection between the Xiaolong star system and Warhammer. The Xiaolong Legion stationed their fleet here, even completing a T3 Storm Fortress-class large spaceport a few months ago. However, today, this strategic stronghold known as the Xiaolong Frontline Camp faced a direct threat. "Report," a radar operator urgently announced in the command room of the T3 Storm Fortress-class large spaceport. "Radar has detected multiple enemy fleets heading towards us. At their current speed, they will enter combat range within an hour." The spaceport's chief immediately issued orders. "Relay my command. Storm Fortress 018 is to enter combat level 1. All personnel to their stations, ready for immediate action. Implement emergency wartime control in the surrounding areas. Deploy all weapon modules, activate the Star Shield system fully, and prepare all turrets for firing. Deploy interstellar drones and fighters immediately. Report the intelligence to the commander at once." "Yes, sir." In just 5 minutes, the tranquil spaceport transformed into a formidable combat fortress. The massive main cannons of the spaceport were primed and aimed at any potential threats in deep space. The Star Shield system activated, forming a shimmering energy barrier around the spaceport, like sparkling jewels. As time ticked by, the number of enemy ships on the radar continued to increase. Initially, there were only 3,000 warships from one fleet, but now it had swollen to over 30 fleets, nearly 100,000 interstellar warships. These enemy signals were steadily closing in on the Xiaolong frontline positions. Suddenly, a video communication window popped up. "This is Zhao Chun," a calm voice said. "I am aware of your situation. The Xiaolong 6th Legion fleet has been dispatched to support you, and their commander will take over battle command." "Understood," the spaceport chief responded, exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, the Stargate director reported, "The Stargate has received the jump request from the Xiaolong 6th Legion fleet. 3,000 warships will arrive in the jump zone within 10 minutes. Hearing this, the spaceport chief felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, though curiosity arose. Xiaolong 6th Legion? A newly formed legion, it seemed. Not surprising, given the Xiaolong Legion's astonishing shipbuilding speed. But who would be the commander of this new legion? Her gaze shifted to the Huiyue-class Stargate, emitting a white glow. One by one, brand new T3 class and above Xiaolong warships jumped through, each bearing the Xiaolong Legion emblem and a golden, 6 dragon insignia. Soon, a colossal vessel came into view, a T4 blue-eyed white dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship, one of the Xiaolong Legion's two most powerful main ships, typically used as a flagship or vice-flagship. The new Legion commander must be aboard. As if to confirm her thoughts, a new video window appeared. The screen showed a woman seated in the captain's chair, her most striking feature being her snake-like hair. "I am Medusa, commander of the Xiaolong 6th Legion," she said coldly, her eyes exuding an icy aura. "I am here to defend the Xiaolong frontline camp." This snakewoman queen from the Reef Star region was known for her aloof demeanor, except in front of the commander. Yet those who had worked with her praised her abilities. She possessed extensive combat experience and an exceptional learning capacity. In peacetime, she often visited the Goddess Academy-class starship, seeking advice from Dean Xiangxiang. Snapping out of her thoughts, the spaceport chief straightened and saluted. "I am Gu Xiaoyu, highest authority of the Storm Fortress 018 spaceport at the Xiaolong frontline camp. I have received the commander's orders. The highest wartime command is now yours. We await your instructions." Medusa responded without emotion. "Do your job well and assist us in defending the frontline camp and confronting the enemy. I will integrate with your spaceport's radar and command network. Report any intelligence to me immediately. Remember, no actions without my orders." "Understood," Gu Xiaoyu replied, then added, "One thing to inform you. According to the latest battlefield intelligence, there are currently 300,000 warships from the Warhammer Coalition approaching us, with another 100,000 from the Holy Radiance Empire's fleet in the rear." She paused. "We just received word of a Saints Wing fleet, one of the top 10 Holy Light fleets. The enemy's total strength is now 400,000 warships. With just our spaceport and your 3,000 warships, we may not hold them off. Commander, although it may not be my place, I hope you can share your strategy so we can fully cooperate." Medusa was not angered by these words. Her gaze became distant, as if looking through the galaxies. "Rest assured," she said calmly, "we are not the main players in this battle. It will soon arrive, in the manner of a king." Gu Xiaoyu instinctively looked towards the Stargate. Medusa continued, "The Huiyue-class Stargate cannot bear its form, but its arrival is inevitable." The usually composed Medusa showed a rare hint of fervor in her eyes. After the 6th Regiment of the Xiaolong Corps completed their deployment, the defense capabilities of the frontline base were significantly enhanced. Medusa meticulously reviewed various intelligence reports, which included not only enemy movements but also their own deployment status. She understood well the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy, ensuring victory in every battle. The military strength of the base included the weapon systems and garrison troops within the Storm Fortress-class large starport, a fleet of 300 Xiaolong Corps warships, and 30,000 interstellar battleships originally from the Longhu Corps, now under her command. This massive fleet had been engaging the enemy and retreating as planned, and now awaited Medusa's orders. An intelligence officer reported the battlefield situation to Medusa. "Commander, besides these fleets, there are multiple military facilities arranged around the frontline camp." Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, a Holy Spirit commander calmly analyzed the intelligence. "So, at this strategic location, they only have about 33,000 interstellar warships?" he asked indifferently. "Yes, sir," the intelligence officer replied. "Among them, 3,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships have just arrived through the Stargate as reinforcements. Although the number is small, all of them are T3 class. With over 100 T4 class warships, their combat power is considerable." This commander was the leader of the Wings of Sanctity Corps, ranked 6th among the top 10 Holy Light Corps. He glanced disdainfully at the battle report in his hand, which recorded the previous crushing defeat of the Spear Corps. "Their combat power may be considerable, but we are not the Spear Corps," he scoffed. Though the High Command had issued combat data on the Xiaolong Corps, The limited information led most to believe that the Xiaolong Corps relied solely on advanced equipment for their victories. The Wings of Sanctity commander arrogantly declared, "Although we all belong to the Holy Light Corps, don't forget that our strength ranks 6th. I even feel we are on par with the 5th-ranked Crusaders." The intelligence officer wisely remained silent. The commander waved his hand dismissively. "All right, we know enough about the Xiaolong Corps. We just need to use the Warhammer's barbaric Halford fleet to deplete their missiles, and then we'll step in to finish them off. The Warhammer's foolishness provides us the perfect excuse. If they can help us wear down the Xiaolong Corps, all the better. Notify our fleet to be ready for combat. Once the situation is clear, they must reach the front line within 10 minutes. We can't let Warhammer take all the spoils." "Yes, sir." The intelligence officer immediately took action. Time ticked by as the Wings of Sanctity commander leisurely sat in the captain's chair, waiting for reports from the front. "Report, the Warhammer Alliance has engaged the Xiaolong base's defensive fleet. They are requesting our immediate support," the intelligence officer reported. "Tell them we're on our way." "Assure them," the commander said nonchalantly, without actually issuing an acceleration order. "Report, the main force of the Xiaolong Corps has joined the battle, while the Longhu Corps has moved to the second line. Warhammer is suffering heavy losses. Xiaolong's missile and artillery ships are overwhelmingly suppressing Warhammer's attack. In just 10 minutes, Warhammer has lost over 10,000 warships. They are urgently requesting our intervention, threatening to report to the governor if we do not." "Complaining? Childish antics," the commander sneered. "But we should give them some face, so they don't abandon the fight. Order a fleet of 3,000 ships to join the battle, just for show." Under the command of the Wings of Sanctity, a small fleet from the Holy Radiance Empire entered the battlefield. But this token force did little to alleviate the pressure on the Warhammer Alliance. Warhammer commanders cursed, but were helpless. "How many missile volleys has Xiaolong launched?" the Wings of Sanctity commander asked. "According to our reconnaissance ships, 50 T3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships have launched 3 volleys. They have inflicted nearly 100,000 warship losses on Warhammer, mainly T1 and T2 classes. Warhammer's casualty rate has reached 30, the intelligence officer replied. "Sir, it's our turn to act. Further losses for Warhammer might affect subsequent operations." The Wings of Sanctity commander smirked. 3 volleys. They should be running low. Issue the order for all fleets to advance at full speed and break through the Xiaolong defenses. Prioritize destroying their warships, especially the missile ships." "Yes, sir." 100,000 ships of the Holy Radiance Empire fleet finally began to move, ready to reap the rewards. However, at that moment, spatial distortions appeared in the deep space ahead. "Report, our starship radar has detected spatial instability in the forward sector." The intelligence officer's voice carried a hint of tension. The commander of the Sacred Wing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the report. He sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed with tension, and his voice edged with urgency. "Issue my command. All interstellar battleships to combat level 1. Aim all cannons at the distorted space ahead. Notify the surrounding fleets of the Holy Radiance Empire to converge with our Sacred Wing fleet immediately." As soon as the order was given, he turned to his radar systems officer. "Determine immediately if this spatial anomaly is related to the T4 class warp battleships of the Xiaolong Legion." The fact that the Xiaolong Legion possessed T4 Huigang-class interstellar warp ships was no secret. Consequently, all factions remained on high alert to prevent any surprise attacks. The Sacred Wing commander's reaction was rooted in this wariness. However, he soon realized he was only half right. A colossal silhouette began to emerge from the twisted space. The Sacred Wing commander stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the massive shadow on the screen. If it was indeed a starship, its size far surpassed any vessel he had ever seen. From a distance, the outline resembled a floating, mysterious island. Based on visual estimation, if it truly was a starship, its length would exceed 100 kilometers. In comparison, his T4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship seemed insignificant, like a child next to an adult. As time passed, the shadowy figure became clearer. Without a doubt, it was the outline of a starship. Its main body was black, adorned with golden accents, exuding an air of supreme nobility and authority that almost compelled one to kneel in awe. "Fire! Fire!" The Sacred Wing commander snapped out of his daze and roared hysterically. "All Sacred Wing starships, target the space ahead and fire! Fire!" The surrounding staff, deputies, and crew were stunned. It was the first time they had seen their commander so rattled. But no one questioned it, as they had all seen the deep space behemoth. Although they didn't know what kind of starship it was, even the usually proud Sacred Wing crew could only feel an overwhelming sense of fear. At this moment, only continuous firing could mask their terror. Even the T4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship under the commander's feet locked onto the target area. Luckily, the gigantic object had appeared within the firing range of the Sacred Wing fleet. A blinding white beam shot out from the main cannon of the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, hurtling towards the distant space behemoth. The Sacred Wing commander clenched his fists, praying silently. Based on previous analyses of the Xiaolong Legion's T-4 interstellar warp ships, the moment of warp completion left the ship's star shields deactivated, making it their most vulnerable time. Now is the perfect moment to attack the unidentified ship. The Sacred Wing commander calculated that with the combined firepower of the Sacred Wing fleet's 3,000 starships, they should be able to inflict significant damage on the unidentified giant ship. However, his hopes were quickly dashed by a massive, transparent energy shield. Star shield, the Sacred Wing commander exclaimed. That ship has already activated its star shield. Despite the relentless assault from the Sacred Wing fleet's 3,000 starships, the energy shield remained unscathed. Even the strongest attack from the main cannon of the T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship made no visible impact on the shield. What is this monster? The Sacred Wing commander stammered, his voice trembling with fear and disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the massive ship, a series of concise reports were coming in. Report: Hades has completed spatial warp. All systems are operational with no issues. Report: Hades' star shield has been attacked. Report: Radar has detected enemy ships within the attack range. Identified as the Sacred Wing fleet of the Holy Radiance Empire, comprising 3,000 starships, including 30 T-4 class and the rest T-3 class. The flagship is a T-4 Punishing Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. On the command platform, a figure with twin ponytails was methodically organizing the information. Zhao Chen sat on a sofa, satisfied as he observed the orderly work of the bridge departments. Din Xiong, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Chen turned to Din Xiong beside him. With just the information I provided, and without an actual starship for training, you managed to train a competent crew for this ship in such a short time? Xiong, as the Dean of the Goddess Academy's Starship Division, was in charge of the Xiaolong-related recruitment and training. Considering the imminent commissioning of this starship and the current battlefield situation, training the crew after the starship came online would have taken too long. Hence, Zhao Chun had tasked Xiong with training the crew based on available data. Remarkably, she succeeded. It's my duty and my honor, Xiong said, gazing at the starship with a sense of wonder, feeling as if she were in a dream witnessing its combat debut. Suddenly, an inappropriate noise broke the atmosphere. Zhao Chen turned to see a figure crouched in the corner, hugging a half-human-sized bag of chips, with an oversized bottle of cola beside her. She grabbed a handful of chips, stuffed them into her mouth, then took a big gulp of cola, letting out a satisfied burp. She began licking her greasy fingers one by one. This was Annie, the chief engineer responsible for recording the starship's maiden voyage, first flight, and first combat data. Commander, Hades is ready for combat. Your orders? The twin ponytailed captain, Xue Xiao, turned excitedly to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen refocused his thoughts and concentrated on the Sacred Wing fleet ahead. It's time to awaken this beast, he declared. Xue Xiao, I order you to command the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought to engage. Eliminate the target, the Sacred Wing fleet. Yes, sir. Mission will be accomplished, Xue Xiao replied eagerly, ready to showcase her new toy. She issued her first command. Activate the Hades Strategic Core Program. Hades Strategic Core Program activating. 10-9. The core program of the Hades strategy was ready. The operator turned to Xue Xiao, waiting for the final authorization. Without hesitation, Xue Xiao pressed the red button on the virtual screen. Instantly, a faint red light scanned her body, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Palm scan complete. DNA scan complete. Iris scan complete. Confirming authorizer identity. Confirmation complete. Secondary authorizer Xue Xiao. Authorization valid. Please confirm the activation of the Hades domain. Confirm, Xue Xiao responded decisively. As the Hades domain activated, Annie, crouched in the corner, looked up at the holographic interstellar battlefield image. A green ring rapidly expanded from the center of the warship, quickly encompassing the position of the Holy Wings Legion fleet, then stopped and dissipated as if nothing had happened. Zhao Chen observed the opposing fleet through the transmission feed, noticing no visible changes in their appearance. Activate the conventional weapon array, lock onto the Holy Wings Legion fleet. Fire! Xue Xiao commanded. On the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, numerous main turrets extended and locked onto their targets. Energy projectiles poured out at an astonishing speed. However, the Holy Wings Legion fleet on the other side seemed frozen, showing no reaction. Even the T-4 class warships had not activated their full star shields, with all weapon systems in a dormant state. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the Holy Wings Legion flagship's bridge. The Holy Wings commander, in horror, realized that his 3,000 warships had all lost combat capability, with most engines even ceasing to function. Report: enemy attack detected. High-intensity energy projectiles, capable of destroying our T3 class warships, a subordinate frantically reported. Quick! Restart all warship electronic systems. Activate the star shields. The Holy Wings commander roared hysterically, but it was too late. Damage reports came in one after another, and the Holy Wings commander watched helplessly as the indicators on the electronic sequence table representing the warships turned gray one by one. When several T4 Divine Envoy-class medium interstellar destroyers fell simultaneously, he collapsed to his knees, muttering in disbelief, "This can't be. This can't be." The bridge descended into chaos, with screams, cries, and frantic attempts to flee. The Holy Wings commander stared blankly at the exploding warships outside the porthole and the terrifying warship with the golden dragon crest in the distance. At that moment, the most primitive communication device crackled with intermittent sound. "We are the Legion fleet. Arriving in about 5 minutes. Please wait for support." The Holy Wings commander suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting hysterically into the communicator, "Don't come here. Retreat. All Holy Radiance Empire warships, full speed retreat. Leave this place. Withdraw from the battlefield. Immediately notify the Empire, the Dragon." Before he could finish, the entire bridge shook violently, and the floor began to collapse. The Holy Wings Legion flagship, the T4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship, fell. Meanwhile, the Holy Radiance Empire Legion fleet en route for support lost communication with the Holy Wings Legion. What happened? We could barely hear a few words, and then the communication was cut off. The Legion commander frowned, reprimanding the communications officer. "I don't know either." After sending a distress signal, the Holy Wings Legion lost contact. "We barely managed to connect using the most primitive communication methods, but it was suddenly interrupted." The other side said something, but due to unstable signals, it was unclear. "If you need, we can spend a few minutes repairing this communication segment," the communications officer explained helplessly. "Hurry up. The console is waiting for my report," the commander urged. The commander glanced at the navigation route. They were 3 minutes away from entering the observation coordinate area. Unknown dangers loomed, and they had no idea what they were about to face. "Deploy battle formations and prepare for combat. Also, notify the other fleet divisions to synchronize with us." The commander's voice echoed through the bridge, resolute and powerful. He then swept his gaze over the display screens on the bridge, which showed the information of the 8 supporting fleets of the Holy Radiance Empire following the mover 24,000 interstellar warships, a formidable force. This was just the first wave of reinforcements responding to the Saint Wing Legion's distress signal, with more support on the way. As the commander closely monitored the radar scans, a sudden video window popped up on the main screen, startling him. Upon recognizing the face on the screen, he immediately straightened up and gave a sharp salute. "Chancellor," he said respectfully. Chancellor Ernest's face appeared stern on the screen. "I've been unable to reach the Saint Wing Legion. Do you have any updates?" The commander quickly responded, "Chancellor, we briefly made contact with the Saint Wing Legion's flagship a moment ago, but the communication was lost after a few seconds. Due to poor signal quality, we couldn't make out their message clearly. We are currently working on technical repairs. Our fleet will reach the last known coordinates of the Saint Wing Legion within a minute. We will report any findings immediately." Chancellor Ernest nodded, his expression grave. "Understood. Keep me informed. I need to know what happened to the Saint Wing Legion." "Yes, sir." As the commander replied, his deputy rushed over. "Commander, we've restored the communication content. Would you like to hear it?" "Play it," the commander ordered curtly. Noticing the chancellor on the screen, the deputy quickly saluted. The commander gave him a stern look and urged, "Didn't you hear the chancellor? Play the restored communication now." "Yes, sir." The deputy operated the controls, and soon, a chilling voice echoed through the bridge. It was a man's terrified scream, filled with despair and fear. "Stay away! Run! Run! All Holy Radiance Empire warships, retreat at full speed. Leave this place. Evacuate the Warhammer. Notify the Empire immediately." The Scourge. The communication abruptly ended, leaving the bridge in dead silence. The commander and Chancellor Ernest exchanged looks, momentarily at a loss for words. Chancellor Ernest broke the silence. "Have you confirmed the identity of the voice? Was it the commander of the Saint Wing Legion?" The deputy immediately replied, "Yes, sir, the identity has been verified." Chancellor Ernest frowned in deep thought. This situation was highly unusual. A commander of the Holy Legion in such a state of panic, mentioning retreat, the Warhammer, and the Scourge. What could all this mean? As they pondered, the navigation officer reported, "We've entered the coordinates of the Saint Wing Legion's last transmission, but there's no signal from any interstellar warships." Awaiting orders, the commander hesitated, looking at Chancellor Ernest, who decisively commanded, "Investigate what happened to the Saint Wing Legion." The commander took a deep breath and began to issue orders. "Maintain battle readiness at level 1. Activate all radars, deploy all interstellar reconnaissance drones. Notify the other fleet divisions to maintain formation and prepare for emergency maneuvers. Time ticked by, and an eerie tension enveloped the fleet. Suddenly, the deputy, pale-faced, reported, "Commander, we've detected an anomaly ahead, possibly related to the St. Wing Legion. Stop wasting time, put it on the main screen now," the commander barked. Several video feeds appeared on the main screen. Both the commander and Chancellor Ernest's eyes widened in shock. Floating in the distant space were countless wrecked warships, like a massive graveyard in the void. "Scan the debris and confirm the details," the commander ordered immediately. The deputy quickly approached with the scan results, but the commander raised a hand to stop him. "No need to say it. I can see it." His voice trembled slightly as he stared at a close-up on the screen. A T-4 Retribution Angel-class heavy interstellar battleship. Though shattered, its distinctive silhouette was still recognizable. At that moment, they noticed a shadowy figure looming behind the debris field. It appeared to be an unknown interstellar vessel, silently hovering in the distance, as if waiting for something. On the bridge of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, a thrilling battle had just concluded. In mere minutes, news arrived that the Holy Wing Legion's fleet had been annihilated, causing an uproar across the bridge. The young crew members couldn't contain their excitement. Some cheered, while others cried tears of joy. This was their first victory since leaving the Goddess Academy and boarding a combat starship. Reflecting on the theoretical courses and simulation training arranged by Principal Xiong, they realized that despite the excellent conditions, nothing could compare to the real battlefield. However, the celebratory atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a stern reprimand. "What do you think you're doing?" Principal Xiong's voice cut through the excitement like a cold shower. "Don't forget where you are. This isn't the training room or the academy. How many times have I taught you? Until the captain declares the battle over, you must remain vigilant and focused on your duties." The bridge fell silent, and the officers shrank back, casting wary glances at Principal Xiong. Despite some having held significant positions on the Xiaolong interstellar battleship, within the Xiaolong hierarchy, Principal Xiong's rank was among the top 10. Realizing she had overstepped, Principal Xiong looked apologetically at Captain Xue Xiao on the command platform. "I apologize, Captain. I was out of line." Captain Xue Xiao waved it off. "No worries, no worries." She suppressed her own excitement and ordered, "Check the operational status of all starship systems immediately." "Aye, Captain." The crew quickly returned to their stations. As the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts made in battle, Captain Xue Xiao couldn't afford to overlook any potential issues and had to be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, Chief Engineer Annie appeared unusually relaxed. She had set up a small table in a corner of the bridge, laden with various foods, including a self-heating hot pot. On a nearby rack, a pot of simmering beef was steaming. Commander Zhao Chun couldn't help but twitch at the sight, while Annie seemed oblivious, only feeling an inexplicable chill. She soon attributed it to hunger and pulled out a half-human-sized mini-robot, instructing it to fetch more food from the starship's dining hall. Report, a bridge officer reported to Captain Xue Xiao. "Aside from the 50-core energy depletion due to using the Hades domain, all other systems are functioning normally. Estimated full recovery in 100 minutes. Captain Xue Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and approached Commander Zhao Chun. "Commander, reporting. The T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought has completed its first mission, annihilating 3,000 starships of the Holy Wing Legion. Our starship remains undamaged. Please advise." Commander Zhao Chun nodded with satisfaction. "How much of our star shield energy was depleted?" "We're currently at 31 remaining," Xue Xiao replied proudly. "How long will it take to replenish?" Zhao Chun continued. Xue Xiao was momentarily speechless. Only one person knew the answer best: the chief engineer, Annie, who was still focused on her beef hot pot. Prompted by Principal Xiong, Annie finally snapped out of it. She detailed the 3 methods for star shield restoration: returning to the starport, relying on a supply ship, and using the Hades core energy. The latter was a unique advantage of the T-5 Hades class, capable of replenishing 70 of the star shield energy within 7 minutes if fully utilized. Annie added that unless in a non-combat state with no subsequent missions, the Hades core wouldn't be fully allocated to the star shield system to avoid impacting the energy needs of the weapon modules. She likened the Hades core system to a constantly replenishing spring, with the energy consumption of conventional weapons roughly matching the spring's output. Finally, Annie emphasized that according to the Hades Captain's Code, the core system's energy reserves should not fall below the critical threshold of 10 to ensure preparedness for any emergencies. Annie was stressing the issue of energy replenishment when the star shield is activated, while Zhao Chun inquired about the energy consumption of the underworld domain. Annie nodded in confirmation and explained that the underworld domain is one of the 2 special attack modes of the T-5 underworld-class interstellar dreadnought. There are 2 ways to use it: either releasing it centered on the underworld itself, or deploying it to a designated area within range. She detailed the pros, cons, and impact range of both methods. Zhao Qin interrupted Annie's technical explanation, and although she felt a bit annoyed, she patiently answered Zhao Qin's question about the other attack mode. She explained that activating the other mode consumes 30 of the core energy and has a 10-minute cooldown. Just as Annie was about to enjoy her meal, an alarm sounded, warning that the fleet of the Holy Radiance Empire was approaching. Reluctantly, Annie put down her chopsticks, feeling frustrated but helpless. Zhao Qin immediately ordered Xue Xiaoxiao to confirm the status of the enemy fleet. They quickly learned that 8 fleets with a total of over 24,000 interstellar warships were approaching. Zhao Qin decided to use the other attack mode and let the enemy come closer. Xue Xiaoxiao excitedly carried out the order, patiently waiting for the enemy ships to enter the optimal attack range. Despite the enemy's probing attacks causing the star shield's energy to gradually decrease, she followed the plan. Finally, the moment arrived. Xue Xiaoxiao ordered the activation of the Sword of the Underworld attack mode. With the authorization complete, the bow of the underworld began to split open, revealing a massive cannon that extended outward, entwined in black and gold, with dazzling energy particles flickering. It resembled a sword about to be unsheathed, intimidating the fleet of the Holy Radiance Empire opposite them. Report, we've detected an extremely high energy reaction from the enemy ship. An officer urgently reported to the commander, his voice filled with anxiety. This far exceeds the threshold of our onboard detection equipment. The commander looked at the officer in disbelief, furrowing his brow. Is it possible our equipment is malfunctioning? Are the readings the same on other ships? A high energy reaction is one thing, but exceeding the detection threshold seems a bit exaggerated. No, sir. The adjutant interjected firmly. Just moments ago, other starships reported the same findings. This left the commander completely bewildered. He scanned the bridge, searching for a reasonable explanation. What is going on here? This massive ship that was just taking hits like a ghost ship suddenly emits such a powerful energy reaction. Ernest, the governor communicating via video, inquired, what exactly is the threshold of our detection equipment? The commander instinctively turned to the officer in charge of this area. The officer hastily responded, his voice trembling slightly, well, it's roughly 30 times the energy intensity of our T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy star battlecruiser's main cannon. And since it's beyond our threshold, we can't measure the exact energy level of the enemy's weapon. Only large-scale energy detection equipment can provide detailed data. Both the commander and Governor Ernest were stunned by this number. Their pride, the T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy star battlecruiser, seemed insignificant in comparison. The enemy's shot was at least 30 times more powerful, and the exact figure remained unknown. Governor Ernest immediately issued an order, his voice tinged with urgency. Quick, full retreat. Order all starships to leave the battlefield immediately and avoid that unidentified ship. A thought crossed his mind. Now it makes sense why the Holy Wings fleet was completely annihilated. It must have been this mysterious giant ship. However, the commander had a different opinion. He spoke gravely, Governor. We have nearly 25,000 starships. The enemy has only one. No matter how powerful its weapons are, it can't threaten our 25,000 starships. I believe this is our best chance to understand and possibly eliminate this mysterious giant ship. It just fought the Holy Wings fleet, so it can't be unscathed. We should continue the battle. Governor Ernest was furious, shouting, are you out of your mind? Or are all members of the Falcon Corps idiots? His voice was filled with disdain and anger. That ship has been sitting here, and it has been several minutes since the battle with the Holy Wings fleet ended. It had enough time to retreat or for the Falcon Corps fleet to support it. So why didn't they retreat? Why are they waiting for your reinforcements? The governor's tone grew harsher. Don't forget the Falcon Corps' T4 class stealth reconnaissance starship. Your every move is under their watch. They likely knew your reinforcements were coming. So why didn't they retreat? Governor Ernest's face darkened as he delivered his final words. Because that mysterious giant ship is confident it can face your 25,000 starships. I don't know where this confidence comes from, but my gut tells me you must retreat immediately. Despite his internal resistance, the commander issued the retreat order. 25,000 starships began to adjust their course to withdraw. At that moment, a massive purple-gold beam shot out from the front of the mysterious giant ship, instantly engulfing part of the Holy Radiance Empire fleet on the left wing. The entire bridge fell into an eerie silence. The scene grew even more terrifying as the purple-gold beam moved visibly, sweeping in a fan-shaped arc from the mysterious giant ship. Wherever it passed, starships were obliterated into dust. Governor Ernest stood up, visibly distressed, and immediately ordered the event to be recorded. He watched in disbelief as a T4 Punisher Angel-class heavy star battlecruiser, protected by its star shield, was engulfed by the purple-gold beam. Initially, the ship seemed like a small boat fighting against a waterfall, but within moments, the star shield dissipated, and the ship vanished into nothingness under the beam's force. Governor Ernest's emotions were complex as he silently observed the destruction. The purple-gold beam swept through his fleet like a tidal wave, leaving behind only debris from the Holy Radiance Empire's starships. Amid the panicked cries on the bridge, the video feed abruptly cut off. Governor Ernest sat in his chair, unable to calm down, the horrific scene of annihilation replaying in his mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, he summoned his subordinate. The subordinate was shocked to see the governor's pale face and soaked clothing. Find a way to contact those 8 fleet groups. The governor's bloodshot eyes and trembling voice conveyed his desperation. The subordinate quickly returned with shocking news. Governor, we can't reach the flagships of the 8 fleet groups you mentioned. Keep trying. Governor Ernest roared, pounding the table. Contact every single starship under those 8 fleets. He seemed to be masking his fear and despair with his anger. Ernest, the consul, paced back and forth in his office, visibly agitated. His adjutant was busy trying to contact the 8 Legion fleets, only to receive constant reports of failed connections. An ominous feeling hung in the air. Suddenly, Ernest stopped abruptly and turned to his adjutant, his eyes blazing. Relay my orders immediately. All Holy Radiance Empire expedition fleets on the front lines are to cease all military operations. Those currently engaged in combat must withdraw from the battlefield and await further instructions at a safe location. The adjutant's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Sir, we are fighting alongside the Warhammer Coalition, especially in the Black Tiger sector. Unilateral cessation of action will definitely affect. I don't care about the consequences. Ernest interrupted sharply, his eyes bloodshot. The interests of the Holy Radiance Empire come above all else. Execute the order. Swallowing hard, the adjutant hurried away to relay the command. Just then, a piece of good news arrived. Consul, we have made contact with one of the starships, the adjutant reported excitedly. Patch it through to me. Ernest ordered immediately. A video window appeared before Ernest, showing a visibly distressed captain. Consul, sir, the captain stammered. Report the situation. Ernest demanded sternly. The captain broke down, sobbing. It's terrifying. That starship. No, that beast. It fired a horrifying purple-gold beam, and every ship hit by it was instantly obliterated. It can even move laterally, like a sword sweeping through the stars. Our fleet is in shambles. Ernest cut him off. What are the losses? The captain hesitated, his voice trembling even more. Our legion had 3,000 ships. Only our supply ship survived. As for the other legions, I fear very few made it out. Ernest felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Nearly 25,000 starships annihilated in mere minutes? Although he had witnessed the terrifying scene himself, he held onto a sliver of hope until the confirmation. Now, that hope was completely shattered. After a moment of silence, Ernest decisively connected with the highest commanders in each war zone. All Holy Radiance Empire expedition fleets, cancel your current missions and withdraw from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation at full speed. Do not ask why, just execute immediately. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen and his team were awestruck by the might of the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. So this is the Sword of Hades? Xiang exclaimed. Although she had read about it, witnessing its power firsthand was still unbelievable. Report, the Sword of Hades has completed its attack, consuming 52 of the core energy reserves. Currently, 16 remains. According to reconnaissance, all but a dozen enemy ships have been destroyed, a subordinate reported to Xue Xiaoxiao. Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her chest heaving. This was the superweapon of her dreams. A single strike wiping out 25,000 starships, far surpassing her previous favorite, the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship. Watching the colossal cannon retract and return to its original position, Xue Xiaoxiao silently vowed to stand by the Hades for the rest of her life. Annie explained nearby. The Sword of Hades is a sustained output energy cannon that can move laterally during firing. However, the ship itself cannot move while firing, and there is a range limitation. The Hades Field and the Sword of Hades are the 2 trump cards of this T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. After hearing this, Zhao Chen finally understood why only one of these interstellar warships could be built. It was simply too powerful. The core of the Hades matrix was its foundation, and Zhao Chen suspected it even surpassed T5 level technology. Without this formidable heart, it would be impossible to drive such a terrifying beast. No wonder it's a T5 class starship. Just one of these has the combat power equivalent to an entire fleet formation. Principal Xiang exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhao Chen shook his head slightly, his tone calm but tinged with caution. It's not that exaggerated. The main reason is that this is the debut of the Pluto, and the enemy knows nothing about our capabilities, while we have full knowledge of their movements. The next battle involving the Pluto won't be this easy. The enemy will be prepared. Xiong Xiangxiang nodded thoughtfully. That's true. However, the deterrence displayed by the Pluto is enough to make many opponents think twice. Hee hee hee. Shui Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the Pluto. If the enemy hadn't been so weak, I would have had the chance to test many more functions. Xiong Xiangxiang's thoughts drifted to the data on the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. She recalled the training modules for starfighter pilots and dockyard administrators, all integral parts of the Pluto's formidable power. Zhao Chun raised his hand to project a holographic image of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. The image was clear and adjustable, allowing for a detailed view of each section's functions and status, complete with comprehensive information. The data on the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought was staggering. Ship type: Interstellar Dreadnought. Technology level: T5. Star shield energy: 60 million units. Cruising speed: 1,000 star knots. Warp engine: level 9. Length: 118 kilometers. Mass: 9.888 million tons. Crew capacity: 100,000. The weapon systems were equally impressive. One Pluto's Sword Dreadnought class bow cannon single activation consumes at least 30 energy. 880 electromagnetic main cannons. 100 sets of Pluto drones, 300 drones per set. 3,000 Pluto-class interstellar fighters. 300 docks. Special features and equipment highlighted the Pluto's superiority. Pluto domain: can disrupt electronic devices within a certain range. Single activation consumes 50 energy. Space warp engine: allows for space warp. Single activation consumes at least 10 energy. Pluto matrix module: the energy core system of the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. Currently, the Pluto had only showcased its Pluto Sword and Pluto domain, along with the 880 electromagnetic main cannons in standard mode. Many other functions had yet to be utilized. In addition to its known weapon systems, the Pluto was equipped with a staggering number of T5 class interstellar drones and fighters. Though not matching the carrier starships in carrying capacity, the combat power of these T5 class weapons was enough to instill fear in the enemy. 30,000 T5 Pluto drones and 3,000 T5 Pluto class interstellar fighters, each one a formidable presence. Notably, the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought couldn't use T5 or lower stargates for warp travel. However, its own space warp engine compensated for this limitation, allowing it to warp to any location with the input of coordinates. The only restriction was energy consumption. A single activation required at least 10 of its reserve energy, with actual consumption varying based on distance and other factors. Although the Pluto could only warp itself, unlike the Hui Guang-class interstellar warp ship that could transport an entire fleet, its 300 docks offered another tactical possibility. These docks could carry a certain number of interstellar warships, releasing them upon arrival at the target location to form a powerful escort fleet. These 300 docks couldn't accommodate oversized warships like the T4 Qingyan Baling-class heavy interstellar armor battleship, T4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starship, or the T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship. However, they were ideal for T4-class interstellar frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and various auxiliary interstellar warships, providing great tactical flexibility. Considering this was the Pluto's maiden voyage, it wasn't possible to immediately equip it with 300 T4 class combat interstellar warships. To test the dock's performance and make the most of this opportunity, 300 T3 Virgo-class heavy interstellar supply ships were loaded into the docks before departure from the Xiaolong base. This not only saved time on Stargate usage, but also allowed for timely resupply of Xiaolong interstellar warships on the battlefield, achieving a dual benefit. Zhao Qin envisioned the future. If we can equip the Pluto with 300 T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers, it would be an unstoppable force on its own. Back to reality, Zhao Qin began to assign tasks for the next phase. All right, everyone, let's get to work. Xiao Xiao, you handle the maintenance of the Pluto and navigate it to the Xiaolong frontline base. Annie, compile the starship data from this operation. As the Pluto's first combat mission, this data is invaluable. Principal Xiong, I need you to train 2 more batches of Pluto crew members. For a long time, this T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought will be our Xiaolong Corps' trump card. We must ensure it is always ready for action, which means we need to have a rotation of crew members on standby at all times. Shui Xiaoxiao and Annie immediately got to work. Principal Xiong assured Commander Zhao that she would train 2 qualified batches of crew members for the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought in the shortest time possible. With 3 batches of crew members, whether for rotation or emergency situations, the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought could always maintain combat readiness. With its space warp capability, it could appear at any battlefield in an instant, providing powerful combat support. Zhao Chun gazed out of the porthole at the remnants of the sacred glorious Empire's starships, lost in thought. The emergence of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought would undoubtedly alter the balance within the Galactic Alliance. Any scenario was now possible. The worst-case scenario would be a full-scale alliance between the Sacred Glorious Empire and the Warhammer Old Guard, declaring war on the Xiaolong Corps. This thought caused Zhao Qin's brow to furrow, as he mentally prepared for the challenges ahead. The debut of the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating massive waves across the entire battlefield of the Warhammer United Star Nations. At the heart of this storm was undoubtedly the Black Tiger sector. Princess Leona was in the command center reviewing battle reports when a communications officer rushed in, disbelief written all over his face. "Your Highness, urgent news. The Holy Radiance Empire has completely withdrawn." "What?" Leona shot up from her seat, eyes wide with shock. Gasping for breath, the communications officer continued, "Some of the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary fleets have already reached our stargates. They ignored our attempts to stop them, forcibly demanding to use the gates and even threatening to use force. Under pressure, some gate guards have let them through. According to Stargate usage records, these expeditionary forces are retreating from our territory." Before he could finish, another aide burst into the command room, his face ashen. "Report. Latest status from the front line of the Black Tiger sector's first star system. The enemy fleet has suddenly increased in number, and Drakencor's starships have appeared. Our casualties are severe. Worse, the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces have not launched their promised attack. This has led some tribal forces to abandon their attack plans, causing chaos on the front lines." Leona felt a pounding headache after hearing the news. She couldn't fathom why a seemingly straightforward operation had spiraled into such a disaster. Gritting her teeth, she ordered, "Get me the Supreme Commander of the Holy Radiance Empire's Expeditionary Forces, Governor Ernest, immediately." The communications officer looked pained. "Your Highness, we've been trying to contact Governor Ernest, but there's been no response." Leona was furious, cursing, "That deceitful bastard. First, he delays the operation, and now he blatantly retreats. What is he playing at? What is the Holy Radiance Empire planning?" Taking a deep breath to control her anger, she commanded, "Issue an order to seal the borders of the Warhammer United Star Nations. All stargates are off-limits to the Holy Radiance Empire. If they want to pass through, their governor must contact me personally." The communications officer hesitated, cautiously asking, "Are you sure you want to issue this order?" Leona exploded. "What? Are you defying my orders now? Get moving." At that moment, a voice interrupted her outburst. "Hold it." A video window popped up, revealing the stern face of Princess Blanche. She scolded, "Are you out of your mind? Do you realize the consequences of your order? We're already fighting the Draken Corps and the rebels. If we go to war with the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces because of your order, do you think we don't have enough problems?" Leona retorted, "So we just let the Holy Radiance Empire break their promises and betray us? Do you know the damage they've caused us?" Blanche calmed down and said in a serious tone, "The priority now is to understand why the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces suddenly withdrew, and to minimize the impact on our frontline troops. Issue an order for all frontline fleets to cancel their current plans and retreat to safe zones immediately." Reluctantly, Leona nodded in agreement. Her plans for revenge were now in ruins, but she still declared fiercely, "If the Holy Radiance Empire doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, I will personally make sure those expeditionary forces pay for this." She turned to Blanche, "But we can't reach Ernest. I suspect he's doing this on purpose." Blanche rolled her eyes. "If you can't reach Ernest, contact their other high-ranking officers. Do you think we spent all that money on diplomacy for nothing? Remember, don't let your anger cloud your judgment. Always consider the consequences before issuing orders." Leona huffed, "Fine. You better find out what's going on quickly." 10 minutes later, Blanche contacted Leona again, her face unusually grave. Leona had never seen her sister look so distressed and asked, "What's the situation with the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces?" Blanche's eyes were filled with complexity as she spoke softly. "I contacted the High Command of the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces through private channels. Most of them refused to talk for various reasons. However, from one close contact, I obtained crucial information." She paused before continuing. "On the battlefield targeting the Draken frontline base, the Holy Wing Corps was completely annihilated. Subsequently, 8 fleets of the Holy Radiance Empire were also wiped out." Leona was stunned. "The Holy Wing Corps? Isn't that one of the Holy Radiance Empire's top 10 elite corps? How could they be annihilated just like that? And 8 fleets? That's 25,000 starships, gone just like that? Did the Draken Corps amass multiple fleets to ambush them?" Blanche shook her head. "The Draken Corps only sent 1 fleet to support the Draken frontline base. The Holy Wing Corps and those 8 fleets were destroyed by a single starship." Leona was dumbfounded, taking a moment to process. "One? Are you sure I heard that right?" Blanche nodded. "Yes, just 1 starship. Impossible," Leona exclaimed. How could one starship decimate an elite corps and 8 fleets unless it was... It was a T5 class starship, Blanche confirmed. Leona's expression froze. At that moment, both Leona and Blanche's communication devices rang simultaneously. They opened the messages, their faces reflecting utter disbelief, as if they couldn't accept what they were seeing. T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought bridge, Xiaolong frontline base report. The Allied forces of Warhammer are retreating from the battlefield. The communications officer reports that Medusa, the commander of the 6th Legion, is requesting orders on whether to pursue and eliminate them. Zhao Chun furrowed his brows in slight surprise. He had already been informed of the Holy Radiant Empire's expeditionary force retreating, which was expected. The deterrent power of the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought must have forced their consul to withdraw. However, the retreat of the Warhammer Allied forces was unexpected. Just as Zhao Chun was pondering, a video window suddenly popped up. It was his secretary, Lilith. Despite being responsible for the logistics and management of the Xiaolong Legion and not being physically present, she handled most of the affairs. Direct contact at this moment meant something urgent. "Commander, we have a major situation," Lilith said, setting a tense atmosphere from the start. Zhao Chun was about to inquire further when his handheld terminal flashed, showing that Charlotte was contacting him. He opened it, and another video window appeared. "Commander, something terrible has happened with Warhammer," Charlotte said, her tone filled with urgency. Zhao Chun looked at both of them in astonishment. "Are you two talking about the same issue?" Charlotte noticed Lilith in the other window. Lilith shook her head and said, "I'm talking about the Holy Radiant Empire." This made Zhao Chun even more confused. How could both the Holy Radiant Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation face major incidents simultaneously? Judging by their expressions, the situation seemed dire. "Let's go in order. Lilith, you go first," Zhao Chun decided. Lilith then dropped a bombshell. A level 5 permanent cosmic insect nest has appeared in the central star sector of the Holy Radiant Empire. Zhao Chun immediately tensed up. A level 5 cosmic insect nest had never appeared in the history of the Galactic Alliance, much less a permanent one. He recalled the permanent level 4 cosmic insect nest that appeared in the Shuiyan star sector during the Xingyao Empire's civil war, which still required long-term military presence and periodic clearing of the emerging insect fleets. If it weren't for the Beiyin group under Xiaolong supplying interstellar warships to the Xingyao Empire, it would have been a tremendous burden. And now, a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest had appeared in the central star sector of the Holy Radiant Empire? Even Charlotte was shocked by the news. How did this happen? How could it appear so suddenly? Zhao Chun was baffled, his mind racing with various possibilities. Lilith continued, "According to intelligence, insect eggs appeared in the central region of the Holy Radiant Empire. These are likely the 9 missing insect eggs we've been investigating." Zhao Chen's expression darkened as he recalled his last conversation with Qin Longqing about the mysterious doctor and the so-called insect egg technology. Qin Longqing had mentioned that due to limited materials, the doctor had only created 10 insect eggs. After detonating one in the second star system of the Shuiyan sector, the remaining 9 had always been a ticking time bomb in Zhao Chen's mind. Even during this military operation against Warhammer, he had ordered the Xingyao Empire to continue investigating the 9 missing insect eggs. "Do we have detailed intelligence?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith responded, "The details are still unclear, but based on the intelligence, it seems that the mysterious doctor took the 9 insect eggs to the Holy Radiant Empire. During the process, there may have been cooperation from someone or some faction, likely within the Holy Radiant Empire. The center of the level 5 cosmic insect nest is an interstellar research institute, where the doctor might have developed the relevant technology. Another piece of intelligence indicates that 9 cosmic insect nests appeared simultaneously in that star sector, and then merged into the current permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest. This should be the new technology developed by the mysterious doctor." Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes. This explanation seemed plausible. The only question was, what was the mysterious doctor's ultimate goal? From Beiyin King Qin Shaotian to the Holy Radiant Empire, what was this guy scheming? What's the Holy Radiant Empire doing about this? Zhao Chun asked, guessing that the situation must be chaotic over there. He recalled that the level 4 cosmic insect nest in the Shuiyan star sector was only brought under control with his help. The impact of a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest would be unimaginable. The key difference between level 4 and level 5 nests is that while the empires have T4 interstellar warships to deal with T4 insect motherships, a level 5 nest could spawn T5 insect motherships. Zhao Chen had struggled to deal with a quasi-T5 insect mothership under human control. A true T5 insect mothership would have been beyond his and the Xiaolong Legion's capabilities. Worse still, this level 5 nest was permanently active, and no one knew how many T5 insect motherships might emerge. Even without the threat of T5 motherships, the sheer number of T4 motherships and other insect fleets would be enough to throw the Holy Radiant Empire into chaos. In the face of this situation, Zhao Chun felt no schadenfreude but rather deep concern. Although he might have quietly rejoiced and even celebrated with a hot pot upon seeing the Holy Radiant Empire in trouble under other circumstances, he understood the interstellar insects were a common enemy for all interstellar species. If the Holy Radiant Empire fell, the Xingyao Empire would be next. No one could escape. This sudden development completely disrupted Zhao Qin's current battle plans. He rubbed his temples and turned to Charlotte. Charlotte, what's your news? Zhao Qin thought there couldn't be anything more urgent than the situation with the Holy Radiant Empire. The Dragon Tribe's chieftain and the current ruler of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, the Dragon Emperor, is dead, Charlotte said gravely. Zhao Qin's expression suddenly froze, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor is gone, he murmured, turning his gaze to Charlotte. Our Pluto hasn't even set sail yet. How could this happen? What's going on? Charlotte took a deep breath and began to explain. Commander, do you remember the Deer King I mentioned before? The one who was one of the founding leaders of the Revolutionary Army, who left with those who didn't support you? Zhao Qin nodded, recalling the past. When the Revolutionary Army split, the Deer King, although internally supportive of Charlotte, chose to leave with the dissenters to accommodate them and temporarily withdrew from the army. They went to the northern regions of the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth, right? Zhao Qin asked. Because it's remote and we had conflicts with Warhammer, we rarely heard any news from there. Why bring him up now? Charlotte looked directly into Zhao Qin's eyes, her tone heavy. The news of the Dragon Emperor's death came from the Deer King. He contacted me directly. Zhao Qin's brows furrowed, signaling Charlotte to continue. Her intel was far more detailed than what Lilith had gathered from the Holy Radiance Empire, given it came from someone directly involved, the Deer King. Charlotte began her story. This started a few months ago. The northern region of Warhammer was originally controlled by the Mech clan, but after they withdrew, they left vast unexplored areas. The Dragon Emperor had ordered a ban on any tribe expanding in that direction. The Dragon Tribe's territory covered the entire northern border, preventing other tribes from developing there. The Deer King and his forces managed to bypass the Dragon Tribe's territory and entered the starfields beyond the northern regions of Warhammer. They proceeded cautiously, heading towards Mech clan territory, and discovered a special route. On one side was the Mech clan's domain, and on the other side was a star field in a state of interstellar disaster, like a narrow path along the edge of a cliff. Charlotte continued describing their discovery. They found some barren star systems along the way, barely sufficient for resupplying energy. Eventually, they discovered a star field with signs of life. But upon entering, they were horrified to find it was not a thriving place but a living hell. Charlotte's gaze grew solemn. According to the Deer King, they discovered the Demon Clan recorded in the Galactic Alliance's archives and numerous slave planets. Even more terrifying was that the Demon Clan had equipped their T4-class interstellar warships with energy cores, powered by intelligent life forms. Zhao Qin and Lilith both looked shocked. Lilith covered her mouth in horror, while Zhao Qin fell into deep thought. He slowly analyzed. In theory, life itself is an energy form. For example, scientists have extracted energy from plants, and the Zerg's biological starships operate on a similar principle. But this technology is rejected by most races due to its low cost effectiveness, and no one wants to develop it. Using such technology would make them enemies with all interstellar races. Zhao Qin turned to Charlotte and pressed further. How did the Dragon Emperor die? Charlotte continued her account. The Deer King, realizing the vast power disparity after seeing the Demon Clan's terrifying starship technology, decided to retreat and report the news. The star field contained numerous slave planets, essentially farms, for the Demon Clan, providing fuel for their interstellar warships. The Deer King feared that if the Demon Clan discovered a route to the populous Warhammer, the consequences would be dire. He also found that the Demon Clan was assembling fleets in multiple military ports, seemingly preparing for an invasion. When the Deer King and his team returned, they were discovered by the Dragon Tribe's fleet. This time, he chose not to flee but to surrender, requesting to see the Dragon Emperor and report the critical situation. To him, internal conflicts within Warhammer were a family matter, but the Demon Clan's threat concerned the survival of the entire Warhammer. Zhao Qin frowned and asked, "When did this happen?" 2 months ago, Charlotte replied. Zhao Qin was surprised. 2 months ago? We were still in the Starshine Empire then. Why didn't the Dragon Tribe announce this? Did the Deer King not meet the Dragon Emperor? Charlotte shook her head and dropped another bombshell. The Deer King met the Dragon Emperor and informed him of the situation. But the Dragon Emperor already knew about the Demon Clan's terrifying fleet and chose to keep it a secret. According to Grandpa Lu, when he met with the Dragon Emperor and informed him about the demon race, the Dragon Emperor did not seem particularly surprised. The Dragon Emperor revealed that he had long been aware of the existence and threat of the demon race. Before the mechanical race withdrew, the Dragon Emperor had dispatched small reconnaissance fleets multiple times to traverse the mechanical race's controlled areas in search of opportunities to collaborate with other interstellar civilizations, hoping to acquire more advanced technology. After the efforts of several reconnaissance fleets, one finally returned with unsettling news. They discovered that on the other side of the mechanical race's territory lay the domain of the legendary demon race. Even more concerning was that the current demon race was vastly different from the one that had previously interacted with the Galactic Alliance. They were developing and using a sinister technology using living beings as fuel for their starships, which was exactly what Grandpa Lu had learned. The Dragon Emperor immediately realized that a demon race with such technology must be extremely aggressive. Fortunately, at the time, the mechanical race served as a natural barrier between the two races, effectively becoming a protective line for the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. However, who could have predicted that the mechanical race would suddenly withdraw, leaving behind a narrow and concealed passage between the demon race and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation? As soon as the mechanical race withdrew, the Dragon Emperor secretly investigated and quickly discovered the hidden route. He realized that the threat from the demon race could descend upon the Warhammer Interstellar Federation at any moment. However, instead of making this information public, the Dragon Emperor chose to keep it secret. Hearing this, Zhao Qin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Through the video window, Lilith speculated, could it be that the Dragon Emperor thought spreading this news would have negative consequences? Charlotte nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's something like that. The Dragon Emperor secretly formed a staff department to deal with the demon race and conducted multiple simulated battles. The results showed that even if the Warhammer Interstellar Federation went all out, they still wouldn't be a match for the demon race. Moreover, if the news of the demon race threat were made public, it could cause panic and unrest in certain regions, affecting a wider area. After listening, Zhao Qin finally understood the Dragon Emperor's predicament. It was like a planet's president knowing that their world was about to face an apocalypse with little chance of survival. At that moment, should they choose to reveal the truth, risking the ensuing panic and social turmoil, or keep it hidden, allowing the population to face the end unknowingly while secretly gathering elites to find a solution? The Dragon Emperor chose the latter. Zhao Qin asked, the Dragon Emperor wouldn't just sit and wait for death, would he? He must have had a plan, right? Lilith replied, indeed, there was a plan, and it was already being executed. Unfortunately, we happened to disrupt it. Zhao Qin realized, the Dragon Emperor intended to unify Warhammer, dismantling the existing Federation system to establish a new Warhammer controlled by the Dragon Tribe. This way, he could mobilize all of Warhammer's resources to confront the future threat of the demon race. Charlotte nodded and continued, exactly. According to the simulations conducted by the Dragon Emperor's staff, the only viable solution was to fully develop the Warhammer Interstellar Federation's potential before the demon race threat arrived. However, under the original Federation system, reaching a consensus was difficult, much like the current state of the Warhammer Alliance. So, the Dragon Emperor decided to establish a Warhammer entirely under his control, mobilizing all internal resources to initiate a rapid development era and prepare for war. In the Dragon Tribe's top-secret archives, related plans already existed. It's said that in those plans, the Dragon Emperor even intended to allocate 80 of future Warhammer's annual revenue to military expenses, and if necessary, initiate a full-scale war mobilization. An 80 military budget was a staggering figure. Apart from small factions like Zhao Qin's, other empires couldn't possibly allocate such a high percentage of their annual revenue to the military. Zhao Qin knew that the Starshine Empire's military budget was 30, and the Holy Radiance Empire's was 20. Although the percentage was low, the actual military budget was substantial due to their high total revenue. At that time, Warhammer's military budget was already at 40. Now, planning to increase it to 80 meant transforming Warhammer into a purely military empire, a formidable interstellar power always ready for war. This was undoubtedly a risky move. Any misstep could lead to the collapse of such a purely military empire. However, in the face of the demon race threat, it might be the most effective countermeasure. The only other option might be mass migration, but who would willingly abandon everything here unless absolutely necessary? Zhao Qin then asked, so how did the Dragon Emperor die? We've talked about so much, but we still don't know how he met his end. Charlotte answered, just half a day ago, a demon fleet appeared outside the northern territory of the Dragon Tribe. Remember those 5 missing dragon fleets you mentioned earlier? The Dragon Emperor had deployed them outside the northern territory as a precaution. Upon discovering the demon fleet, the Dragon Emperor attempted to ambush them. If they could defeat the vanguard of the demon fleet and block the entrance to that route, we would have the upper hand in future battles with the demon race. Zhao Qin nodded in understanding, realizing that those missing fleets had been waiting there. However, the outcome was unexpected. Charlotte said in a somber tone, the first wave of the demon fleet consisted of only about 30,000 ships, equivalent to the size of one dragon fleet group. Despite the Dragon Emperor personally leading the ambush, our forces were counterattacked by the demon fleet and nearly wiped out. Only a few starships managed to escape, and the Dragon Emperor's flagship was destroyed by the demon fleet. Zhao Qin asked in astonishment, 5 Dragon fleet groups ambushing 30,000 demon ships. That's 150,000 starships against 30,000. How did they lose so badly? Charlotte explained. According to the intelligence we received, the demon fleet was composed entirely of T3 and T4 class starships. Particularly in the T4 class, their numbers were astonishing. Out of the 30,000 starships, 3,000 were T4 class, making the fleet ratio an incredible 10-1. Zhao Chen fell silent, his brows furrowed. A fleet configuration of 10-1, consisting solely of T4 and T3 level starships, was a force even comparable to the current Xiaolong Legion. Images of 5 dragon fleets being massacred flashed through his mind. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, the dragon fleets could probably muster fewer than 300 T4 starships, not to mention 2 of them were only quasi-T4 level. Do we have any battlefield intelligence? Details on the demon fleet's losses and their next moves? Zhao Chen asked urgently, worry evident in his eyes. After all, this was the territory of the future Great White Cat, and he couldn't let these invaders run amok here. Charlotte shook her head. Battlefield intelligence is still unclear. The demon fleet's losses seem to be fewer than 3,000 starships. As for their next steps, Grandpa Lu Wang said he would keep in touch and inform us immediately. He told me this to urge us to stop our current civil war and prepare to face external threats. Zhao Chen quickly calculated 150,000 dragon ships for 3,000 demon ships, a nearly 50-10 loss ratio. He tried to imagine how his Xiaolong Legion would fare in such a scenario, but quickly abandoned the thought. There was too little intel on the demons. All they knew was that the demons employed elite fleet development strategies, equipped with a large number of T4 starships, and were extremely aggressive due to using sentient life forms as fuel. Lilith, Zhao Chen ordered decisively, dispatch a reconnaissance fleet to the northern border of the dragon territories, and if possible, into the demon territory itself. We need comprehensive intelligence on the demons as soon as possible. Also, initiate related operations in the Holy Radiance Empire. While these matters don't pose an immediate threat to the Starshine Empire, if the star insects and demons are left unchecked, the Starshine Empire will inevitably be affected. Lilith nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte and inquired about Grandpa Lu Wang's current situation. Charlotte explained that although Grandpa Lu Wang had been imprisoned by the Dragon Emperor, he had not been mistreated. Now free, he had decided to lead part of the revolutionary army to hold the northern border. He feared that if the demons invaded Warhammer, it would result in massive casualties. He also hoped to facilitate peace talks with the old powers of Warhammer to unite against external threats. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, encouraging her to share her thoughts. Without hesitation, Charlotte replied, I believe we can negotiate, but only if they agree to some of our conditions. We can tackle both the demon invasion and start controlling the actions of various Warhammer factions. Despite the short duration of this civil war, our strength has been fully demonstrated. With a T5 starship on our side, those wavering factions are likely to fully support us. Both Zhao Chen and Lilith agreed with Charlotte's assessment. Zhao Chen nodded. All right, proceed as you suggested. You have full authority over Warhammer matters. If you encounter any issues, come to me. After Charlotte left, Zhao Chen turned to Lilith. The current situation is delicate for us. We can't ignore the demon threat in Warhammer, nor can we overlook the permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest in the Holy Radiance Empire. However, crises also present opportunities, which might expedite our control over both empires. Besides the tasks I mentioned earlier, contact Saint Kana from the Holy Angel family. Lilith acknowledged the instructions. For both the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation, the threats were just emerging. Even though the Holy Radiance Empire had a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest, their arrogance would prevent them from accepting outside help, especially from the Xiaolong Legion, in the short term. The Holy Radiance Empire still had considerable military strength and could resist the star insects for a while, but their ultimate fate was sealed. The key factors would be when the T5 insect mothership appeared and the number of T4 motherships. Before that happened, they would never allow direct intervention from the Xiaolong Legion. Therefore, the Xiaolong Legion needed a proxy. In Warhammer, it was naturally Charlotte, and in the Holy Radiance Empire, the best choice was Saint Kana, the commander of the Holy Angel Legion, who had previous dealings with the Xiaolong Legion. Also, Zhao Chen added, I remember Qidong is also from the demon race. Although she left them some time ago, she might have some clues. Have a chat with her. After the video call ended, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and began to formulate the future strategic direction in his mind. The changes in the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation forced him to completely revise his original strategic plans. On September 15, 3034 of the galactic calendar, the internal conflict within the Warhammer Interstellar Union abruptly came to an unexpected halt. The Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces withdrew like a sudden storm. Initially, the retreat was orderly, but it accelerated dramatically following an emergency decree from the Empire. In less than 1/5 of the time it took them to arrive, the expeditionary forces hastily evacuated from the Warhammer Interstellar Union's territory. However, this hasty retreat was not without casualties. The Holy Wing Legion, one of the two legions of the Holy Radiance Empire, perished in the stars of Warhammer, while the other narrowly escaped. Out of the remaining 300,000 ships in the expeditionary fleet, the losses were severe. Nearly 50,000 interstellar warships were lost within a few days, a casualty rate approaching 20. Even more shocking were rumors that half of these losses were caused by a single legendary starship. In her memoirs, General Bai Lang lamented that she had originally planned to annihilate the remaining Holy Light Legion and destroy at least 100,000 of the Holy Radiance Empire's interstellar warships. However, this sudden turn of events thwarted her plans. In subsequent gatherings, General Bai Lang often grumbled, "The cooked duck flew away." Following the withdrawal of the Holy Radiance Empire's expeditionary forces, the war situation took a dramatic turn. The previously tense Warhammer Coalition and the Beast Alliance, formerly the Revolutionary Army, suddenly ceased hostilities. Without any public announcement, the Warhammer Coalition fully withdrew from the Beast Alliance-controlled areas, even returning the recently captured Black Tiger Star region. Notably, the Dragon Fleet Group retreated entirely to their tribal territories. The leadership of the Warhammer Coalition fell into an eerie silence. It wasn't until later that the public learned the truth of what had transpired. Faced with the Coalition's retreat, the Beast Alliance and the Xiaolong Legion did not pursue but instead watched coldly. Only a few retreating tribal fleets behaved inappropriately and were duly punished. Smaller tribal fleets, relying on the Dragon Tribe, dared not act rashly, especially after a typical incident was exposed, leading them to comply obediently. In this strange atmosphere, various factions within the Warhammer Interstellar Union were secretly maneuvering. The high-ranking members of the Dragon Tribe held a tense special meeting. Princess Leona, eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse, shouted, "Revenge! We must avenge! That demonic fleet dared to invade our Dragon Tribe and harm my father. They must pay with blood." Faced with Leona's outburst, the Dragon Tribe's leadership remained silent. Seeing this, Leona became even angrier, slamming the table and pointing at them. "You call yourselves elders and nobles of our Dragon Tribe? My father's body isn't even cold, and you feel no anger? Don't forget how much he valued you. Do you think you deserve his trust?" An elder of the Dragon Tribe responded solemnly, "Princess, we want revenge too. But the reality is, this enemy is very strong. With only 30,000 warships, they nearly annihilated our 5 Dragon fleet groups of 150,000 ships, causing only 3,000 losses to the enemy. The casualty ratio is a staggering 50-1. Acting rashly now is highly inappropriate." Leona was about to retort when a cold voice interrupted her. Blanche, staring coldly at her sister, said, "Leona, enough. I understand your emotions. But remember, you are a princess of the Dragon Tribe. Father is gone. Do you want to put our tribe in jeopardy because of your recklessness? Even if he were alive, he would not support your actions." Leona clenched her fists, struggling to control her anger, and gritted her teeth. "Then what do you suggest we do now?" Blanche looked around the room and said slowly, "I want to introduce someone to everyone." She pointed to the conference room door. The door opened, and a deer-head beast man walked in. Everyone recognized him, the former rebel leader, King Deer. Blanche stood up, personally helping King Deer to his seat, and respectfully said, "According to Father's last decree, King Deer is now one of our Dragon Tribe's advisors." Leona looked at Blanche suspiciously. "Why didn't I know about this decree?" Blanche produced a holographic storage device. "Because Father knew your temperament. In your impulsive state, you wouldn't follow his orders. His final decree is stored here, and was entrusted to me to announce first. Father also stated that King Deer could represent him in assisting us against the demonic threat." Leona snorted, took the device to verify, and confirmed her father's decree. Blanche turned to King Deer. "King Deer, please share your thoughts. We urgently need a plan for the Dragon Tribe's next steps." King Deer nodded, his gaze sweeping over the attendees, and said humbly, "You must be wondering why the Dragon King entrusted me with this responsibility. I'll be brief. I had visited the demonic side before and knew of their threat. When I returned, the Dragon King intercepted me. He had long been aware of the demons, but wanted to unify the Warhammer tribes first. Unfortunately, that plan failed. The Dragon King then detained me but shared much information, especially about the demons." King Deer placed a data chip on the conference table and pushed it forward. "I also have something important here. During the Dragon King's battle with the demonic fleet, I was present. He anticipated the battle would likely be lost, so he arranged for me to record the conflict and transmitted all battle reports to me before his flagship fell." King Deer's voice choked up. The attendees realized this data was the result of the Dragon King's sacrifice, providing crucial intelligence on the enemy fleet. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere as everyone stared at the data chip. Even Blanche, usually composed, couldn't help but avert her gaze to hide her emotions. Leona slammed her fists on the table, her face contorted with anger and sorrow. The Deer King chieftain spoke slowly. I'm entrusting this data chip to you. I believe this battle information will be of great help to you. Blanche quickly pocketed the chip, feeling its weight in her hand. Thank you, Deer King chieftain. We will use it wisely, she said, her voice trembling slightly. An elder from the dragon tribe broke the brief silence. Dear King Chieftain, has the Dragon Emperor left any words regarding our future strategy against the demon tribe? The Deer King Chieftain pointed to the recording device in Leona's hand. There is a segment with the Dragon Emperor's advice. Princess Leona, please play the 5th video file. Following his instructions, Leona activated the device, and a holographic projection appeared on the conference table. The Dragon Emperor sat solemnly in the captain's chair, his expression grave. When you see this video, I fear I may have already fallen in battle. The situation is likely dire. The Dragon Emperor's voice echoed in the room. The threat of the demon tribe is imminent, and my plan to unite Warhammer and muster all resources against them has failed. The only way to protect Warhammer and the Dragon tribe now is through negotiation. We must seek peace with the Beast Alliance and strive to collaborate with the Owl Dragon Legion. Peace talks? The suggestion left everyone with complicated expressions. Leona stood up abruptly, vehemently opposing. Why should we negotiate with the Beast Alliance, especially the Owl Dragon Legion? I disagree. If it weren't for them, Father's plan would have succeeded, and maybe this wouldn't have happened. Her voice choked with emotion, unable to continue. Blanche's sharp gaze fixed on Leona. Are you going to defy Father's will? Leona opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she stormed out of the room, her steps quick and agitated. Blanche was not surprised by her sister's reaction. She thought to herself that while Leona was skilled in commanding fleets, she still needed to hone her ability to handle complex situations. Let's continue our discussion, Blanche said, looking around the room, especially regarding the specifics of negotiating with the Beast Alliance and the Owl Dragon Legion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Qin's situation was looking promising. He was checking the system interface. T5 Mall Activation Task Completion. 70. Please follow the task prompts to make your choices. Upon completion, you will receive the corresponding task completion percentage. Once it reaches 100, the T5 system mall will be unlocked. The following options can be completed multiple times, with a time limit of 6 months. Option 1. Conquer the Siren Queen of the Siren Tribe, gaining 10 completion. Completed. Option 2. Conquer the Harpy Queen of the Harpy Tribe, gaining 10 completion. Completed. Option 3. Conquer the Spider Queen of the Arachnid Tribe, gaining 10 completion. Completed. Option 4. Conquer the Fox Queen of the Fox Tribe, gaining 20 completion. Completed. Zhao Qin's gaze shifted from the system interface to the two individuals standing respectfully before him. Siren Queen Mermaid Haina and Fox Queen Su Yaya. He noticed their conquest values had reached 100, likely because they had witnessed the power of the T5 Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought and recognized the current situation, fully aligning themselves with the Owl Dragon Legion. You should be grateful for making the right choice before the battle began, Zhao Qin said calmly. His agreement to meet them was not only due to the system tasks, but also because their early stance had influenced other tribes. Even though two major events later overshadowed their impact, their actions still warranted attention. You may leave now, Zhao Qin waved them off. Fox Queen Su Yaya gave Zhao Qin a deep look before leaving, knowing she had lost her advantage due to hesitation and would have to prove herself to improve her standing. Fortunately, her tribe, the Black Fox Tribe, had sided with the Owl Dragon Legion early on. After they left, Zhao Qin received a communication. The video window showed Charlotte and the Fox Chieftain. Commander, I'm here to report the latest developments with the Beast Alliance. Charlotte began directly. Go ahead, Zhao Qin said, listening to the report while opening a task window only he could see. Charlotte detailed how many tribal forces had proactively reached out, expressing their willingness to join their camp, and how they had been categorized and treated differently based on Zhao Qin's previous instructions. Zhao Qin simultaneously reviewed his annual task requirements. Task 1. Qin Ming's death completed. Task 2. Control at least 4-star regions of the Starshine Empire completed. Task 3. Control 4-star regions of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation completed. Black Tiger Star Region, Moon God Star Region, Canine Star Region, Holy Feather Star Region. The task to control 4 Warhammer Star regions was completed, including the earliest Black Tiger Star Region, the Holy Feather Star Region co-managed by the Harpy Tribe and the Golden Eagle Tribe, and the Moon God Star Region and Canine Star Region controlled by the Siren Tribe, Frost Wolf Tribe, Hyena Tribe, and Golden Leopard Tribe. These tribes were either severely weakened or had surrendered, bringing these star regions under Zhao Qin's control. As Zhao Qin reviewed, the annual task suddenly updated, adding a task 4. The system indicated that completing this task would finish the annual tasks and display generous rewards. Zhao Qin looked at this unexpected task and the enticing rewards, a gleam of eagerness in his eyes. The annual task list unfolded before Zhao Chun. Task 1, the death of Qin Ming. Task 2, control at least 4-star regions of the Starshine Empire. Task 3, control 4-star regions of the Warhammer Interstellar Union. Task 4, ensure that the territories of the Dragon Tribe and the Warhammer Interstellar Union are not overrun by the Demon Fleet by the end of the year. Zhao Chun paused at the last task, silently calculating the time. If an area is controlled by the Demon Fleet for more than 72 hours, it will be considered fallen, and the task will be deemed a failure. The reward for completing all 4 annual tasks was incredibly tempting for Zhao Chun, a T5 Galactic-class large industrial base. Compared to the current industrial technology of the Xiaolong Legion, which primarily relied on T4 Twin-Star class and T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, this industrial base represented a significant leap forward. Zhao Chun recalled the enormous resources and time invested in building the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and the T5 Creator-class starship, making him even more eager for this industrial base. Although an interstellar industrial base lacks the mobility of industrial ships, in the current stabilized foundation of the Xiaolong Legion, an advanced industrial base would greatly enhance the Legion's development. Zhao Chun calmed his excitement and turned his focus to the last quarterly task. With only half a month left until the end of the third quarter, the quarterly task required eliminating or subduing 20 major tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Union. Currently, only 9 had been dealt with, causing Zhao Chun to frown and realize the need to expedite actions. As Zhao Chun pondered his next move, Charlotte's voice brought him back to reality. Commander, the Dragon Tribe has sent a request for peace talks. How should we proceed? Zhao Chun quickly weighed the pros and cons. Proceed with the peace talks. Arrange it as soon as possible. He calculated in his mind, aiming to justifiably intervene in the Dragon Tribe's affairs while also seeking some gains, as the recent wars should not be in vain. Charlotte then mentioned the situation with Qitong. Zhao Chun nodded, agreeing to let Qitong contact the fleeing demon tribe for more information. He specifically instructed Charlotte to reassure Qitong not to feel any psychological burden due to the current situation, and that she could be reassigned to manage the insect-controlled area in the Shuiyan Star region if needed. In less than half a day, the peace talks had made progress. A 5-party meeting was about to take place, involving the Xiaolong Legion, the Beasts Alliance, the Dragon Tribe, the Giant Lion Tribe, and the Neutral Bear Tribe. The meeting was held via online holographic video. When Zhao Chun entered the virtual conference room, the other 4 representatives were already seated. Princess Blanche represented the Dragon Tribe, the chieftains of the Giant Lion Tribe and Bear Tribe, and Charlotte represented their respective forces. As soon as Zhao Chun appeared, he noticed the Bear Tribe chieftain winking at him. This straightforward bear still remembered the promise of commanding an elite fleet, making Zhao Chun both amused and exasperated. He internally quipped, "Are you seriously winking like this? It looks like there's something going on between us." Zhao Chun ignored the burly bear-like figure's suggestive behavior from across the room and went straight to the point with Blanche. "Princess Blanche, let's cut to the chase. How do you propose we negotiate?" Seeing Zhao Chun's direct approach, Blanche didn't beat around the bush either. She immediately laid out a series of pre-prepared conditions. She agreed to recognize the Beast Alliance's control over the 4 major star regions of Black Tiger, Moon God, Holy Feather, and Dog Tooth. Additionally, she promised not to pursue any tribal forces that had pledged allegiance to the Beast Alliance. She also proposed the establishment of a new Warhammer polity, allowing the Beast Alliance, represented by Charlotte, to occupy a certain number of seats. Blanche particularly emphasized the immediate threat posed by the Demon Tribe outside the northern territory of the Dragon Clan. She detailed the horrors of the Demon Tribe and insisted that, after the negotiations, both the Beast Alliance and the Xiaolong Legion must support the Dragon Clan in combating the Demon Tribe. After listening, Zhao Chun's face broke into a teasing smile. Noticing the amusement in his eyes, Blanche asked, "Lord Xiaolong, do you have any objections?" Zhao Chun stretched lazily and casually brought up a holographic projection, displaying the terms he had already prepared. He said nonchalantly, "We are aware of the Demon Tribe threat. Out of humanitarian considerations, we are willing to provide military aid to the Dragon Clan free of charge, deploying the Xiaolong Legion to protect their territory." Blanche was puzzled by this. She had assumed that military aid would be the biggest hurdle, but the other party agreed without hesitation. However, the following conditions were unsettling. "What? You want control of the Blood Ring Star region?" The Lion Tribe's chief was immediately alarmed upon seeing one of the conditions. Zhao Chun shrugged and continued, "Not just the Blood Ring Star region. We also want the Moganda Star region of the Black Wolf Tribe, the Warsong Star region of the Centaur Tribe, and the Beasthorn Star region of the War Sheep Tribe." This statement caused everyone present to turn pale. Princess Blanche said sternly, "Lord Xiaolong, I hope you will consider the practicalities. Even if I am willing to cede these regions to you, I cannot make decisions for these tribes. Do you wish to see them driven from their homes?" Zhao Chun crossed his arms and smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. As long as you agree and withdraw your troops, the rest will take care of itself. These tribes will thrive under the Beast Alliance's system, and their chiefs will make the right choices. At that moment, Zhao Chun received 3 messages. He glanced at his handheld terminal, a smile playing on his lips. Perfect timing. Let these tribe leaders tell you their decisions themselves. 3 video windows appeared in front of Blanche and the Lion tribe chief. First to appear was an elder from the Black Wolf tribe, who nervously announced their decision to join the Beast Alliance. Following him, the chiefs of the Centaur tribe and the War Sheep tribe also declared their voluntary allegiance to the Beast Alliance. Zhao Qin spread his arms, his smile tinged with a hint of threat. You both see this, right? These are the genuine opinions and decisions of their leaders. Now, do you want to continue discussing with me here? Or perhaps have a chat with my Xiaolong Legion? Or maybe you'd prefer a conversation with the legendary interstellar battleship? Princess Blanche and the Lion tribe chief felt like mere pawns in Zhao Qin's hands as he watched them with a mocking gaze, waiting for their response. In what appeared to be a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, Princess Blanche and the chieftain of the Great Lion tribe agreed to all of Zhao Qin's conditions. The representatives of the 3 parties sat around a massive star map table, each with a subtle expression on their face. We promise to withdraw all stationed troops from the Kagovern Star region within a week. Princess Blanche nodded gracefully, a fleeting hint of resignation in her eyes. Zhao Qin waved his hand generously. As for the various tribes, people who have immigrated here, we will not repatriate them, he thought to himself. After all, they would eventually become part of his big family. With the conclusion of this negotiation, of the original 20 major tribes, 12 had either submitted or been eliminated by Zhao Qin, with the exception of the Violent Bear tribe. Including the Violent Bear tribe, he would meet the task condition of 13, earning a bronze treasure chest. Zhao Qin did not want to obtain more task rewards, but considering the task deadline and the current situation, he decided to stop here. He knew that pushing the 2 before him too hard could lead to unnecessary conflict. Although this would not pose a significant threat to the Xiaolong Legion, Zhao Chun did not want to take any risks for the precious T5 Interstellar Industrial Base blueprint in the annual task. After consulting with Charlotte and Lilith, they unanimously agreed that the current conditions were the most suitable. They could get Blanche and the Great Lion Chieftain to agree while securing more benefits. Looking at the signed alliance contract, Zhao Qin smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together for a brighter future for Warhammer. Princess Blanche resisted the urge to roll her eyes, while the Great Lion Chieftain's mouth twitched continuously, secretly cursing. After adjusting her emotions, Princess Blanche spoke. Lord Xiaolong, now that we have met your conditions and signed the alliance contract, can we discuss other matters? Her gaze swept to the silent Charlotte, knowing that although Charlotte was the supreme leader of the Beast Alliance, the real power lay with this Xiaolong lord. Zhao Qin immediately dropped his playful demeanor, his eyes becoming sharp. You mean the battle with the demon fleet? He activated an interstellar sand table, displaying the northern territory of the Dragon tribe and its surrounding areas. Princess Blanche, let me confirm the intelligence. The known number of the demon fleet is over 27,000 ships. After a fierce battle with the Dragon fleet led by the Dragon Emperor, they did not continue to attack the Dragon territory but stationed and rested 2 or 3 star systems away from the northern territory. Is that correct? Zhao Chun pointed to the marked position of the demon fleet on the sand table. Princess Blanche looked at Zhao Chun in surprise, feeling the intense killing intent and battle spirit he exuded. That's correct. Zhao Chun continued. Considering the special and unknown nature of the demon fleet, I suggest establishing a defensive line in the northern border star system of the Dragon tribe, focusing on defense and looking for opportunities in subsequent battles. The Great Lion Chieftain interjected disdainfully. Why not attack directly? Doesn't your Xiaolong Legion have T5 interstellar warships? Are you afraid of losing to the demon fleet? Zhao Qin responded coldly. My fleet is indeed powerful, but I'm not an idiot. Recklessly attacking without understanding the enemy would only increase casualties. If you want to die, I'm not stopping you. The Great Lion Chieftain was momentarily speechless, realizing he had been mocked. Princess Blanche pondered for a moment and said, I agree with a defensive strategy, but this cannot rely solely on the Dragon tribe. I need a firm commitment from everyone. Her gaze swept over everyone present. As the Great Lion Chieftain hesitated on how to evade, Zhao Qin suddenly declared, Our Xiaolong Legion is willing to dispatch 5 fleet corps to station in the northern border star system of the Dragon tribe. We will bear all combat resource consumption. Rest assured, we swear to protect the Dragon tribe's territory and will not allow the demon fleet to invade any Dragon planet. This statement left the Great Lion Chieftain completely stunned. He looked at Zhao Chun in disbelief, thinking, Are you kidding me? Weren't you just at each other's throats with the Dragon tribe? How did you suddenly become their sworn protector? Upon hearing Zhao Qin's righteous speech, Princess Blanche's mind went blank. She blinked, unable to believe her ears. After confirming multiple times, her gaze landed on the chilling smile of the Lord of the Dragon. A shiver ran down her spine as she thought to herself, This man is behaving very strangely. If Zhao Qin knew the doubts in everyone's minds, he would feel extremely wronged. His words were sincere, and at least until the Endofire mission rewards were distributed, he wouldn't let the demon fleet set foot in the territory of the dragon tribe. Of course, I have some conditions, Zhao Chen added. The chieftain of the lion tribe narrowed his eyes, as if saying, I knew it. Princess Blanche, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this was more reasonable. What conditions? Princess Blanche asked, calculating that as long as it wasn't too excessive, she would agree. After all, the threat of the demon tribe was imminent. She had seen the last battlefield report left by her father and knew its terrors well. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Your dragon tribe's northern border has 5-star systems. We want to take over 2 of them, including the stargates and starports, to transport strategic supplies and station troops. These 2 star systems will be in a state of war, and their governance will follow my orders. I will have the highest enforcement authority over any disobedience. Additionally, when we use any stargates within the dragon territory, we will have priority, and you will cover the costs. That's all. After speaking, Zhao Chen waited for a response. Seeing the silence across the table, he asked, What? Is there a problem? That's all? Princess Blanche asked in surprise. Yes, that's all. Zhao Chen confirmed with a nod. Princess Blanche stared at the Lord of the Dragon in astonishment. Although taking over 2 star systems was significant, it was not unreasonable if it meant defending against the demon tribe. At worst, they could reinforce the rear star systems as a precaution. All right, I agree, Princess Blanche said with a hint of apprehension. At this moment, Charlotte spoke up. The Beast Alliance will join the Dragon Legion, committing at least 100,000 interstellar warships. Princess Blanche had no objections. In her view, the strength of the Beast Alliance was negligible. The key was the Dragon Legion. With 5 fleets and 15,000 warships from the Dragon Legion, it was sufficient. She then turned to the remaining 2 chieftains. The chieftain of the Bear tribe eagerly stated, I can take responsibility for 1-star system, sending 30 fleets and 90,000 warships. As a warlike tribe, they longed for a battle with the invaders. Seeing this, the chieftain of the Lion tribe had no choice but to declare, we will send 100,000 warships to jointly defend 1-star system with the Bear tribe. Thus, the defense arrangement for the 5 border star systems was settled. The Dragon Legion and Beast Alliance would defend 2, the Dragon tribe would defend 2, and the Lion and Bear tribes would jointly defend 1. Roughly estimating, at least 500,000 warships would be stationed along the northern border. As the meeting neared its end, Princess Blanche took out a data sheet with a solemn expression. Everyone, my father led 150,000 warships in the final battle against the demon tribe. Although he was defeated, he left behind valuable battle data. I am willing to share it with all of you. Facing a common enemy, I hope we can set aside our prejudices. Otherwise, after my tribe is annihilated, none of you will be spared. This is our common fight. As Zhao Chen received the data, he glanced at Blanche with newfound respect. Her actions demonstrated exceptional strategic vision and capability, far surpassing her half-sister, Leona. The people of the Dragon tribe are fortunate to have a princess like you, Zhao Chen sincerely praised. After the meeting, Zhao Chen returned to his flagship. 2 communication windows popped up simultaneously. One was a direct line from Charlotte, and the other was a request from the chieftain of the Bear tribe. Zhao Chen ignored the latter and instructed Charlotte, immediately analyze that battle report. You can enlist Su Lan, Shunbing, and Lilith for assistance. I need detailed information on the demon fleet as soon as possible to avoid heavy losses due to ignorance. Understood. Give me 24 hours, and I will present a report that will satisfy you, Charlotte promised. After ending the video call with Charlotte, Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the communication panel where the Bear Clan chief's call request had popped up dozens of times. He sighed, knowing that the chief wouldn't rest until he got a definite answer today. After all, with the Dragon tribe's northern territory about to face an invasion from the demon fleet, commanding powerful interstellar warships was indeed an exhilarating prospect. Zhao Chen pulled up several documents and contacted Lilith to confirm the situation. After getting the necessary answers, he didn't accept the Bear Clan chief's call, but instead sent a brief message. Upon receiving it, the chief ceased his attempts to contact Zhao Chen. A few days later, in the Storm Fortress, a large starport at the Xiaolong frontline base, Zhao Chen sat on a soft sofa, attentively listening to Lilith's report. The internal order of the Starshine Empire had been restored remarkably well, and with the assistance of Xiaolong Legion's related industries, various metrics had quickly returned to pre-war levels. The only concern was the permanent Level 4 cosmic bug nest in the Shuiyan starfield, named the Shuiyan Level 4 bug nest, also known as the Shuiyan Interstellar Training Ground. Lilith continued her report. Empress Qin Xiaolei has dispatched 10,000 interstellar warships to guard it, and the Chu River Legion fleet has sent another 5,000. This ensures that there are always 15,000 interstellar warships stationed at the Shuiyan Level 4 bug nest, including 50 T4 class ships and over 3,000 T3 class ships. Additionally, the Empress has approved the establishment of an elite Imperial Navy fleet, which will be uniformly composed of T3 class interstellar warships, primarily T3 Yanlong-class medium interstellar destroyers. She also hopes we can open up more T3-class interstellar warships for purchase. After a moment of thought, Zhaochen decided, we can allow them to purchase the T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigate and the T3 Wind Eagle-class medium interstellar cruiser. The technology for these two warships will be licensed to the Bayan Group for construction. Other interstellar warships will continue to be regulated under the existing control orders, with a limited number supplied each month. Lilith nodded and took notes, then continued, currently, over 90% of military procurement within the Starshine Empire is monopolized by Xiaolong. Thanks to the Shuayin Interstellar Training Ground, our new recruits have gained a significant advantage in training. Each new recruit undergoes 100 hours of combat training before officially enlisting. With this arrangement, we can supply the Xiaolong Legion with 1 million trained interstellar soldiers per week, and this number is rapidly increasing. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Recruitment efforts must not be lax. We would rather face a situation where we have soldiers, but no ships than the embarrassment of having ships but no soldiers. Lilith continued, after these few days of rest, our 6 Legion fleets have completed their combat readiness. The next step is to assign their missions. Her gaze swept over the 8 fleet commanders around the table: Charlotte, Qitong, Shinbing, Su Lan, Chu Xian, Medusa, and the 2 special fleet commanders, Wolfgirl Baixue and Zhao Wanner. We have compiled information on the Demon Fleet. Besides the Dragon Emperor's battle data against the Demon Fleet, we also have some observations he made over the years, Lilith said seriously. Although the Dragon Emperor may have chosen the wrong path from the start, he was at least a diligent chief and monarch. Zhao Chen nodded, feeling a bit of respect for the Dragon Emperor's final battle. This also made him more willing to defend the Dragon Tribe's borders, not just for the annual mission rewards. If the Dragon Tribe played their cards right, Zhao Chen would consider giving them a place in the future new Warhammer system. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to completely change the leadership of the Dragon Tribe, reducing them to a third-rate clan. Zhao Chen looked around at everyone and solemnly said, we all know our primary task for the next phase. Facing this enemy from the other end of the universe, one we have never encountered before, we must seize every opportunity to understand them. Only then can the Xiaolong Legion fleet achieve victory with minimal casualties in future wars. Lilith raised her hand to activate the holographic projection, revealing images of unprecedented interstellar warships. These ships' designs were drastically different from the 3 major empires of the Galactic Alliance. Their hulls were blood-red, as if soaked in blood. They had characteristics of both biological and mechanical warships, resembling but not identical to Hive motherships. They exuded a dark aura, like a fleet sailing out of hell, sending chills down everyone's spine. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.